In the year 2022 of the High Martial Era, 2000 years ago, spiritual energy revived, beasts mutated, void rifts appeared, and myriad races invaded. The arrival of mutated feral beasts ushered Blue Star into the High Martial Age. As a result, humanity, through certain means, developed the extreme potential of a special group of people, transforming humans into martial artists. Even the weaker martial artists possess strength several times greater than ordinary people, capable of shattering stones and wielding immense power. The stronger ones exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, rivaling the heavens and even standing on par with gods, with the ability to split mountains and calm seas. Martial artists became the most relied upon and dominant force in this world. 1,000 years ago, a rampaging giant beast tore through the void and launched a powerful assault. A human emperor turned the tide, sacrificing his life to seal the void rift and halt the invasion of myriad races. Subsequently, countless martial artists marched to the battlefield of the myriad races, slaying beasts, quelling chaos, sacrificing themselves for righteousness, and defending humanity. It was precisely due to the rise of martial artists that humanity, time and again over the past 2 millennia, repelled the ferocious beasts of the myriad races, safeguarding the survival and continuity of the human race. Liang City No. 2 High School. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, and the previously quiet campus instantly came alive. Students, like newborns just awakened, were filled with joy. Some were happy, while others were troubled. Meanwhile, in the office of the homeroom teacher for Class 7 of Grade 12, Shin Feng, I regret to inform you that due to a last-minute change in plans, your qualification to participate in this year's Liang City High School competition has been revoked. When mentor Zhou Dahai said this, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on the young Qin Feng's face, as if he had heard a clap of thunder. The Liangcheng High School Grand Competition was an annual grand event between Liangcheng No. 2 High School and Liangcheng No. 1 High School, a spectacle that captured the attention of the entire city. He thought he had misheard and quickly looked up to ask, "Mentor, is what you said true?" "That's right, I've said all I need to. You can leave now." Zhou Dahai cast a brief glance at Qin Feng, seemingly unwilling to say more. Qin Feng felt indignant and asked, "Then who is replacing me?" "That's not something you need to know. Just go back and focus on your training. Now leave." Zhou Dahai appeared impatient. Qin Feng stood there in a daze for a moment, his gaze inadvertently falling on the participant list on the table. Suddenly, he smiled and questioned, "So it's Chen Jie. My assessment results this semester are no worse than his, and even surpass his. Yet the mentor chose him to replace me. Why?" For this competition at Liangcheng High School, Qin Feng left early and returned late, burying himself in hard work and dedicating countless efforts. He finally passed the assessment and ranked among the top 20 in his grade. As long as he participated in the Liangcheng competition, he could win a generous scholarship to cover his university tuition, with the remaining scholarship helping his younger sister continue her studies. Now, all those plans have turned into nothing. I am your mentor. Speaking to me in this tone is disrespectful, Zhou Dahai said impatiently. Chen Jie's talent is no less than yours, and he handles himself much better than you. That's why I chose him. Qin Feng chuckled. The mentor's meaning was clear. However, it was understandable. Chen Jie was a well-known rich second generation in Liangcheng, with a privileged family background and a good relationship with the mentor. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was just a poor student from an orphanage, essentially a boy with no one to rely on. Zhou Dahai's decision to let Chen Jie replace Qin Feng was likely influenced by some benefits he received from the other side. In comparison, Chen Jie's family resources could fully unleash his talent, promising him a bright future. Zhou Dahai's choice was reasonable. How could a boy with nothing compete with a rich second generation? Qin Feng felt helpless in his heart. In this realistic world, hard work alone was far from enough. The disparity in background always left him at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he could only be trampled upon, suffering in silence with no one to turn to. I understand. He didn't dwell on it too much. Despite the anger in his heart, the consequences of confronting his mentor were severe. He could only leave unwillingly, suppressing his resentment. After walking for 20 minutes, weaving through streets and alleys, and after some twists and turns, Qin Feng finally returned to his rented room in the urban village. In this world, only martial artists and their families were entitled to enjoy premium resources. Ordinary people like Qin Feng, due to the low rent, could only live in the old urban villages. Even so, Qin Feng still made an effort to work part-time after school every day to earn living expenses for himself and his younger sister. In the past, he was an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution, surviving only thanks to the help of kind-hearted people. Later, when he gained the ability, he took his younger sister out of the welfare institution, earning tuition and living expenses with his own hands, persisting until now. "Brother, you're back." As Qin Feng had just opened the door, a silvery voice rang out from the kitchen. A playful and radiant face came into view as Qin Shaoling walked over, holding a glass of water. She handed it to Qin Feng and said, "Brother, have some water first and take a rest. Let me handle the cooking today." Although Qin Shaoling was only 15, her delicate features and high-bridged nose made her a budding beauty. At Liancheng No. 1 High School, she was considered the class belle. Qin Feng and Qin Shaoling relied on each other deeply, sharing a strong bond. At this moment, some of the worries in Qin Feng's heart seemed to fade, and he managed a faint smile. Alright, that works. By the way, brother, did you get a spot in the Liancheng Grand Competition? Not long ago, Qin Feng had boasted in front of his sister, claiming he would secure a spot in the competition and earn a generous scholarship. Today was the day the results were announced, and Qin Shaoling couldn't wait to find out. There was a bit of an accident. Qin Feng paused slightly before replying with a hint of disappointment. It doesn't matter, brother. This semester, I'll strive to earn a scholarship at No. 1 High School, which will help lighten your burden in the future. Qin Shaoling immediately nodded in understanding and comforted him. She knew that over the years, her brother had endured pressures that shouldn't belong to someone his age in order to take care of her. Without Qin Feng's care, her martial arts talent might not have been fully realized. Based on her talent, Qin Shaoling's abilities were even stronger than Qin Feng's, which is why she was able to get into the better No. 1 High School in Liancheng instead of No. 2 High School. When Qin Feng heard his sister's words, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart, but he still maintained a smile on his face. I've lost my qualification for the Liancheng Grand Competition, and the scholarship is gone too. After graduating this year, I won't even mention the cost of university tuition. My sister will need significant funds to purchase resources at No. 1 High School, otherwise, her cultivation will fall behind others, and I am powerless to help. He silently cursed himself for being useless, unable to provide a better life for his sister. If her talent were wasted due to financial constraints, it would truly be a pity. After a restless, sleepless night, Qin Feng finally made it to the next day. Today was the day when all third-year high school students would go out for field training. The training was meant to lay a solid foundation in martial arts and increase practical combat experience. In this era of high martial arts where strength was revered, people began learning martial arts basics in middle school, and by high school, they engaged in actual combat under the guidance of their mentors. The group arrived at a forest frequently used for training. The mentors guarded the perimeter to prevent powerful beasts from breaking in. The beasts inside were mostly artificially bred and released, with low levels, specifically chosen as docile creatures for students to practice on. Today's task is for each person to kill 3 beginner-level beasts, which will be included in your final exam scores. Don't slack off, get moving, Zhou Dahai ordered. The students of Class 7, Grade 3, immediately sprang into action. Qin Feng also began searching for beasts when suddenly, a familiar figure walked past him. Qin Feng, I'm sorry for taking your spot in the competition. You don't seem to be in a good state of mind. The speaker was none other than Qin Feng's nemesis, Chen Jie. At this moment, Chen Jie wore a gloating smirk, seemingly delighted by Qin Feng's disqualification. As the class monitor, Chen Jie was quite accomplished in cultivation and extremely arrogant. However, Qin Feng's performance was even more outstanding, which made Chen Jie jealous and led him to suppress Qin Feng on multiple occasions. Gradually, the classmates began to follow Chen Jie's lead in isolating Qin Feng, leaving him with almost no friends. This time, stealing Qin Feng's competition spot was another scheme orchestrated by Chen Jie behind the scenes. Qin Feng felt a flicker of anger in his heart but chose to ignore Chen Jie, striding away without a word. After he had walked some distance, Chen Jie's lips curled into a cold smile. You orphan, how dare you give me the cold shoulder? Just wait, you'll regret it soon enough. Elsewhere, Qin Feng had just entered the forest when he encountered a mutated boar. This type of beast hadn't evolved successfully and was only slightly stronger than an ordinary wild boar. As a martial apprentice, Qin Feng had a solid foundation in martial arts, making it easy for him to handle such a low-level beast. Roar! The mutated boar, upon seeing a human, charged at Qin Feng like a rabid dog. With prior combat experience, Qin Feng knew how to deal with the brute strength of a mutated boar by avoiding its direct attacks. He sidestepped deftly, evading the boar's initial charge, then quickly picked up a nearby rock and hurled it forcefully at the boar's head. Thud! The relatively slow-moving mutated boar was struck, leaving it dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng launched a series of strikes, ultimately defeating the mutated boar. Just as he was about to collect the boar's head, the scene before him left Qin Feng stunned. A cyan object fell from beside the mutated boar. As he approached, the cyan object suddenly flew into his body, accompanied by the sound of a voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the infinite high explosion system. Strength *50. System? Qin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this voice, feeling even more excited than winning the lottery. He had seen plenty of systems like this in online novels. It was practically heaven's favor for a nobody, the ultimate cheat. I never thought I was a nobody after all. To actually obtain this system, this is amazing. Qin Feng, filled with joy, immediately began to study the system's functions. The infinite high explosion system, as the name suggests, allows him to randomly acquire the opponent's attributes as long as he defeats them. These dropped attributes include strength, speed, vitality, defense, lance, sword intent, blade intent, and so on. Qin Feng was amazed. After killing a mutated wild boar, he unexpectedly discovered that his strength had indeed increased by 50 kilograms. Strength 250 kilograms. This is fantastic. With this system, I have a great chance of becoming a martial artist. With uncontrollable joy on his face, the overpowered Qin Feng hurriedly searched for more beasts, ready to collect more attributes. Huff, huff. On his left, he spotted a gale grasshopper the size of a human, nestled in the grass and sound asleep. The strengths and weaknesses of this type of beast were obvious. Its strength was its incredible speed, requiring several people to work together to kill it, while its weaknesses were its relatively weak attack power and strength. Qin Feng's mind stirred, and he decided not to disturb the sleeping grasshopper, planning to take advantage of it instead. He approached quietly, and when he was close enough to the grasshopper, he swiftly drew his dagger, ready to strike. However, the giant grasshopper was no fool. Sensing danger, it suddenly opened its eyes and swung its sharp grasshopper arms in self-defense. Damn it! Qin Feng quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Once the sharp arm swept past, he lunged forward again. Zzz. The timid grasshopper was frightened by this daring human and tried to turn and flee. However, Qin Feng would not let it escape. Summoning all his strength, he swung fiercely, plunging the dagger deep into the grasshopper's back. Green blood gushed out instantly. The injured grasshopper desperately tried to escape, but in its wounded state, it was no match for Qin Feng's grasp. Under the suppression of absolute strength, Qin Feng quickly finished off the dying grasshopper. Ding, speed *5. This time, the attribute dropped by the grasshopper was speed. Everything was within Qin Feng's expectations. It turned out that as long as he defeated the opponent, he could gain the corresponding attribute. At this rate of development, I'm not far from breaking through to a first-rank warrior. A long-lost smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Warriors are the most formidable beings in this world, revered by thousands as special individuals. The ranking of warriors, from lowest to highest, is as follows: first-rank warrior, second-rank warrior, third-rank warrior, fourth-rank warrior, fifth-rank warrior, sixth-rank warrior, seventh-rank warrior, eighth-rank warrior, ninth-rank warrior, martial arts grandmaster, warlord level warrior, war god level warrior, and the strongest on earth, the human king. At this moment, Qin Feng was merely a martial apprentice, and the threshold for a first-rank warrior was a strength of 1,000 kilograms. As long as he continued to collect attributes by slaying beasts this semester, he would have a solid chance of reaching the first-rank warrior level. Among all the students at Gaoliang No. 2 High School, those who could break through to the warrior level during high school were considered geniuses. At this moment, Qin Feng could feel his steps becoming lighter, and his body was brimming with power. With the motivation and strength to slay beasts, Qin Feng pressed on tirelessly. In just one morning, he had slain over 15 beasts, gaining 400 kilograms of strength and 20 points of speed. This instantly boosted his strength to 650 kilograms, which was simply astonishing. A morning's harvest was richer than the arduous training he had undergone over the past 18 years. Ordinary people who trained their strength could only increase by 10 to 20 kilograms per year at most, but Qin Feng had increased by 400 kilograms in just one morning, truly astonishing. The power within him surged again, his arms becoming as solid as iron, and an unprecedented sense of grandeur welled up in his heart. It felt as though he had been reborn, his entire being becoming brighter and more confident. If it had taken him 3 minutes to kill a beast earlier, now he could completely finish the opponent in 30 seconds. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to continue farming monsters and collecting attributes, a few figures suddenly caught his attention from behind. Chen Jie? He turned his gaze and saw Chen Jie and a group of his lackeys behind him. Chen Jie and his crew stood with their arms crossed, resembling gangsters, exuding an air of arrogance. Qin Feng, over the past 3 years, you've repeatedly gone against me and often embarrassed me. Today, I'll be blunt, I want to beat you up. Chen Jie was indeed a spoiled rich kid, speaking without any pretense, immediately declaring his intent to fight Qin Feng. Oh, really? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. In the past, he might have only been able to fight Chen Jie to a draw, and in front of a crowd of onlookers, he was destined to take a beating. But now, he was no longer the sheep that anyone could bully. But don't worry, I'm someone who always sticks to principles. Chen Jie crossed his arms and said condescendingly, I'll find someone to challenge you one-on-one and give you a chance to fight back. Since his own chances of winning against Qin Feng were slim, he had specially invited an expert to assist him. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly giant stepped out from behind him. The man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a physique even more robust than most adults, and his muscles were strikingly prominent. Qin Feng recognized him. It was Gui Wen, a martial arts prodigy from the advanced class, who was somewhat famous at school. It was said that Gui Wen's strength had reached 300 kilograms in a recent assessment, which was indeed impressive. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, Gui Wen was nothing more than a pile of cow dung. Aside from his stench, he had no advantages. Oh, you even brought a thug. Not bad. Qin Feng was completely unfazed and beckoned to Gui Wen with a mocking gesture. gesture. Come on, make a fool of yourself. I'm in a hurry. Brother One, he's just being stubborn and looking down on you. Chen Jie was infuriated by Qin Feng's attitude. Teach him a lesson already. As a student of the advanced class, how could Gui Wen tolerate such an insult? He immediately charged at Qin Feng, throwing a punch with immense force. At this moment, Qin Feng appeared to Gui Wen as an opponent who could be easily defeated. All the spectators secretly thought to themselves that Qin Feng was bound to be beaten miserably. Bang! Qin Feng did not choose to dodge but instead met Gui Wen's fist with a simple punch of his own. Gui Wen felt smug. This fool dared to clash fists with him, practically seeking his own demise. The two fists collided, and in the next second, Gui Wen's expression instantly stiffened, followed by a grimace of pain. Crack! The terrifying force directly overwhelmed him, and the pain spread throughout his body in an instant. His arm actually fractured on the spot. Thud! With just one punch, Gui Wen was sent flying 3 zhang away, landing heavily like a sandbag. Clutching his arm, his face twisted in pain, and his complexion turned pale. Ding! Enemy defeated. Strength plus 60. Defense *1. What? Gui Wen, you're not playing me, are you? This scene left Chen Jie and the others dumbfounded, trembling in fear. A single punch sent Gui Wen flying. How is that possible? Gui Wen is a heavyweight contender. Qin Feng, on the other hand, is merely an opponent on par with himself, without any advantage in strength. And now, something's wrong, something's seriously wrong. Chen Jie was almost frozen in place. At his feet, Gui Wen was already foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing violently, looking just like a salted fish. That punch from Qin Feng earlier had left him completely defenseless, utterly crushed. Only then did everyone realize that Qin Feng had actually grown stronger and had defeated Gui Wen. Brother Feng, actually, I brought Gui Wen here to train with you because I admire your talent. My respect for you is as endless as the flowing river. I hope Brother Feng can give me a chance so we can shake hands and make peace. Chen Jie played up his supporting role, his words flowing smoothly as he quickly flattered Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng paid him no attention. With a sudden step, he airily appeared right in front of Chen Jie in the next second. With anger in his voice, Qin Feng said, "The grudge between us should also be settled." Don't! We're classmates, and I'm still your class monitor. Please reconsider. Alright, I'm a reasonable person too. Let me reason with you. That's good. We're all civilized people. Let's reason. Let's reason. Seeing Qin Feng willing to show mercy, Chen Jie breathed a slight sigh of relief. But just as he finished speaking, a massive fist blocked his view. Bang! A wretched dark figure was sent flying, and when everyone reacted, they saw clearly that the person who had been knocked back was none other than Chen Jie. At this moment, Chen Jie, in front of Qin Feng, similarly had no chance to fight back. Qin Feng, you have no sense of honor. Chen Jie was dumbfounded. That damned Qin Feng had actually launched a sneak attack. They had clearly agreed to reason things out, so why did he resort to violence? Despicable, absolutely despicable. Fists are the ultimate reason, and I've already shown you enough respect. Qin Feng walked slowly to Chen Jie and looked down at him. Everyone saw that the Qin Feng at this moment was no longer the good-tempered, model student they used to know. He seemed like a completely different person, exuding an air of dominance and an intimidating presence. Fear instantly arose in Chen Jie's heart. What on earth had Qin Feng been through? He still couldn't understand why this guy had become so powerful. It was simply unbelievable. Don't mess with me again in the future, or I won't even give you the chance to regret it. He stomped on Chen Jie, humiliating him mercilessly. This scene struck fear into everyone present. Qin Feng actually dared to humiliate Chen Jie like this. What a ruthless character. Qin Feng, what are you doing? At this moment, Li Yuding, the vice class monitor of class 7, grade 12, rushed over from a distance. This girl was one of Qin Feng's few friends. In fact, Li Yuding and Qin Feng could be considered childhood friends to some extent. From elementary school to high school, they had always been in the same school and class, looking out for each other and sharing a close bond. Qin Feng had developed feelings for Li Yuding over time, harboring a bit of affection for her, but Li Yuding had expressed that she wanted to wait until after college to consider a relationship. Now, Li Yuding had finally arrived. Yuting. Qin Feng was about to speak when he saw Li Yuding frowning and sternly scolding him. Qin Feng, why are you hitting people? Stop it right now. They started it first. I was just. Stop talking. I don't want to hear your explanation. Li Yuding's attitude took Qin Feng by surprise. Not only did she refuse to listen to his explanation, but she also pushed him away and turned to help Chen Jie up from the ground. What shocked Qin Feng even more was that Li Yuding spoke to Chen Jie in a gentle tone, asking if he was hurt and showing concern. Witnessing this, Qin Feng was filled with confusion. Yuding, since when did you and him? Can you stop talking? Do you know how much I hate troublemakers? Li Yuding said resentfully. Chen Jie is the class monitor, and yet you laid hands on him. Can you stop causing trouble? Do you want to get a major demerit and be held back a year? Graduation is near, can you just behave? Qin Feng is so pitiful, still trying to pursue the vice class monitor. Look, she doesn't even care about him. What's the use of being good at fighting now? In the end, you're just a thug. Chen Jie will get into martial arts university in the future and will definitely become become an outstanding martial artist. These are things Qin Feng can never compare to. Chen Jia and Li Yuding are the perfect couple, a match made in heaven. Many people around were whispering, clearly indicating that the relationship between Li Yuding and Chen Jia was not simple. Even if Qin Feng won, what would it matter? He still couldn't win Li Yuding's favor. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He finally understood that he had been too much of a sycophant in the past. Before senior year, his relationship with Li Yuding had always been good, but ever since she met Chen Jia, Li Yuding seemed like a completely different person. He hadn't expected years of friendship to ultimately lose to the allure of a rich second-generation heir. Was this betrayal? Qin Feng asked himself in his heart. Perhaps not. At most, it was just unrequited affection. To get closer to her, to be worthy of her, he had trained hard, sweating more than the average person, and finally caught up to her pace. He had thought they would have a bright future together, but he hadn't expected her to choose distrust, reproach, and blame because of a rich heir. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart ached faintly, but Li Yuding didn't look at him even once. She supported Chen Jia, who was secretly pleased, and left. Qin Feng's past care for her had been taken for granted, with no need for explanation. As dusk fell, the sunset bathed the hillside in golden hues, the grass glowing in a beautiful orange-yellow. After completing his tasks, the day's training came to an end. The beasts in the forest were almost wiped out, nearly all killed by the students. Qin Feng wanted to gain more attributes but found it difficult to locate opponents, so he had no choice but to head home. A day later, the weekend arrived. Qin Feng no longer went to the school's martial arts club for extra training. He didn't want to see that woman again and instead appeared in a beast-infested town 100 miles outside Lian City. The town was in ruins, with dilapidated buildings and moss-covered streets, long since taken over by beasts, making it seem desolate and uninhabited. The levels of beasts corresponded to the levels of martial artists, ranging from weak to strong, classified as Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, all the way to Grade 9. The beasts in this town were not particularly strong, with the outskirts mostly populated by Grade 1 or low-level herbivorous beasts. This was Qin Feng's first time venturing out alone for training. To become stronger, I must take risks, otherwise, I'll always be looked down upon. I've had enough of being oppressed, I've had enough of betrayal, I want to become stronger. With this determination in his heart, he walked into the small town. At first, Qin Feng treaded carefully, searching for a long time until he finally encountered a man-eating ant. The man-eating ant was as large as an adult husky and lunged at Qin Feng with its jaws wide open. Qin Feng was not slow, and his strength was slightly superior to that of the man-eating ant. After a few punches, he successfully killed the creature. Ding, strength plus 60. The first successful kill gave Qin Feng newfound confidence. He discovered that most of the beasts on the outskirts were relatively easy to handle. In just a few hours, his basic strength had increased to 1,000 kilograms. Buzz! With a tremor through his body, Qin Feng's cultivation quietly broke through, making him a first-grade martial artist. Have I really become a martial artist? This speed is truly unbelievable. Qin Feng was filled with astonishment. The speed of his breakthrough was incredibly fast. Becoming a martial artist had been his dream for many years. Martial artists were figures admired by all in society. At Gaoliang No. 1 High School, only a few instructors were martial artists, and many hadn't even reached the threshold of becoming one. But now, Qin Feng had successfully broken through. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally realized his dream. Becoming a martial artist meant he would have an extraordinary future, leaving behind a life of mediocrity. The fate of being bullied and humiliated was finally coming to an end. Thinking of this, the bitterness in Qin Feng's heart dissipated. Gurgling sounds echoed as his blood surged and roared within him, and a powerful aura burst forth from every part of his body. With agile limbs and sharp senses, Qin Feng's abilities in all aspects had undergone a qualitative leap. A first-rank martial artist could easily defeat 20 advanced martial apprentices. This was the gap between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. Now my strength exceeds 1,000 kilograms. At No. 2 High School, I can dominate and reign supreme. The so-called geniuses there are nothing but ants before me. However, at No. 1 High School, I've heard that the people there are even more monstrous. Every year, there are 16 or 17-year-old students who break through to the first rank, and there are quite a few of such prodigies. Compared to my peers, I am not absolutely overwhelming. I must push myself even harder. Qin Feng pondered silently, dissatisfied with the current situation, and cautiously ventured deeper into the beast town. He wanted to challenge stronger beasts to gain higher attributes. With meticulous thoughts in mind, Qin Feng weaved through streets and alleys, eventually arriving at the rooftop of a tall building. After observing his surroundings, he spotted a bloodthirsty tiger. The adult version of an evolved bloodthirsty tiger could grow as large as a bus, but the one before him seemed to be a juvenile, only about the size of an armored vehicle. It roamed the streets, domineeringly, seemingly in search of prey. A juvenile bloodthirsty tiger usually has strength around the first rank. My speed is faster than its, so I should be able to take it down easily. Barehanded, Qin Feng agilely descended from the tall building and launched a challenge against the bloodthirsty tiger. Killing beasts required steady tactics, but it also demanded the courage to face strong opponents. Qin Feng had never been afraid of challenges. Roar! The bloodthirsty tiger, sensing the presence of a human, immediately let out a deafening roar, its deep tiger eyes locking onto Qin Feng. In an instant, the tiger pounced, its massive claws descending from the air like mechanical arms. Ghost blade, strike unseen. Although Qin Feng knew his strength was not inferior to the bloodthirsty tiger, he was not foolish enough to engage it head-on. Using his swift footwork, he nimbly dodged the tiger's attack. Boom! The tiger's claws, weighing over 500 kilograms, slammed heavily into the ground, instantly tearing through the reinforced concrete wall behind Qin Feng, causing a thunderous collapse. What overwhelming power! Qin Feng felt the oppressive aura of the king of beasts. Missing its first strike, the bloodthirsty tiger grew even more frenzied, launching another attack on the seemingly insignificant human before it. Rip! Boom! Not only was its brute strength overwhelming, but the tiger's claws were also as sharp as blades, exuding a chilling blade intent. Fortunately, Qin Feng had significantly increased his speed the day before, allowing him to handle these attacks and easily evade the onslaught for a while. When the bloodthirsty tiger destroyed a rusty car with its claws, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to switch from defense to offense. His figure paused for a moment, then instantly appeared above the tiger's head, delivering a powerful punch downward. Skull-shaking tiger strike. Roar, roar. Although the tiger's hide was thick, the juvenile's defense was ultimately not strong enough, and it suffered a heavy blow, roaring in fury. It shook its head violently, trying to throw Qin Feng off. However, Qin Feng grabbed one of its ears with one hand while relentlessly pounding its head with the other. Bang, bang, bang. The previously overexerted juvenile tiger was now utterly exhausted and unable to shake off Qin Feng's control, leaving it at his mercy. Qin Feng gave it his all, each punch causing ding, strength asterisk 500, ding, vitality asterisk 50. Qin Feng's gains were considerable. His strength had unexpectedly increased by 500 points. Not only that, but he also unexpectedly acquired 50 points of vitality. Vitality, as it is said, is exclusive to martial artists and plays an extremely important role. The higher the vitality, the greater the endurance of the martial artist. According to the records, martial artists with vitality can be twice as strong as ordinary martial artists of the same level. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Qin Feng. Speed, 50 meters per second. Vitality, 50/cal. Strength, 1,690 kilograms. The concise panel displayed the most important attribute data at a glance. After picking up the vitality, Qin Feng's body indeed underwent a change. The fatigue from the earlier battle instantly disappeared. Amazing! This bloodthirsty tiger truly lives up to its title as the king of beasts. Killing it actually dropped vitality. What incredible luck! Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Feng set off again. Following that, he encountered several grade 1 demonic beasts, expending some energy to take them down. Ding, strength asterisk 50. Ding, strength asterisk 80. Ding, strength asterisk 100. Ding, speed asterisk 5. Ding. Attributes kept dropping on the ground, and Qin Feng collected them to his heart's content. After a day of fighting monsters, Qin Feng entered a tall building and found an empty room to rest. The next day, just as dawn broke, Qin Feng went out hunting. Compared to anyone else, he was more eager to grow stronger, unwilling to waste any time, and focus solely on relentless killing. By noon, after intense battles, Qin Feng's strength had reached 4,500 kilograms. This number was incredibly terrifying. The standard for a first-grade martial artist was 1,000 kilograms, while a second-grade martial artist required 10,000 kilograms. Qin Feng was striving to break into the second grade and was currently in the mid-stage of the first grade, progressing at an astonishing speed. Just as he was running back and forth, hunting a large number of beasts and preparing to venture deeper, the sound of buildings collapsing suddenly came from ahead. Boom! Crash! Several 7- or 8-story buildings instantly turned to dust, and the sound of fighting echoed from afar. That domineering, bloodthirsty aura, it's the unique presence of a bloodthirsty tiger. The biting wind rushing toward him made Qin Feng's heart tremble as he determined that the rampaging beast in the distance was a bloodthirsty tiger. Without hesitation, he flickered forward, cautiously, advancing toward the center of the battlefield. Sure enough, before him was an adult bloodthirsty tiger roaring and howling. This tiger was as tall as a single-story building, its physique far more massive than the little tiger cub from yesterday. Without a doubt, it was a colossal beast. In front of it, a woman was lying on the ground, her blood-soaked thigh causing her to frown in pain. At this moment, the ferocious tiger bared its terrifying fangs and opened its massive jaws, ready to tear into the woman on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Feng's heart tightened. He quickly leaped forward, darting under the tiger's jaws to rescue the injured woman. However, he underestimated the speed of the adult bloodthirsty tiger. Just as he stood up, the tiger's sharp claws grazed him, and he immediately felt a searing pain on his back. That was close. After escaping danger, gesture, Qin Feng checked himself and found that he wasn't injured, only his clothes were torn. The woman lifted her delicate face and thanked Qin Feng. "Thank you for saving me. Now's not the time to talk about this. We need to figure out how to deal with this beast," Qin Feng said. At this moment, the bloodthirsty tiger was already stomping the ground, charging toward them. "I've regained quite a bit of strength. You distract it, and I'll look for an opportunity to attack its weak spot," the woman said. Qin Feng asked, "Where is its weak spot? The neck, or the belly?" "Got it." Qin Feng nodded. The beast was upon them, but at this moment, the two of them moved with uncanny coordination, dodging to the left and right to avoid its deadly claws. As the ferocious tiger missed its pounce, Qin Feng grabbed a nearby compact car and smashed it down. Bang! The bloodthirsty tiger was enraged by Qin Feng's move, fury blazing in its heart. "You puny human, you dare fight back? Courting death, come and bite me." Qin Feng made a rude gesture, successfully provoking the tiger, which chased after him, snapping its jaws. Rip! Bang! The wall made of reinforced concrete crumbled like a fragile carrot under the attack of the bloodthirsty tiger, easily destroyed. Its claws were incredibly sharp, gleaming with a silver light, even making Qin Feng secretly horrified. Damn it, the strength of an adult bloodthirsty tiger had at least reached the second rank. This was really getting out of hand. Ghost blade opens, can't be seen, maneuver, hee, just playing around with it. Luckily, he ran fast enough to save his skin. When Qin Feng lured the bloodthirsty tiger to a corner of an alley, a young woman who had been lying in ambush there shot out like an arrow with a knife in hand. She raised her hand and stabbed forcefully, the blade flashing as it struck the tiger's throat, and in an instant, blood gushed like a fountain. Got it! The woman succeeded with her strike and was overjoyed. The bloodthirsty tiger collapsed to the ground in shock but continued to struggle in anger. It rolled and thrashed in its death throes. Seeing this, Qin Feng had a sudden idea, stepped forward to the woman, and said, "Let me borrow your knife for a moment." "What are you doing? It's almost dead," the woman asked in confusion. "I don't want to leave any hidden dangers." Qin Feng grabbed a knife and quickly approached the bloodthirsty tiger. While it still had a breath left, he swiftly stabbed it repeatedly. It was as if he were stabbing a mortal enemy. The woman was somewhat stunned as she watched. "Are you trying to turn it into minced meat?" I'll chop, chop. After a frenzy of chopping, the bloodthirsty tiger finally lost its breath. At that moment, the tiger's corpse dropped some attributes, and Qin Feng picked them up with tears in his eyes. Ding, strength * 2000. Ding, vitality * 200. Ding, successfully acquired beginner blade intent. Beginner blade intent. In Qin Feng's limited understanding, blade intent is something that only warriors specializing in blade techniques can comprehend. It is said that only those with exceptional talent in blade techniques can grasp blade intent. With the blessing of blade intent, learning other blade techniques becomes effortless, and the destructive power is further enhanced. As blade intent descended, Qin Feng's mind immediately filled with knowledge about blades. In the blink of an eye, he mastered the beginner blade intent. He was confident that as long as there were blade techniques in front of him, he could train and quickly comprehend them at any time. The reason the bloodthirsty tiger was able to drop blade intent was likely related to its claws, sharp as steel. Those tiger claws could tear through steel. "Thank you for stepping in to help me. You saved my life." Qin Feng felt secretly delighted as the young woman walked up to him and said gratefully, "I owe you a favor." "You're welcome," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. The woman before him was indeed very beautiful. Her delicate face, exquisite features, and a hint of heroism between her brows were captivating. Her slender, jade-like hands were as fair as snow. Her outfit was impeccably tailored, and her nearly 1.75-meter height, combined with her perfect proportions, made her look stunningly gorgeous, like a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. What was rare was that her age seemed to match Qin Feng's. At this moment, the woman also sized up Qin Feng with her eyes before taking the initiative to introduce herself. "By the way, my name is Su Mang, and I'm from Liangcheng. What about you?" "Liangcheng, Su Mang?" The name sounded familiar. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and suddenly, a prominent name flashed through his mind. He hurriedly asked, "Are you Su Mang from Liangcheng No. 1 High School?" Su Mang nodded, confirming her identity. Qin Feng was stunned. He had heard the name Su Mang countless times from his mentor and classmates. She was a celebrity in Liangcheng, hailed by Liangcheng First High School as the most extraordinary genius in the school's century-long history. Liangcheng First High School only admitted the most gifted students, far surpassing Liangcheng Second High School in strength. For Su Mang to receive such an honor meant she was far ahead of her peers. To encounter such a prodigy by chance was truly remarkable. "I've heard of you, the most outstanding student in Liangcheng's history. In our Liangcheng Second High School, everyone knows your name." Qin Feng joked with a smile and said, "I'm Qin Feng, also from Liangcheng." "You're quite skilled. Your specialty is speed, isn't it?" Su Mang, without any airs of a genius, had a rather favorable impression of Qin Feng. "Ha, would you believe me if I said my focus is strength?" The two chatted casually. Then, still unsatisfied, they teamed up again and completely wiped out the last two bloodthirsty tigers in the small town. Su Mang took the lead, showcasing Meng. The prowess of a main attacker, her second-grade strength overwhelming everything in her path. Of course, it was Qin Feng who delivered the final blows to the two bloodthirsty tigers, otherwise, the attributes wouldn't have dropped. After spending some time together, Qin Feng discovered that Su Meng's talent was indeed terrifying. This woman's level was likely above the second rank. It should be noted that, like Qin Feng, she was only 17 years old. 17 years old, without any cheats, yet she had already stepped into the second rank early, truly a monster. Fortunately, I've also broken through to the second rank. Glancing at the panel, the afternoon's continuous gain of 4,000 kilograms of strength and 200 calories of vital energy had pushed Qin Feng's strength directly past 10,000 kilograms. With a base combat power of 10,000 kilograms, plus meeting the speed requirements, he could soon break into the second rank. His speed had long since passed the mark. Qin Feng found a place to quietly break through on his own. 650 calories of vital energy make me far stronger than martial artists of the same rank. He watched as his level quietly advanced and the muscle lines on his body became clearly visible. That perfect physique, like a young man returning from roaming the martial world, had sharper contours and an even more spirited demeanor. The second rank far surpassed the first. However, Qin Feng's subtle changes did not attract Su Meng's attention. Su Mang simply felt that Qin Feng in front of her excelled in speed, had considerable combat experience, and knew how to use techniques in battle. In other aspects, while there weren't many standout qualities, he was someone worth befriending. At this moment, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and the two walked home together. By the way, Qin Feng, would you like to visit number 1 high school? I happen to have some medicine for treating external injuries there, and I can give you some while you're at it. During the fierce battle with the bloodthirsty tiger just now, both of them had sustained varying degrees of external injuries. Although the injuries were not severe, external wounds should not be underestimated, as improper treatment could lead to infection. Alright, it's still early, so let's go take a look. Qin Feng had long been eager to see number 1 high school, and this was the perfect opportunity to take a good look. When they returned to Liangcheng, it was just around dusk. They arrived at the martial arts hall of Liangcheng number 1 high school. Inside the hall, silhouettes of people training could be seen constantly. Everyone was sweating profusely, displaying impressive skills. Their foundations were solid, and their moves were precise, clearly much stronger than the students of number 2 high school. Look, Su Mang, the school beauty, is back. The goddess is back. Wow, she's gotten even more beautiful. Who's that idiot next to her? How is he so close to the school beauty? So annoying. The two walked side by side, immediately drawing the attention of all the students in the martial arts hall. Resentment erupted among the crowd in an instant. Su Mang was the goddess in the hearts of countless male students, noble and pure. Yet now, there was a scoundrel beside her, grinning lewdly, igniting uncontrollable anger in everyone's hearts. Senior sister Su, who is he? Finally, someone couldn't hold back. A group of men dressed in black martial attire stepped out from the crowd, led by a fierce-looking man who was clearly not someone to be trifled with. He glared at Qin Feng with a jealous gaze, as if silently saying, "Kid, how dare you desecrate my goddess?" Sensing the hostility, Qin Feng smirked and raised his head to confront the man. "Lin Dong, he's my friend. I brought him here to visit the martial arts hall. Do I need to report this to you?" Su Meng's tone was cold, showing no regard for Lin Dong. Realizing the goddess was about to get angry, Lin Dong quickly tried to appease her. No, I just meant that it's always a pleasure to welcome friends from afar. Since he's senior sister Su's friend, let's exchange skills through martial arts. Let me spar with this young man. Lin Dong smiled, but his tone revealed an eagerness to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Hearing this, Su Mang waved her hand and said, "You're one of the school's top students, with strength surpassing the first rank. Sparring with my friend wouldn't be fair." Although Lin Dong appeared to be a big, clumsy guy, he was exceptionally talented, ranking second only to Su Mang at Liangcheng number 1 high school. On the other hand, apart from his speed, Qin Feng was not particularly outstanding in other aspects, making the fight rather unfair. "Oh, you're a top student at Liangcheng number 1 high school?" Upon hearing this information, Qin Feng couldn't help but say with interest, "Perfect, I'm from number 2 high school. I'd like to see what the top students from number 1 high school are made of. Since you're interested, let's have a sparring match." "Alright then, little brother, your courage is truly commendable. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time." Lin Dong was overjoyed, clearly having set a trap. "A friend from number 2 high school coming to challenge us? I'll make sure to give you a proper reception. Go call a few guys from the school newspaper to come and prepare for coverage." TSK, this guy really doesn't know his limits, daring to challenge our senior Lin Dong. Senior brother Lin Dong broke through the first rank in his first year of high school. Now his martial arts foundation is solid, and it's estimated that he can reach the second rank within this year. He even has a chance to be admitted to one of the 4 major academies. That kid from second high probably has no idea. The campus newspaper people are here. If today's event events get turned into news and published, Second High will be humiliated again. Get ready for a good show and watch him get disgraced. Before long, the martial arts hall was packed with people. The onlookers gathered, eagerly anticipating how Lin Dong would torment this nobody from Second High. Step onto the stage, Lin Dong said, pointing to the martial arts platform. Xin Feng shook his head. No need. It's just a matter of seconds. Why make such a fuss? Oh, are you planning to die on the spot? That works too. Lin Dong twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the martial arts hall, two elderly men stopped in their tracks to watch the commotion. The principal of number 1 high school, wearing reading glasses, asked, "What's going on?" "I heard someone from number 2 high school is here to challenge Lin Dong, and they're being quite arrogant about it." The assistant beside him replied softly. Number 2 high school is still as overconfident as ever. The big competition between the two schools is tomorrow, and yet they sent someone ahead to scout for information. Truly foolish. The old principal shook his head repeatedly. Have the campus newspaper report on this one-sided battle, and send a copy to the principal's office at number 2 high school. Let them retreat in shame. In his mind, Lin Dong was the trump card second only to Su Mang. For number 2 high school to send someone to challenge him was simply overestimating themselves. Just as he was mentally concluding the outcome and preparing to leave, the scene that unfolded next made his eyes widen. Senior brother Lin's punch seems to have reached the mid-grade level, with at least 5,000 pounds of force. Truly terrifying. This kid from class 2 is bound to lose. Step back, or you'll get splattered with blood. The crowd buzzed with discussion, everyone convinced that Qin Feng would surely lose. Even Su Mang frowned slightly. Was Lin Dong really going to seriously injure Qin Feng with such a ruthless attack? However, just when everyone had lost hope in Qin Feng, he remained exceptionally calm. As Lin Dong's massive hand came crashing down, Qin Feng merely extended one hand lightly and grasped it leisurely. Poof! Lin Dong's powerful punch was caught just like that, and the violent momentum came to an abrupt halt. "Are you here to do embroidery?" Feeling Lin Dong's weak strength, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a mocking remark. The next moment, he pushed his hand forward, and an even more violent force erupted from his palm. Boom! In an instant, before Lin Dong could react, he was sent flying backward like a cooked shrimp, his body arched. Atop the tall building, the old principal's gaze trembled. The boy from Second High actually sent Lin Dong flying with one palm? The crowd watching was stunned. At this moment, Lin Dong's arm hurt as if he'd just been through heartbreak, almost on the verge of fracturing. But he was also furious. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he stood up, his eyes flashing with anger. "I admit, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a first-rank martial artist as well. Not bad, you suit my taste." Boom! As these words were spoken, the entire crowd was shocked. Second High School actually had someone who broke through to the first rank? Those who could become martial artists before entering college were all extraordinary geniuses. Who exactly was this guy? They had never heard of him before. But today, you will definitely lose. Lin Dong glared angrily and suddenly drew a long blade from his side. "Oh," Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Getting anxious? Starting to use weapons now? Kid, don't say I bullied you. You can pick any weapon you like from here." Lin Dong hadn't completely lost his composure and maintained the demeanor of a strong fighter, pointing to the weapon rack nearby. It was stocked with all kinds of weapons. Qin Feng, without hesitation, chose an ordinary long blade, similar to Lin Dong's. "Very well, I will hold back later." Lin Dong charged at Qin Feng with a long blade in hand, his expression slightly peculiar. The blade swung through the air, and as it slashed down, a glimmer of light flashed. Raging Storm Slash. This strike carried a fierce blade wind, as if murderous intent was spreading. The crowd was stunned, and those with knowledge were deeply shocked. This move was an A-level blade technique, extremely difficult to master. In this world, techniques are generally divided into C-level, B-level, A-level, and S-level. A-level techniques possess extraordinary power. Rumor had it that the Lin family wielded blade-based powers, and now it seemed to be true. I didn't expect Lin Dong to have already trained in the Raging Storm Slash. Although it's only at the entry level and appears somewhat unrefined, its power is extraordinary, enough to crush others of the same level. This kid indeed has exceptional talent in blade techniques. If guided by a renowned master, he could surely become a blade cultivator famous across the world. Above, the middle-aged principal of a school nodded as he observed this move, casting an approving glance at Lin Dong, recognizing his potential. In contrast, Qin Feng, after receiving his weapon, was still trying to figure out how to hold the blade properly, looking extremely inexperienced, which amused the onlookers. After all, he had never used a blade before. "You don't know how to use a blade?" Su Mang's small face showed a hint of worry. "The first time using it, but it's not a big problem," Qin Feng said with a faint smile. "Be careful, use your speed to wear him down," Su Mang reminded. At this moment, Lin Dong was already charging in with the blade wind. Qin Feng did not follow the advice to dodge with speed, because he was unafraid. "Your blade technique is utterly unimpressive." Boom! He gathered all his strength into his hands, and as the opponent's blade slashed down, he suddenly raised his hands to block. Clang! The two blades collided fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Kneel before me. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and gathered his strength, unleashing it to the limit. Over 6,000 kilograms of force surged wildly. SSSSSS. The explosive blade wind came wave after wave, carrying deadly power. It was indeed the storm frenzy slash, filled with terrifying killing intent. Qin Feng's heart was slightly startled. Your blade technique is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, I have already comprehended the essence of the blade. Any blade attack to me is nothing more than a light drizzle, incapable of posing any threat. Playing with blades in front of him was simply showing off inferior skills. Qin Feng revealed a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he unexpectedly charged through the blade wind assault with his knife. Those blade winds were deflected one by one, as if soft eggs striking a rock, completely ineffective. What kind of monster are you? Seeing Qin Feng counterattack so effortlessly, Lin Dong was utterly dumbfounded. In his terror, he blurted out a curse. In just an instant, Qin Feng's violent strength sent him flying, and the blade that was resisting Qin Feng was instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! Lin Dong was sent flying again, but this time he wasn't so lucky and directly passed out. Damn! Did I see it wrong? Lin Dong lost? This guy is too strong, ridiculously strong. He's not even afraid of Lin Dong's Storm Fury slash. It seems he hasn't even used his full strength yet. In the martial arts club of First High School, everyone was in a panic. Qin Feng's strength was simply astonishing. Ding! Strength asterisk 1000. Ding! Comprehended Storm Fury slash. Ding! Acquired Lin Dong's martial arts talent. Qin Feng quickly recalled the moves of the Storm Fury slash in his mind. The techniques Lin Dong had just displayed now surged into his mind like a tide, forming a systematic blade technique that he could use. More importantly, he unexpectedly acquired the opponent's talent, a game Qin Feng had not anticipated before. Now, Qin Feng's talent has reached a new level. His comprehension and learning abilities have truly attained a genius level. In other words, even without the system, he can now rival true martial arts prodigies. What a rich and unexpected harvest. Your combat strength is deeply hidden. I was almost fooled by you. After the battle ended, Su Mang walked up to Qin Feng, showing a hint of surprise. She had thought Qin Feng only possessed astonishing speed, but she hadn't expected his strength to be equally formidable, breaking Lin Dong's blade technique purely with brute force. In any case, it was truly unexpected. Hee, just a humble display, Qin Feng said modestly. If he were to tell Su Mang that he had grown even stronger, she would probably be scared out of her wits. Upstairs, the old principal of No. 1 High School could no longer remain calm. The assistant beside him asked, "Principal, the campus newspaper's reporter has already documented this battle. Do you want it published? Hurry up and delete it. Just give a brief mention. Today's events must not be known to the people at No. 2 High School, especially the principal of No. 2 High School." The old principal's face was flushed with anger. However, when he looked at Qin Feng, there was a hint of complexity in his gaze. After visiting the martial arts club of No. 1 High School, Qin Feng returned with the external injury medicine given by Su Mang. He also borrowed a knife from Su Mang, intending to practice the newly learned Storm Fury slash. Back home, Qin Feng swung the knife in his room, training in the Storm Fury slash. With each slash, the blade wind was explosive. After an hour of continuous practice, his slashes could already unleash 7 or 8 blade winds, with increasingly astonishing power. A single slash could unleash a force of 15,000 kilograms, extremely violent. This technique had already reached the level of mastery, far surpassing Lin Dong's beginner level. "Hello, old who?" Qin Feng had just finished practicing and was about to rest when the phone rang. He saw it was a call from Old Hu. Old Hu was Qin Feng's only close friend at school. "Afeng, I heard your qualification for the Liangcheng competition tomorrow has been cancelled?" Old Hu asked over the phone. "Yeah, but it's no big deal. I don't care at all," Qin Feng replied with a smile. He no longer needed to rely on the Liangcheng competition to receive a scholarship, so he was completely indifferent to the matter. "Actually, I discussed it with my dad, and he agreed to let you be one of the alternates. Although the chances of getting on stage might be slim, but as long as you participate in the Liangcheng competition, everyone gets a scholarship. You know what I mean." Old Hu's words made Qin Feng pause slightly. He hadn't expected Old Hu to convince his principal father to secure him an alternate spot, going out of his way to help him get the scholarship. Truly a good brother. Qin Feng did not refuse Old Hu's kind gesture and hung up the phone. He had originally planned to give up on making a name for himself through the Liangcheng competition, but unexpectedly, Old Hu showed such loyalty and managed to get him a substitute spot. A substitute spot essentially means being a backup player. He would only get a chance to perform if the starting player voluntarily withdrew or was unable to compete. However, since the opportunity was handed to him, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't turn it down. When he shared the news with his sister, Qin Shaoling smiled with delight, as if she'd just eaten a white rabbit candy. "Brother, are you serious? You've become a substitute player?" "Well, I never knew Old Hu's dad was the principal. With his help, I got this opportunity." Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, I'll visit visit your school for a tour. Sure thing, number 1 high is my turf. I'll be your guide. The next day, Qin Feng arrived at number 2 high to gather. Seeing Qin Feng's figure appear, Zhou Dahai looked completely surprised. Why are you here? Didn't you hear what I said? Hee, I am now a substitute contestant, personally appointed by the principal, so there's no need to report to you, Qin Feng retorted to the mentor without backing down. With his current strength, he could easily crush Zhou Dahai and no longer feared him. At that moment, the principal arrived in his car, glanced at Qin Feng, and said, "You're that guy, right? Don't embarrass us from second high over there." Principal, who didn't pay much attention to Qin Feng, not even remembering his name, as Qin Feng appeared far too ordinary. If it weren't for his son's request, he wouldn't have broken the rules to give Qin Feng the chance to join the team. "Ah Feng, get in the car, let's go," said the tall, 1.8-meter figure of old who as he appeared and pulled Qin Feng into the car. Qin Feng's nemesis, Xinjia, was somewhat surprised by this, not expecting Qin Feng to be friends with the principal's son. So he's the principal's son's friend. I was wondering how he suddenly became a substitute, Zhou Dahai said indignantly. Today, second high had a total of 23 contestants, including Qin Feng and 2 other substitutes. Before departure, the girls formed a cheerleading squad to cheer on the team members. The sweet talk between class president Li Yuding and Shen Jie made Qin Feng feel a bit uncomfortable, but he had long become immune to Li Yuding's actions. "Since you've chosen Shen Jie, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. No matter what, I won't let myself be disgusted." The Liangcheng tournament was an annual martial arts competition for geniuses in Liangcheng. The city's TV stations and reporters had gathered early at first high, waiting for the tournament to begin, drawing the attention of the entire city. When second high's delegation arrived at first high, the old principal of first high, wearing glasses, came over and said, "Oh, old who, long time no see. How have you been lately? 2 years ago, you were so angry that your asthma flared up. I thought it would take you a year or so to recover." Principal, who responded with a laugh, "Of course, living another 50 or 60 years won't be a problem, at least longer than you." "That might be hard to say, old who. Did you bring your asthma medication today? If not, I can have someone prepare it right away." Do you think second high is doomed to lose? Have you ever beaten us at first high? Forgotten about the 16 consecutive losses? Principal, whose face turned red, "Last year we won 3 matches. Principal of number 1 high school, that was because we went easy on you." As soon as the 2 principals met, they began mocking each other sarcastically, like children arguing. The players from both schools, standing behind them, were dumbfounded. What a pair of old rivals bickering. "The match starts in an hour. Everyone go get ready." The martial arts stage began to be set up, and thousands of students from number 1 high school gradually entered the audience seats, waiting quietly for the competition to begin. Many reporters from various news outlets also set up their cameras, ready to capture the event. For Qin Feng and his team, it was free time. Having drunk quite a bit of water earlier, Qin Feng suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom as he walked. "Old who, come with me to the bathroom. This place is too big, it's hard to find." Old who looked disgusted. "You're a grown man and still need me to accompany you? I'm not in a hurry. I've been to number 1 high school a few times. It's at the far end on the left. Go ahead." Qin Feng had no choice but to rush over. However, just as he finished addressing his physiological needs, the restroom door next to him suddenly opened, and a scream came from behind. "Ah, you pervert." "Pervert? What pervert?" Qin Feng's heart tightened. "You pervert. You broke into the girls' restroom. I'm going to expose you," the pretty girl said mercilessly, taking out her phone, ready to film Qin Feng. Only then did Qin Feng realize what had happened. He had rushed in too quickly, the sign outside was blurry, and he had accidentally entered the girls' restroom. Crap, if she exposes me, won't my reputation be ruined? Realizing how serious this was, Qin Feng immediately covered his face with his clothes and shoved the girl aside. However, this girl was no pushover, she was surprisingly strong, clinging to him like an octopus and refusing to let go. Qin Feng had no choice but to knock her away. The girl shouted after him, "You pervert. Don't let me catch you, or I'll have my brother beat you to death." "Heh, what's so arrogant about that? My name's Chen Jia, from number 2 high. If you've got the guts, come after me." Qin Feng was startled, spun around, and bolted off faster than a rabbit. A few minutes later, he returned to Old Who's side, acting as if nothing had happened. Old Who asked, "I thought I heard someone screaming just now. Did you hear it?" "Nope, you must have misheard," Qin Feng replied, waving his hand, secretly relieved. If Old Who found out he'd accidentally entered the girls' restroom, he'd be utterly embarrassed. "Let's go, the competition's about to start." At this moment, the playground of number 1 high school was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone's mood was as fiery as the blazing sun in the sky. "Now, I announce the start of the Liangcheng Grand Competition. The competition rules remain the same as in previous years, with rankings determined by win rates. The top 5 contestants in this year's Grand Competition will qualify to participate in the National High School Martial Arts Tournament, where they will represent Liangcheng and showcase its spirit," the host announced on stage. Immediately after, a contestant from number 1 high school stepped onto the stage with an imposing presence. This is Yue. During the monthly exam, his strength exceeded 600 kilograms. I wonder how strong the contestants from number 2 high school are. Those losers from number 2 high school get crushed by us every year. They're just here to hand over points. I doubt they have any hope. Hard to say. Yesterday, the genius from second high challenged Lin Dong and even won, but I didn't see that guy today. Could it be that he didn't come to compete? Before the battle had even begun, the crowd started buzzing with discussion. At this moment, the principal of first high glanced at the seating area for second high's participants and noticed that Chin Fong was not among the 20 people present. Curious, he asked, "Old Hu, your participant from second high didn't come? Who are you talking about? All of our geniuses from second high are here." "Heh, Old Hu, you're still pretending in front of me. Even with a hidden trump card, you can't deceive everyone." The principal of No. 1 high school said with a smile, "Let me tell you, Su Mang is also participating in this competition. You have no chance of winning." "Ha, calling her for a competition of this level, is that really necessary? How shameless." Principal who was furious. Su Mang was a genius far beyond her peers, an invincible presence. Letting her compete meant that number 2 high school probably wouldn't win a single match today. Principal who felt the other side was deliberately trying to humiliate them. The competition started quickly, and number 2 high school's contestant was easily defeated by Yue, which was expected. The battles continued, and 3 consecutive contestants from number 2 high school were swept aside by Yue without any suspense. Number 1 high school was indeed the top high school in Liangcheng. The gap between the two sides was simply too large. Chin Fong sat in the corner of the substitute bench, almost dozing off from boredom. Fortunately, after Yue's successive victories, his stamina was finally exhausted, and he was unexpectedly defeated by Chen Jie, who seized the opportunity. Winner, number 2 high school, Chen Jie. Well done, Chen Jie. As expected, you lived up to my expectations and restored the honor of our second high school. Mentor Zhou Dahai cheered enthusiastically for Chen Jie on the stage. Chen Jie, you are the pride of second high. Are you tired? Do you need a break? A few pretty girls from second high asked with concern. In truth, Chen Jie's narrow victory over Yue had been extremely challenging, and he was already drenched in sweat. However, he gritted his teeth and put on a brave face. This is nothing. Fighting for the honor of second high is my mission. I can keep going. Alright, contestant Chen Jie from second high will continue the challenge, the host announced loudly. Which contestant from first high will step up? At that moment, on the substitute bench of first high, a girl heard Chen Jie's name and instantly burned with anger. She turned to the boy beside her and said indignantly, "Brother, that's the guy who was peeping at me in the girls' restroom earlier. You have to stand up for me." "What? That little punk bullied my sister? It's him. He even claims to be Chen Jie from second high, deliberately provoking me. Damn it, looking for trouble? I'll go up and take him down." The boy was furious, his aura erupting. As his figure stepped onto the stage, the entire school was instantly filled with shocked voices. "The little tyrant is back. Lin Xiao is actually back, and he's going to personally compete?" Lin Xiao is Lin Dong's older brother. Last night, after hearing that his younger brother was defeated, he bought a standing ticket from Yanjing overnight to rush back, wanting to see who this person from second high is that defeated his brother. He was the strongest fighter in first high before Su Mang transferred. It is said that Lin Xiao spent half a year in Yanjing honing his blade skills. Today, he returns after mastering them. I'm really looking forward to his performance. On the stage, Chen Jie, who had originally planned to put on an act, was stunned by the audience's reaction. How could a top-tier expert suddenly appear? This must be a joke. Why would someone target me like this? Lin Xiao exuded an overwhelming aura, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Chen Jie, as if he wanted to tear him apart on the spot. Chen Jie's heart tightened, realizing that their auras were on completely different levels. "Hello, I'm Chen Jie. Please go easy on me." "Cut the nonsense." Chen Jie originally wanted to make a friendly gesture, planning to say something about martial arts exchange. However, Lin Xiao had absolutely no interest in talking. Without a word, he dashed forward in a flash. Bang! Before Chen Jie could even react, his left eye took a punch. Wait a second. Bang! His right eye took another punch. Chen Jie was completely stunned. His opponent showed no mercy. The sheer force of the blows was unbearable. "Dare to bully my little sister, you pervert? I'll make sure you learn the consequences of peeping." While cursing furiously, Lin Xiao grabbed Chen Jie's body and drove his knee hard into Chen Jie's abdomen. Bang! 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 After just a few moves, Chen Jie was foaming at the mouth, his whole body limp on the ground, as powerless as if he'd been poisoned. "What? Oh my gosh. Big brother, when did I ever bully your sister?" He explained with a completely baffled expression, secretly thinking to himself, "Damn, did he mistake me for someone else?" Still trying to argue, Lin Xiao stepped on Chen Jie, sending him flying with a kick. "Io, spare me. I really didn't bully your sister. I don't even know your sister." Boom! Chen Jie was kicked into the air and then fell heavily to the ground, causing the floor of the martial stage to crack slightly. His internal organs organs throbbed with intense pain, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This scene left everyone stunned, their hearts filled with shock. Could it be that this is a sworn enemy who killed his father? Lin Xiao's strength far surpassed Qin Jie. Logically, the Liangcheng competition should have been a mere formality, and he would never have struck so ruthlessly. However, Qin Jie was beaten to the point of incoherence. It was truly miserable. I want a sir. After knocking Qin Jie to the ground, the overprotective brother Lin Xiao coldly crossed his arms, bringing the fight to an end. Meanwhile, Chen Jie remained in a dazed state the entire time, thinking to himself, this lunatic, when did I ever peep at your sister? This is such an injustice. Chen Jie felt unlucky. He had intended to put on a brave front and show off, but instead, he ended up being beaten into a concussion on the spot. What a loss. Xin Feng, watching the scene from below the stage, couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if he had gone a bit too far with his antics. However, he had just observed Lin Xiao's moves, which were extremely dominant, indicating that he was a skilled fighter. Sure enough, in the subsequent battles, Lin Xiao dominated the martial stage, defeating 7 contestants from number 2 high school in a row. For a moment, Principal Hu and many mentors looked as dark as the bottom of a pot. The defeat was too devastating. The powerful old Hu, despite having a combat strength of 850 kilograms, was still easily sent flying with one hand by the opponent. The contestants from number 2 high school were at a loss, with no one able to match him. What a strong guy. He alone was able to defeat 20 of us. Of the 7 who just went up, 5 ended up with broken bones. This guy is too ruthless. Fighting him is way too risky. It's all Qin Jie's fault for provoking him, making us suffer along with him. Who would dare go up now? I still want to live a little longer. In the resting area of number 2 high school, the contestants were filled with fear, and no one dared to step onto the stage to challenge Lin Xiao for a long time. Rather than smashing an egg against a rock and ending up covered in wounds, it was better to graduate peacefully, get into martial arts university, and secure a stable future career. Why aren't you going? Principal Hu scanned the crowd and saw the contestants from number 2 high school retreating one by one. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head inwardly. As expected, the gap between the two schools was still too wide. So far, their second high school has only won one match by sheer luck thanks to Qin Jie. It's one thing to be outmatched by the opponent, but the most humiliating part is that during the grand event of the Liangcheng competition, second high school has turned into a coward. Such a situation has never occurred in previous competitions, and the reputation of second high school is about to be completely ruined. Today is a disgrace for second high school. After today, I will resign to take responsibility. Principal Hu spat out a sentence with a tone of bitter disappointment, already prepared to announce the team's surrender. But if that happened, the news would make headlines on all the major TV stations in Liangcheng, becoming a disgrace in the eyes of the public. Second high, are there any men left? Seeing no response for a long time, Lin Xiao on the stage coldly glanced toward the second high's resting area and taunted, whoever comes, I'll let you use one hand. Haha, so cowardly. Is this all second high has got? Such trash. I think there's no need to hold next year's competition at all. Anyway, second high's spirit has been completely crushed, and they'll always be under our first high. They even claim to be first high's only competitor. Turns out they're just second rate. I could go up and make them cry. The people from second high are about to cry. TSK. In the audience, students from number 1 high school mocked the delegation from number 2 high school, with some even making crying gestures to provoke the competitors from number 2 high school. Xiaoling, you said your brother is also participating in the competition. Which one is your brother? At this moment, someone among a group of fashionably dressed girls asked Qin Xiaoling, could it be that your brother doesn't dare to go on stage either? He might as well transfer schools. With that kind of courage, why even practice martial arts? Exactly, I bet your brother isn't even as tough as the girls in our school. A few close friends laughed mockingly, and Qin Xiaoling's face turned red with anger as she argued, that's not true. My brother is very strong, and he's very brave. He won't shy away from a challenge. Qin Xiaoling knew her brother's personality very well. Xin Feng had always been protective of her since they were young, brave and unafraid of challenges, even a bit stubborn. Haha, then, why has your brother turned into a coward? If he's so capable, let him come up and fight. A girl pursed her lips and smiled, leaving Qin Xiaoling so angry she was at a loss for words. In the rest area of the second high school, hearing Lin Xiao's provocation on stage, Xin Feng stood up, thinking discontentedly, damn it, humiliating them is one thing, but even humiliating me? What arrogance. Principal, now that they've forfeited, do I have the qualification to go on stage? You? Principal Hu glared, and Zhou Dahai raised an eyebrow. Xin Feng, are you joking? Feng, Lin Xiao hits very hard. Your strength. Hee, don't worry, I can handle this kind of trash with just one hand, Xin Feng said with a smile. Principal Hu sighed helplessly. Losing was still better than having no one dare to step up. Finally, with a substitute willing to go, he quickly nodded in agreement. Winning or losing doesn't matter, just ensure your own safety. Go ahead. Xin Feng, take care. The people from second high didn't have much hope for Xin Feng, they only wished for his safety. With that, Xin Feng stepped onto the the martial stage. However, the moment he ascended, the people from First High suddenly became unsettled. Old Hu, you really are cunning, hiding your trump card like this. What trump card? Are you talking about Qin Feng? Are you truly clueless, or are you just pretending? The principal of First High said indignantly, Qin Feng might be the strongest contestant in the history of your second high, but don't think that will intimidate us. Lin Xiao is no weaker than him. Are you kidding? Qin Feng is just our substitute player. How could he be strong? Principal who was completely baffled. Zhou Dahai secretly chuckled at the naivety of the principal of number 1 high school. Qin Feng is just an ordinary player, yet the old folks at number 1 high school actually regard him as our trump card. How foolish, treating Qin Feng as a savior. However, just 5 seconds after Qin Feng stepped onto the stage, a scream erupted from the crowd. Lin Xiao was taken down by him with one hand. On the stage, Lin Xiao was holding up a heavy object with both hands, struggling against the immense force from Qin Feng. One of his knees was half kneeling on the ground, and the floor beneath him was slightly cracking, emitting crunching sounds. The audience stared in disbelief at the confrontation between the two. Qin Feng had just used his exceptional speed to swiftly suppress Lin Xiao to the ground. If Lin Xiao hadn't reacted quickly, he might have already been defeated, and he did it with just one hand. The sheer power was astonishing. Principal Hu and the crowd from number 2 high school all widened their eyes in shock, completely dumbfounded. Qin Feng, how could he be dominating this battle? How did Ah Feng do that? Could this be an illusion? His close friend Lao Hu suddenly stood up. You ambushed me. At this moment, Lin Xiao's face showed embarrassment as he gritted his teeth and shouted, You've successfully angered me. Prepare to face my punishment. Boom! After speaking, his body trembled, unexpectedly unleashing a force exceeding 8,000 kilograms, breaking free from Qin Feng's grasp. You're angry? Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Where did your arrogance go just now? Oomph, kneel before me. Lin Xiao, in his fury, drew a long blade from his side. With a tremor of his step, the sharp blade's edge stirred up a fierce gust of wind. SSSSSSSSS. Such a sharp blade wind carried destructive power. Storm Fury Slash, minor mastery level. Look, another blade wind. Even the floor is being torn up. This is an A-rank blade technique. Lin Xiao has been training in the capital for half a year, and today he was actually forced to use his trump card. The talent of the Dao Sect family is truly exceptional, one instructor said in shock, praising his mastery of blade techniques. Lin Xiao, like a peerless master, charged at Qin Feng with a long blade in hand. As he slashed, the sound of the wind howled along with it. Whoosh, roar. The floor where Qin Feng stood was violently torn apart, and the martial stage turned into utter chaos, as if a typhoon had swept through. Seeing this, Qin Feng also drew a blade and swung it lightly. Clang! The two forces clashed in midair, and Qin Feng felt a sudden numbness in his arm, causing him to involuntarily take several steps back. You're indeed much stronger than your useless younger brother. You've already mastered the small accomplishment level of the storm rending slash perfectly. After the exchange, Qin Feng smiled calmly. But I'll show you the power of a higher level storm rending slash. Are you joking? Lin Xiao frowned, unable to believe that Qin Feng had actually withstood his strike. He thought to himself, knowing that he had apprenticed under a renowned blade master in Yanjing and had occasionally managed to defeat the geniuses of the aristocratic families there. But in Qin Feng's eyes, he was nothing more than a clay chicken or pottery dog, not worth mentioning at all. Yet he dared to boast that he would teach him a stronger blade technique, which was nothing short of a fool's dream. Kneel before me. Lin Xiao's face turned red as he mercilessly slashed out with his blade. A fierce wind arose, rushing straight toward Lin Feng. Roar! Like a roaring tiger, the wind carried an aura of utter destruction. My goodness, the power of this strike exceeds 10,000 kilograms, unstoppable. The storm-rending slash at the minor achievement level can temporarily boost superhuman explosive power. Lin Xiao, a genius of the blade. Qin Feng is destined to lose and will likely suffer serious injuries because of it. What a pity, forcing out Lin Xiao's strongest move. Do your best. Such a talent is rare even in second high school. He deserves to be nurtured well. Everyone believed Qin Feng would surely lose. However, in the face of this destructive strike, Qin Feng appeared incredibly calm. Get lost. As the frenzied blade's secret wind swept in, he let out a soft shout, and in an instant, the scene turned into a chaotic storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, swish swish swish. Small tornadoes unexpectedly formed all around, with blade winds rampaging within, incomparably sharp and brimming with murderous intent. This is Lin Xiao, who was holding the blade, froze, deeply feeling the power surrounding him, his face instantly turning pale, because this was the perfected realm of the storm. Frenzy slash. No matter what, he could not contend with it. How do you know the storm frenzy slash? This is the blade technique passed down in my family. Qin Feng, you kneel. The white storm mercilessly swept Lin Xiao into it, leaving the crowd with their mouths agape and faces full of astonishment. Lin Xiao's swordsmanship in front of Qin Feng seemed as childish and weak as playing house. Moments later, Lin Xiao fell from midair, his clothes in tatters, his body covered in knife wounds, though none were fatal. Qin Feng had held back. He didn't want to kill in such a setting, especially since there was no deep-seated hatred between him and Lin Xiao. Ding, Strength * 2000. Ding, Storm Fury / acquired. Ding, Storm Raging / has been actively cultivated to perfection. Ding, Talent acquired. Such a scene appeared on Qin Feng's panel. Talent level, LV3. Talent has levels? His heart was filled with curiosity. This thing could actually be played like this. I won. Qin Feng, he won. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Lin Xiao was actually defeated by him using the same blade technique. This guy has mastered an even stronger Storm Fury / Hee, I told you my brother is strong. He's no coward. Qin Feng's victory finally allowed Qin Xiaoling, who had been holding her breath, to feel a sense of pride. Her biggest worry was her brother's performance on the field, but now he had unexpectedly defeated one of the strongest players from No. 1 high school. How could Qin Xiaoling not be excited? This was a hard slap in the face to the female classmates who had mocked her brother earlier. A few of the girls lowered their heads, their faces flushed red, unable to argue back. He won? When did Qin Feng become so powerful? This doesn't make sense. Yes, my good brother won. Our second high has hope now. In the second high's resting area, everyone stood up, their faces filled with surprise and astonishment. Applause echoed continuously, releasing the tension in their hearts. At the same time, they were extremely curious. How had Qin Feng, who used to perform so averagely, suddenly become so terrifyingly strong? Could he have hired a ringer? It's him again. I thought Lin Xiao could easily defeat second high, but I didn't expect even Lin Xiao to lose to him. On the other side, the principal of first high's face turned red with anger. Qin Feng had repeatedly embarrassed them, which was simply unacceptable. Principal, this student's performance just now has already reached above the second rank. He's incredibly formidable and cannot be underestimated. Yes, apart from Su Mang, the other contestants are around the first rank and can't compete with him at all. The upcoming battles will become difficult. To be on the safe side, why not use a relay strategy to wear him down, exhaust him, and then send Su Mang in at the end? That would guarantee victory. A mentor proposed the suggestion, and after some thought, the principal found it reasonable. Just as she was about to use the relay strategy to deplete Qin Feng's stamina, Qin Feng spoke up. There are still 18 contestants from first high school. Going one by one is too troublesome. How about this? All of you come at me together. I want to fight 18 at once. He declared war on first high school, challenging 18 contestants simultaneously. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was shocked. Challenging 18 people at once, does he think he's Ip Man? Although Qin Feng undoubtedly displayed his genius in the battle against Lin Xiao, challenging 18 people at the same time is simply unimaginable. Among the contestants from first high school, there are 3 or 4 individuals whose strength has reached the pinnacle level, making them standouts among their peers in Liangchang. If you add the historically strongest prodigy Su Mang, then no matter how strong Lin Feng is, he would be worn down to death. Su Mang alone is enough to defeat him, so how could he possibly handle the others? Arrogant. Does he really think first high school is easy to bully? Whether he is bringing disgrace upon himself or acting out of ignorance and fearlessness, today, first high will undoubtedly claim the top 5 spots. Brothers, show him what we're made of, or this kid will really be like a little donkey with bells, jingling foolishly. The competitors from first high were furious. They had their own pride. Qin Feng stood on the stage, his gaze directed toward the first high competitors' seats. At that moment, a graceful figure approached from afar, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The one capable of captivating the crowd was none other than Su Mang. Su Mang, now that you're here, the honor of first high rests on your shoulders. Seeing Su Mang finally arrive, the principal of first high breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still cautiously reminded her, you've seen this guy before. His strength is even greater than expected. Be careful. I'll have the others cover for you. Su Mang, however, remained stern and unsmiling, her expression grave. Everyone else, step back. Everyone else, step back? Everyone was stunned. Was Su Mang planning to go one-on-one? Senior sister Su Mang, I've tolerated him for long enough. Give me a chance to teach him a lesson. 1. Contestant wanted to show off in front of Su Mang. Su Mang said nothing, and the man leapt onto the stage to test Qin Feng. The next second, he was sent flying back. Bang! He landed flat on his back, sprawled out like a fallen king, the scene utterly miserable. Witnessing this, the other contestants from first high dared not step onto the stage. Even Li Yan, one of the top 5 in the entire school, had been instantly defeated. Whoever went up next would surely meet the same fate. Everyone obeyed Su Meng's words and retreated below the stage, leaving only Su Mang to step onto the battered and broken martial platform. I never thought there would be a showdown between us. Qin Feng smiled and said, I didn't expect to have a chance to make a move in the Liangcheng competition. Su Mang also smiled. I heard you're a super genius. Shall we give it a try? Sure, it's been a long time since I had a good fight. The casual exchange between the two left the onlookers stunned. Their relationship was unexpectedly close. Su Mang lightly stepped forward, her movements graceful, and in an instant, she transformed into a flickering shadow, leaving the ground beneath her shadow. shattered. She moved like a phantom, leaving only an afterimage behind. This is footwork. Principal, who was utterly shocked to have mastered such agility at such a young age. What an extraordinary talent. Qin Feng, unwilling to be outdone, also transformed into a blur and charged forward. Bang! The two clashed fiercely, instantly producing a deafening sound. The surrounding air rippled and spread, an awe-inspiring sight. Second grade. Combat strength, speed also meets second grade standards. Coupled with your unique understanding of blade techniques, you are indeed impressive. After the strike, both retreated. Su Mang spoke, having already gauged Qin Feng's strength. I hope you will show your true power and fight me seriously. Qin Feng realized that Su Mang's speed slightly surpassed his own, and she seemed completely at ease during their exchange. Her strength was so formidable it was hard to fathom. Come! In the ensuing battle, the power unleashed by the two easily exceeded 10,000 kilograms. What was originally a sparring event among martial apprentices had now turned into a duel between two second-grade prodigies. Around the martial stage, countless cameras and lenses were aimed at them as reporters pressed their shutters to capture this most spectacular competition in Liangqing's history. He can fight Su Mang for dozens of rounds, which shows his exceptional talent, but the ultimate winner will undoubtedly be Su Mang. The battle isn't over yet. Why do you think our Qin Feng will lose? Everything depends on the results of the fight. Just wait, your second highest trump card won't last much longer. The two veteran principals under the stage refused to back down, bickering incessantly. Meanwhile, on the stage, after a fierce clash of power, Su Mang drew her sword. With one strike, the sword's intent swept across the arena, emitting a resonant hum. This is sword intent. A genius, a swordsmanship prodigy, Su Mang has actually comprehended sword intent. The principal of Yizhong School's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he suddenly slammed the table and stood up, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. Every weapon has its unique intent. Blades have blade intent, swords have sword intent, and staffs have staff intent. And intent represents your perception of the weapon, symbolizing your innate talent in that area. To comprehend intent is to achieve enlightenment. There are many martial practitioners in the world who spend their entire lives unable to grasp the intent of a blade or sword. But Su Mang was truly terrifying, an absolute prodigy. To comprehend sword intent at such a young age, she truly deserves to be called a super genius. In the future, her speed in mastering any sword technique will be 100 times that of an ordinary person. This is the genius of the sword path, the mentor said, trembling. Cloud-piercing sword technique. Su Mang's long sword quivered, darting toward Qin Feng like a frenzied serpent. The sword intent was faint, yet it carried a determination to tear through everything. Raging storm slash. Qin Feng had no extra techniques to use and swung his blade wildly. He had thought this was just an ordinary blade technique, and that facing Su Mang would be an act of overestimating himself. However, the moment the blade was unsheathed, it erupted with an unimaginably fierce will. That violent will was domineering and direct, yet it also exuded a simple and unadorned quality. Blade intent. He has also comprehended blade intent. My heavens, what level of competition is this? Both of them have actually grasped their respective wills. How can this be? That's right, it's a trace of blade intent. Su Mang unleashed sword intent, but Qin Feng also erupted with blade intent. I truly underestimated him earlier. Principal, who was ecstatic inside. Faced with Su Mang's astonishing offensive, Qin Feng responded with a domineering stance. He had never paid attention to Qin Feng's abilities before. At this moment, however, Zhou Dahai's expression was extremely grim, with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. When suppressing Qin Feng, he had never imagined that this young man was actually a hidden prodigy. Can he do it too? With a loud boom, the martial stage was destroyed by two opposing wills, reduced to ruins. Su Mang was inwardly shocked and doubtful, a trace of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Qin Feng's strength was far greater than she had imagined. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in another earth-shattering battle, forcing the spectators to retreat continuously. The ferocious power pushed the fight to a fever pitch. If we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to determine a winner. Su Mang looked at Qin Feng. Both of them were in a sorry state, and the battlefield was already unrecognizable. It was clear that no victor could be decided in the short term. Qin Feng looked up and asked, "So, what do you mean?" "Let's call it a day," Su Mang said decisively. "Alright, then we won't fight for now. We'll have another chance to compete." Qin Feng nodded in response. Between him and Su Mang, whether in strength or speed, they were almost evenly matched. If they continued fighting, it might take another 2 or 3 hours to determine the winner, and by then, both sides would undoubtedly be battered and bloodied. Moreover, the national high school competition was set to take place in a month. If they sustained serious injuries, it would inevitably affect that event, making it not worth the cost. Qin Feng also understood that Su Mang still had a trump card, and he wasn't entirely confident he could defeat this woman. The two stepped off the stage simultaneously, leaving the referee stunned. What's going on? Did they just call it a draw? Seriously? They're not fighting anymore? The winner hasn't even been decided yet. Two champions this year. This is the most exciting exciting competition I've ever seen." The two old principals exchanged a glance and let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. Our number 1 high school, number 2 high school, didn't lose after all. Moments later, the referee began announcing the results. Su Mang from Two Cities number 1 high school, Qin Feng from Liangcheng number 2 high school, tied for first place, both becoming this year's rookie king. As soon as these words were spoken, countless cameras turned toward the two. Qin Feng, a newly rising dark horse, has demonstrated astonishing strength with talent that rivals the prodigies of prestigious families, destined to become the future pillar of Liangcheng. Liangcheng number 2 high school breaks the shackles of history, achieving its first rookie king title and proudly tying with number 1 high school. Qin Feng single-handedly shouldered the heavy burden of second high school, sweeping away the humiliation and ending in a draw with Su Mang. We are witnessing the rise of a local genius. Looking forward to Qin Feng's performance in the national high school competition a month from now, several martial arts experts in the city predict that Liangcheng is highly likely to enter the national top 30 for the first time in this event, or even the top 20. That evening, an overwhelming wave of news reports flooded in, making Qin Feng the most talked about figure among the people of Liangcheng. The media painted Qin Feng's performance in glowing terms, as if he were the future of Liangcheng. However, Qin Feng paid little attention to the external praise. He knew in his heart that the most important thing now was to improve his strength and preparation for the national high school competition a month later. The National High School Grand Competition is the most prestigious and highly anticipated event for the youth group in Xia country. Winning the competition will earn a Chilean fruit, rumored to be a priceless treasure with extremely significant effects. If I could get it, that would be amazing. Thinking about the generous rewards of the National High School Martial Arts Competition, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in his heart. The next day, Qin Feng received the highest level reception from Principal Hu. A group of school leaders followed behind, expressing their concern and stating their commitment to nurturing Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, we will provide you with 3 million in funding as a reward for this Liangcheng Grand Competition." Principal Hu smiled and said, "In addition, you may freely select 2 martial arts techniques from the library for training to prepare for the National Martial Arts Competition 1 month from now." "Alright, thank you very much, Principal." Qin Feng was filled with joy. A $3 million reward was undoubtedly the highest in the history of Liangcheng number 2 high school. Principal Hu was incredibly accommodating to Qin Feng's requests. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Feng headed to the library and selected 2 top-tier martial techniques. The 2 martial techniques were 9 Fists of Heaven Shaking and Giant Elephant Body Refinement Technique. The former is a fist technique with 9 levels. When mastered to its peak, it can unleash an ultimate 9-fold base power, striking 9 fist shadows simultaneously, leaving opponents defenseless. It is particularly suitable for chaotic battles. As for the Giant Elephant Body Refinement Technique, as the name suggests, it is a martial technique for tempering the body. When perfected, the physical body becomes as indestructible as an ancient divine elephant, impervious to blades and spears. However, cultivating this technique requires a massive consumption of vitality and is extremely challenging, typically chosen only by specialized body cultivators. Yet, Qin Feng chose these 2 books. These 2 martial techniques share one common trait: their cultivation difficulty is extremely high, with only 1 in 10,000 able to even get started. Principal Hu looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Even some 5th or 6th grade experts may not gain anything after cultivating for 20 or 30 years. Are you sure you want to choose these 2? "Yes, I want these 2 S-level martial techniques." Such rare treasures, with only 2 in the entire school, were the only ones Qin Feng deemed worthy. With his current talent, he believed he could master them quickly. "Alright, go ahead." Watching Qin Feng's determined figure, Principal Hu felt a surge of emotion. It was truly rare for someone so young to possess such courage and resolve. Back home, Qin Feng was about to start cultivating when his phone suddenly rang. Phone, it's me. I want to talk to you about something." Beep beep beep. Hearing Li Yuding's voice, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond and directly hung up. However, Li Yuding quickly called again. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feng had no choice but to answer. "Say what you have to say quickly, I don't have time." "Feng, I want to treat you to a meal to celebrate you becoming the new king of Liangcheng. Can you come?" On the other end of the phone, Li Yuding's voice carried a hint of charm. "My parents will be there too." "No need, I'm not interested." "Then can I ask you to agree to one thing for me?" After being rejected, Li Yuding asked, "What is it?" Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. "I heard there's some misunderstanding between you and Chen Jie. I hope you won't make things difficult for him in the future, okay?" "Ha, Li Yuding, you think too highly of yourself." Hearing her request, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Back when he bullied me, you chose to turn a blind eye. Now that I've made something of myself, you come to plead for him? Even if I have a grudge against him, it's not your place to point fingers. Don't contact me again. I'm not as easygoing as you think." "Qin Feng, you're too much." Beep beep beep. Qin Feng's words made Li Yuding extremely displeased. She was about to lose her temper but was cut off when he hung up the phone. Shaking his head head, Qin Feng could only laugh inwardly. Once upon a time, Li Yuding betrayed him and sided with the rich second-generation Qinjie. Now, Qin Feng had risen against all odds, becoming the new rising star of Liang City with a bright future ahead. Yet she wanted to return to his side again. Even after Qin Feng decisively rejected her, she still had the audacity to plead for Qinjie. Did this woman really think Qin Feng was a spineless lapdog? Now we are already people from two different worlds. You must bear the consequences of your choices. In his heart, he silently cast Li Yuding aside, as if he had never known her. Over the next few days, Qin Feng bought a 3-bedroom apartment, improving his family's living conditions. Meanwhile, Qin Shaoling, thanks to Qin Feng becoming the new rising star of Lianchang, received significant training and performed exceptionally well. While having dinner in the evening, Qin Feng's doorbell rang. Qin Feng opened the door and saw Zhou Dahai's pancake-shaped face. Instantly, Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he asked icily, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Dahai had once suppressed Qin Feng in various ways, even stripping him of his qualification for the Liangcheng competition. For Qin Feng, this past was undoubtedly a source of resentment. "I brought you some fruit, mainly to apologize on behalf of Qinjie. Here's 5 million. I hope we can put the past behind us." Zhou Dahai smiled as he handed over a bank card. Qin Feng glanced at it indifferently, naturally understanding that the 5 million was from Qinjie's family. But he refused. "You can leave. I won't take this money." 10 million. Qinjie's parents hope you can join the martial arts school they founded. What do you think? Zhou Dahai took out a bank card from his pocket again. "I know I was prejudiced before, but you have to understand, Qinjie's parents have considerable influence locally. You should just take what you can and let it go. Your performance in the Liangcheng competition was truly surprising, with extraordinary talent. You might even become an outstanding high-grade powerhouse in the future. But right now, compared to a family with a 4th-grade powerhouse, you seem too weak. Do you understand what I mean? Don't let things get too tense. Get lost. I, Qin Feng, have never cared about anyone else's attitude. What does it matter to me if his family has power? Take care, I won't see you out." Bang! Qin Feng slammed the door shut, rejecting the visitor. So what if Qinjie's father was a 4th-rank powerhouse? Qin Feng had nothing to fear. After being turned away, Zhou Dahai's face darkened like that of a corpse. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to refuse the massive temptation of 10 million, not even giving him a way to save face. "Well, Qin Feng, now that you've gained some power, you've started spouting arrogant words, haven't you? Do you think being a genius is that simple? You have no idea how treacherous society can be." Zhou Dahai stormed off in anger. "You're saying he won't fall for it?" Lying on the hospital bed, Qinjie's eyes gleamed upon hearing the news. "Since he refuses to give me face, I must deal him a ruthless blow. Otherwise, I'll live in his shadow for the rest of my life, with no chance of turning things around." A vicious idea flashed through Qinjie's mind. He absolutely couldn't let his mortal enemy Qin Feng continue to grow. In a forest on the outskirts of Liangcheng, the morning mist drifted through the mountains, and the sunrise in the east cast a ray of dawn on Qin Feng's handsome face. "Ha!" With a loud shout, he suddenly swung his fist and struck the towering tree in front of him. His punch was like a thunderclap, accompanied by a deafening sound, and the giant tree, tens of meters tall, fell in response. "Let's try again." He gathered strength in his right hand once more and unleashed a second punch. Boom! The rumbling explosion echoed through the space, and this time, 5 or 6 trees in front of him were all cut down horizontally, with only 3 faint traces of fist shadows lingering. Good, the 3rd level is successful too. My strength can now reach a maximum combat power of 30,000 based on the original foundation, though the power of my vital energy and blood hasn't fully erupted yet. In just one day, Qin Feng not only successfully mastered the heaven-shaking 9 fists but also astonishingly advanced it to the 3rd level, with 3 fist shadows erupting simultaneously. If outsiders were to learn of such efficiency, their jaws would surely drop. Others spend decades just to get started, yet he accomplished it in a single day? Is he even human? Afterward, Qin Feng began practicing the giant elephant body refining technique, gathering his vital energy in his dantian and sensing it back and forth. After a morning of effort, he finally grasped its intricacies. Body refining techniques require a large amount of beast blood for tempering. The higher the grade of the demonic beast blood, the more remarkable the effect. I can't miss this opportunity. Having laid a solid foundation, he set out to search for demonic beasts. This forest, located 500 miles outside Liang City, was vast in area and home to countless demonic beasts, most of which were at least 2nd grade. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the beasts became. Qin Feng had just stepped in when he encountered a wild giant lizard. The wild giant lizard was a 2nd grade demonic beast, extremely ferocious among beasts of the same level, and specialized in preying on other demonic beasts. Gurgle, gurgle. The wild giant lizard let out a terrifying cry, its eyes locking onto the human before it, then pounced like an arrow released from a bow. Well, it doesn't run when it sees me. It's practically delivering itself to my doorstep. Qin Feng lightly shifted his step, dodging the pounce, and struck the wild giant lizard's thick belly with his bare fist. chest. Smack! Instantly, the wild giant lizard turned into a pool of blood, exploding with a single punch. I mustn't forget my punching power. Ordinary second-grade demonic beasts can't withstand it. I'll have to go easier next time. His strength was now overwhelmingly powerful, and he was still struggling to adapt. Strength * 200, defense effect * 1, the attribute gains were negligible, so Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to check. However, he was quite interested in the blood of the wild giant lizard and began drinking it in large gulps. In an instant, Qin Feng's body began to heat up, a flush appearing on his forehead. The sensation was akin to taking a stimulant, leaving him incredibly energized. The giant elephant body refining technique started to take effect. Ding! Killed a wild giant lizard. Strength * 300. Ding! Defense effect * 1. Ding! Killed a twin-tailed silver wolf. Strength * 500. Ding! Killed a shadow frenzy leopard. Speed * 10. Ding! Defense effect * 1. Ding! Strength * 500. Killing beasts here posed almost no difficulty, and the efficiency of grinding was extremely high. By the end of the first day, his strength had already risen to an astonishing 16,000 kilograms. From then on, he practiced his fist techniques while continuing to hunt beasts. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Feng silently broke through to the third-grade realm. Combat power, 18,000 kilograms, 21,000 kilograms, 26,500 kilograms, 39,999 kilograms, just one step away from reaching 40,000 combat power. During this period of beast-slaying training, Qin Feng's giant elephant body refining technique had also reached the minor accomplishment stage. Now, his skin had taken on a bronze hue, becoming indestructible. On one occasion, Qin Feng accidentally entered the nest of giant venomous scorpion beasts. Dozens of giant venomous scorpions surrounded him completely, even launching a sneak attack from behind. Caught off guard, Qin Feng never expected that a venomous scorpion was hiding underground, which managed to sneak up and bite him. Ding! Defense effect 100%, counter damage 30%. Qin Feng was shocked. The giant venomous scorpion that had launched the sneak attack bit his hand, and its teeth instantly shattered. The scorpion thought to itself, "You actually dressed up in top-tier combat gear, truly can't afford to lose." At this moment, Qin Feng realized that the defensive attributes, combined with the giant elephant body refining technique, could almost completely withstand the attacks of first-grade demonic beasts. Is it really this strong? First-grade demonic beasts pose no threat to me at all. He was overjoyed and began letting the venomous scorpions bite him at will. As a result, one by one, the venomous scorpions were injured by the counterattack, and without Qin Feng needing to lift a finger, the entire swarm of scorpions had already fallen. Ding! Strength * 100. Ding! Strength * 100. He cheerfully picked up the attributes that had fallen to the ground and continued to wander. When Qin Feng was about to find a place to rest, he happened to encounter a group of human warriors. There were 4 of them, all quite young, around 20 years old. They were well-equipped, dressed in silver combat suits, each set worth millions, clearly indicating they were societal warriors. They all bore obvious injuries and bloodstains, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the 4 of them took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Young man, where are you from?" "Liancheng," Qin Feng replied indifferently. "Are you also from Liancheng? What a coincidence, so am I." The leading man, upon hearing Qin Feng's response, immediately struck up a friendly conversation. "My name is Zhao Gang, I'm from Liancheng, currently developing in Binchang Martial Arts Hall. These 3 are my teammates." "Binchang?" Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. That was also a city with a population exceeding 5 million, far more prosperous than Liancheng. Unfortunately, martial arts had declined there, and no outstanding martial arts talents had emerged. Since they were fellow townsmen, Qin Feng and Zhao Gang had a lively chat, and Zhao Gang was quite talkative. Through observation, Qin Feng roughly gauged that the strength of Zhao Gang and his 3 companions was all above the 2nd rank. If they ventured into this beast forest alone, their relatively weak strength would confine them to the outskirts. However, as a team of 4, exploring the deeper areas was feasible. "By the way, brother, since you're here training alone, why don't we team up and cooperate?" Zhao Gang extended an invitation to Qin Feng. "We've located a white-haired giant ape using a tracker, and preliminary estimates suggest that beast's strength is at the high 2nd rank. We weren't its match just now. If you join us, we should be able to successfully kill it." Qin Feng fell into deep thought after hearing this. Seeing his hesitation, someone beside him said, "The complete white-furred giant ape's pelt is worth over 50 million. If we're lucky, it might even have a beast core inside, which is an incredibly rare treasure. Whether you sell it or use it yourself, it's extremely valuable. Little brother, you just need to make a move, and we'll give you 20%. "I see. Then let's join forces." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. He had also heard of the white-furred giant ape's beast core, which was indeed a very precious medicinal material, perfectly suited for him. Seeing Qin Feng agree, the 4 of them had a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Qin Feng and Zhao Gang's group followed the trail, and after half an hour of trekking, they finally arrived outside outside a cave. Ancient trees towered outside the cave, lush grass carpeted the ground, and the terrain clearly bore traces of recent battles. This is the place. The white-haired giant ape is inside, probably recovering from its injuries. Let's go in and kill it, Zhao Gang said. Qin Feng paused briefly, then followed the group as they stepped inside. The cave was pitch dark, making it hard to see, but Zhao Gang and the others were evidently well prepared, carrying powerful illumination sticks that dispelled the obscurity ahead. We're here. 10 minutes later, they finally reached the end of the cave, where a 7 to 8 meter tall white-haired giant ape was sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. Zhao Gang whispered to Qin Feng, "This beast's weak points are its crown and cervical vertebrae. Try to kill it in one strike, otherwise, it will be very dangerous." "All right." Qin Feng nodded, and the group silently approached, moving quickly. Just as Qin Feng was the first to get close to the white-haired giant ape, the ape suddenly opened its eyes, its massive black pupils locking onto the 5 people in front of it. Someone had intruded into its territory. The white-haired giant ape roared furiously, its enormous arm sweeping horizontally toward Qin Feng. At this moment, Zhao Gang, standing behind, revealed a sly smile. "Brother, sorry about this." After speaking, he shouted to the other 3, "Grab the stuff and let's go." Smoke bombs. Swish, swish, swish. 4 figures darted swiftly toward the ape's left side, where a dust-covered retractable backpack lay. Zhao Gang snatched the backpack, and the 4 immediately threw smoke bombs and quickly fled, leaving Qin Feng to face the white-haired giant ape alone. At the cave entrance, a mocking voice echoed, "Tisk tisk, foolish boy, the white-haired giant ape's strength is far beyond 2nd grade. Thanks for being our bait. Bye-bye." Trapped in the ambush, Qin Feng looked at the ferocious ape in front of him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Finally, a monster that excites me. Those idiots really thought I'd fall for their trick?" Roar! The white-haired giant ape's initial attack failed, and it pounded its chest with both hands before angrily swinging its fists at Qin Feng. Bang! A heavy punch landed, but Qin Feng agilely dodged, causing the ground to crack open instantly. The ape swung its arm again in a frenzied sweep, sky-shaking 9 punches. 6th level. This time, Qin Feng did not retreat, unleashing the full power of the sky-shaking 9 punches. The astonishing force erupted, instantly boosting his combat strength to 60,000 kilograms. As the two clashed, the space around them trembled. A deafening boom echoed, and the white-haired giant ape's expression froze. In the next moment, it was sent flying by a powerful blow. It had assumed its 3rd-grade strength would easily handle a human youth, but the boy, before it, was unexpectedly ferocious. Qin Feng's power was truly extraordinary. "Beast, come on, accept your fate." Terrified, the white-haired giant ape frantically fled toward the cave entrance. Naturally, Qin Feng wouldn't miss this hunting opportunity and chased after it. The ape, a true colossus, covered nearly 100 meters in a single stride, leaving a trail of shattered trees in its wake. Qin Feng, relentless in his pursuit, turned the chase into a game of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang and his group of 4 were catching their breath under a large tree. "Phew, I'm exhausted. Luckily, we got the stuff. Otherwise, this trip would have been for nothing," Zhao Gang said, slumping to the ground, panting heavily. "Yeah, but that kid was pretty dumb. With him as bait for the white-haired giant ape, we managed to succeed," another person remarked. "That's just how this world works, survival of the fittest. If we don't trick others, they'll trick us. Only the clever can become strong. With this bag of treasures, we might break through to 3rd grade or even 4th grade within 3 years. The 4 faces lit up with joy. Compared to them, Qin Feng, a naive rookie, would likely just burn some incense when he returned, and they had done this sort of thing more than once. "Let's rest up and leave here as soon as possible to avoid the white-haired giant ape chasing us," Zhao Gang advised the group. Someone dismissed his concern. "Brother Zhao, what are you afraid of? We've already escaped so far. There's no way the white-haired giant ape will catch up here. With that kid preparing food, it's probably well fed today too." "True, then let's rest a little longer." Just as Zhao Gang finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Thud, thud. What's that sound? The 4 of them turned around and immediately saw a massive white beast charging toward the sky. It's the white-furred giant ape. How can it fly? What's going on? It's over. The beast is enraged and is going to hunt us down. The 4 were dumbfounded, only to see the giant white-haired ape hurtling backward toward them at high speed. Boom! The next moment, the heavy white-haired ape crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a massive pit, as if a meteor had struck the earth, sweeping everything away. The group froze in shock. The white-haired ape wasn't coming to hunt them down. It had been sent flying by someone. Who is it? Zhao Gang scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a fleeting shadow rushing toward them at an astonishing speed, as swift as a phantom. When the figure landed in front of them, Zhao Gang's expression froze instantly, his face full of astonishment. "It's you?" Indeed, the person was none other than Qin Feng, whom they had betrayed. The white-haired ape had been sent flying by a punch from Qin Feng during his pursuit. Ding, strength asterisk 5000. Ding, defense asterisk 20. Ding, acquired giant ape bloodline. Qin Feng was busy collecting attributes and ignored Zhao Gang and the other 3. "Brother Zhao, what should we do?" A team member trembled with fear. Qin Feng seemed to be an expert, and now they were in trouble. Don't panic, I'll go first, you cover the rear. Zhao Gang gave a sinister smile, suddenly kicked a teammate to the ground, and then sprinted away at full speed. Brother Zhao, Zhao Gang didn't look back, running faster than a rabbit. In such a situation, not betraying your teammates would be downright foolish. Qin Feng had single-handedly killed the white-haired giant ape, demonstrating that his strength far exceeded the third rank. They had already gauged the strength of the white-haired giant ape, which was at least at the early stage of the third rank, and even the four of them combined couldn't defeat it. Yet Qin Feng had effortlessly obliterated the white-haired giant ape, which was utterly terrifying. Staying here would only lead to certain death. The other three also realized the danger and began scattering in all directions like startled birds and beasts. Witnessing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of human nature. Truly, the world is degenerating, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Betraying even your teammates, how treacherous. However, with Qin Feng's current speed, how could he let this group of second-rank martial artists escape? Zhao Gang had barely run 500 meters before Qin Feng caught up and blocked his path. Swish! Qin Feng appeared like a ghostly shadow, suddenly standing in front of Zhao Gang, causing Zhao Gang's heart to skip a beat. Did you really think I was as foolish as you? Spare me, I'll give you all my valuables, okay? At this moment, Zhao Gang panicked a little. His first reaction was not to resist, but to beg for mercy. For the sake of being from the same hometown, I beg you. Qin Feng remained expressionless and said coldly, when folks from the same hometown meet, they stab each other in the back. Did you consider our hometown ties when you set me up? If my strength were still below the third rank, perhaps I would have met my end here. Brother, it was just a moment of confusion. It was all their idea. It has nothing to do with me. I'll give you everything. Just spare me. Zhao Gang gradually grew fearful, retreating repeatedly, his face full of terror. But Qin Feng showed no mercy, directly throwing a punch. Heh, you fell for it. At that moment, Zhao Gang suddenly revealed a sinister expression, swiftly pulling out a dagger and thrusting it toward Qin Feng's fist. He gave it his all, aiming to seriously injure Qin Feng. However, in the next instant, the dagger was shattered by Qin Feng's punch, and his massive fist landed heavily on Zhao Gang's face. With a loud bang, Zhao Gang was sent flying, crashing into the tree behind him and breaking it. You're not just third rank? Before his death, his expression was full of horror. Qin Feng's strength completely crushed him, leaving no regrets in his death. Ding, strength asterisk 1000. Ding, acquired opponent's talent. Talent, LV4. After dealing with Zhao Gang, Qin Feng wasted no time and began hunting down the other three. Soon, the three were killed one by one, unable to put up any resistance. Before their deaths, all four deeply regretted scheming against Qin Feng, the super genius, ultimately losing their lives in the process. Ding, strength asterisk 800. Ding, strength asterisk 500. Ding, acquiring the opponent's talent. Eliminate the root, mission accomplished. Qin Feng returned to the scene and picked up the backpack from Zhao Gang's body. Oh, this is a knife, and it looks so sharp. Wow, there are 5 energy stones. The contents of the backpack made Qin Feng extremely excited. Inside were 5 glittering energy stones, treasures coveted by countless martial practitioners. Energy stones are exclusively used for martial artists' cultivation, worth a fortune, and more precious than gold. It is said that a single energy stone contains immense energy, enabling martial artists to cultivate with half the effort for twice the result. Martial artists aiming to break through the 5th rank must rely on energy stones. The higher the strength, the more indispensable energy stones become. Wow, this knife is no ordinary item either. Today is truly a windfall. In addition, Qin Feng also discovered that this blade was a rare treasure. The scabbard was engraved with the 4 large characters, Crescent Moon Blade. The Crescent Moon Blade had already been discontinued on the market. Rumor had it that it was forged from special materials like black iron stone and cat's eye stone, making it extremely expensive. Decades ago, when the Crescent Moon Blade was first released, someone was willing to pay 5 billion for it, but it was a case of demand without supply. In other words, even with money, it couldn't be bought. The official martial artist website classified the Crescent Moon Blade as an S-grade weapon. Weapon grades were generally divided into C grade, B grade, A grade, S grade, SS grade, and SSS grade. S grade was already incredibly formidable, with S grade weapons on the market priced at over $1 billion, far beyond the reach of most martial artists. As for SS grade and SSS grade weapons, it was said that only the world's top-tier experts could wield them. Weapons of that caliber, even if given to Qin Feng now, might not be something he could handle. With an excited heart, Qin Feng drew the Crescent Moon Blade. The blade was about 70 centimeters long, and its edge was incomparably sharp. The pristine blade emitted a chilling aura, as if just looking at it could cause injury. This peerless blade seems tailor-made for me. It seems fate truly favors me. Treating it like a cherished treasure, Qin Feng carefully placed the Crescent Moon Blade into the retractable backpack. Originally, a single backpack would cost 5 million, but now he had stumbled upon Zhao Gang's ready-made one, a truly unexpected delight. As for the fur of the white-haired giant ape, a rare third-grade beast, it could fetch around 30 million on the market. After Qin Feng skinned it, he also tossed it into his expandable backpack. In addition, Qin Feng unhesitatingly collected all the blood of the white-haired giant ape, continuously strengthening his body as if drinking water. Half an hour later, he was finally full. Crack! Gulp! Gulp! The blood within his body flowed like a gentle stream, the scorching blood surging to his limbs and bones, tempering every inch of his muscles and bones. The giant elephant body refining technique seems to really work. Sensing the changes in his muscles and blood, Qin Feng quickly found a quiet place to sit down and cultivate. Moments later, his bones became harder, and his body gradually grew heavier, as if his skeleton was beginning to petrify. So hot! Sizzle, sizzle! His body's intense heat made him extremely uncomfortable, and thousands of pores began to emit white smoke. This scene startled Qin Feng. Could he really be evolving into a steam-powered robot? After a while, the changes in his body finally subsided, and his weight had doubled compared to before. Though he appeared thin, Qin Feng now weighed nearly 300 pounds. Titan elephant body refining technique barely mastered. As expected, cultivation is so difficult. After drinking so much beast blood, I've only just managed to reach the entry level. But the only consolation is that my defense is now incredibly strong. Attacks below the third rank probably pose almost no threat to me. Not only does it have defensive power, but it can also counterattack, which is the most terrifying aspect. Qin Feng's basic combat strength has already reached 47,000 kilograms. Once he surpasses 50,000, he will step into the fourth rank. With a thought, Qin Feng began to try cultivating using energy stones. Energy stones are typically used by high-ranking warriors of the 5th rank and above. If lower-ranking warriors use them, they might suffer severe consequences due to their inability to control the absorption of energy. However, at this moment, he could no longer care about such risks. His inner determination to grow stronger drove him forward. Energy stones are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. The energy stone in his hand was only low-grade. Although it wasn't particularly valuable, it was quite suitable for Qin Feng's first attempt at using one. Holding the energy stone in his hand, he closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Soon, a stream of energy emerged from the stone, slowly flowing into Qin Feng's body through tiny pores. The sensation was incredibly wondrous, like being bathed in the warmth of spring, sweeping away his fatigue. Meanwhile, his combat strength was quietly changing. 48,000 kg, 51,000 kg, 51600 kg, 53,000 kg, directly advancing to the fourth rank. Not only his combat power, but Qin Feng's vitality also unknowingly increased. As the absorption became smoother and with his strong adaptability, the refining speed grew faster and faster. Initially, it took him over 10 hours to refine one energy stone, but later, as he became more skilled, it only required 7 or 8 hours. Ultimately, Qin Feng took just 2 short days to completely refine all 5 energy stones. The speed was astonishing. Combat power, 88,880 kilograms, 90,362 kilograms, 100,000 kilograms, 125,000 kg. Boom! His combat power instantly broke through the 100,000 threshold, skyrocketing to the 5th rank. At this moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. The books say that an ordinary high-rank martial artist takes at least 3 days to refine a low-grade energy stone, but my speed is much faster. Is this the advantage of a level 4 talent? My talent has really helped me a lot. The role of talent was vividly displayed at this moment. At the same time, his vitality also reached 2,000 calories. Let me test the power of my 5th rank. He spent quite a bit of time and finally found a third-grade wild giant lizard king. The wild giant lizard king was sleeping soundly, but when suddenly disturbed, it immediately flew into a rage. It opened its mouth, ready to swallow Qin Feng. Heaven shaking 9 fists, go to hell. He suddenly gathered strength in his right hand and was shocked to find that both his arms had doubled in size in an instant. Veins bulged, revealing powerful muscles brimming with immense strength. What's going on? Qin Feng couldn't control this enormous power and struck fiercely at the wild giant lizard king. The wild giant lizard king was stunned. What, Popeye? What the hell? Are you kidding me? How could your arms suddenly become so massive? Can your arms change shape at will? The wild giant lizard king opened its huge mouth and bit down on Qin Feng's thick arm. Even if you are more flamboyant, I can still bite through you with teeth as sharp as steel blades. The savage giant lizard is ready to enjoy a feast, but what it anticipates is a loud clang sound. Ding, defense effect 90%. Ding, counter damage effect 45%. The savage giant lizard's eyes bulged instantly, and the pain made it quickly release its bite. That bite just now felt as if it had bitten into steel, almost causing it unbearable pain. Hee, it's just a bit of fur lost. You can't hurt me at all. Qin Feng swung his massive arm again, unleashing 5 fist shadows that instantly killed a bewildered wild giant lizard with a single punch. Strength * 2000. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood the reason why his arms grew larger when exerting force. force. It turned out to be because he possessed the bloodline of a giant ape. He had acquired the giant ape bloodline, and now his body exhibited characteristics of the giant ape. His arms unleashed even greater power, achieving unprecedented enhancement. Moreover, the hardness of his arms was incredibly terrifying. With all these advantages, Qin Feng, who was at the 5th rank, was confident he could sweep through martial artists of the same level and even challenge those at the 6th rank. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng headed toward the forest. Just as he reached the edge of the forest, two figures blocked his path. Qin Feng, do you know I've been waiting for you here for 5 days? You've made this young master wait so bitterly. He slightly raised his eyes, and the person before him turned out to be the severely delusional Chenjie. What do you want? Qin Feng asked calmly. Nothing much, just want to cripple you, Chenjie said, crossing his arms, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. Are you sure you want to cripple me? Cut the nonsense. Let me tell you straight, Uncle De is a 3rd rank expert. Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're 2nd rank. Standing beside Chenjie was a composed man in his 50s. A 3rd rank hitting you is like an adult hitting a child. You'd better start thinking about which brand of wheelchair you'll use for the rest of your life. Oh, you really are quite honest, actually bringing a 3rd grade expert to block me. To be honest, I almost got scared and wet my pants. Hearing Chenjie's arrogant and confident tone, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. In his eyes, a 3rd grade expert posed no threat at all. Nowadays, even a 5th grade expert might not be able to defeat Qin Feng here. The naive Chenjie actually thought he could rely on a mere 3rd grade steward to teach him a lesson, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Watching Qin Feng being mocked to his face, Uncle De couldn't stand it anymore. The pride of a martial artist could not tolerate being trampled upon. Pointing at Qin Feng, he scolded, "You brat, though I haven't made a move in over 10 years, it would only take me 1 minute to subdue you. Hurry up then, stop rambling. All your bluster is useless against me." Qin Feng refused to back down, beckoning at Uncle De with his finger. At this moment, Uncle De, feeling a surge of youthful vigor, strode forward with the momentum of a dragon and tiger, charging toward Qin Feng. Uncle De, leave him alive, don't kill him. As Uncle De approached Qin Feng, Chenjie, chewing gum, explained that he only needed Qin Feng to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Uncle De naturally understood and restrained some of his strength, striking at Qin Feng's body with his bare hands. Strangely, Qin Feng stood still, showing no reaction. Given up? The two thought Qin Feng was so scared that he had given up resisting and secretly thought, then just wait for death. Smack! Uncle De's large hand struck Qin Feng's body, without any deviation, and everything proceeded as he had planned. However, the next second, when he touched Qin Feng, his expression suddenly changed. So painful. Defense 99%. Counter damage 46%. His full force strike unleashed over 30,000 kilograms of power. Logically speaking, landing such a blow on a defenseless 2nd-tier kid should have been enough to leave the opponent half dead. Even a body cultivator couldn't withstand such an attack. However, something extremely strange happened. Qin Feng didn't budge an inch. Instead, a force rebounded, causing his arm to tremble uncontrollably. Why'd you stop? Don't hold back, come on, hit me quickly. Uncle De froze in place. Qin Feng beckoned to him with a finger. I'm telling you, if you don't hit me today, I'll get serious with you. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Ignoring the pain and unable to tolerate the provocation, Uncle De launched another attack on Qin Feng. Boom! Defense 99%. 46% counter damage. Every punch Uncle De threw rebounded half its force back onto himself. After throwing 7 or 8 punches, not only was Qin Feng completely unharmed, but Uncle De ended up with a fractured arm and a body nearly crippled. Cough, cough. How strange, aren't you a 2nd-grade fighter? At this moment, he finally realized, his expression filled with shock. Qin Feng was not a 2nd-grade fighter at all. This guy's defense was ridiculously abnormal. No, this kind of defense wasn't something a human could possess, it even came with a counter-damage effect. Uncle De, what are you talking about? Stop playing with him and finish him off quickly. Over there, Chenjie began to grow anxious as he struggled to deal with Qin Feng. However, at that moment, he froze in shock because Qin Feng suddenly counterattacked. You're absolutely right. I'm not just at the 2nd rank, I'm even slightly above your 3rd rank. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng threw a punch at Uncle De. Boom! Uncle De was sent flying in astonishment, landing heavily on the ground and spitting out blood profusely. You, cough, cough, you're a freak. He trembled as he raised his bloodied hand, his face filled with disbelief. Pa, you're the freak. Your whole family are freaks. Qin Feng couldn't stand being slandered. He considered himself a model youth, handsome, upright, and noble. How could he be called a freak? Ding, strength asterisk 1000. Ding, acquired opponent's talent. Talent level LV 5. What? Uncle De actually lost. Seeing this scene, the previously relaxed Chenjie finally jumped up from the ground, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, fear surging in his heart. It's your turn now. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Chenjie. Qin Feng, we were classmates. What do you want to do? A trace of panic began to creep into Chenjie's heart. He hadn't expected expected Qin Feng to be so monstrous, defeating Uncle D in one move, leaving him completely incapacitated. This situation was entirely beyond his expectations, and Qin Feng's overwhelming strength was something he found hard to accept.
I don't want to do anything. Those who humiliate others will themselves be humiliated. However you treated me, I will treat you the same way.
His eyes grew profound, and the icy gaze sent chills down Chen Jie's spine. This Qin Feng was someone he had never seen before.
No, spare me. I'll give you 10 million. I won't provoke you again. If that's not enough, I'll give you 20 million, even 30 million, whatever amount you want.
Chen Jie retreated step by step, cold sweat dripping down as his legs turned to jelly. At this moment, facing Qin Feng directly, he felt a deep sense
of fear for the first time.
I used to endure you because I was weak, but that doesn't mean I will always let you oppress me.
Qin Feng took a step forward. Today, I will return all the humiliation to you.
With that, Qin Feng struck forcefully.
In an instant, a powerful force surged toward Chen Jie like a raging tide. No, don't. Ah, crack, crack.
Chen Jie let out a heart-wrenching scream as the sound of bones shattering echoed from within his body, and he collapsed to the ground.
But it wasn't over yet.
Qin Feng proceeded to crush all the tendons and bones in his hands and feet, even breaking his neck, only then feeling satisfied. The pitiful Chen Jie was in unbearable pain, unable to even roll on the ground, completely reduced to a cripple.
Even if he were to recover one day, he would become a vegetative state, unable to even speak. His entire body was racked with excruciating pain, yet he couldn't make a sound.
At this moment, Chen Jie was filled with immense regret, regretting that he had ever provoked Qin Feng, leading to such a tragic end.
I won't kill you.
I want you to live as a cripple for the rest of your life, to forever dwell in pain.
Go ahead and start choosing a wheelchair brand.
For a martial artist, death is not the most terrifying thing. What is truly terrifying is having the aptitude of a martial artist but being unable to cultivate, ultimately reduced to a useless existence.
This kind of torment is far more painful than death.
As for Uncle D, Qin Feng stepped forward to confirm and found that he had already breathed his last. Uncle D, a third-rank martial artist, was no better than trash. Only then did Qin Feng feel at ease and leave. Returning to Liangchang, Qin Feng arrived at the martial artist mall building.
Hey kid, you said you wanted to sell some items, right? Take them out and let me have a look.
The staff at the sales counter spoke indifferently, focused on the computer, not even
sparing Qin Feng a glance.
This young guy probably just picked up some low-level beast hides to exchange for living expenses, nothing
of significant value. Qin Feng then pulled out his expandable backpack. What's your recycling price for the white-furred giant? Ape's hide? White-furred giant ape, huh? That would be, what? Upon hearing this, the staff's expression instantly turned
incredulous, and he quickly stood up to inspect Qin Feng's expandable backpack. The next second, he displayed a look of astonishment.
The
white-furred giant ape. This was a rare and valuable beast, extremely expensive.
The staff's attitude immediately did a complete 180-degree turn. Hello, sir, please follow me to the VIP room. I'll have the manager come over to discuss this with you right away. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. One moment he was calling me kid, and the next he's addressing me as sir?
His attitude changed faster than the weather.
A minute later, in the VIP
room, a bespectacled manager in a suit took out an instrument to examine the white-furred giant ape's hide. After completing the inspection, he offered a polite smile.
Mr. Qin, the
white-furred giant ape's hide has a completeness rate of 99%.
The current market recycling price is 35 million.
Additionally, your 4 combat suits have varying degrees
of damage and require data cleaning, which is a costly expense. The total recycling price comes to 2 million. What do you think?
Qin Feng stroked his chin, just about to speak.
At this moment, the manager added, how about this?
I'll add another million, making it a total of 38 million.
38, sounds auspicious. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship with Mr. Qin. What do you say?
Qin Feng's expression instantly turned grim. Then let's make it 37 million.
38.
This sounded a bit strange, and the manager couldn't help but wonder if he was somewhat clumsy in social interactions.
How could he speak to a customer like this? Alright, Mr. Qin, you are truly straightforward. If you have any other items to sell in the future, feel free to contact me. There will be plenty of discounts. Moreover, our martial artist's mall prioritizes customer privacy above all else. Please rest assured, Mr. Qin, this is my personal business card. The manager was overjoyed thinking about this acquisition. If it were resold, it could earn at least 4 million in commission, 5 to 6 million equivalent to his annual salary. Qin Feng was practically a money tree.
Before long, 37 million was credited to the account, and Qin Feng became a millionaire for the first time. Martial artists earn quickly. One risky venture can be far more rewarding than a lifetime of ordinary work.
Brother, where have you been these past few days? I was about to call the police. As soon as he got home, his sister Qin Shaoling started her nagging mode. I thought something had happened to you.
Indeed, after more than a week without seeing him, anyone would be worried.
Moreover, Qin Feng's regular phone had no no signal in the wilderness, which was quite embarrassing, even prompting Qin Shaoling to prepare missing person posters to post on the streets. My school had a sudden task, so I went to carry it out. In order not to worry his sister, Qin Feng casually explained. That's good. Brother, guess what level my combat power has reached now? Qin Shaoling playfully made a funny face. Qin Feng thought for a moment and held up one finger. 100? Wrong, watch closely. Shaking her head, Qin Shaoling walked over to a strength testing machine. Qin Feng was surprised. When did you buy a strength testing machine? This kind of martial artist equipment, even the miniature ones start at 200,000. Qin Shaoling, a high school freshman, where did she get the money? It was sent over by the Lord of Liangcheng while you were away, as a reward for you. After Qin Shaoling explained, Qin Feng finally understood. This person was trying to curry favor with him. Qin Shaoling, looking quite serious, raised her fair little hand and struck the strength tester hard. Instantly, a number appeared on the screen. 591 kilograms, nearly 600 combat power? Qin Feng was somewhat incredulous. Qin Shaoling had been formally training for less than a year, and she was already this terrifying? You have to know, when Qin Feng was a high school freshman, his combat power barely reached 250, which already surpassed most of his peers and made him an outstanding student. But now, Qin Shaoling's combat power was approaching 600. She was simply a genius. Could it be that this little one had also awakened a system? I'm now a key player at number 1 high school. What else did you think? Qin Shaoling proudly showed off, desperately trying to keep up with her brother's pace, not wanting Qin Feng to lose face. Not bad. In the future, I'll buy you some elixirs. Whatever resources you need, just let me know. During the martial disciple stage, a large amount of resources and supplements are required to fully tap into one's potential. In the past, although Qin Feng had some talent, his progress was limited due to a lack of money. For instance, Qin Jia, whose talent was far inferior to Qin Feng's, managed to boost his combat power to Qin Feng's level by spending heavily on elixirs and resources. If Qin Feng had the same financial means, even without awakening the system, his current combat power would likely be around 700 or 800, qualifying him as a genius-level martial artist. In the evening, Qin Feng began placing orders on the martial artist mall. Smart watches, 2 units, price 5 million. Basic elixir for reinforcement, 1 bottle 50,000. Blood circulation elixir, 1 bottle 200,000. Basic body tempering elixir, 1 bottle 1 million. Altogether, Qin Feng spent over 6 million in a single online shopping spree. He couldn't help but sigh. Martial artists earn money quickly, but they spend it just as fast. Previously, he had never imagined having the chance to splurge 6 million in one go. However, these were necessities, and essential expenses couldn't be skimped on. The smartwatches, one for him and one for Qin Shaoling, served as specialized communication devices for martial artists, ensuring signal coverage no matter where they were, allowing them to stay in touch at all times. The other elixirs were for Qin Shaoling to consume. Qin Feng had already spoiled this younger sister to an extreme degree. The National High School Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. Over the past few days, news outlets had been extensively promoting this grand event. Every time Qin Feng turned on his phone or television, almost all the content was related to the tournament. Interestingly, major forums and social media platforms were abuzz with heated discussions on the topic, with netizens from all over the country engaging in fierce debates. Our goal at Modu High School this year is the championship. The geniuses of Modu are capable of anything. Who dares to disagree? Come on, the losers at your Modu High School are only good at singing, dancing, and rapping. They're absolutely useless at anything else. When it comes to real strength, Xinhuai High School is the best. Excuse me, you two little brothers upstairs, please step aside. Yanjing High School is the real protagonist here. You're just fighting for second place. Thanks for your cooperation. Ha, loser, who do you think you are? Who can't be the strongest king? The martial arts tournament held every 3 years gathers geniuses, and the outcome is still uncertain, so don't be too complacent. No matter how much you chatter, it's pointless. This year, the top 4 spots will undoubtedly be taken by the 4 major high schools. For other schools, having a contestant make it into the top 80 would already be quite impressive. That's right, in previous years, it has always been the domain of our 4 major high schools. This stage belongs to us, other schools can do as they please. I heard that this year, that woman will represent Liangcheng in the competition, and there's also a newcomer king named Qin something who is quite strong, with an estimated strength reaching the 2nd rank. That girl from the Su family? She does indeed deserve to enter the public eye, but as for the others from Liangcheng, they're not even worth mentioning. I've never even heard of them. The various discussions online have already highlighted the status of the 4 great high schools. In people's eyes, the 4 great high schools almost monopolize the martial stage, while competitors from other cities seem to only play supporting roles. As for the remote Liangcheng and Qin Feng, they are even less known, with hardly any media outside of Liangcheng paying attention to them. That day, Qin Feng returned to the 2nd high school to return the martial techniques. In just over a week, you've mastered the 9 shaking using heaven fists and the giant elephant body refining technique? Hearing Qin Feng say he had comprehended the martial techniques, Principal whose glasses nearly fell off. Qin Feng, you're not lying to me, are you? Ha, what good would it do me to lie to you? Qin Feng said with a smile. Principal who finally believed Qin Feng. This kid's extraordinary talent exceeded his imagination. Comprehending 2S level martial techniques in just 10 days, such aptitude was truly astonishing. Just as Qin Feng and Principal who were chatting, a student suddenly rushed over in a panic. Principal, something's wrong. Someone has broken in outside and even injured our security guards. What's going on? Principal who, experienced and composed, asked calmly. The young security guard dared not delay. That person is a martial artist. He said he's looking for Qin Feng, and when we wouldn't let him in, he started attacking. Looking for me? Qin Feng immediately headed to the school gate with the principal upon hearing this. At that moment, 2 men and 1 woman were striding aggressively toward the second high school's gate. When the middle-aged man saw Qin Feng, his eyes burned with fury. Are you Qin Feng? It's me. Are you here for an autograph or a photo? Qin Feng looked at the 3 of them. Bah! You're on the brink of death and you still have the nerve to joke? The middle-aged man was furious. You crippled my son. Today, you must give me an explanation. Give me back my son. My little Jie was ruined because of you. I want you to pay with your life. This couple turned out to be Chen Jie's parents. After Chen Jie was crippled, they found the communicator on him, recorded Qin Feng's fingerprints, and confirmed that Qin Feng was the culprit. Now, they had come for revenge. Heh, your son lacked discipline and thought he could act recklessly. Crippling him was merely my way of helping you educate him, so he wouldn't harm society in the future. Qin Feng spoke confidently. If you understand the principles of being a decent person, just transfer over a little more than $1 million as a thank you fee, and we can all sit down calmly and settle this. You still have the nerve to say that, you scoundrel. Chen Jie's father was almost furious upon hearing this. His son had been ruined, yet the other party still brazenly demanded a thank you fee. Such blatant disrespect for elders. This parent, the school is a place for learning. Please calm down. Could there be some misunderstanding here? At this moment, Principal who spoke up, give me some face and sit down to discuss this slowly. How about that? Principal who was somewhat well known in Liangchang, and the prominent figures in Liangchang would more or less show him some respect. Today my brother-in-law is here, and no one can change that. Chen Jie's father was burning with uncontrollable rage. Chen Jie's mother, with tears in her voice, said to the young man beside her, cousin, you have to stand up for your nephew. Don't worry, cousin. Today, I'll make this little brat pay back tenfold. The young man stepped forward, an icy aura emanating from him, pressing directly toward Qin Feng. This brother. Get lost. I'm from the Wang family of Yanjing. If you don't want to die, then scram. Principal who was just about to step in as a mediator, but the young man showed no courtesy at all and directly revealed his identity. These words struck Principal who like a bolt of lightning, leaving his face instantly frozen in shock, completely rooted to the spot. This man was actually from the Wang family of Yanjing. The onlookers at the scene broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing about the Wang family of Yanjing. The Wang family of Yanjing, what a terrifying background. What kind of background does the Wang family of Yanjing have? Qin Feng, who was still inexperienced in the ways of the world, asked Principal who. Principal who, still recovering from the shock, explained to him in a slightly trembling voice, the Wang family of Yanjing is the most powerful martial arts family in the country. He took a deep breath and continued, in Xia country, there are many powerful martial arts families, but the Wang family of Yanjing ranks number 1. The Wang family has produced numerous martial arts masters throughout its history. Even now, there are several masters in the family, making their strength unparalleled nationwide. Looking globally, they are one of the most influential and elite families. Principal whose tone was filled with reverence. Hiss, they're that strong? Qin Feng marveled inwardly. I've long heard of the Wang family from Yanjing, but I never thought I'd have the chance to meet someone from the Wang family today. The surrounding students murmured among themselves. Chen Jie's mom actually has a family connection with the Wang family. This time, Qin Feng is doomed, someone whispered. Not even an immortal could save him, let alone our principal who. Many mentors and students dared not step forward, retreating one after another. Qin Feng hadn't expected this matter to draw the involvement of the Wang family. So what if it's the Wang family? Chen Jie was the one who tried to cripple me first. I was merely defending myself. He silently steeled himself, showing no fear in the face of the Wang family's imposing presence, instead appearing exceptionally calm. Wang Shuo was surprised by Qin Feng's calmness, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kid, I don't care who's right or wrong between you two. I'm just saying, today you must pay a heavy price. I will show you through my actions that the Wang family is a force you cannot ignore. His words were full of menace. I, Qin Feng, fear no one, nor any threats. If you want a fight, stop wasting words. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with him, fully aware that what was meant to come couldn't be avoided, so he might as well settle it once and for all. No one expected Qin Feng to actually dare to refute someone from the Wang family. His courage was extraordinary. Very well, you are the first person to dare to refute me. kneel before me. Wang Shuo, enraged, took a step forward and instantly pounced toward Qin Feng like a cheetah. What incredible speed, a hallmark of a fourth-grade expert. Principal Hu was astonished. He realized that this man was only in his 30s yet had already reached the 4th grade, the same level as himself, truly formidable. He initially intended to help Qin Feng fend off the attack but was stopped by Qin Feng. Principal Hu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Let me handle it myself. Qin Feng's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Are you sure you can handle it? Principal Hu asked, somewhat worried. Well, it's not a big problem. Qin Feng's confidence made Principal Hu choose to trust him. In an instant, Wang Shuo had already arrived in front of Qin Feng, unleashing a fierce palm strike with overwhelming force. This strike carried a combat power of 60,000. Unfazed by the danger, Qin Feng calmly raised his arm, clenched his fist, and counterattacked. Boom! As soon as they made contact, Wang Shuo's body was sent flying backward by Qin Feng's strength. Screech! He hurriedly planted his feet into the ground, carving a trail into the cement before finally stabilizing himself. At this moment, Wang Shuo was utterly shocked, his expression involuntarily changing. He hadn't expected Qin Feng's strength to be so formidable. The surrounding onlookers were also visibly stunned. He actually sent Wang Shuo flying? Wasn't Qin Feng only at the 2nd rank? The opponent was at the 4th rank. How could this be the outcome? Principal Hu and the others had eyes filled with ecstasy and shock. During the Liangcheng competition, Qin Feng's strength was only at the 2nd rank, but now, in just over a week, he had reached the 4th rank. What incredible speed, truly astonishing. 4th rank? Wang Shuo, who had just suffered a setback, couldn't help but speak up. Before coming here, he had thought the people in this 5th-tier city were nothing more than weaklings he could bully at will. He hadn't expected to lose in the very first encounter. Qin Feng did not respond directly but instead gave a faint smile. To deal with you, it seems that using the strength of the 4th rank is more than enough. You underestimate me. Wang Shuo, who cared deeply about saving face, was filled with rage. Once again, he unleashed his movement technique and darted forward. Flashy moves are completely useless. Qin Feng had already started to toy with his opponent, feeling that he was weaker than expected and could be defeated effortlessly. Wang Shuo's speed was indeed impressive, likely due to his cultivation of movement-based martial techniques, making it impossible to pinpoint his position. Even Principal Hu felt a chill watching him, knowing that if he were to face Wang Shuo, even at the same level, he would undoubtedly be played like a puppet. Thunderstorm whirlwind kick. In the next moment, Wang Shuo appeared behind Qin Feng in a bizarre manner, unleashing a whip-like kick, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The thunderstorm whirlwind kick was the Wang family's signature martial technique, passed down through generations, with every member of the family mastering it. 30 years ago, the Wang family patriarch used this move to dominate the martial world of Xia country, sweeping through domestic and international masters, solidifying his title as the King of Masters. Although Wang Shuo's thunderstorm whirlwind kick was only at the beginner level, it was more than enough to deal with a 4th-grade opponent. The explosive force emanating from his leg was like a bolt of lightning striking toward Qin Feng. If this attack landed, a 4th-grade expert would undoubtedly die on the spot. Heaven shaking 9 fists. Just as the long leg was about to hit Qin Feng, he reacted with incredible agility, unleashing 3 fist shadows in the nick of time. Each punch was filled with overwhelming power, forceful, unstoppable, and capable of shaking the heavens. What? Wang Shuo's heart sank as he realized it was too late. Bang! Crack! The thunderstorm whirlwind kick was directly shattered by Qin Feng's fists, the two forces intertwining and instantly dissipating. Wang Shuo, caught in the terrifying wave of power, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It was only mid-air that he realized Qin Feng's strength exceeded 70,000 kilograms. 70,000 kilograms of raw power, utterly terrifying. The 3rd level of heaven-shaking 9 fists. My goodness, Qin Feng, just how monstrous are you? Witnessing Qin Feng's display of martial prowess, Principal Hu was utterly stunned. All the instructors were left speechless, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The heaven-shaking 9 fists, a martial technique considered the ultimate treasure of 2nd high school, had actually been cultivated to the 3rd level. This was nothing short of absurd. In fact, Qin Feng had already held back. Wang Shuo was too weak, and he could have chosen to go easy on him. Over there, as Wang Shuo hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with extreme anger, burning with fury. Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you. You're dead. He still wanted to continue fighting. Losing to Qin Feng was simply a humiliation for him, and the Wang family's reputation could not be tarnished. Enough. How can Liang City tolerate your recklessness? The dignified Wang family bullying a mere teenager? Don't you feel ashamed? Just as Wang Shuo was preparing for a fight to the death, 2 figures rushed over from the distance. One was the city lord of Liang City, and the other was Su Mang. Su Mang's beautiful eyes glanced at Wang Shuo. Qin Feng is my friend. These words carried profound meaning. Qin Feng was Su Mang's friend. Someone from the Su family of the Magic City? Wang Shuo's gaze slightly scrutinized her, clearly aware of Su Mang's identity.
society. The Martial Alliance has regulations prohibiting acts of violence in urban areas. If you insist on continuing, I'll have no choice but to report this to the Martial Alliance. The city lord of Liang City emphasized again, I will not allow anyone to disrupt the social stability of Liang City. Wang Shuo said reluctantly, fine, I'll consider myself unlucky today. But Qin Feng, remember this matter is far from over. Under the dual pressure from the city lord and Su Mang, Wang Shuo didn't dare to cause more trouble, but his threats continued unabated. You will pay for your actions. If your strength were as great as your words, I might already be lying in a coffin. Unfortunately, you're nothing but a waste. Qin Feng responded coldly, leaving Wang Shuo so furious he couldn't retort. This bastard. After defeating Wang Shuo, Qin Feng automatically collected the attributes. Ding, comprehended thunderstorm whirlwind kick. Talent level LV 6 for opponents who were essentially giving away points. Qin Feng naturally welcomed them with open arms. The more, the better. Qin Feng, you're in trouble now. The Wang family won't let you off so easily. After Wang Shuo left, the city lord stepped forward, frowning as he said, the third generation of the Wang family has quite a few disciples participating in the National High School Martial Arts competition this year. They are all renowned martial arts prodigies from Yanjing. I'm worried they'll target you when the time comes. Don't worry, I'm confident. Qin Feng's calm demeanor was truly impressive. That's right, Qin Feng's current level has reached the 4th rank, just like the two of us. In previous years, 4th rank strength was enough to contend for the championship. Principal whose brows relaxed. Qin Feng, our second high school will fully support you. By the way, I just heard that this year's championship reward, in addition to the Scarlet Fruit, will also include 5 energy stones. The city lord, who had just received the news, couldn't help but say, Qin Feng, you must win the championship. You and Miss Su Mang are the hope of Liang City. 5 energy crystals? Qin Feng's interest was immediately piqued. Such treasures must be his. Beside him, Su Mang's expression instantly turned awkward. She thought to herself, the last hope of Liang City? Fine, say that if you must, but don't drag me into it. Her gaze toward Qin Feng changed, now filled with surprise and confusion. The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. Unable to hold back, Su Mang asked, did your cultivation level increase again? Qin Feng nodded, not denying it. Yeah, it increased just a tiny bit. What a freak. Su Mang couldn't help but complain. In just one short week, Qin Feng, who had originally been on par with her, had now grown strong, enough to rival the middle generation of the Wang family. Even the most extraordinary genius could never progress at such a lightning speed. What kind of unspeakable secret was Qin Feng hiding? Thank you for helping me, Qin Feng said with a warm smile, like a spring breeze. Su Meng's appearance had made Wang Shuo wary, bringing the battle to an end. Otherwise, the two sides would have fought to the death, inevitably provoking the wrath of the Wang family. Fortunately, Su Mang had resolved this dilemma. Qin Feng suddenly found himself curious about Su Meng's mysterious identity. You're welcome. Su Meng's clear eyes were as captivating as water, and she suddenly realized that Qin Feng had his own charm. Of course, this attraction wasn't the kind of brotherly bond tainted by the stench of sweat, but rather his unique aura. Compared to those so-called geniuses, he possessed an added maturity and steadiness. Today's events had temporarily come to an end. As they parted ways, the city lord promised Qin Feng that he would send someone from the Martial Alliance to protect his younger sister, Qin Shaoling. Even if Qin Jie's parents and Wang Shuo harbored thoughts of revenge, they wouldn't be able to get close to Qin Shaoling. Moreover, with Principal Hu and the principal of number 1 high school looking after her, Qin Shaoling would be absolutely safe in Liangchang. Of course, the Wang family wouldn't break the rules over a little girl. After all, the cost of such actions would be extremely high, and if it attracted the attention of the higher-ups, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even Wang Shuo dared not casually harm the family members of martial artists in a bustling city. On this day, Qin Feng, Su Mang, and Old Hu formed a team and secretly ventured into the Beast Forest for training. Old Hu had no prior combat experience, and this was his first time venturing out, so Qin Feng brought him along to gain some practice and broaden his horizons. In just half a month, the National High School Martial Arts Tournament will begin. I need to gain some combat experience and strive to perform well on the martial stage, Old Hu said with great anticipation. His strength was not particularly impressive, not even reaching the first rank, making him little more than cannon fodder in the outside world. However, in Liangchang, a small, talent-starved city, he barely qualified as a standout and was ready to step up. Old Hu's strength barely ranked within the top 30 in Liangchang, earning him a spot in the Liangchang martial competition. Apart from him and Qin Feng, all the other spots were taken by students from First High School. Old Hu, I believe in you. You'll definitely shine, Qin Feng said, patting Old Hu's sturdy shoulder to boost his confidence. Under the leadership of Qin Feng and Su Mang, the trio continued to dominate in the Beast Forest. For safety reasons, Old Hu mostly played a supporting role, picking up scraps, and only had the chance to showcase his skills when encountering weaker beasts. Su Mang's strength was remarkable. She single-handedly took on a third-rank beast and easily slew it, showcasing her extraordinary swordsmanship. Qin Feng couldn't help but question Su Mang's cultivation level. Could this girl have mid-third rank strength, or perhaps even stronger? Qin Feng himself was even more of a prodigy, rarely stepping in to claim kills below the third rank. He only stretched his muscles when encountering fourth-rank beasts. As the trio worked together and ventured deeper into the forest, Qin Feng noticed a problem. With his cultivation level increasing, the rewards for defeating lower-ranked beasts were gradually diminishing. For instance, at the second rank, defeating a second-rank beast could yield 1,000 attributes. But now, with fifth-rank cultivation, defeating a second-rank beast would at most drop 200 attributes, which was quite frustrating. However, this phenomenon was understandable. The system likely implemented this to prevent Qin Feng from easily farming levels and stats, thus imposing some limitations. That said, defeating beasts of the same rank still yielded substantial attribute drops. Unknowingly, the trio had already spent over a week in the beast forest. Qin Feng had gained 10,000 kilograms of combat power, bringing his total combat power to a staggering 120,000. On this day, as the trio ventured deeper into the forest as usual, they suddenly encountered a peculiar beast. The beast lay on the ground, its skin color surprisingly indistinguishable from stone. If Old Hu hadn't accidentally startled it while relieving himself, they might never have noticed it. It's a lava beast. This beast's aura is close to the fourth rank. It doesn't seem like an easy opponent, Su Mang said, staring at the lava beast as she prepared to draw her sword. A fourth-rank beast, she was more than ready to take on the challenge. Whir. The lava beast stood nearly 10 meters tall, its massive body resembling a small house. Standing there, it looked like a giant boulder. Upon seeing the humans, it let out a few strange cries and charged at them. Leave it to me, Su Mang shouted, dashing toward the lava beast in an instant. In midair, Su Mang unsheathed her sword, its gleaming blade striking swiftly toward the lava beast. Unexpectedly, the lava beast swatted back with its massive hand. The sharp blade struck its hand with a clang and bent instantly. Su Mang's eyes froze for a moment before she felt a surge of overwhelming force pushing her back, sending her flying. Thud! Her sword plunged into the ground as Su Mang skidded backward for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. This beast's defense is too strong. My normal strength can't harm it, she muttered. Qin Feng also recognized the lava beast's formidable resilience. Ding, strength * 2000. Ding, acquired opponent's talent. This creature possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, its entire body covered in an indestructible rocky skin. At the 4th grade level, it has virtually no weaknesses. Su Mang excels in offense, but without unleashing her ultimate move with full force, she might find it impossible to deal with it. Just as Su Mang was preparing to unleash her sword intent for an intense battle, Qin Feng slowly said, "Let me give it a try." He took a slow step forward, his arm gathering strength, and directly collided with the lava beast. Thud! Each step of the lava beast caused the ground to tremble slightly as it charged forward. Its rock-hard arm resembled an enlarged stabilizing needle, unstoppable in its momentum. Qin Feng threw a punch, instantly transforming into 6 fist shadows. His right arm suddenly swelled, unleashing astonishing brute force. So powerful. Su Mang was utterly shocked. Old Hu was also dumbfounded, wondering if this was the result of eating too much spinach or if he was Popeye. The bloodline of the giant ape granted Qin Feng's arm immense explosive power. Combined with the 6th level of the heaven-shaking 9 fists, the clash of fists resulted in the seemingly insignificant Qin Feng directly shattering the lava beast's arm on the spot. Boom! The lava beast's arm turned into stone powder, scattering in the wind. Screech! Roar! The lava beast howled in pain, looking up to the sky. Immediately after, Qin Feng flashed behind it and delivered a fatal blow. Bang! A force of 120,000 kilograms came crashing down. No matter how strong the lava beast's defense was, it couldn't withstand it and exploded instantly, dying on the spot. Defense * 500. Ding! Comprehended lava physique. Qin Feng carefully examined the lava physique and discovered that it was a constitution that enhanced the hardness of the body. At this moment, his defense was further strengthened, and the counter-damage effect against enemies below the 5th rank had almost reached 100%. It was just like Sunfire Cape and Thornmail combined with Liandry's Torment. Hitting him was equivalent to hitting oneself. Ah Feng, you're incredible. Back then, you were still doing basic training with me, and now you can already kill 4th rank lava beasts. You're truly a genius among geniuses, Old Hu exclaimed with emotion. Now, you're probably even better than those arrogant geniuses from first-tier cities. I can't wait to see you crush them in the national competition. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. Just for what you said, the championship is as good as mine. Qin Feng laughed heartily. At that moment, a wisp of white mist drifted over, instantly putting Su Mang on high alert. Qin Feng also became serious, his eyes scanning the surroundings continuously. What's wrong? Asked Old Hu, whose perception was weaker and couldn't understand the situation. However, seeing their reactions, he already sensed a dangerous atmosphere. A strong enemy. Su Mang's brows furrowed tightly as the white mist quickly engulfed the valley, obscuring their vision and making it instantly difficult to discern anything. As soon as the words fell, a surge of violent power attacked from the shadows. Qin Feng immediately halted his steps, positioning himself in front of Old Hu. Bang! A simple clash, yet it caused the very space to tremble. 6th rank. After the strike, Qin Feng couldn't help but shout. A sense of crisis arose in the hearts of the three. A 6th rank expert, this was an opponent they had never encountered before. At such a level, Old Hu knew well that a true expert of this caliber was rare. The entire Liang city might not even have one 6th rank master. There's more than one enemy, stay alert. Qin Feng realized that the enemies were not just one or two but at least 4 or 5. This was becoming troublesome. If it were just a single 6th rank enemy, they might still have a chance to contend. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponent, they could at least fight to a draw, with all their might. But now, with additional enemies whose auras were not weak, at least 5th rank Old Hu and Su Mang were in danger, and even Qin Feng wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. Watch out! Another surge of violent power struck. Qin Feng decisively unleashed the 9 fists of heaven, shaking. Boom! Crack! The opponent's fist wind was fierce, forcing both of them to retreat dozens of meters simultaneously. Defense effect 30%, counter damage effect 5%. At this moment, Qin Feng's arm trembled slightly. It seemed the power of the opponent's punch far exceeded his own. If not for his exceptional defense, he might have already been sent flying. The man in the mist was stunned. The family's information indicated a 4th rank fighter, yet the current combat strength was on par with his own. What kind of monster was this? Finish it quickly, but don't harm the woman. At this moment, someone issued a command. 4 figures moved simultaneously from the shadows, their target directly aimed at Qin Feng. Another individual isolated Su Mang and Old Hu, preventing them from aiding Qin Feng. Want to kill me? Is that possible? Qin Feng roughly understood the opponent's identity. Facing the siege, he decisively launched an offensive. Bang! With a swift step forward, Qin Feng once again clashed head-on with the leading attacker. 2 forces collided, causing the space to tremble violently. Get lost! He transformed one punch into 6, stacking 6 layers of power together, pushing his combat strength to an astonishing 180,000. Boom! The opponent's strength was roughly at the 5th rank and was instantly sent flying by Qin Feng. Kid, take this palm strike. A strong fighter lunged at Qin Feng's weaker side, both powerful legs striking down simultaneously, producing a thunderous roar. Thunderstorm whirlwind kick. Qin Feng had seen this move before on Wang Shua. The momentum and execution were almost identical. At the critical moment, Qin Feng drew his blade with a reverse grip. Slash! Boom! The terrifying blade intent erupted, forming a storm of slaughter that transformed into sharp blades, annihilating everything in its path. A scream was heard as one person quickly fled, while another charged forward like an unstoppable force, sweeping a powerful leg toward Qin Feng's back with a fierce strike. Defense effectiveness 95%. Reflect damage effect 60%. However, he celebrated too soon. The kick he landed on Qin Feng didn't make Qin Feng budge an inch. Instead, the force rebounded back on him. Damn it, what is this thing? The man was horrified. The opponent stood there letting him attack, yet didn't even flinch. Nor did he lose any health. What on earth is this? My turn. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile, and in the next moment, he delivered a kick of his own. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. His powerful leg struck like rolling thunder, unstoppable. Ah, this. The man's mouth gaped open in terror, utterly incredulous. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape the fate of being swept away by the thunderstorm whirlwind kick. With one kick, he was sent flying hundreds of meters. The other 3 were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, when did this guy learn the thunderstorm whirlwind kick, and at a mastery level no less? It was simply unbelievable. This guy has incredibly strong defense and has even comprehended blade intent. Truly formidable. What? Did you say blade intent? How is that possible? The expression of a 4th rank expert gradually changed. Comprehending blade intent was extremely difficult. Unless one was a top-tier blade cultivation genius, it was nearly impossible to achieve. Even in Yanjing, the number of high-ranking experts who could comprehend blade intent could be counted on one hand. Moreover, his fist technique is the S-rank heaven-shaking 9 fists, and he has cultivated it to the 6th level. The amplification is astonishing. A 5th rank expert stared at the shadow in the mist, deeply moved. During the earlier exchange, the opponent unleashed a combat power exceeding 180,000. This figure was already approaching the 6th rank. On top of that, he's mastered the thunderstorm whirlwind kick. This kid is truly a monster. A 6th grade expert crossed his arms, his tone arrogant, and his gaze exuded a chilling murderous intent. Qin Feng, having endured the siege of powerful opponents, was already somewhat drained at this point. The 6th grade opponent had yet to make a move, leaving him inevitably uneasy. Moreover, the 5th grade expert seemed far from ordinary. This was a top-tier 5th grade. Continuing the fight would leave little chance of victory. What was even more fatal was that Qin Feng realized that after inhaling the misty gas, he began to experience a gradual weakening, as if it were an illusion. He's at his limit. Attack together and kill him. The sixth grade expert roared, seemingly aware of Qin Feng's declining state, and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. At this moment, Old Hu and Su Mang were also being fiercely suppressed. Old Hu had almost become a mere foot soldier, hardly worth mentioning. Just as the enemies moved, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled, and the sound echoed in everyone's ears like a morning bell or evening drum, resonating heavily in their hearts. A suffocating aura enveloped the entire forest. A whoa, roar, 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 buzz, hum, hum. The cries of countless beasts filled the air, shaking the heavens. The ground quaked violently, and massive trees in the forest toppled with a thunderous crash, as if an army of thousands was charging in. What's happening? Everyone became as tense as if facing a formidable enemy, halting their attacks and turning their gazes toward the source of the sudden commotion. Over there, countless demonic beasts were charging madly. It's a beast tide. Wait, look at that shadow behind them. What is it? Not good. It's the lava beast king. Retreat quickly. The sixth grade expert felt a chill in his heart upon seeing that dark figure. Beasts of this level were terrifyingly powerful, capable of obliterating a fifth grade warrior with a single strike. Moreover, with the beast tide triggered by the lava beast king surging in, even he had to retreat swiftly. Otherwise, he would inevitably be caught in it, and even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. Go! The five figures no longer paid any attention to Qin Feng and the others. With a slight movement, their combat suits propelled them skyward, quickly leaving the misty valley. The beast tide swept through with unstoppable force, leveling the mountain in an instant. That kid is doomed. The bewitching fragrance will ensure he can't escape the devouring beast tide. Ah, satisfying. The group watched the scene from the air, feeling utterly delighted. However, in the forest, Qin Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. Su Mang, having inhaled too much of the mist, was now completely paralyzed and unable to continue fighting, relying solely on Qin Feng's support. Old Hu, where are you? Qin Feng called out, but there was no response from Old Hu, who had already gone missing. Damn, my head feels so dizzy. Qin Feng felt a wave of dizziness in his head, but by this time, most of the mist had dissipated, and visibility had improved significantly. When he saw the raging beasts devouring everything in their path, his heart tightened, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover a cave. It seemed to be the dwelling place of the beasts. At the critical moment, Qin Feng quickly pulled Su Mang and dashed toward the narrow cave nearby, attempting to evade the onslaught of the beast tide. Upon entering the cave, fortunately, there were no beasts inside. However, Qin Feng's head began to throb violently, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. So hot. Su Mang, beside him, was also in a terrible state. This is bad. The gas we inhaled is toxic, and our consciousness is starting to lose control. There's a high chance we could die from the burning pain in our hearts, Qin Feng said, through gritted teeth. At this moment, he felt his blood boiling within his body, as if his body temperature had spiraled out of control. The poison was beginning to take effect. Qin Feng, just as he was feeling extremely uncomfortable and agitated, Su Mang's beautiful eyes stared blankly at him, her gaze hazy like snow. As Qin Feng raised his head, an indescribable connection occurred between the two. The sun rises and sets, and time quietly slips away. No one knows how long it has been, but the unconscious Qin Feng finally woke up. Upon waking, the first thing he did was check his body, and found that he was still alive and completely unharmed. This made him let out a long sigh of relief. However, as he regained his senses, he realized that Su Mang was nowhere to be found. That night, Su Mang and I. Following his hazy memories, Qin Feng vaguely recalled what had happened that night. He and Su Mang had actually shared physical intimacy. It's all my fault. I couldn't control my emotions and consciousness, completely losing control. Qin Feng angrily berated himself, feeling that he couldn't even handle such a small matter. That night, both he and Su Mang had been deeply affected by the poison and were caught in hallucinations, which led to such impulsive actions. It could be said that both parties were responsible. Su Mang, where are you? Qin Feng searched inside and outside the cave for a while, but there was indeed no trace of Su Mang. That woman had disappeared. Ding, strength asterisk 5000. Today is already the 15th, so I actually slept for 3 days. Opening his smart wristwatch, Qin Feng saw that 3 days had passed and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered any losses. Just as Qin Feng stepped out of the cave, a dangerous killing intent attacked from behind. Whinny, whinny. The voice was as loud as a great bell, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Qin Feng turned his head and was shocked to find it was the Lava Beast King. At this moment, the Lava Beast King stood in the valley, towering at a height of 100 meters. It appeared before Qin Feng, massive like a small mountain. Its eyes resembled those of the Grim Reaper, and upon seeing Qin Feng, it became furious instantly. Whinny, whinny. Before Qin Feng could react, the Lava Beast King swung its arm, reaching toward the sky and smashing down fiercely, sweeping away everything in its path. Damn it, I just got out and ran into this beast. Qin Qin Feng cursed his bad luck, quickly activating the heaven-shaking nine fists, with six fist shadows overwhelming the sky and striking toward the massive hand of the Lava Beast King. At the moment of the clash between man and beast, Qin Feng was startled to realize that his strength seemed to be increasing. Bang! Crack! The Lava Beast's skin, as hard as stone, was torn apart by immense force, revealing several cracks. Although Qin Feng was forced back several meters, he felt unusually at ease. A 6th grade giant beast. This Lava Beast King was a 6th grade giant beast, with an incredibly formidable defense. Yet, when Qin Feng fought it, he appeared to handle it effortlessly, his defensive capabilities seemingly on par with the Lava Beast. How has my combat power suddenly increased so much? When he unleashed a punch with a force of 200,000 kilograms, even he was shocked by the number. He quickly checked his status panel and was astonished to find that his realm had already reached the high stage of the 5th grade, infinitely close to the 6th grade. This improvement is so strange, even I don't know when it happened. Qin Feng thought to himself as he refocused his attention on the Lava Beast King. Having suffered the pain of losing its offspring, the Lava Beast King, upon catching sight of Qin Feng, the culprit, immediately went berserk and launched a frenzied attack on him. Bang! Crash! Towering trees fell, massive boulders shattered. The battle between the two was incredibly fierce. Moreover, both relied primarily on brute strength. Although the Lava Beast King possessed savage power, its fatal weakness lay in its massive size, which made its movements relatively slow. Qin Feng noticed this weakness, seized the opportunity to leap behind it, and, catching it off guard, drew his blade and struck with all his might. A fierce wind arose, killing intent surged everywhere. This strike gathered all his strength, his combat power breaking through 200,000. The storm of the blade was unstoppable, cutting through everything in its path. Boom! Crack! The Lava Beast King's proud, astonishing defense was instantly torn apart by the merciless blade intent, its skin splitting open wildly. The Crescent Moon Blade, unmatched in power, destroyed everything in its way. The perfected level of the storm slash reached its peak, utterly explosive. Amid the rampaging storm currents, the 6th grade Lava Beast King was torn into pieces of lifeless flesh. No more vitality. Ding! Strength asterisk 6000. Ding! Defense asterisk 100. Ding! Comprehended lava physique. At the very moment he picked up the attribute, Qin Feng felt his physical strength increase once again, and his defensive abilities advanced by leaps and bounds. Right then, the giant elephant body tempering technique was comprehended on its own, breaking through smoothly and reaching perfection. His lava physique and the giant elephant body tempering technique were a perfect match, generating an astonishing chemical reaction. Qin Feng looked down and discovered that his bones were as solid as iron walls. When he tapped them lightly, they made a crisp, ringing sound, unyielding as a rock. Then, under the trunk of a toppled giant tree not far away, he unexpectedly discovered Old Hu, pinned beneath it. Qin Feng quickly rescued the unconscious Old Hu. Blood trickled from the corner of Old Hu's mouth, his face covered in wounds. He had clearly suffered serious injuries. Old Hu, you have to hold on. I'll take you back right now, brother. Qin Feng did not dare to delay and carried the unconscious Old Hu, sprinting out of the forest. Half a day later, Qin Feng finally returned to Liang City and sent Old Hu to the martial artist hospital. The patient is not in serious condition. He went into shock due to inhaling excessive toxic gas. Strangely, his internal organs remain intact. After some emergency treatment, the doctor said to Principal Hu, who had rushed over. Hearing this, Principal Hu let out a long sigh. That's good. I only have one son. Luckily he's not seriously hurt. The weight in Qin Feng's heart finally lifted. Training together with Old Hu, if anything had happened to him, Qin Feng would have felt guilty for a lifetime. Qin Feng, the national competition is starting in just 4 days. It's all up to you now. It's just a pity that my son probably won't have the chance in this lifetime. Principal Hu placed his hopes on Qin Feng. Old Hu originally had a chance to participate and experience the atmosphere of the national competition, but now it was impossible for him to recover in time. Sorry, Principal Hu, it's all my fault. Qin Feng lowered his head, feeling regretful for Old Hu. This isn't your fault. Being able to retreat unscathed when facing a formidable opponent is already no small feat. Principal Hu had no intention of blaming Qin Feng. Which of the martial arts masters who dominate the world hasn't been forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Without enduring such trials, how could one become a strong individual? Such an experience, for Old Hu, might not necessarily be a bad thing. Qin Feng felt relieved in his heart. After returning, he inquired about Su Mang's whereabouts from the principal of No. 1 High School. The principal stated that Su Mang was currently safe and sound. However, after her return, she voluntarily gave up the opportunity to participate in the national competition, and she has been out of contact ever since, her whereabouts unknown. As long as everyone is safe, that's all that matters. Qin Feng murmured to himself. As long as Su Mang was still alive, nothing else mattered. The Wang family, we have no grievances or enmity, yet you have made things difficult for me in every possible way, causing my good brother to be seriously injured. This grudge, I will definitely settle. Terrifying energy and blood spread throughout the neighborhood. neighborhood. Qin Feng recalled his experiences in the Beast Forest, and anger surged uncontrollably in his heart. They could harm him, but hurting his few close friends was absolutely unacceptable. 3 days later, there was only 1 day left until the start of the national competition. The 4 major high schools were frantically building momentum, and the news about their contestants dominated television, newspapers, and the internet. The 4 major high schools have boldly declared that they will once again dominate the National High School Martial Arts Tournament, and other schools might as well forfeit directly. The current National High School Student Genius rankings have been released, with Wang Feng, the seed player from Yanjing High School, firmly holding the top spot. Surprisingly, a contestant from Liangcheng has made it into the top 120 of the rankings for the first time ever. This result was completely unexpected by everyone. His name is Qin Feng. Meanwhile, another highly anticipated contestant, Su Mang from the Su family, has reportedly withdrawn from the competition voluntarily for unknown reasons. I alone am enough to crush all contestants outside the 4 major high schools, especially that Qin Feng. I advise him not to participate in the competition, or I'll make sure he experiences Yanjing's way of hospitality. When asked by a reporter about his thoughts on Qin Feng from Liangcheng, Wang Feng, who ranks first on the genius list, responded to the camera, "Qin Feng? Never heard of him. How can you compare this trash to me?" The reporters were left speechless. As expected of a genius, his arrogance was extraordinary. This year's competition is filled with talents and heroes from all over, hailed as the strongest in the past 30 years. Let us wait and see. In front of the camera, countless elites and nobles headed to Yanjing to buy tickets and secure seats in advance. Even while staying behind closed doors, Qin Feng could feel the nationwide attention and fervor for the national high school competition. That evening, Qin Feng also went to number 2 high school to attend the pre-departure press conference. The 4 major high schools are coming on strong, and the top genius Wang Feng even indirectly mocked you. What would you like to say to him? A reporter handed over the microphone. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "Every time I pass by my neighbor's house, their dog barks particularly fiercely, but when I get closer, it cowers." This kind of personality is often just for show, not daring to actually take action. After all, dogs that bite don't bark. You get what I mean, right? These remarks quickly made it to the trending topics on major social media platforms, with the headline, "Liangcheng contestant Qin Feng seemingly fires back at top genius Wang Feng, calling him all bark and no bite." That evening, people across the country engaged in heated discussions, and the scene became momentarily explosive. Qin Feng's remarks reached Wang Feng's ears. At this moment, Wang Feng was in the lounge area of the training room. When he saw these words on the television, he was instantly furious. "Who is this guy? Bring me his information." The lackey beside him quickly handed over Qin Feng's Baidu encyclopedia profile. Rookie King of Liangcheng 2022, repeatedly broke records at Liangcheng number 2 high school, displayed combat power as high as grade 2 in the Liangcheng Grand Competition. Wang Feng glanced at it and immediately closed the file. What is this nonsense? A grade 2 nobody dares to talk big? Does he not know the meaning of the word death? Calm down, brother Wang. This third-rate clown is just trying to provoke you to stir up a topic and gain attention. A country bumpkin, you don't need to bother with him. My popularity isn't so easy to leech off. Wang Feng was clearly unable to swallow his anger. A nobody he'd never even heard of dared to openly provoke him in front of the camera, calling him a dog. How could he tolerate that? Since you chose to go head-to-head with me, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. That night, Wang Feng posted a headline, "Meet me, and I'll beat you to death." These brief words were a direct response to Qin Feng's provocation. Meet, beat to death. Countless people exclaimed in excitement. This hadn't even turned into a real fight yet, and the battle had already begun online, with both sides stirring up animosity. The atmosphere was truly heated. Wang Feng, as expected, was domineering. The top genius on the rankings was indeed not someone to mess with. Apart from the 2 involved parties, netizens from Liangcheng and Yanjing also engaged in a heated debate. "The income of my family in a month is something you can't match in a lifetime. Just one combat suit is enough to make you kneel and call me grandpa. Besides barking like a dog, what else can you do? Is this the so-called quality of people from big cities? Just wait to be taught a lesson by Qin Feng. Talking tough is useless. On the martial stage, fists do the talking." I laugh. A bunch of country bumpkins like you dare to compare strength? Yanjing High School is ranked first in the nation. Any random student from there could easily crush your entire city's peers, yet you're still so full of yourselves. Hey, elite from the upper class upstairs, hold your tongue for a moment. The crematorium just called, asking how well done you'd like your horse. Maybe give them a call back first. Both sides showcased their literary prowess in the comments section, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. The next day, Liangcheng held a send-off ceremony at number 2 high school for Qin Feng and the other students participating in the competition. "Qin Feng, you are currently Liangcheng's only hope. The honor of Liangcheng rests entirely on you." The city lord placed high expectations on Qin Feng, his gaze full of importance. "Rumble rumble. I will do my best," Qin Feng nodded in response. The principal of number 1 high school also arrived with the contestants from his school. These geniuses from number 1 high school had once been awed by Qin Feng's performance. The scene of Qin Feng defeating Lin Xiaoyin seconds during the last Liangcheng competition was still vivid in their minds. At this moment, the brothers Lin Xiao and Lin Dong were also present, but they were very polite to Qin Feng. Everyone consciously stepped aside, voluntarily giving up the center position. Students of number 1 high school, although our chances of winning the championship are slim, I hope you can compete with style, fight bravely, and not disgrace our school. You represent Liangcheng, the principal of number 1 high school said. Everyone nodded in response. At this time, only Qin Feng had a chance to achieve a good result. The others were basically there just to gain experience. With first or second tier strength, winning the championship was simply unrealistic. Before boarding the plane, Qin Feng unexpectedly saw Old Hu. Old Hu, you're awake? Qin Feng was overjoyed. Old Hu hurried over, looking calm and composed. Yes, my injuries are all healed, and I got an unexpected surprise. What surprise? Old Hu chuckled. My strength has reached the first tier today. Ha, didn't see that coming, did you? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Qin Feng's eyes began to show surprise. Carefully observing Old Hu's condition, it didn't seem like he was lying. His aura had indeed improved significantly. Such rapid progress was astonishing, especially since Old Hu's talent was remembered as not being particularly high. In just a few days of unconsciousness, his combat strength had increased by nearly 400 kilograms, which was truly incredible. Let's not talk about it now. We'll discuss it slowly once we're on the plane. The two boarded the plane together. Besides the 30 contestants, the support teams of the principals from both number 1 high school and number 2 high school were also accompanying them. This time, going to Yanjing, the Wang family might make a move against me. However, I've already become a hot topic figure. Even if they want to act against me in public, it won't be easy. As long as I encounter a disciple of the Wang family, then it can only be considered your bad luck. In fact, Qin Feng deliberately engaged in a verbal sparring match with Wang Feng from a distance precisely to attract the attention of the news media. With the spotlight on himself, it could sometimes serve as a form of protection, making it impossible for the Wang family to send experts to deal with him. He planned to counterattack the Wang family with his actions during the competition. If you provoke me, you'll have to pay the price. I, Qin Feng, am not someone to be trifled with. 3 hours later, the connecting flight from Liangcheng landed at Yanjing Airport. Outside the airport, a large number of journalists were holding cameras and capturing shots. They've arrived. Everyone, stay sharp and put your best foot forward. There are many media friends outside, and we need to showcase our spirit and demeanor. The principal of number 1 high school couldn't help but adjust his appearance upon seeing the reporters outside the airport, preparing for an interview. Wow, they're coming out. They're here, quick, start filming. The young man participating in the competition is so handsome, dignified, and truly makes my heart flutter. Look over here, give us a smile, come on. A crowd of reporters and fans swarmed to the airport to welcome them. The Liangcheng delegation was thrilled, never expecting to have their moment in the spotlight. The fans in Yanjing were indeed enthusiastic. Ha, I am the leader of the Liangcheng team this time, and also the principal of Liangcheng number 1 high school. Let me say a few words. Sir, could you please step aside? You're blocking our shot. Can you not block the way? The delegation from Modu High School is here, and I can't take pictures like this. Make way, the geniuses from Modu are coming out. The people from Liangcheng thought the reporters were there to photograph them, but little did they know, the reporters were all there for the delegation from Modu High School. Everyone instantly felt awkward, secretly thinking, what the heck? They realized that almost all the reporters and media were surrounding the contestants from the 4 great schools for interviews. The contestants from Modu High School were completely surrounded, with microphones practically shoved up their noses. Meanwhile, the Liangcheng delegation was left in the cold, completely ignored, not even attracting the flies at the airport. The stark contrast was undeniable. Let's just go quickly, this is too embarrassing. Principal Hu lowered his head and led everyone to the check-in area. The national high school competition was being held at Yanjing High School, which was 10 times larger than Liangcheng number 1 high school and equipped with far more advanced facilities. Upon entering, everyone felt like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, marveling in awe. Qin Feng and the other contestants from Liangcheng settled into the athlete apartments, each having their own luxurious room, even more comfortable than a 5-star hotel. However, contestants from other cities were also staying in the same apartment area, providing opportunities for interaction. After moving into the dormitory, Qin Feng used the martial artist electronic database in the dorm to study martial artist vitality. This was an area he had never thoroughly explored before. When it was mealtime, Old Hu knocked on the door from outside. Ah Feng, going to the cafeteria to eat, coming along? You go ahead, I'll come later, Qin Feng replied, turning back to continue studying vitality. Vitality is an important indicator of a martial artist's strength. Typically, martial artists only activate their vitality to assist in combat after reaching the 7th rank. rank. Sometimes, the indicators of vitality and blood are more important than combat power. They represent the strength of a martial artist's physical constitution. A martial artist with powerful vitality and blood can reach the heavens to grasp the moon, dive into the 5 oceans to catch turtles, fly through the skies and burrow into the earth, capable of anything, unrestricted by air or environment. There are many methods to activate vitality and blood, such as, after watching the video, Qin Feng finally grasped the knowledge related to vitality and blood. Vitality and blood are like oxygen and fuel, a special form of energy. Martial artists with abundant vitality and blood can even go decades without eating and still not starve. The principle is very simple. After finishing his study, it was already late, and Qin Feng's stomach was growling with hunger, so he headed to the cafeteria for a meal. When Qin Feng arrived at the cafeteria, he saw a scene that made him furious. Damn it, useless country bumpkin, hit him. Smack! As soon as he arrived, he saw Old Hu and several players from number 1 high school being pinned to the ground and beaten. The opponents exuded an air of nobility, were quite skilled, and their attacks were extremely ruthless. Old Hu's face was already swollen from the beating. Think you're tough? Country folks coming to the city and not knowing their place, do you submit or not? A blonde-haired boy with an earring grabbed Lin Dong's hair and asked harshly, his eyes filled with malice. Stop! Qin Feng rushed forward immediately to help upon seeing the situation. Who are you? People from the Magic City are handling this. I'd advise you not to meddle. One person blocked Qin Feng's path, but Qin Feng didn't pay him any attention and directly threw a hook punch. Although the other party's reaction wasn't slow, attempting to block Qin Feng's attack. With his hand, the next second, he screamed and was sent flying. Qin Feng stepped into the combat zone, sending someone flying with a single blow, then looked at Old Hu and asked, what's going on? Damn it, they were bullying us. We were eating here peacefully, and as soon as they arrived, they demanded we give up our seats. Old Hu explained the situation to Qin Feng. We were here first, so of course, we refused to give up our seats. Then they started hitting us. That's right, and they even mocked us as country bumpkins. It's truly humiliating. Brother Feng, they are from the Magic City. Lin Dong covered his swollen, red face, his voice trembling, not even daring to look at the other group. The disparity in strength between the two sides was obvious. Even the most effeminate-looking blonde-haired guy among them had third-rank strength, making it clear that the Liang City group was no match. Everyone felt a bit intimidated. At this moment, the blonde-haired guy swept his gaze over Qin Feng, then revealed a mocking smile. Kid, not bad skills, but do you know who you've messed with? Qin Feng didn't have time for nonsense and said coldly, kneel down, slap yourself 10 times, and crawl under my brother's legs. Then this matter will be over. What did you say? The blonde-haired guy and his companions thought they had misheard and couldn't help but laugh. The crowd in the cafeteria grew larger, consisting of contestants from other cities. To witness a clash between two schools the day before the competition began was like getting an early taste of a good show. Upon hearing the blonde-haired guy's background, the crowd quickly stepped back, a sense of awe rising in their hearts. Contestants from the Magic City were indeed bona fide geniuses. Where are these people from, daring to tell the geniuses of the Magic City to kneel and crawl under someone's legs? Truly reckless. Are you tired of living? Now this is going to be interesting. Are you deaf? Ignoring the chatter around him, Qin Feng lunged forward in a single swift motion. The blonde-haired youth saw his opponent take the initiative and revealed a faint smile, courting death. However, just as he pulled his hand out of his pocket, he was suddenly engulfed by a dark shadow. Bang! Qin Feng's fist struck the blonde punk's face, and blood spurted wildly. Wait! Slap! Slap! The blonde punk, confident in his ability to defeat a third-rank fighter, didn't even have a chance to fight back in front of Qin Feng. Grabbing the punk by the collar, Qin Feng gave him 2 hard slaps across the face. Weren't you acting all arrogant? Dare to mess with my brother? Kneel before me. Slap! Slap! 2 more resounding slaps landed, leaving the blonde punk dazed and disoriented. Finally, an overwhelming force pressed down on him, and his knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Qin Feng's strength was simply too immense, like a mountain, crushing down. The onlookers were all stunned by the scene. How could the outcome be so different from what they had imagined? The third-rank blonde punk was utterly defeated by an unknown young man? Qin Feng pinned the punk down, looking down at him coldly and said, apologize. Bah, I'm from the Magic City. How dare you insult me? You're finished. The blonde-haired guy truly lived up to being a genius from the Magic City, still full of unyielding spirit and stubbornness, completely unafraid of Qin Feng's beating. I don't care if you're from the Magic City or Dog City, today you'll kneel whether you want to or not. Qin Feng had never been afraid of anyone. He understood that in this line of work, having the guts to fight was the most important thing. If you're scared of this and that, you'll only end up being bullied. He treated life and death lightly. If someone disrespected him, he'd fight back. He forced the blonde-haired guy's head down, pressing it to the ground, then delivered a kick to his stomach. The blonde-haired guy let out a muffled groan, saliva flying out as he clutched his stomach in pain, rolling on the ground. The rest of the people from the Magic City, seeing this, didn't dare step forward to help. They were just there to hype up the atmosphere, not actual participants, and were even less capable than the blonde-haired guy. How could they dare to step up and get themselves beaten? Who hit my brother? Just as Qin Feng was about to step over Huang Mao, two teenagers arrived at the scene with an imposing presence. Seeing these two, the atmosphere group from Magic City instantly lit up with hope, as if they had seen a savior. Senior brother Li Yan is here, we're saved. These worthless fools are doomed. When one of the tall men dressed in Magic City attire stepped forward, the surrounding crowd was immediately stunned. Is that Li Yan? Who? Never heard of him. The 5th seed player from Magic City High School is very strong. The official prediction is that he has a chance to break into the top 20 in this tournament. Oh, so it's him. I've heard of his name. Looks like he's really strong. It's over. This group of country bumpkins is doomed. Amid the chaotic discussions and countless envious gazes, Li Yan walked over with an air of indifference. The crowd, upon seeing him, parted to both sides like a receding tide, with no one daring to approach. Li Yan looked at Qin Feng and said in a commanding tone, "Let my brother go." This sentence carried a chilling, unquestionable authority. He's your brother? However, Qin Feng didn't take his words seriously. This useless guy messed with my brother. Truly ill-mannered and uncultured. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Brother, save me. He wants to step over me to humiliate me. The blonde-haired Li Xin on the ground pleaded to Li Yan for help. You dare humiliate my brother? Then go ahead and try. I am Li Yan from the Magic City. Li Yan threatened Qin Feng, secretly thinking that no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful in front of him. Even the 4 great geniuses had to show him some respect. You told me to try, so don't blame me for being impolite. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he actually stepped over Li Xin in front of everyone. Boom! This scene caused an uproar in the crowd. Li Xin of the Magic City, the younger brother of Li Yan, was publicly humiliated by an unknown contestant. The thrilling turn of events made the crowd secretly admire Qin Feng's courage. If it had been someone else, they would have already bowed their head and admitted fault, but he chose to go with the flow instead. You're courting death. Being humiliated in public, Li Yan's dignity was instantly challenged, and he was burning with rage. It was one thing for his younger brother Li Xin to be beaten, but for this kid to dare to confront him and openly disgrace him, this was practically a direct insult to Li Yan himself. For a genius and powerful figure like him, this was an enormous affront. Li Yan was furious beyond measure. In his anger, he struck out at Qin Feng with a palm attack. The force of the palm was explosive, and several palm imprints appeared, alternating between real and illusory, dazzling to the eye. Li Yan's flower-shifting palm technique has already reached a state of perfection. This kid is doomed, thought the companions who had come with Li Yan, already making their judgment on the outcome. Petty tricks, don't even think about being arrogant. Qin Feng directly threw a heavy punch, a straightforward and unembellished strike, which sent the flashy Li Yan flying heavily. Bang! Before everyone could react, the sound of pots and pans crashing to the ground came from afar. Li Yan, was he punched flying? Brother? Li Xin was also stunned, secretly wondering if he had seen it wrong. The entire crowd was filled with astonishment and doubt. Ding, strength asterisk 5000. Ding, talent picked up from the opponent. Ding, comprehended the shifting flower palm. Talent level LV, 7. Qin Feng automatically picked up the attributes dropped by Li Yan, who seemed to have been defeated by a single punch. During the earlier battle, Qin Feng estimated Li Yan's level, which appeared to be only at the early stage of the 4th rank. As expected, the 5th-seeded player of the Magic City was not worth mentioning. In Liangcheng, Old Hu, and the others clapped vigorously. Good, well done. Even the genius from Modu is nothing special. Wasn't he so arrogant? Why can't he even take a single punch? Just an empty reputation. Not long after, Li Yan stood up again. He swayed slightly, regaining some of his composure, and appeared to be unharmed. However, his gaze coldly fixed on Qin Feng as he asked, "Kid, what's your name?" "Listen carefully, my name is Qin Feng, from Liangcheng." Qin Feng introduced himself. "Alright, Qin Feng of Liangcheng, I'll remember you." Li Yan said coldly, "The management staff will be here soon. Today's duel ends here. Save it for another day." After speaking, Li Yan left the cafeteria. Not far away, his companion asked with concern, "Senior brother Li Yan, are you okay? I could feel it just now. That guy Qin Feng's punching power seems to have at least 4th grade combat strength. He's not to be underestimated." Li Yan's lips twitched slightly, though his heart was somewhat unwilling. "Heh, are you underestimating me? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Li Yan tried to maintain a stern demeanor. "Help me inform the mentor that I won't be participating in tomorrow's match. Also, book a return flight for me immediately, even a standing ticket will do." Li Yan's companion's expression instantly froze. "Senior brother Li Yan, you, Once they reached a secluded spot, Li Yan couldn't help but cough, gasping for breath. His companion clearly saw fresh blood spraying from Li Yan's mouth, and his expression immediately turned uncertain and alarmed. Li Yan struggled to speak. "That guy's strength far surpasses mine. During the fight just now, the bones in my shoulder were completely shattered. I can no longer participate in the intense national competition." Hearing Li Yan's words, his companion was deeply shocked. Qin Feng from Liang
Liangcheng, could he really be this powerful? This must be Qin Feng from Liangcheng, he does seem to have some skills. Even Li Yan from Modu High School couldn't handle him. No wonder he was arguing fiercely with Wang Feng online yesterday, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. What do you mean some? He's practically on par with Li Yan, his cultivation is stronger than most of the contestants. He might even make it into the top 30. The true powerhouses from Modu haven't shown up yet. Let's see tomorrow. But Liangcheng has indeed produced a genius this year, likely to receive special attention in the future. After the cafeteria conflict, the players from Liangcheng had a renewed admiration for Qin Feng. Initially, they thought Qin Feng's strength was only at the high stage of the second rank, but now it seemed he had already reached the level of the fourth rank. Brother Feng, your progress is truly astonishing. I, Lin Xiao, am in complete awe. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Lin Xiao was deeply grateful to Qin Feng. Among the players from Liangcheng, Qin Feng had already established himself as the core figure. At this moment, Qin Feng had truly become a genius, no longer confined to the small town of Liangcheng. As night fell, the reception room for the Yanjing High School delegation had just concluded a meeting. At this time, team leaders from major high schools across the country gathered together to exchange ideas. This year, barring any surprises, the Big Four will once again sweep all the awards. We can only aim for something like the Sportsmanship Award. I heard that Wang Feng, the top student on the genius list, has already reached the 5th rank. Principal Lin, is that true? What? 5th rank? The team leaders from other city high schools all turned to the principal of Yanjing for confirmation. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and their eyes collectively focused on the Yanjing principal. The principal of Yanjing University smiled faintly and said calmly, indeed, Wang Feng has indeed broken through to the 5th rank. Hiss, what a terrifying talent. The strength of the Wang family's genius is truly outstanding. The third generation of the Wang family is bound to surpass the previous generation and achieve new glory. Back in the day when we came to compete, we were only at the 2nd rank. Now, after all these years, we've barely reached the 4th rank. Hearing about Wang Feng's cultivation, the leaders from all over the world shook their heads, each of them rendered speechless by Wang Feng's astonishing strength. 5th rank, indeed quite impressive. But if you think the 5th rank guarantees the championship, then you're underestimating us. That's right, Wang Feng isn't the only contestant who broke through to the 5th rank this year. Only the leaders of the other 3 major schools remained expressionless, each speaking in turn. Hearing their tone, everyone immediately realized the gravity of the situation. It turned out that the principals of the 3 major schools also had 5th grade contestants. Everyone's expressions instantly turned to despair. This year, Yanjing High School, Xinhui High School, Jiangnan High School, and Modu High School all had someone who reached the 5th grade at the same time. This martial arts tournament was indeed the strongest in history. In the corner, Principal Hu and the principal of Liangcheng No. 1 High School were also slightly shocked, but they didn't seem too surprised. At this moment, someone noticed Principal Hu's expression and said, Principal Hu, your Liangcheng also has a genius this year, the one who was arguing with Wang Feng online a while ago. What's their name again? Seems like it's Qin something? Everyone immediately focused their attention on Principal Hu and the principal of No. 1 High School. Before Principal Hu could speak, a tall, thin middle-aged man interjected, Qin Feng, right? I heard he's very strong, probably capable of defeating Wang Feng. Ha ha ha, I think so too. I saw that kid's remarks. Liangcheng seems to be on track to win the championship. It looks like they're determined to succeed. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence is arrogance, and the result of arrogance is often disastrous. Everyone burst into laughter, clearly mocking Liangcheng and making fun of them. Liangcheng's rankings in previous competitions had always been poor, either 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, but never out of this range, of course, counting from the bottom. Before this competition, they even used Wang Feng to gain attention and ride the wave of popularity, which is why everyone was ridiculing Liangcheng tonight. The competition hasn't started yet, anything is possible. That's right, your impression of Liangcheng might not be great, but I believe Qin Feng's performance won't disappoint. He is the strongest genius in Liangcheng's history. Why look down on us? Principal Hu and the principal of No. 1 High School argued strongly to defend Liangcheng's reputation. Hey, Hu Dingkuan, alright, we're old classmates after all. Just treat it as a joke, why take it so seriously? The principal from Modu, who was an old acquaintance of Principal Hu, stepped in to mediate. You're right, before the results are out, anything is possible. Maybe your genius Qin Feng might defeat our seeded player on the field, who knows? Ha, wouldn't you all agree? He appeared to be mediating, but in the latter half of his sentence, he was teasing Liangcheng again, causing everyone to laugh once more and nod in agreement. Principal Hu and the principal of No. 1 High School were so angry their necks turned red, yet they had no way to refute. However, just as everyone was laughing, someone ran in from outside and said, there's an emergency. A conflict just broke out in the cafeteria between the players from Modu and Liangcheng. Someone got injured. How could this happen? This is outrageous. Principal Hu immediately became anxious upon hearing this, his heart filled with worry, fearing that the players might have
been seriously injured. If being unable to participate in tomorrow's match due to injury becomes a reality, it would be a lifelong regret.
Hey, old who, calm down. Young people are full of vigor and are in their rebellious phase. It's normal for them to have some scuffles.
I will make sure to strictly require our team members to follow the rules later.
This will absolutely not happen again. The leader from Modu appeared nonchalant, but in reality he was thinking, let's see how tough you can act.
I'll give you a taste of our strength first and let you witness the
prowess of Modu's geniuses.
The principal of Ijong and principal who were so furious their faces turned purple, but they were helpless.
Lacking the skills, they could only swallow their grievances.
No, principal of Modu, the injured player is a student from Modu.
The
top player is Li Sen, and another, Li Yan, has just applied to withdraw from the competition.
We need your signature to confirm this.
Just as the leader from Modu was laughing heartily, a staff member nearby suddenly spoke, instantly leaving the Modu team stunned.
What? You must be kidding. The principal of Magic City suddenly jumped up. Li Yan withdrew from the competition?
Yes, withdrew due to injury, and has already bought a plane ticket to return.
God damn it.
Seeing the report, the principal of Magic City had his hair standing on end, like an angry rooster.
Everyone else was also full of disbelief. A contestant from Liangcheng actually forced a contestant from Magic City to withdraw? What is going on? This is outrageous. Li Yan was our seed player. Now that he's withdrawn, how do we handle this?
The principal of Magic City was truly furious. Li Yan was a force to be reckoned with, and now the losses were too great.
Principal
Hu and the principal of number 1 high school felt immensely satisfied and relieved upon hearing this.
Principal Hu said, Principal Fong, calm down. Young people are full of vigor and are in their rebellious phase. It's perfectly normal for them to have scuffles. I
will make sure to strictly require our team members to follow the rules later, and they absolutely won't make the same mistake again.
Kids fighting, I assume you wouldn't take it to heart, right?
The other party actually used his own words against him, which was truly infuriating. To maintain his composure, the principal of Magic City immediately
acted dismissively. Li Yan already had an old injury.
This time, withdrawing from the competition was merely due to the recurrence of that old injury.
We in Magic City are surrounded by geniuses. Picking anyone at random could make it into the top 30.
Naturally, we wouldn't bother to compete with you from this impoverished, backwater, 18th tier small city.
Oh, that's good.
We don't have many geniuses, only one if we count carefully. But for this championship, we only need to send out one genius to secure the title. The other party was stubborn and prideful, but Principal whose response was even sharper.
These words instantly provoked everyone's dissatisfaction. Even the 3 major schools, including Yanjing High School, couldn't stand it.
You're from Liangcheng. Where do you get the audacity to boast about winning the championship?
For a moment, representatives from major cities spoke harshly about Liangcheng, vowing to give its contestants a harsh lesson.
Everyone regarded Liangcheng as a thorn in their side, determined to make them pay the price on the battlefield. The next day, under the watchful eyes of the public, the Summer Nation Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. Over 300,000 spectators filled the venue to capacity, with the entire stadium packed to the brim.
National media outlets aimed
their equipment at the martial stage for live coverage. Before the battles began, all contestants, except for those from the 4 major schools, were required to draw lots on stage to determine their opponents.
This year's tournament
featured delegations from 20 cities, with a total of 600 contestants participating, excluding the 4 major schools.
Contestants from the same city would not face each other in the first round.
With 600 contestants gathered in one place, the scene was lively and bustling. Surprisingly, since there were no matches scheduled for the first day, very few contestants from the 4 major schools showed up, with only a handful of figures present.
The drawing ceremony began.
Weicheng Du Lishan versus Lincheng Li Yunfei. Fancheng Zhouyu versus Nolinshan City Zhao He. Liangcheng Hu Dali versus Lincheng Zhang Wudi. Old Hu stepped down from the stage after drawing lots. At first, he was a bit nervous, but he relaxed when he realized his opponent was from Lincheng. Lincheng had always been a weak team in previous years, with players of limited strength, so it shouldn't be too difficult to handle.
Your turn, Afeng.
At this moment, Xin Feng's name appeared on the screen.
After being reminded, Xin Feng walked up. However, as soon as he got on stage, a lot of opposition voices came from below. It's him?
Yeah, this kid is really arrogant. Senior brother, you must teach him a lesson.
Damn, he's that kid from Liangcheng, right?
I heard Liangcheng has been really arrogant this year.
With that scrawny frame, what's he pretending for?
He better not run into us from Salt Lake City, or we'll beat him up every time we see him. For these voices, Xin Feng's lips curled slightly. The draw results were out. Liangcheng Xin Feng versus Yenhu City Su Lulu. After settling this matter, Xin Feng walked straight off the stage. To him, the identity of his opponent didn't matter. They weren't strong enough to challenge
him anyway.
However, he could sense that the contestants from other cities seemed unfriendly toward the people of Liangcheng. Could this be targeted hostility?
Now, I announce that the competition officially begins. begins. An hour later, the drawing ceremony finally concluded. Two martial platforms rose in the center, and two groups of contestants competed simultaneously to ensure efficiency. As the matches began, the strength of the two groups of contestants was roughly equal, both around the first rank. After 3 to 4 minutes of combat, the outcome was decided. Xin Feng noticed that these fighters relied entirely on brute force. Whoever had higher combat power would win, with almost no fighting techniques involved. However, this was understandable. For martial apprentices from ordinary high schools like them, the focus was mainly on building a foundation. There was hardly any time to train in martial techniques. Moreover, training in martial techniques is no easy task. If not handled well, one might neglect both aspects, failing to master the techniques and leaving the foundation weak, which would be counterproductive. Watching a group of kids fighting, Xin Feng sat bored in his chair and took a nap, completely different from the tense expressions of the others. Next group, Xin Feng from Liangcheng versus Su Lulu from Yanhu City. Another hour and a half passed, and it was finally Qin Feng's turn. His opponent was a young girl. She looked adorable and very cute, 2 years younger than Qin Feng, but her face carried a serious expression. "Big brother, how about we just go easy on each other?" Su Lulu asked Qin Feng on stage. "All right." Qin Feng nodded. "You won't go back on your word, will you?" The girl was clearly startled by Qin Feng's calm demeanor, her body trembling slightly. All the other contestants were taking the match seriously, so why did her opponent seem so indifferent? Not fully awake? Fine, since you're so nervous, I won't hit you. You can hit me instead. I won't fight back. Really? Are you going to hit or not? Alright, I hit hard, you know. Thank you for letting me advance. Su Lulu thought Qin Feng had intentionally let her advance, so she quickly walked up and hit Qin Feng with her soft pink fists. Defense effect 100%. Counter damage effect 100%. Bang! Su Lulu was sent flying by the rebound force. Ouch! She clutched her pink fist, almost crying from the pain. Everyone looked on in confusion, wondering what was going on. Qin Feng clearly hadn't fought back, so how did Su Lulu end up flying on her own? Su Lulu was also stunned and at a loss, feeling more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it. In the end, she directly forfeited. "I surrender." "Not fighting anymore?" Qin Feng asked. "Not fighting, not fighting." The cute girl quickly shook her head. There was no point in fighting at all. Even if he just stood there and let her hit him, she couldn't defeat this guy. Qin Feng, victory. "Ah Feng, you're amazing. You really pulled it off and showed off successfully," Old Hu said enviously. This was truly showing off with skill, and the first person to stand there and let the opponent hit him. Not long after, Old Hu took the stage. After a grueling 10-minute battle, he also managed to win. His opponent's cultivation level was only at the first rank initial stage, roughly equal to Old Hu's, and was eventually worn down by him. However, the other contestants from Liangcheng were not so fortunate. Whenever a Liangcheng contestant stepped onto the stage, their opponents were extremely aggressive, as if they were on steroids. "From Liangcheng? I'll beat you to death. Crush them. Liangcheng people are too arrogant. Let's teach them a lesson today. Do you admit defeat or not? I'm asking if you admit defeat." "My name is Zhang Xiaowei, and I specialize in beating people from Liangcheng." As the fifth Liangcheng contestant had their leg broken and was thrown out of the arena, Qin Feng finally realized something was wrong. These people were being excessively ruthless. The Liangcheng contestants weren't very strong, and the competition rules were supposed to be about stopping at the point of determining a winner. However, whenever they faced a Liangcheng contestant, they didn't hesitate to use brutal force, going so far as to cripple their opponents. Are they trying to ruin Wang Jinyan's life forever? Lin Xiao was furious as he watched his schoolmate Wang Jinyang being carried onto an ambulance with a broken leg. "They're targeting us. It's infuriating," Old Hu said indignantly. "Qin Feng, this must be the will of the Magic City. They look down on us, and the Magic City has given them benefits to humiliate us and crush our morale." At this moment, Principal Hu walked up to Qin Feng and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. "I knew it. Fine, since they have no bottom line, I'll return the favor twice over." Rage burned within him. On the spectator stands, the expressions of the representatives from various major cities were quite vivid as they watched the competition. Especially when the contestant from Liangcheng was harshly taught a lesson, their mood was exceptionally elated. "So, Principal Hu, is this all Liangcheng is capable of? Looks like you only won 3 matches, while the rest were eliminated in the first round. What else is there to say? Who was it last night that said they were going to win the championship? Have you realized the gap now?" The mocking tone of several principals made Principal Hu and others look embarrassed. In the blink of an eye, the second round of the competition began. After Old Hu took the stage, he was also subjected to a fierce attack from a high-level player from Fangcheng. If Old Hu hadn't chosen to step down in time, his fate might have been the same as the player from Liangcheng in the first round, suffering a bone fracture from the opponent's blows. "Old Hu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. They're absolutely crazy, targeting the weak ones. It's infuriating. This year's competition has completely changed in nature." Old Hu cursed loudly,
saying that today's young people have no sense of martial ethics and are too ruthless.
It's fine, it's my turn soon.
After waiting for a while, it was finally Qin Feng's turn. Qin Feng's opponent was a big guy from Fangcheng, nearly 2 meters tall, with a fierce look in his eyes.
Kid, you saw what happened to your Liangqing teammate, right? That's the price of angering us. I heard you're the most arrogant one, come and entertain me. Bang!
Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng landed a heavy punch on his mouth. Instantly, a row of teeth fell out, and blood spurted wildly.
Fangcheng trash, you're not qualified to talk to me. With another kick, the big guy was sent flying off the martial stage, landing in Fangcheng's preparation area.
At this moment, his chest bone was sunken, and he was already incapacitated.
Ding, strength asterisk 200.
Defeating the big guy, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of accomplishment. That man just now was at most at the level of a second-grade beginner, weak and utterly vulnerable.
Countless pairs of eyes turned to Qin Feng, shocked that he
had crippled someone with such ruthless moves. As all eyes focused on him, Qin Feng coldly said from the stage, "Listen up, all you trash.
Whoever faces me will either be crippled or crawl away like a dog. I'll only say this once." Boom!
As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted with waves of astonishment. Countless spectators were stirred up, while many others were filled with rage.
This bastard, he actually dared to openly call us trash. Fine, very fine.
Just wait, I'll kill him later.
Absolutely cannot let him off. Does he think he's the #1 overlord of Liangcheng? We must deal with him. If we let this go, where is our dignity? Could he possibly be so powerful as to defy the heavens?
Crush Liangcheng, crush that brat Qin Feng. The crowd's fury was instantly ignited, and numerous contestants angrily spewed trash talk. Martial artists also have their pride, and Qin Feng mocking all the contestants as trash in front of a national audience was unbearable.
He had practically become a public enemy. Principal who, don't you think your people have gone too far?
Principal Fangcheng's face darkened as he watched his contestant being carried away by an ambulance. That tall guy was his nephew, with decent talent and a promising future, potentially reaching the 4th or 5th rank in strength. However, now he had been crippled.
Too far? And what you just did wasn't too far.
The principal of #1 high school had a stern expression. If you have the ability, let your people fight back on the martial stage.
If you can defeat Qin Feng, we in Liangcheng will accept it. He was very clear about Qin Feng's cultivation level.
Half a month ago, he had already contended with Wang Shua, the second generation of the Wang family, which meant he was at least above the 4th rank. In this competition, apart from the 4 major high schools, no other high school had anyone who had reached the 4th rank.
Qin Feng could completely dominate the stage. He had the right to
say these words to defend the dignity and honor of Liangcheng. Sometimes, if you are kind, others will think you are easy to bully. If you show tolerance, they will trample on you.
Using their own
methods against them is the most direct way to retaliate. The faces of the principals from the other high schools turned angry. It was clear that Liangcheng was determined to fight to the bitter end.
Alright, then let's fight. I've never been afraid of anyone in Salt Lake City.
I just want to see how long that kid Qin Feng can hold out. Soon, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of battles commenced one after another. Now, all eyes were on Qin Feng. Every time he stepped onto the stage, he drew countless gasps of astonishment, defeating his opponents with a single move, leaving them unconscious.
Zhang Xiaowei from Blue Moon City versus Qin Feng from Liang City. The host announced the two opposing sides.
Upon seeing his opponent, Qin Feng's expression became slightly serious. In the first round, this person had broken Wang Jinyan's leg from #1 high school with
a vicious strike. He even reported his name, openly provoking the contestants from Liangcheng.
At this moment, all the contestants from Liangcheng were off stage, glaring at Zhang Xiaowei with resentment. I, Zhang Xiaowei, specialize in beating people from Liangcheng. Your words just now successfully angered me.
Now, I want you to kneel down and call me Grandpa.
Zhang Xiaowei spoke with extreme arrogance, coldly crossing his arms. Qin Feng was arrogant, but Zhang Xiaowei was even more so. After speaking, Zhang Xiaowei charged forward, and Qin Feng threw a punch.
Petty tricks, ignorant of death.
Zhang Xiaowei's lips curled into a sinister smile. He excelled in strength, and Qin Feng had dared to challenge him in his area of expertise, courting death. He shook his large hand and countered Qin Feng's punch with his own.
In just an instant, the sound of Paula's bones breaking echoed.
His right shoulder bone was dislocated with a single punch, and a tearing pain surged through him. Ah, I told you, either be crippled or get lost. Zhang Xiaowei screamed miserably, deeply feeling the vast disparity in strength between the two.
The gap was simply too great.
Qin Feng shook his head lightly and directly stepped on him. The force of that step exceeded 100,000 kilograms, like Mount Tai pressing down, making Zhang Xiaowei unable to breathe. He felt as if his body was about to explode and couldn't even speak. In just a moment, Zhang Xiaowei was kicked away like a dead dog.
Strength asterisk 500. Another instant victory. The crowd was almost questioning reality.
Qin Feng had once again instantly defeated his opponent. Zhang Xiaowei, despite being at the mid-second rank in strength and originally having a chance to break into the top 200, was utterly powerless against Qin Feng. Just how strong is Qin Feng? On the first day of the competition, the 4 great high schools were exempt from participating. After all, the strength of the 4 greats far surpasses that of other high schools. If they were to compete, there would be no suspense, completely lacking in entertainment value. It was thought that today's matches would be evenly matched, but the situation took a sudden turn, and a dark horse emerged, Qin Feng. Qin Feng from Liangcheng acted decisively, sweeping his opponents in every match. For a time, he became the absolute star of the day. Qin Feng's opponents were all instantly defeated, with not a single one able to leave the stage standing. In the final rounds, some contestants, upon hearing that their opponent was Qin Feng, were so terrified that they directly forfeited. They still wanted to live a few more years and didn't want to end their martial arts journey here. Qin Feng was simply a madman. Alright, today's competition is over. The remaining 30 contestants will advance to tomorrow's semi-finals, where they will compete alongside the participants from the 4 greats. Due to Qin Feng's instant victory, the competition ended exceptionally quickly. In Liangcheng, only Qin Feng made it to the finals. Lin Xiao and Old Hu were both defeated. However, during the competition, Lin Xiao, a second-grade fighter, achieved 3 consecutive victories with his martial skill Storm Wild Slash, placing him among the top 180 contestants. This ranking is already quite impressive. What does this mean? Excluding the 120 contestants from the 4 greats, Lin Xiao's strength ranks him among the top 60 of the remaining participants, far exceeding expectations. As for Old Hu, he ranked 360th, which was also surprising. Meanwhile, Qin Feng advanced to the semifinals in a dominating fashion, becoming the most dazzling presence in the entire competition, with his strength estimated to be at the 4th grade. Contestant Qin Feng, your performance today was outstanding. Do you have anything to say to the other contestants about tomorrow's match? Or what is your goal for this competition? As per tradition, the host posed a question to the most eye-catching performer of the day. Qin Feng replied without hesitation, "My goal is to take first place. Anyone who dares to stand in my way, be ready to be knocked down." Liangcheng is not to be trifled with. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was stunned. First place? Does he deserve it? Although Qin Feng performed well, the contestants from the Big 4 haven't even shown up yet. You're just a nobody, so why the overconfidence? Any one of the Big 4 can crush you. Just wait to be humiliated tomorrow. Arrogant fool, getting cocky with just a little success. Win a few low-level matches and you forget who you are, huh? Just wait and see how our Qinhuai High School teaches him a lesson tomorrow. Step aside, he's from our Modu High School. I'll make him regret saying those words. Just a 4th rank, that's all. We have about a dozen such contestants in Yanjing. Countless spectators were abuzz with discussions, criticizing Qin Feng's arrogance and conceit. Even the contestants from the 4 major high schools, after watching the live broadcast in their apartments, couldn't help but voice their strong opinions on social media. Liangcheng? What kind of place is that? A weakling city that will forever live under the dominance of the Big 4. From being overlooked to becoming the strongest dark horse of the competition, Qin Feng successfully captured everyone's attention. Now, in the contestants' apartment, his name was known to all. Through the live broadcast, audiences across the nation also witnessed the madness of a contestant from a small city, especially the citizens of Liangcheng, who, watching Qin Feng's performance on the first day, celebrated throughout the night. Qin Feng gave them hope for a championship. It must be noted that in the hundreds of years since Liangcheng's founding, their best achievement had only been reaching the semi-finals. They had never made it to the finals, let alone won a championship. Now, with Qin Feng's dominant performance, there was a real chance to contend for the championship and make history. In the evening, while Qin Feng was taking a walk on campus after dinner, he encountered 2 other contestants who were also strolling around. They were dressed in attire from the Magic City, and one of the men exuded an air of nobility and spoke eloquently. From the way his companion addressed him, it seemed that this man's surname was Su. So Qin Feng stepped forward and asked, "Are you from the Su family of the Magic City?" The man beside him immediately rebuked, "Who are you? Do we know you? Forget it, a biao, we shouldn't be so impulsive." The young man looked at Qin Feng and asked, "What do you want with me?" The Su family is a prestigious and influential clan in the Magic City, admired by many across the country. Perhaps the person before him was also here to admire him. "Do you know Su Mang?" Qin Feng asked directly. As soon as Qin Feng spoke, the young man's gaze instantly turned cold, and he immediately questioned, "You must be Qin Feng from Liangcheng, right?" "That's right." Qin Feng did not deny it and continued to look at the young man. "You still haven't answered my question." Since that intimate night, Qin Feng had not seen Su Meng again. He wanted to know how she was doing and how her life had been. You were really arrogant at the competition today, completely disregarding us, the 4 greats." The boy next to him, called a biao, spoke with displeasure. Qin Feng's words today were enough to irritate anyone. "Qin Feng, it's one thing to act cocky in low-level games, but in front of us, you're nothing." The boy's attitude turned cold. "Let me tell you, Su Meng is my cousin. I heard that while she was studying in Liangcheng, she got close to a boy. I guess that boy is you, isn't it? Ever since she came back from Liangchang, her personality has changed drastically, and it must be thanks to you. I'm giving you a serious warning now, stop entangling yourself with Su Mang. You are nothing but someone from the lower class. Don't ever dream of leeching off my sister. What do you mean? Xin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, finding it hard to believe the other party thought he was a freeloader. The young man said coldly, no matter how hard you try, your fate is already sealed. You'll remain at the bottom of society for the rest of your life. Even if you're a martial artist and achieve some minor success, you'll never be worthy of Su Mang. Is that so? Besides living off your family's wealth, what other skills do you have? Attacked out of nowhere, Xin Feng did not hold back. He thought to himself, I'm a genius. Who are you to criticize me? His words were sharp. So-called geniuses from prominent families are nothing but useless showpieces. I've seen plenty of self-righteous rich kids like you, and in the end, they all end up crushed under my feet. I believe you'll be just another one of my defeated opponents. Xin Feng, you really are arrogant. See you tomorrow then. Su Yu, promise not to show you any mercy. The two didn't fight as the cost of doing so was too high. In the end, they parted ways on bad terms. I wonder how she's doing now. Back at the apartment, Xin Feng lay on the bed, a gentle and beautiful figure appearing in his mind. The second day. Today is the final day of the martial arts tournament, and the audience on site is even more enthusiastic than yesterday, because today, they get to witness the clash of players from the four major high schools, with a level of excitement far surpassing yesterday. Yesterday was just the appetizer before the meal. Today is the main course. Go Qinhuai High School. Yanjing first. Yongchang, just show your style. Kill Liangchang. You are all little brothers. Our Modu is the best. In the audience, various voices intertwined, creating a harmonious atmosphere. When the contestants from the Big Four appeared, among the 30 contestants who had barely made it to the semi-finals yesterday, only Xin Feng was full of energy, while the others seemed like sick chickens, their morale low. Facing the geniuses from the Big Four, they appeared incredibly weak, completely outclassed in terms of momentum. Mo Ting from Qinhuai High School versus Fang Zhan from Weichang. Fang Zhan from Weichang stepped onto the stage and immediately wielded his spear. In the match, both sides were allowed to use their preferred weapons, with few restrictions. Raptor Spear Strike. Fang Zhan shook his spear and launched a fierce attack, thrusting it toward Mo Ting with astonishing force. This strike was not weak. At full power, it barely reached the combat strength of the third rank. Mo Ting did not attack at first, but continuously evaded Fang Zhan's strikes with her footwork. After Fang Zhan thrust his spear 5 or 6 times in succession, Mo Ting finally launched her offensive, sending Fang Zhan flying with a single palm strike. First match, Mo Ting wins. Xin Feng glanced over and noticed that Mo Ting's strength was quite impressive, already reaching the 4th rank, as expected of a genius among the 4 greats. Achieving the 4th rank before the age of 18 meant she would be qualified to train at the top martial arts universities upon entering college. In the subsequent battles, the clashes between the 4 greats were spectacular, while other semi-finalists who faced the geniuses among the 4 greats were almost invariably eliminated. After a series of trials, out of the 30 contestants who entered the semi-finals, only Xin Feng remained. Next group, Yao Fei from Jiangnan High School versus Xin Feng from Liangchang. When Xin Feng stepped onto the stage, all the surrounding gazes focused on him with ill intent. Whether it was the genius Wang Feng from Yanjing, the seeded player, Su Yu from Modu, or other young talents, they were all filled with interest in Xin Feng. After all, his earlier bold words had already spread far and wide. Kid, making it to the semi-finals is already not bad. Go back and learn how to behave properly, Yao Fei said with a mocking look in his eyes, as if he regarded Xin Feng as no different from the other semi-finalists, destined to be swept aside by him. I hope your strength matches all that nonsense, or else I'll be disappointed. In front of me, you still dare to be so arrogant? Xin Feng's lips curled slightly as he countered. Yao Fei immediately burned with rage, stomping the ground fiercely and launching a savage charge at Xin Feng. Yao Fei was naturally a body cultivator, possessing immense strength. If he collided with someone, it would surely result in death or severe injury. However, Xin Feng remained completely unperturbed, standing quietly in place, calmly awaiting the impact. What is he doing? Has he given up? Someone in the crowd was puzzled as to why Xin Feng wasn't moving. Could it be that he was scared stiff? Yao Fei revealed a sinister smile, and in the next moment, he charged at Xin Feng like a wild bull. Even if Xin Feng wanted to dodge now, it was already too late. Bang! Without any deviation, Yao Fei collided with Xin Feng. Yet, at that very instant, a violent force suddenly rebounded back. Defense 99%. Damage reflection 60%. Clang! Yao Fei shot out like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground with a pain scream. Upon closer inspection, large patches of swelling and bruises had already appeared on his body. This scene left Yao Fei completely bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? He looked at Xin Feng, still unable to understand what had happened. Could it be a ghost? This was too damn strange. Xin Feng clearly hadn't fought back, yet he himself was repelled? Yao Fei was utterly confused. confused, while the principals and mentors of the four greats frowned deeply. Such defense, it's insane. Could he also be a body cultivator? Only body cultivators could possess such formidable defense, but judging by the situation, Qin Feng's strength clearly surpassed Yao Fei's by a significant margin. Two body cultivators competing on the same stage, this match was bound to be spectacular. I refuse to believe this. Yao Fei, unwilling to accept defeat, gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to charge at Qin Feng. Everyone thought he was going to use his body to collide again, but as he approached Qin Feng, he suddenly extended a massive palm, aiming straight for Qin Feng's chest. Although he was a body cultivator, his strength was also terrifying. That enormous palm landed on Qin Feng without any warning. Ha, I did it! Having landed a hit, Yao Fei was secretly delighted. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pain radiating from his arm. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking rang out. Yao Fei felt as if his hand had struck an incredibly hard diamond, accompanied by intense rebound damage. Defense effect 90%. Rebound effect 70%. Qin Feng stood motionless, quietly rooted in place like a sturdy pine tree. His gaze at Yao Fei was as if he were looking at a 3-year-old child. And you dare call yourself a body cultivator? You! Yao Fei's hand had already been fractured from the counterforce, but he still endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth and pretending as if nothing had happened. You son of a... Before the curse could leave his mouth, Qin Feng delivered a heavy punch to Yao Fei, causing his expression to change drastically as he tumbled heavily off the martial stage. This strike severely injured Yao Fei's internal organs, leaving him unable to get up for a long time after hitting the ground, still as a mountain, striking like thunder. Qin Feng's victory once again shocked everyone, as even Yao Fei from Jiangnan High School was instantly defeated. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the crowd. Just how monstrous was this guy? The principal of Jiangnan High School wore a dark expression. It was the first time he had seen one of his students defeated so swiftly, and the opponent was from the small, obscure Liang city. What a disgrace. Ding, strength 2000. Defense asterisk 300. Pick up opponent's talent. Talent level, LV8. Qin Feng's talent has reached level 8. At the same time, the four principals also felt a slight sense of threat. The defensive power Qin Feng displayed just now far exceeded that of his peers, clearly indicating he possesses exceptional physical qualities. Ordinary 4th grade competitors would need considerable effort to injure him. However, each major high school has 5th grade experts holding the line, so there's no need to fear Qin Feng. As for the other 4th grade competitors, each has their own strengths, excelling in different weapons and martial techniques. With weapons and martial techniques, they can still pose a threat to body cultivators. Not bad, stronger than I imagined, Suyu from the Magic City said coldly. Nevertheless, he still didn't take Qin Feng seriously, shifting his gaze toward the area of Yanjing High School. At Yanjing High School, the top-ranked Wang Feng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, completely ignoring the match on stage, as if nothing could disturb him. To Suyu, he was the only opponent in his heart. Here, Qin Feng took a short break off stage before facing his second opponent, Lu Feiyu from the Magic City. Lu Feiyu is the 3rd seed of the Magic City, reputed as the #1 weapon master of the Magic High Martial Arts School. Feiyu, although your strength far surpasses his, don't forget to leave your opponent some dignity. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself, Lu Feiyu's mentor reminded him before he went on stage. I understand, Lu Feiyu nodded lightly. He had always been steady in his actions, and defeating Qin Feng posed no challenge for him. As soon as Lu Feiyu stepped onto the stage, he exuded an aura of cold indifference. He immediately drew his long sword, its blade gleaming in an instant. The sword swayed gently, like a warhorse ready to charge. He said to Qin Feng, take out your weapon. Don't let people think I won unfairly. To deal with you, I don't even need to use a weapon, Qin Feng responded calmly. The opponent hadn't even comprehended sword intent. It seemed he was just a flashy show-off with unimpressive strength. Qin Feng hadn't been forced to the point of needing to use his blade. You might as well admit you don't know how to use a weapon. Lu Feiyu said no more. With a flick of his wrist, a chilling sword wind swept forward. The sword light flickered, its radiance as gentle as water yet carrying an overbearing might as it pressed straight toward Qin Feng. Overestimating yourself. Facing this strike, Qin Feng remained completely unflustered. He directly threw a punch. Using a fist to counter a sword, wasn't that courting death? The audience was stunned. How could a fist possibly compare to a sharp sword? No matter how strong your body is, a sword is still a weapon, and Lu Feiyu is a 4th grade expert. Do you really think you can take it? Just as the crowd secretly mocked Qin Feng's foolishness, the situation on the stage took a dramatic turn. The punch Qin Feng threw instantly transformed into 6 fist shadows. This scene left Lu Feiyu completely stunned, but his sword could no longer be withdrawn. Bang! Crack! The sword was shattered, and an explosive sound erupted between the two. Lu Feiyu's expression changed drastically as he was directly forced back. Sizzle! Sizzle! At this moment, his sword-wielding arm trembled uncontrollably, as if afflicted with paralysis. S-rank martial skill,
heaven-shaking 9 fists. He's already at the 6th level. This guy really has some skill. A group of principals couldn't remain seated after seeing Qin Feng's move. S-rank martial skills are inherently difficult to master, and even among the 4 great geniuses, success is rare. Yet Qin Feng had cultivated the most challenging S-rank martial skill, the heaven-shaking 9 fists, to the 6th level. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that Qin Feng indeed possessed talent. He is a body cultivator, so it's normal for him to have bonuses when practicing martial arts. Lu Feiyu may not necessarily be inferior to him. Below the stage, Lu Feiyu's mentor still believed in his disciple. At this moment, Lu Feiyu's expression returned to calmness. He shook his head slightly and focused his mind. Furious Emperor slash. Lu Feiyu suddenly shouted and charged straight at Qin Feng like a cannonball. The longsword swung through the air, carrying a will of destruction that was shocking. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the martial platform became dominated by the sword. The momentum of this strike was like a violent storm. The previous sword was like still water, but this one was incomparably fierce. Furious Emperor slash was an A-rank martial technique. Lu Feiyu had already cultivated it to perfection, and its power was astonishing, with a combat strength reaching 120,000. Even an outstanding body cultivator could not possibly withstand it with just their physical body. In the Magic City, everyone's expressions shifted from gloomy to bright. Victory was in sight. Lu Feiyu was forced to unleash his strongest move, preparing to defeat Qin Feng with his most powerful sword strike. Stop showing off already, you're no different from a clown. Qin Feng stopped playing around and gathered the immense power within his body into his arm. Just as Lu Feiyu's sword came slashing down, his arm suddenly became thick and muscular, resembling that of Popeye. This scene left Lu Feiyu utterly shocked. Bang! The next second, a crashing sound echoed from the stage as Lu Feiyu's sword was shattered, and his whole body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. In midair, he spat out blood as if it cost him nothing. Ding! Strength plus 4,000. Speed plus 30. Opponent's talent acquired. Comprehend the Furious Emperor slash. Talent level LV, 9. A series of attributes were collected. Qin Feng secretly marveled. The giant ape bloodline is indeed powerful, perfectly countering all sorts of flashy tricks. No matter how you struggle, I only need one punch to send you flying. After the battle ended, Qin Feng looked toward the preparation area of the 4 greats and said, anyone else who likes to act mysterious, come up and be humiliated. One man, provoking everyone. How arrogant. Qin Feng's audacity had already sparked public outrage. But anger aside, what was going on with Qin Feng's arm? Everyone had just seen it. Qin Feng's arm suddenly swelled, becoming more than twice as thick as before. The ability to inflate his body, this was simply too bizarre, leaving everyone utterly baffled. What kind of martial arts has he practiced? Why have I never seen it before? He's not simple. We absolutely cannot underestimate him. This kid definitely has some skills. Even Lu Feiyu, with mid-tier 4th grade combat power, was defeated. I don't believe he can hold on much longer. After fighting so many matches, his stamina should be nearly exhausted. Facing the next opponent from Yanjing, he definitely won't last. The 4 major schools had no choice but to reassess Qin Feng. This guy had already posed a significant threat to them and absolutely could not be underestimated. Next match, Xiejin from Yanjing versus Qin Feng from Liangchang. As the announcement ended, Xiejin from Yanjing took the stage. This round of the competition, nearing the end of the semifinals, featured only the top-seeded contestants from the 4 great schools, all of whom were exceptionally talented. Xiejin ranked 2nd in Yanjing High School, just behind Wang Feng. Pre-match predictions suggested he could rival Su Yu, the top seed from Modu. Earlier, Yao Fei and Lu Feiyu, both 4th grade martial artists, underestimated Qin Feng's strength and ultimately lost due to their arrogance. Xiejin, however, was different. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he gave it his all, drawing his blade to clash directly with Qin Feng. A sword is too weak. A man's true weapon is the blade. Xiejin held a long blade in his hand, its wide and sharp blade glinting with a faint purple chill, exuding an extraordinary aura. He is wielding the Windbreaker blade, once used by the renowned blade master Yi Nantian from Yanjing. It is said that not long ago, Yi Nantian gifted the Windbreaker blade to a certain blade prodigy as a sign of his recognition, though the recipient's identity was not disclosed. It seems now that the blade genius recognized by Master Yi Nantian is none other than Xiejin. The wind-splitting blade is incredibly powerful, battle-hardened, and classified as an A-grade weapon. After being refined by Yi Nantian, it is now comparable to an S-grade weapon, making it effortless to slay beasts and demons. Considering you're a genius, I'll spare your life. Xiejin spoke solemnly, then moved swiftly. Before he even reached Qin Feng, a powerful shockwave surged forward. Qin Feng countered with a backhand wave, dispersing the shockwave. However, by then, Xiejin had already closed in on Qin Feng with astonishing speed, slashing down horizontally with his blade. The fierce blade momentum tore up the ground of the martial platform, shattering the earth beneath Qin Feng's feet. The sharp strike, with immense force, surged like a raging tide, threatening to engulf Qin Feng. Qin Feng Feng felt a slight sense of surprise internally. The power was overwhelming. If he were to rely solely on his physical body to withstand it, it might be difficult to fully endure. Playing with knives in front of me? You're still too inexperienced. He reversed his grip and unleashed the crescent blade, slashing down with immense force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, an even more violent storm erupted, transforming the entire space into a battlefield of raging winds. Xiaojun was terrified. His blade technique was completely swept away by Qin Feng, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace of strength. The battlefield had become Qin Feng's stage. Below, the principal of Yanjing University trembled, slamming the table as he stood up. Blade intent. He's wielding blade intent. Boom! The entire audience in the stadium was stunned at this moment. Blade intent. Qin Feng had actually comprehended blade intent. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes from powerful figures locked tightly onto him. Amid the chaotic storm, a murderous will of the blade was rampaging wildly. It seemed as though, with just a slight wave of Qin Feng's hand, the blade intent could sweep across the entire arena. Even the principals of the four great schools would not escape its wrath. Blade intent, a will that only true geniuses of the blade could comprehend. Qin Feng's blade intent left everyone in shock and awe. Storm Fury Slash. The crescent moon blade exerted a gentle force and slashed down from midair, swallowing the helpless Xiaojun in the frenzied storm. In the next instant, as the blade intent dissipated and the storm subsided, all that remained on the martial stage was Xiaojun, disheveled and lying there like a lifeless salted fish. His clothes were more tattered than a beggar's, and the blade intent just now had left him utterly hopeless. Fortunately, Qin Feng had held back and did not deliver a fatal blow, otherwise, Xiaojun might already be in the funeral home. Pick up opponent's talent. Comprehending the wind-breaking slash. Ding! Blade intent upgraded to mastery blade intent. Another one-hit kill. No opponent who has faced Qin Feng has ever withstood a single move. This time, the entire audience erupted as Qin Feng once again demonstrated the strength of a dark horse, effortlessly defeating the genius Xiaojun from Yanjing. Moreover, what was unexpected was that Qin Feng had actually comprehended blade intent. It wasn't that he couldn't use weapons, but rather that he simply didn't need to. When the blade intent was revealed, what was left to fight for? To everyone's dismay, when the principals of various schools saw the blade in Qin Feng's hand, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't the knife in his hand the long-lost crescent moon blade? That's right, it is. There's even a high-quality replica in the National Weapons Museum that looks exactly the same. It's the crescent moon blade. This is truly astonishing. What kind of monster is he to be able to wield a weapon of the crescent moon blade's caliber? At Jiangnan Academy, no one can possibly defeat him. Referee, I protest, he's cheating. The protest is invalid. The competition continues. All the principals and mentors watching the match felt despair. Such a monstrous existence. It's not just that the students are no match for him, even several powerful veteran principals wouldn't be his opponents. So strong, but I will never lose to him. For the first time, Su felt pressure. The force of Qin Feng's martial prowess was too overwhelming for him. Just last night, he had bluntly called Qin Feng an inferior person, but today, his arrogance began to waver. Over in Yanjing, the top-ranked Wang Feng also opened his eyes. Clearly, Qin Feng's performance had caught his attention. We still have Wang Feng. We may not lose. He is, after all, the nation's #1 from the Wang family. The genius of the Wang family never disappoints, and the Yanjing principal remained calm and composed. The principal of the Magic City remained equally composed. Qin Feng merely won a few matches by luck. For a genius of Suyu's caliber, he can only settle for second place. I agree. Liancheng is now arrogant and conceited. In the next match, Qin Feng will definitely be defeated. Some people become arrogant as soon as they achieve a little success. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Let's see how upset Liancheng will be after losing. Wang Feng and Suyu, everyone was well aware of the strength of these two geniuses. Whether it was Xiaojun or Lu Feiyu, who had faced Qin Feng earlier, or the top seed players from Qinhuai High School and Jiangnan High School, none of them could compare. Qin Feng's victories over the previous opponents did not mean he was qualified to compete with Wang Feng and Suyu. A series of mocking voices reached Principal Hu's ears. People's minds are just like this. When you're weaker than them, they mock and ridicule you. But if one day you suddenly become stronger than them, they start to envy you, hoping for your downfall and failure. Even if Qin Feng doesn't win the championship, he's more than capable of crushing the trash from other cities. Defeated opponents, what right do they have to mock our Liang city? Speak with strength. You couldn't even break through the semi-finals, struggling to win a single match, yet you're still smug. No wonder you've been trampled underfoot by the four major schools for so many years. I truly feel sorry for you. Principal Hu and the principal of #1 high school coldly retorted from the side. Right now, Qin Feng is on a roll, and they share in his glory. When did it become your turn, as losers, to seize the opportunity to gloat? The faces of the other principals turned ashen, and at this moment, they desperately hoped Qin Feng would be crushed. After a brief rest, the battle continued. Alright, let's take a look at the next match.
match. Wait, I have a request. Just as the host was about to announce the participants for the next match, Qin Feng stepped onto the stage and interrupted him. He addressed the crowd. With the 3 remaining teams, going one by one would be too time-consuming. I want to apply to fight all 5 of them at once. Fight all 5 at once. Boom! As Qin Feng asked this, the scene instantly erupted into an uproar, and the audience's enthusiasm was completely ignited. This is incredible, actually challenging 5 people at once. Oh my goodness, this is the National Martial Arts Competition, right? Did I hear that correctly? Amazing, truly worthy of being a young person, arrogant and reckless, actually boasting about fighting 5 people at once. Does he really think so little of Wang Feng and Suyu, these 2 peerless geniuses? He's just talking big. I don't believe he has that kind of strength. Does he think he's the protagonist of this novel? Ha! Some people thought Qin Feng was too arrogant. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to defeat 5 people at the same time. No one could achieve that within the same realm. This kid is outrageously arrogant. The principal of Yanjing and others couldn't help but feel angry. However, on second thought, Qin Feng's actions were practically courting death. The combat strength Qin Feng just displayed has confirmed him to be around the 5th rank. Wang Feng and Suyu have also reached the 5th rank. The 2 geniuses from Jiangnan High School and Qinhuai High School are likewise at the 5th rank. For 5th rank contestants and 1 high-level 4th rank, Qin Feng is bound to lose. Since he wants to court death, let's grant his wish. Likes to show off, huh? Fine, we'll take him down first, then settle the score among ourselves. Wang Feng, Suyu, and the others could no longer tolerate Qin Feng's provocation. In their fury, the 5 of them stepped onto the stage together. All of them were geniuses, and none of them were without tempers. In an instant, 6 geniuses stood on the stage. According to the competition rules, as long as the contestants agreed unanimously, such a challenge was allowed, so the referee raised no objections. However, Qin Feng's move was unprecedented in history and was destined to be exceptionally thrilling. Qin Feng, you came from Liangchang, so just stay obediently in that place. Let me, Zhao Rui, show you with real actions what it means to be a top-tier genius. Zhao Rui, the super genius of Qinhuai High School, walked coldly toward Qin Feng with his hands in his pockets. Possessing 5th grade strength, he was confident he could compete with Qin Feng. Crack! Just as he moved, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes, causing his face to instantly turn pale. Wait a minute. Ah, what the? Boom! The scene shifted, and Zhao Rui was already sent flying into the audience seats, foaming at the mouth. After an examination, the medical staff shook their heads and announced 20 fractures throughout the body, severed meridians, no ability to fight again. Crowd, hiss. No one knew how much time had passed before someone finally gasped in shock. What just happened? Zhao Rui was defeated in an instant. And not just defeated, he was brutally beaten, left crippled. So ruthless. The incident happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. Even Wang Feng and Suyu on the stage were stunned. When did this guy make his move? His speed was too fast. In fact, Qin Feng's speed had always been astonishing. The speed attributes he gained from farming monsters were enough to rival martial arts experts of the 7th or 8th rank. Against these 5th rank contestants, he was practically unstoppable. Ding, strength asterisk 6000. Attribute picked from opponent. Comprehending the invincible Vajra Palm. After Zhao Rui was sent flying, only 4 opponents remained. Qin Feng beckoned to the 4 with his finger. Zhao Rui has already shown me, with his actions, what it means to be a first-class loser. Who's next? Hurry up, whoever comes first might still get a good hospital bed. Wang Feng and Suyu felt immense pressure. Among the remaining 2, one contestant from Yanjing hesitated and said, "My stomach hurts, I forfeit." After saying this, he quickly stepped off the stage. Stomachache? Clearly, it was fear. Facing Qin Feng, this guy was ruthless, directly crippling his opponents without giving them a chance to fight back. Going up against him? Forget about winning, even surviving was questionable. Seeing Zhao Rui's painful lesson, who would dare step forward? The other genius from Jiangnan High School was even more absurd. He looked around, then suddenly took out his phone. "Hello, Mom? Oh, it's raining? Remember to bring in the clothes." "Okay, I'll head back now." Before he even finished speaking, he bolted. His speed of leaving was simply jaw-dropping. Zhao Rui was crippled, and 2 teammates forfeited. Among the 5 tigers, only Wang Feng and Suyu remained. Seeing their teammates forfeit, the 2 couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was too cowardly. In the history of the national competition, no participant from the 4 greats had ever voluntarily forfeited, especially not in the finals. This was utterly disgraceful. If anyone were to look at the principals of Yanjing and Jiangnan at this moment, they would notice their faces were as dark as water. This was truly humiliating. "Qin Feng, I admit you are a rare genius, but so what? I, Wang Feng, have never feared a challenge, because I come from the Wang family. I, Suyu, am not one to have an undeserved reputation either. Come on, let's have a good fight." The 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes resolute. Geniuses fear nothing, braving the winds and waves. The honor of their school and their personal status and dignity would never allow them to retreat.
Otherwise, they would become a lifelong laughingstock. Fight! They were confident that together, they could take on Qin Feng. Oh, you're from the Wang family. Qin Feng's tone became serious. The Wang family had a grudge against him, instantly igniting his fighting spirit. Kill! The two charged at Qin Feng simultaneously, transforming into two phantoms, their speed astonishingly fast and almost impossible to track. The principal of Yanjing slightly relaxed his furrowed brows and finally let out a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. The agility made Wang Feng more flexible, although his strength might be slightly inferior to Qin Feng's. As long as the two worked together, they could wear Qin Feng down. However, an unexpected turn occurred. The plot did not unfold as the Yanjing principal had envisioned. As the two rapidly approached Qin Feng and were about to strike, their bodies suddenly slowed down, their steps halted in place, unable to move. What's happening? I can't move. What an overwhelming pressure. What is this? Wang Feng and Suyu trembled uncontrollably. The next second, Qin Feng's hands simultaneously grabbed the necks of the two, lifting them in front of him like an eagle catching chicks. Wang Feng and Suyu wanted to resist, but they found themselves completely powerless, as if the energy within their bodies was being suppressed by something. It's over, this suffocating feeling. It's the power of blood and qi. The principal of Yanjing slumped back into his chair with a thud, utterly disheartened. The principals and mentors present were all stunned upon hearing this, their hands trembling as their eyes collectively fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng is a blood and qi warrior. He's a blood and qi warrior. My god, our Liangchang is about to produce a genius. Our Liangchang is about to produce a peerless powerhouse. Principal Hu and the principal of number 1 high school couldn't help but laugh after seeing everything. Clearly, to have developed blood and qi at such a young age and to use it successfully, this was truly a peerless genius. A genius of the Wang family, huh? The eldest young master of the Su family, huh? On the stage, Qin Feng used his vital energy to subdue both of them, forcing them to the ground. He made them kowtow repeatedly, just like a couple performing a wedding vow. Bang! Wang Feng and Suyu's head spun with dizziness. Isn't your Wang family supposed to be so powerful? How come you still produce such trash? Qin Feng slammed Wang Feng's head hard against the floor. The ground cracked, and a large bump immediately formed on Wang Feng's forehead. And didn't you say I was beneath you? Is this all the ability an upper-class person has? Why aren't you fighting back? Bang, bang, bang. The two of them took turns kowtowing, completely powerless to resist. Their hearts were filled with bitterness, thinking, this Qin Feng is really a wolf in sheep's clothing, such a bully. To the outside world, the scene looked like this. Two top prodigies were being manhandled by Qin Feng, their heads smashed alternately into the floor, blood streaming, the image both comical and humiliating. These were two geniuses, and now they were only being humiliated? What kind of monster is Qin Feng? Eventually, after Qin Feng had had his fun, he tossed both of them aside like garbage. Ding, strength plus 5,000. Ding, strength plus 5,500. Phantom step mastered. Opponent's talent acquired. Opponent's talent acquired. Basic sword intent comprehended. A flood of attributes surged into Qin Feng's mind, making him slightly surprised. I announced that the champion of this year's National High School Martial Arts Tournament is Qin Feng. The martial arts tournament was supposed to be a grand event, eagerly anticipated by all, held only once every 3 years. Countless geniuses trained in obscurity, sweating and striving for a better ranking, especially this year, which was hailed as the strongest in history. Before the competition, the hype was intense, and it was regarded as the most competitive and exciting tournament ever. And yet, when the host announced the champion from the stage, there didn't seem to be much joy in the atmosphere. Instead, it felt somewhat strange. It was all Qin Feng's fault. He single-handedly crushed all the geniuses, leaving the once renowned prodigies from various places as battered as drowned rats. Qin Feng made the competition lose all suspense, completely erasing any sense of anticipation. We lost. The principal of Yanjing and others all lowered their heads. Looking at Qin Feng, who stood on stage with an air of ease, they admitted defeat wholeheartedly. The crowd's eyes were filled with immense envy and admiration. Although the 4 great schools lost the competition, Qin Feng's performance won over all the principals and mentors. This guy was simply a monster, a once-in-a-century super prodigy. Well done, we won, we won. We are the champions. Unlike the other principals' dejected moods, Principal Hu and the principal of number 1 high school were cheering and jumping for joy, shouting at the top of their lungs without a care for their image, venting the long-suppressed frustration in their hearts. Principal Hu was even in tears, gazing at Qin Feng with immense gratitude. This young man, with his own strength, defended the dignity of Liangchang and brought the highest honor to the city. His championship victory created history for Liangchang, unprecedented. Not only did he make history for Liangchang, but he also broke the long-standing record of no championships for other cities in the summer nation's grand competition. The 4 great schools had always been regarded as invincible, godlike entities, dominating the national competition and leaving other cities with no hope of winning. Yet Qin Feng crushed his way through, leaving the geniuses
geniuses of the four great schools in disarray and overthrowing their pedestal. Xin Feng's commanding championship victory was enough to go down in history. Woohoo, take off, Ah Feng, well done. Amazing, Xin Feng is amazing, we are number one. Liangcheng, rise up, woohoo, woohoo. Old who rushed onto the martial stage to celebrate and cheer. The contestants and mentors from Liangcheng surrounded Xin Feng, shouting with all their might. At this moment, the contestants from the other cities were dejected and ashamed. Before the competition, they had confidently declared that Liangcheng was trash, that no one respected Liangcheng, and even wanted to step on Liangcheng. But today, Xin Feng, with his extraordinary performance, crushed those so-called geniuses on the supreme martial stage, leaving them utterly disheartened. The boy's fury was like a raging storm, sweeping across 23 cities nationwide in an instant. The prideful prodigies, who would dare to look down on Liangcheng now, one by one, their faces turned grim, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed, as if they had been slapped hard. Xin Feng was the true genius. When they were his age, they were still lingering in the first or second rank, full of arrogance. But Xin Feng had already stepped into the ranks of high-level martial artists, truly becoming a powerhouse in martial arts. Such a gap was like a chasm, impossible to bridge. As for Wang Feng, he had long been beaten unconscious by Xin Feng. Su Yu fared no better, humiliated by Xin Feng, and now filled with shame. He hurriedly called for someone to carry him to an ambulance, fully aware that his injuries would confine him to a hospital bed for at least a year or more. Xin Feng, this is your reward. I hope you stay true to your original aspirations, keep working hard, and become a martial artist who contributes to society. A middle-aged man personally presented the award to Xin Feng, his eyes filled with admiration, as if he saw in Xin Feng the same vigor and spirit he had in his youth. Xin Feng, upon closer observation, realized that this senior's cultivation level was above the 6th rank, seemingly even higher than his own. Thank you, senior. I will do my best, Xin Feng said as he accepted the reward, while countless envious gazes surrounded him. Everyone knew that the champion's reward for this competition was exceptionally generous: 5 energy stones and a scarlet flame fruit. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a prize? The scene of Xin Feng winning the championship was broadcast by major news media across the country. Almost every TV station and social media platform was live-streaming the competition. In an instant, Xin Feng's name spread across the world. At the moment he claimed victory, nearly the entire city of Liangcheng took to the streets to celebrate this historic moment with abandon. For so long, they had been looked down upon by people from big cities, humiliated and dismissed as a backwater. Now, this shame was finally wiped away, and Liangcheng had finally risen. Yay, my brother got first place. My brother is amazing. Xin Shaoling was jumping up and down with excitement, waving her hands and feet as she and her friends watched her brother win the championship at the Martial Arts Hall. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence in Yanjing, the head of the Wang family, Wang Zhongshan, stared at the screen with a deep gaze. What grudge does this boy have against my Wang family, to openly humiliate our disciple and strike so ruthlessly, showing no martial virtue? His heart was filled with anger. How can my Wang family maintain its dignity like this? The scene of Xin Feng brutally beating Wang Feng was still vivid in his mind. It seemed as though this boy had come specifically to humiliate Wang Feng. For a martial arts family, this was a provocation that could not be tolerated. Uncle, this boy is named Xin Feng. Not long ago, I had a conflict with him over some matters. Wang Shua, a third-generation member of the Wang family, slowly began to speak, embellishing the story as he recounted the events. He even brought Chen Jie's parents before Wang Zhongshan to add fuel to the fire and play the victim. In truth, Wang Zhongshan was not familiar with the incident where Wang Shua and other family experts had attempted to ambush Xin Feng in the demonic beast forest. After listening to the story, Wang Zhongshan was instantly enraged. Outrageous! He killed a distant relative of our Wang family and still dares to act so arrogantly. Xin Feng, you insolent brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, my Wang family will surely deal with you. He coldly ordered, someone, go and summon that boy here. Tell him the Wang family is looking for him. Although Chen Jie's parents were merely distant relatives of the Wang family and had little to no contact with them, the Wang family, being such a prominent clan, hardly remembered such relatives. However, since this matter concerned the dignity of the Wang family, Wang Zhongshan could not sit idly by. Wang Shua and Chen Jie's parents were secretly delighted upon hearing Wang Zhongshan's words. With the family head's decree, Xin Feng was as good as dead. Back in Liang City, Xin Feng was greeted by the enthusiasm of 1 million citizens. The streets were lined with long queues on both sides, bustling with excitement as if it were the new year. Xin Feng was stunned by the scene. Thinking Thinking back, not long ago, he was just an unknown teenager. But now, he had become a peerless genius and a superhero in the eyes of the people. To express our gratitude to Qin Feng, the Liang City government will award him 50 million in prize money and declare a 3-day citywide holiday to celebrate. Liang City No. 1 High School has decided to reward Qin Feng with 30 million in prize money. No. 2 High School announced that Qin Feng will be named honorary principal and will also be awarded 50 million in prize money. As soon as Qin Feng returned, he hadn't even warmed his seat before reaping a massive amount of rewards. His wealth skyrocketed from being a millionaire to a billionaire in an instant. However, money was merely an external possession. To him, a billion was nothing significant, and Qin Feng paid it no mind. He eagerly opened the champion's prize. The scarlet training fruit can refine one's vitality, significantly enhance a warrior's strength, and also improve physical fitness. Qin Feng took out a red scarlet training fruit, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. The moment the scarlet training fruit entered his mouth, Qin Feng felt a wave of heat spreading from his dantian, as if his entire body was inside a steamer, with sweat pouring out incessantly. Looking down, he saw black toxins continuously being expelled from his pores. So hot, Qin Feng thought to himself. Given the cramped space at home, he worried it might cause quite a commotion. Thus, he left the city overnight and arrived at a clearing in the dense forest. Despite the cool night breeze, it couldn't alleviate the scorching heat within him, and his body temperature kept rising. He could only endure the heat wave, sitting cross-legged in meditation. The black toxins in his body kept flowing out, while his blood gradually solidified, turning as hard as cement. Qin Feng closed his eyes, ignoring the turmoil within, remaining indifferent to the raging power inside him. Finally, in the dead of night, Qin Feng's body suddenly convulsed, his bones and blood feeling as if struck by lightning. The strange sensation sent a jolt through his heart. At that moment, his strength grew wildly like weeds. 210,060 kilograms, 220,180 kilograms, 250,000 kilograms. Sensing that a miracle was about to occur, Qin Feng quickly took out 5 low-grade energy stones and placed them on his chest, refining them simultaneously. A dual approach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, his body surged like tidal waves. Outside his body, wisps of white, turbid energy swirled around him, forming a vortex layer, making him appear as though he were in a celestial realm, shrouded in ethereal mist. Qin Feng's talent had risen to level 11, and his comprehension ability was terrifyingly sharp. He absorbed energy effortlessly, and in no time, he had fully absorbed the energy from the stones. The two types of energy converged within him, pushing his potential to its limits. His combat power soared uncontrollably. 270,000, 280,000, 288,000, 300,000. Boom! He broke through to the 6th rank. However, the momentum of his advancement did not stop. As the night gradually faded, the entire night passed just like that. The turbulence within Qin Feng finally subsided, and his cultivation temporarily came to a halt. At this moment, his fatigue receded like the tide. Eagerly checking his status panel, Qin Feng couldn't help but be astonished by his own realm. Panel updates are as follows. Host, Qin Feng. Speed, 120 meters per second. Vitality, 2000/cal. Strength, 550,000/kg. Talent level LV, 11. Attributes, Blade Intent, Mastery, Evolvable, Primary Sword Intent, Beginner. Bloodline, Giant Ape Bloodline, Evolvable. Physique, Giant Elephant Physique, Evolvable. Martial skills, Storm Frenzy / Perfected, Heaven Shaking 9 Fists, 6th level, Thunder Whirlwind Kick, Perfected, Giant Elephant Body Refining. Technique, Perfected, Flower Shifting Palm, Beginner, Furious Emperor / Beginner, Wind Breaking Kill, Beginner, Phantom Movement Technique, Beginner. The current panel seems to have been optimized, with the data displayed exceptionally comprehensively. A combat power of 550,000 means he has reached the 7th grade realm. At this moment, Qin Feng is actually a 7th grade expert. Advancing 2 realms in a single night, such speed was beyond anything he had ever imagined before. At higher realms, every bit of strength improvement is incredibly difficult. Take Principal Hu of their 2nd high school, for example. He reached the early stage of the 4th grade 10 years ago, and after a decade, his cultivation has only advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th grade. 10 years of cultivation, and his combat power increased by only a few tens of thousands. Even for a martial artist with outstanding talent, advancing from the high stage of the 5th grade to the 7th grade would take 5 to 6 years of diligent cultivation. The higher one goes, the harder it becomes to improve. Yet Qin Feng broke through to the 7th grade in just one night. It's simply unbelievable. If others were to find out, they would be utterly shocked. Damn it, I've been grinding for decades to barely reach the 7th grade, and you caught up in just over a month? Even cheating shouldn't be this outrageous. From a martial apprentice to a high-grade expert, Qin Feng is indeed somewhat monstrous. However, this is merely his means of survival. To establish himself himself in this world and avoid being bullied, he must continuously improve his strength. Otherwise, the current Qin Feng would undoubtedly remain a poor student oppressed by Qin Jie and mentor Zhou Dahai, with a future shrouded in uncertainty, and even his younger sister Qin Shaoling would be implicated. But now, things are different. Qin Feng can finally take control of his own destiny and provide a better life for his sister. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he found a small river, jumped in to cleanse the toxins from his body, and then returned. At second high school, Qin Feng arrived here. Now, he is the honorary principal. Today, he attended the school's celebration event, with quite a few reporters coming to interview him. Qin Feng originally didn't want to get involved in such complicated matters, but reluctantly, he dealt with it casually, saying a few words here and there. Zhou Dahai, fearing Qin Feng's retaliation, voluntarily confessed to the principal and was expelled from second high school. Qin Feng didn't bother with him further, only gave him a severe beating and told him to leave. Just as the celebration was about to end, several figures suddenly entered the celebration venue of second high school, instantly drawing everyone's attention. At this moment, the security captain approached Qin Feng trembling, his expression filled with unease. Qin Feng asked, "What's the matter?" The security captain pointed at the few arrogant-looking men and said softly, "Qin Feng, they are here to see you. They said you should go to Yanjing today." "Here to see me?" Qin Feng glanced at the men sitting with their legs crossed in the VIP section, completely ignoring them, and said indifferently, "All right, you can go about your business." After the security captain left, Qin Feng remained seated, chatting happily with Principal Hu and the others. After a while, those men seemed dissatisfied. They strode over, with an imposing presence that drew everyone's attention. A young man walked up to Qin Feng and said, "Didn't you hear the message I asked the security to convey earlier? Or are you just ignoring it?" His tone carried a hint of anger, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. It was clear that this group was extraordinary and undoubtedly powerful. Principal Hu also sensed something was amiss and quickly asked, "May I ask who you gentlemen are?" "This is none of your business. My surname is Wang, so shut your mouth." The young man completely ignored Principal Hu and directly revealed his identity, causing Principal Hu and the others to freeze in shock. A surname like Wang, anyone in Xia who dared to speak in such a tone could only belong to that family and no other. Yanjing, the Wang family, the #1 family in the world today, a martial arts clan teeming with powerful figures and masters. The Wang family in Xia was practically a legendary existence, known by all. Everyone shuddered in unison. Why would someone from the Wang family show up? Had Qin Feng offended the Wang family? "If you want to talk to me, come and say it to my face. Why should I go to you?" Qin Feng responded coldly. "What do you want from me?" The young man suppressed his impulse and then commanded in an authoritative tone, "Qin Feng, you are required to come to Yanjing within the day." "Come with us. You're ordering me to go to Yanjing today?" Qin Feng didn't even glance at the other party and couldn't help but laugh, sipping his tea leisurely. Seeing Qin Feng's complete lack of reaction, the other party angrily said, "I warn you, this is the will of our family head." The Wang family head's words had never been disobeyed by anyone until now. "Since he is so eager to invite me, let him come to Liangcheng and talk to me in person. I don't have the time to follow his orders." Qin Feng's tone gradually turned icy. "And one more thing, watch your attitude when speaking to me, because you are not qualified to command me. Understand?" Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the air was filled with killing intent, and the tension was palpable. "What did you say?" A member of the Wang family nearby was displeased and rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move. "Ah!" As he approached, a dark shadow flashed before him, followed by a miserable scream. When they looked again, the man was already hanging on the iron gate at the school entrance, bruised and battered. Everyone gasped in shock. Qin Feng was so ruthless, sending the man flying in an instant. What kind of monstrous genius was this? The accompanying young man from the Wang family immediately darkened his expression. In a sinister tone, he said to Qin Feng, "Do you even know who you're talking to?" "My Wang family has never been treated with such disrespect." "Then do you know who you're talking to?" With many reporters present at the scene, Qin Feng certainly couldn't back down. Otherwise, how could he, as the national rookie champion, continue to survive in this circle? "Qin Feng, don't think that just because you're the champion of the competition, you can do whatever you want. You have no idea what kind of existence the Wang family is. The outside world is far more ruthless than you imagine." The young man from the Wang family reprimanded harshly. "Only those who understand the times are true geniuses, while the stubborn are nothing more than fools. Today, I'll show you what respect means." He struck out with one hand, intending to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. As his large hand came down, a fierce wind swept through like a destructive force. The people at Qin Feng's table, seeing the power of the opponent, quickly moved away. This man had at least a high-level 5th grade strength, definitely not someone to provoke. However, Qin Feng had no intention of backing down. He leaped forward, transforming into a flickering phantom. The opponent's palm struck empty air, landing on Qin Feng's afterimage. At this moment, the young man surnamed Wang froze, his heart jolting violently, so fast. Qin Feng's speed was was astonishing, already reaching 120 meters per second, an unimaginable feat for ordinary people. Moreover, he had mastered the phantom shadow technique during the competition, becoming even more agile and elusive, making him impossible to track. Just as the young man was in shock, a thunderous aura attacked from behind. Oh no! The young man surnamed Wang's face instantly filled with terror, but it was already too late. A whirlwind-like kick struck his body, sending him flying violently. With a loud crash, he smashed into the campus wall, causing it to collapse. As for him, he was knocked unconscious. At this moment, the followers of the young man surnamed Wang all displayed expressions of horror, staring at Qin Feng in utter disbelief. Whirlwind thunder kick. How does he know this move? This is our family's ultimate technique. Judging by its power, it seems to have reached perfection, fully capable of rivaling the top-tier experts in the family. What kind of monster is he? Quick, let's go. Mr. Qin, we are truly sorry for disturbing you. We mean no offense and sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Several people hurriedly carried away the unconscious young man surnamed Wang and quickly left, filled with regret. Qin Feng was not someone to be trifled with. Calling him a genius? No, he was already a martial arts powerhouse, someone ordinary people simply could not provoke. A crisis was thus resolved, and the reporters on site stared at the young man in shock, unable to look away. Faced with the Wang family's confrontation, Qin Feng showed no fear. However, now Qin Feng and the Wang family had completely torn apart their relationship, establishing enmity. The days ahead would likely be difficult for him. After all, the Wang family had countless means to suppress such a genius, methods unimaginable and effortless. Qin Feng's real troubles were just beginning. The news of Qin Feng offending the Wang family spread like a whirlwind, sweeping across the entire Xia kingdom. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today was the day of high school graduation. Countless students participated in the martial arts college entrance examination on this day, striving to get into their ideal martial arts university. Prestigious martial arts universities are rich in resources and offer significant advantages for martial artists training. Currently, in the Xia kingdom, there are 3 martial arts universities hailed as the top 3 academies: Xinguang Martial Arts University, Modu Martial Arts University, and Manhwa Martial Arts University. These institutions are the dream of countless students, holding a status akin to Tsinghua and Peking University in the past. Almost everyone hopes to gain admission and bring glory to their family. However, Qin Feng did not participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. This is because he was already the champion of the National Martial Arts Tournament, renowned across the land, with his strength evident to all. Past champions have all been admitted to the top 3 academies, and this year, Qin Feng was naturally no exception. Old Hu, how are the results? Outside the examination venue of Second High School, the martial arts entrance exam had concluded, and Qin Feng stepped forward to inquire. With Old Hu shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. Speed 9, Strength 1108, Comprehensive Score 86. The martial arts entrance exam not only assessed strength and speed but also included comprehensive projects involving knowledge of beasts in combat. Experience. The full score for the comprehensive section was 100, and Old Hu's 86 points were considered above average, nearing excellence. In Liangchang, this was enough to rival the geniuses from First High School. However, on a national scale, it might not hold much advantage, as students from major cities like Yanjing and Modu were abundant with talent, with most achieving above-average scores, and truly excellent students were even more common. The 3 major academies are definitely out of reach. I can only hope to get into a second-tier martial arts university. Honestly, I don't feel very confident, Old Hu joked. Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Be confident, Old Hu. Your cultivation speed isn't slow. I believe you can shine no matter where you are. Old Hu responded with a bitter smile. Just as the examinees had finished their tests, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Qin Feng and his companion. Qin Feng, good news has arrived. Congratulations. Hada. Qin Feng turned around and saw that it was the lord of the city. As his 200-pound body ran, his fat wobbled uncontrollably, completely disregarding the risk of falling. Behind the lord of the city were Principal Hu and the principal of number 1 high school, both with expressions of delight on their faces, as if they had won the lottery. What happened? Qin Feng asked. At that moment, a loud sound of something breaking through the air suddenly echoed in the sky. Whoosh! It was as if a fighter jet flew overhead, drawing the attention of the entire city. Qin Feng also looked up and saw an alloy aircraft appear in his field of vision, landing on the campus lawn in an instant. Wow, it's a private alloy aircraft. So impressive. Must be a billionaire. Having money isn't enough. You also have to be a martial arts expert to afford one. Otherwise, airspace restrictions would prevent it from taking off. Countless people looked enviously at the dazzling black and gold airplane. In this era, those who own private planes are undoubtedly prominent figures. From one of the planes, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit stepped down. The city lord and his entourage immediately went up to greet him. Welcome, Director Liao of Xinguang Martial University, to Liang City. Please, have a seat. The venue had long been prepared prepared with seats for the distinguished guests. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Xinguang Martial University. This is the top martial university in Xia country, admired by countless students. The arrival of someone from Xinguang Martial University here was clearly for Qin Feng. Sure enough, as soon as Director Liao disembarked, he headed straight for Qin Feng. At that moment, several more luxurious private planes appeared in the sky and landed steadily. The vice principal of Demon Martial University has arrived. The master of the Ultimate Martial Hall has arrived. Vice president of Manhwa Martial University is here. The appearance of one figure after another left everyone dumbfounded. The gathering of the three major martial schools was undoubtedly to compete for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's outstanding performance in the national competition attracted the attention of countless powerful individuals. At the same time, various influential forces also developed a strong interest in him, eager to recruit this unparalleled genius for cultivation. Now, the fact that representatives from the three world-renowned top academies have arrived simultaneously speaks volumes about their intentions. Moreover, the personal presence of the Ultimate Martial Hall's master further underscores Qin Feng's immense appeal. Before long, numerous reporters in Liangcheng caught wind of the news and arrived to cover the event. After all, such a scene was truly rare, and Liangcheng might not witness something like this for decades. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our humble Liangcheng No. 2 High School. Please take your seats. Principal, who greeted everyone with a beaming smile and courteous demeanor. It seems today is quite lively. Everyone has gathered here. The deputy principal of Magic City, sporting a small mustache, was the first to speak. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'll be direct. I'm here today for Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng with admiration and said, Student Qin Feng, your performance in the national competition was outstanding. I would like to invite you to study at our Magic Martial Academy. Qin Feng sat in his chair, pondering, and was just about to speak when the bald man beside him interrupted. The bald man said, Hello, Qin Feng. I am the head of the Ultimate Martial Hall. If you join us, I promise to make you the deputy head. Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. In society, apart from martial arts universities, martial arts halls are also one of the main institutions for cultivating martial artists. Although the martial artists recruited by martial arts halls generally have relatively lower talent, mostly consisting of social martial artists or students eliminated from universities, and their overall strength cannot compare to martial arts universities, the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall is the largest and most powerful martial arts hall in Xia country, worthy of being called the leader of the martial arts hall industry. With at least 80 branches nationwide and several branches offering classes in Liang City, it is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Unexpectedly, the head of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall personally came to invite Qin Feng, offering him the position of deputy head. This temptation was undoubtedly immense. Forget about the martial arts hall. Going there would simply be a waste of talent. At Nanhua Martial Arts University, we value talent, and our training is more scientific and systematic. The vice president of Nanhua Martial Arts University said sincerely. Qin Feng, once you join, you will directly enter the genius class and train alongside second and third year students. Moreover, we will provide you with 50 million in scholarship funds each semester, A-grade weapons, and an equal amount of various elixirs every month to ensure your potential is developed to the fullest. Hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily tempted. At this moment, the vice president of Moa University said confidently, Mo was not short of money. Whatever others can offer, we can offer too. I guarantee to sponsor Qin Feng with 100 million every semester, along with an additional reward of a low-grade energy stone. As for weapons and elixirs, as long as it's within a reasonable range, everything will be provided for free. Qin Feng, if you join the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, I can give you an initial fund of 1 billion to purchase supplies and equipment. As soon as these words were spoken, the people nearby widened their mouths, as if they had heard earth-shattering news. The conditions offered were simply too terrifying, an unimaginable display of wealth. Talking in billions as if money had no value. Ordinary people couldn't earn this much even after 3 lifetimes of hard work. This was the true definition of a genius, worth tens of billions without even needing to work. The crowd couldn't help but shed tears of envy. However, while others couldn't remain calm, Qin Feng's heart was as steady as ever. He was still contemplating, as the 3 major martial arts academies were all his dream goals, and now he had to choose carefully. My Holy Light Martial Arts Academy has ranked first in the world multiple times, with a strong faculty. Not only do we have master-level instructors, but also warlord-level experts to provide guidance. At this moment, Director Liao, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. No matter what doubts you have, Xinguang Martial University can resolve them for you. Student Qin Feng, as long as you are willing to come, we will help you obtain a Yanjing household registration, and all the resources within the university will be available to you. Finally, I promise that since you are now at the 5th rank, I guarantee that before you graduate, you will definitely reach the 6th rank and perhaps even strive for the 7th rank. Boom! As soon as Director Liao finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The generous material conditions mentioned earlier were already tempting, but now he even guaranteed that Qin Feng could break through to the 6th rank within 4 years, and possibly aim for the 7th rank. Such confidence was not to be underestimated, indirectly reflecting the teaching strength of Xinguang Martial University, making it truly desirable. Damn it, Xinguang Martial University is really shameless. You've already won several championships in a row, and you still dare to compete with us? Heh, what do you mean by compete? Qin Feng's choice is what truly matters. The conditions I offered are just a little better than yours, that's all. The group began to argue. Qin Feng, have you thought it through? This is a great opportunity. As long as you enter any martial arts university, your future will be bright, and you might even stand shoulder to shoulder with those warlord-level powerhouses, gaining great fame. The Lord of Liang City walked up to Qin Feng and said in a low voice. Principal, who also spoke excitedly, Qin Feng, make your own decision. Follow your heart and don't rush. Everyone stared at Qin Feng with anticipation, waiting for his choice. No matter which school he chose, his martial arts path would be glorious. In that case, I think St. Light Martial Arts University is very good. It's the school I've always wanted to attend. After some thought, Qin Feng slowly spoke. The vice principals of Modu and Manhwa University sighed instantly upon hearing the answer, their faces showing some disappointment. Director Liao, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile. Alright, on behalf of Xinguang Martial University, I welcome you. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Liao's smart wristwatch rang. Sorry, I need to take a call. Director Liao stepped aside to answer the phone. At this moment, Principal Hu and the others were congratulating Qin Feng, wishing him well on joining Xinguang Martial University. Not long after, Director Liao finished the call and returned with a serious expression. Qin Feng, I'm very sorry to inform you that Xinguang Martial University's enrollment quota is already full. The last spot has been taken. So, Director Liao, are you saying that Qin Feng will not be admitted? Principal Hu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Qin Feng was also slightly stunned and asked, what do you mean by this? Are you joking with me? It's not that, it's just that the genius quota for St. Light Academy this year already has a candidate. We're very sorry, but you can consider joining another university. Director Liao said indifferently, as if Qin Feng was no longer important. Director Liao, the genius candidate you mentioned, is it someone from the Wang family? That's right, he has returned. Moreover, the one from the Shao family has also agreed to join our St. Light Martial University. With this, our resources are limited and we cannot cultivate other geniuses. Director Liao clasped his hands behind his back and spoke softly, as if narrating an ordinary matter. However, this one sentence caused the presidents of Moda Wuda and Nanhua Wuda to change their expressions, unable to calm down for a long time. Afterward, Director Liao exchanged a few polite words and left, clearly indicating that Qin Feng was not part of his plans. Qin Feng, what do you think about the conditions we mentioned earlier? Are you interested in joining Moda Wu? We guarantee we won't go back on our word. Heh, forget it. I'm not interested for now. You may leave. After being rejected by Xinguang Martial University, Qin Feng no longer considered the two major martial schools in Modu and Nanhua or the ultimate martial hall. With his hands behind his back, he left. Today was a humiliation for him. Xinguang Martial University had actually belittled him in such a manner. The crowd could understand Qin Feng's feelings. As the national champion, he had been invited by Xinguang Martial University with generous terms, but after negotiations, they went back on their word. This would be hard for an ordinary person to accept, let alone Qin Feng, who was in the spotlight. Do they think this is child's play? Such an act that damages a martial artist's dignity cannot be treated lightly. Have you heard? Qin Feng, the champion of the national competition, was rejected by Xinguang Academy. That day, my second aunt's neighbor's sister-in-law's son, his girlfriend's younger brother, was there on the scene and even recorded a video. Xinguang Martial University is the strongest martial university in the country, attracting all of Xia Nation's geniuses. Out of the top 50 competitors in the last competition, 30 were screened out. You can imagine how strict the admission criteria are. Qin Feng, as the champion, should logically have a chance to enter the Holy Light Martial University, right? That's where you're mistaken. I heard that the two from the Wang family and the Shao family have returned from abroad. Hiss, are you serious? The two geniuses from the Wang family and the Shao family are back? That explains why Qin Feng was abandoned. With the geniuses from the Wang and Shao families around, anyone would have to settle for third place. Across the country, people expressed their opinions freely, and there was a flurry of discussions. When news spread that the geniuses of the Wang family and the Shao family had agreed to join the Holy Light Martial University, many in the martial arts community began to feel unsettled, coupled with the fact that Qin Feng had knocked out a member of the Wang family on the spot 2 days ago and brought him back from Liancheng. This act had clearly offended the Wang family. Now that the genius of the Wang family had returned to the country to join the Holy Light Martial University, it was evident that Qin Feng could no longer be compared to him. Many lamented that Qin Feng was born at the wrong time, sighing, why must there be Zhuge Liang when there is Zhou Yu? As for the genius identity identities of the Wang and Xiao families. Qin Feng had heard of them during his 5 years of schooling. Rumor had it that the two of them had defeated all their peers in the country at the time, sweeping up every award. When representing the nation in the Global Elite Challenge, both managed to make it into the top 5. It's worth noting that their opponents were martial arts prodigies from around the world, most of whom were 3 years older than them. The most astonishing battle occurred backstage at a previous national high school championship where the two, still middle schoolers, defeated several of the top 10 contestants of that year. Throughout their journey, their performances were exceptional, sweeping away all competition. A warrior of general rank once remarked that these two youths possessed talents seen only once in a century and were destined to be born kings. As a result, the two were hailed as unparalleled prodigies by the martial arts community, entrusted with great expectations, and regarded as the future of Xia Nation. However, at this moment, Qin Feng paid no mind to their status. His goal was the stars and the vast seas. When it came to talent, who could compare to him? No matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter, he was the king of cheats. I kill. Several days later, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the Black Wind Forest. Strength * 1000. Speed * 10. He kept leveling up by defeating monsters, extracting attributes from them to enhance his own strength. The Black Wind Forest, located in Lingnan Province, is one of the most dangerous monster forests in the Xia Kingdom. The beasts here are far stronger than those near Liangchang. Generally, martial artists below the 5th rank dare not venture here casually, and there are often reports of high-ranking experts falling in the Black Wind Forest. Frankly speaking, this place is a death jungle with a mortality rate exceeding 30%. However, Qin Feng's abilities in all aspects were extraordinarily monstrous, so moving around here posed no significant problem for him. Over the course of 2 days, he had slain nearly 100 beasts above the 5th rank. On this day, while Qin Feng was chasing a 7th rank golden armored berserk python and was about to take it down, someone suddenly intercepted him. Boom! A blue cannonball exploded in front of Qin Feng, blasting the golden armored berserk python until its skin was torn and flesh mangled. The explosion was immensely powerful, and Qin Feng reacted swiftly to avoid being caught in it. The golden armored berserk python opened its mouth wide, let out a few dying gasps, and then perished. Nuclear armor-piercing cannon. This weapon belongs to the S-class thermal weapons, with extremely terrifying destructive power. Powered by nuclear energy, it can destroy a large aircraft carrier with a single shot. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he turned to look at several people on the opposing side. Just in time. Go, bring the golden armored python over here. The man wearing sunglasses commanded as a few people stepped forward to gather the scales of the golden armored python, seemingly paying no attention to Qin Feng. Everyone, what you're doing is a bit unkind, don't you think? Qin Feng stepped on the golden armored python and said calmly, "Kid, do you have a problem?" The leader wearing sunglasses looked like a nouveau riche, but the aura he exuded surpassed the 6th rank, making him extremely formidable. The people around him were also around the 5th rank, all staring at Qin Feng with death-like gazes, resembling bandits. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would probably have already swallowed their anger and left in disgrace. But Qin Feng wouldn't be easily intimidated. The scales of the golden armored python were worth at least 500 million, and selling them could yield a huge profit. He said, "I was the one who hunted down this golden armored python first. If you want to take it, you'll have to ask me first. Who the hell do you think you are?" A burly man directly ignored Qin Feng. At that moment, a man beside him carefully scrutinized Qin Feng and, upon noticing his features, his expression slightly changed. He then whispered a few words to the man wearing sunglasses. Afterward, the man in sunglasses raised his head, stared at Qin Feng, and said with a smile, "Kid, since fate has brought us together, you can take the golden armored python." "We don't want it." "Really? When I, a man of honor, speak, my word is as good as gold. Just take it." The man in sunglasses waved his hand. Although the others were somewhat reluctant, they dared not say much. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took the scale armor, turning to leave. Just as Qin Feng had walked a few steps, he suddenly turned sharply, raised the crescent blade, and slashed fiercely behind him. Bang! The incoming nuclear armor-piercing shell was neutralized with a single strike, and a deafening explosion echoed in his ears. "Your reaction isn't bad, Qin Feng." The sunglasses-wearing leader sneered insidiously. He had intended to secretly fire a shot to send Qin Feng to hell, but unexpectedly, Qin Feng reacted in time. I've long known you weren't so kind. Aside from you, the other 3 are from the Wang family, aren't they?" Qin Feng's gaze locked onto the 3 people nearby. The aura of these 3 still reminded him of the feeling of being ambushed by the lava giant beast in the monster forest. Therefore, Qin Feng had remained vigilant just now. Enemies meet on a narrow path. Last time in the beast forest, I failed to kill you. This time, meeting again is truly an opportunity granted by heaven. A member of the Wang family, eyes flashing with sinister killing intent, charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised the crescent moon blade, and the blade's intent erupted instantly, splitting the incoming enemy in two in the blink of an eye, dying without warning. What? So strong. He has the crescent moon blade. Everyone, attack together. We'll deal with him first and then divide his treasures. Although the man in sunglasses was at the high stage of the 6th rank, he didn't dare to be careless and urged the 3 others to join the fight. The 3 were full of anticipation, ready to kill Qin Feng and inherit the treasures on him. However, the result was that they were dealt with in 3 strikes in front of Qin Feng, without even a chance to blink. Don't kill me, spare me, I won't dare again. 3 corpses lay on the ground. Qin Feng sheathed his crescent moon blade, feeling as though a long-held grudge had finally been vented. Last time in the Beast Forest, these guys ambushed him, causing Old Hu to be seriously injured. Today, revenge had finally been served. Strength * 6000, Strength * 5500, Strength * 7000. Comprehend Phantom Movement Technique, automatically cultivated to mastery. Comprehending the Crimson Training Technique. This is, the giant elephant physique evolves into the diamond physique. Qin Feng picked up the Crimson Training Technique from the man in sunglasses, although its proficiency was only at the minor achievement level. To his surprise, upon comprehension, it automatically evolved into the diamond physique. This meant Qin Feng's physique limit was now higher, and he needed to carefully refine this brand new physique. While clearing the battlefield, Qin Feng acquired a nuclear-powered armor-piercing cannon. Although he wasn't particularly fond of firearms, the value of such an item was in the tens of billions, so he certainly couldn't pass it up. Other items like combat suits, swords, and miscellaneous gear added up to a guaranteed value of at least 2 billion. High-quality strong individuals are all about money. It's really too easy to earn. Killing 2 of them brought in billions. It's simply exhilarating. Qin Feng returned in high spirits. Mr. Qin, I never expected you could even hunt the golden armored python. You're incredible, truly the pride of our Liang city. At the martial artist building, the manager, upon seeing the spoils Qin Feng displayed, was almost unable to contain his excitement. And this, take a look and see how much it's worth. The manager's joy remained undiminished as Qin Feng pulled out a large pile of items from his retractable backpack. When the nuclear armor-piercing cannon was laid out, the manager was so shocked he couldn't speak. Wait a moment, Mr. Qin, I need to make a call to headquarters. Alright, go ahead. The manager left, and shortly returned with an excited expression. He had just applied for funds from the headquarters, as he discovered after checking that the branch's deposits were far from enough to pay Qin Feng. Golden armored python, 550 million. The market price for the nuclear armor-piercing cannon is 3 billion, but since yours is second-hand, the most we can offer is 2.5 billion. Additionally, for A-grade weapons and 7 B-grade weapons, priced by weight, come to 230 million. The total price is 3.78 billion. Does that sound reasonable to you? The manager swallowed nervously and smiled obsequiously. Ding, strength * 5000. No problem, take it. Qin Feng was very satisfied. After selling everything, he went back. He knew the manager might have earned quite a bit of commission from it, but since these things were picked up for free, Qin Feng didn't mind too much. This trip earned him nearly 4 billion, and Qin Feng was getting further along the path of becoming a billionaire. Upon returning home, Qin Feng spent 10 billion that very night to purchase a 2-story standalone villa. He paid on the spot, signed the papers, and took ownership, leaving the salesperson pale with shock. Regarding his elder sister's sudden illness, Qin Shaoling, who couldn't find her home after returning from the martial arts school, was completely stunned. She called to ask and found out they had moved. Brother, what's the occasion today? Why did you suddenly buy a villa? Hee, your brother has plenty of money and just wants to experience what it feels like to spend 1 billion. I almost couldn't find my way home, you know. It's all my fault for not notifying you in advance. By the way, how's your cultivation going? Qin Feng asked Qin Shaoling as he sat on the animal skin sofa. Qin Shaoling proudly raised her small fist. I'm about to reach the 1st rank. The principal said I might have a chance to advance before the end of this semester. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, Qin Shaoling had been leaving early and returning late, diligently practicing without neglecting her studies despite her brother becoming a billionaire. Talent requires countless efforts to nurture, otherwise, even the best talent can be buried and reduced to mediocrity. As the siblings chatted, Qin Feng's smart wristwatch suddenly rang. Qin Feng, are you facing any financial difficulties? I heard from the owner here that you sold your house. What's going on? Where should I find you? Principal Hu said in the video. Principal Hu, are you looking for me? Come to Lakeside Villa District, number 66. 10 minutes later. Ding dong. Principal Hu came to visit, accompanied by an elderly man in his 70s wearing a Zhongshan suit. The old man was thin, with slightly graying temples, but his posture was upright, exuding a sense of resilience like a pine tree. Moreover, Qin Feng couldn't sense his aura at all. A strong individual. Qin Feng, let me introduce you. This is Officer Yi from the military. Oh, Officer Yi, hello. Qin Feng politely greeted Officer Yi. The military played a very important role in this world, maintaining order, slaying beasts, and sacrificing fearlessly, which had brought about the the prosperity humanity enjoyed today. Qin Feng had always held deep respect for the military. Well, not bad, a hero among the young. Officer Yi seemed to see through Qin Feng at a glance and was very satisfied with his first impression. Just as Qin Feng was about to say a few modest words, Officer Yi continued, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Yi Qingtian, the head of the military's Paranormal Human Research Organization." Paranormal Human Research Organization? Qin Shaoling, standing to the side, perked up her ears. Isn't that a mental hospital? Principal who looked embarrassed. Shaoling, don't talk nonsense. Qin Feng quickly stopped his sister. Yi Qingtian explained casually, "It's fine, the little girl is quite adorable, but she has some misunderstandings about my organization. What I mean is, we specialize in studying special martial artists, like your brother, whose cultivation has skyrocketed in a short period of time. In other words, our organization is called Shenlong, and its main task is to specifically deal with the Beast Clan." Shenlong Organization? Hearing this name, Qin Feng felt a slight stir in his heart. This organization was reputed to be the most mysterious one, and he had once been fortunate enough to hear a retired veteran mention it. The Shenlong Organization's combat power was extremely formidable, ranking among the top-tier combat forces globally. "Qin Feng, I want to invite you to join Shenlong and assist us in resisting the Beast Clan on the battlefield of myriad races." Battlefield of 10,000 races? Beast race? Qin Feng was puzzled, hearing about this place for the first time, and asked, "What is that?" "Some special and powerful races. I can't reveal the specifics for now. Once you join, you'll naturally learn these basic details." Yi Qingtian said, "Don't rush to refuse. I can tell you clearly, Shenlong is in no way inferior to Xinguang Martial University. There, experts are everywhere, giving you a chance to showcase your abilities. And with me backing you up, the Wang family won't dare to touch you or your family and friends. Think it over." "Alright, I'll join Shenlong." Qin Feng agreed almost without hesitation because of the 10,000 races battlefield. Powerful beasts. He was currently in the Black Wind Forest where he had been hunting beasts for a week, but his combat power hadn't improved much. To achieve rapid progress, it would take several more weeks. However, on the 10,000 races battlefield, the beasts described there were far stronger, with more advanced attributes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to farm attributes, and there was no way Qin Feng would miss it. Moreover, Yi Qingtian had promised to protect his sister. The Wang family was a powerful force, and Qin Feng had just dealt with a few of their small-time lackeys in the Black Wind Forest. Once the news spread, they would undoubtedly be furious and could cause trouble for his sister at any time. But with the protection of the military, no matter how arrogant the Wang family was, they would have to think twice. In this light, Yi Qingtian was practically Qin Feng's shield. "Alright, young man, you're indeed straightforward," Yi Qingtian said with a smile. "Let's set off to report right now." "Principal Hu, I'll leave my sister in your care." "Don't worry, you sacrificed for the country, contributed to the country, you're a hero. I will definitely take good care of Shaoling." Principal Hu was speaking, and Qin Feng's face had already darkened halfway. "This way of expressing things, you're the principal, yet you make it sound like I'm never coming back. Shaoling, be good at home. If anything comes up, look for Principal Hu. If you need money, ask him too. Keep a record, and I'll settle the bill when I return next time. Goodbye, brother." Qin Shaoling gave Qin Feng a thumbs up and said, "Do your best in the army. By the way, Officer Yi, before heading to the military headquarters, could you accompany me to a place first?" "Where to? Do you have a private jet? May I borrow it?" The two walked out the door, boarded the private jet, and flew northward. A few hours later, they arrived at the grand entrance of Xinguang Military University. "People from Xinguang Martial University, get out here. I, Qin Feng, am here to challenge you. Hurry up and come out to be humiliated." Qin Feng shouted loudly at the gate, while Yi Qingtian beside him looked utterly confused and asked anxiously, "What are you doing?" "Xinguang Martial University offended me a while ago, so I'm here to teach them a lesson. After all, I never hold grudges. Since I'm heading to the military department anyway, I might as well settle this first." "You this. Officer Yi, didn't you say you'd always have my back?" "That's true, but having someone's back doesn't work like this, does it? This feels more like a street brawl." Qin Feng smiled innocently. "That's good then. What I did isn't a problem, right? Otherwise, I'd lose face." Yi Qingtian pondered for a moment before finally saying, "I usually wouldn't recommend such behavior, but I won't oppose it either." So Qin Feng charged in wielding a 40-meter-long broadsword. "As everyone knows, Xinguang Martial University is formidable, but today I'm here to crush you all." "Who's yelling outside? Which reckless fool is making such a ruckus? Truly arrogant. A mere youngster dares to cause trouble at Xinguang Martial University? Just wait until I come out to teach you a lesson." Qin Feng's shouting quickly attracted the attention of the students at Xinguang Martial University. Within 2 minutes, dozens of students came out, shouting threats of fighting and killing. "Who the hell are you, kid? Are you from Mo or Manhwa?" a Xinguang student said to Qin Feng, wishing he could shut him up immediately. In fact, it wasn't uncommon for martial universities to have people show up to challenge them, so everyone was used to it. If someone came knocking, then they'd
just fight. I'm not from Mo, nor from Manhwa. My name is Qin Feng. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the Xinguang students seemed to recall something. Qin Feng, the recent champion of the national high school competition. It was said that he was very powerful, winning all his matches in a crushing manner. His name had become incredibly popular. Lately, however, in the eyes of the students at Xinguang Martial University, what was a high schooler worth? Weren't they all once talented high schoolers themselves? After 1 or 2 years of training, defeating a current high school student would be a piece of cake. Oh, the national competition champion? Huh? I thought it would be someone from Mo or Nanhua. Turns out it's just a little kid who hasn't even grown up yet. A man laughed loudly as he walked toward Qin Feng. You were rejected by our Xinguang Martial University, and you still have no shame? Let me teach you what it means to know your place. Come on, we won't gang up on you. Let's duel one-on-one. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, Qin Feng's steps shifted, transforming into a shadowy blur that instantly appeared in front of him. The man was utterly shocked, but by then Qin Feng had already made his move. His long legs swung down from midair, striking straight ahead. However, the Xinguang student, truly gifted, managed to react within a fraction of a second, raising his hand to block. Only the sound of a thunderous whirlwind was heard, and with a whoosh, the Holy Light student's expression changed instantly as he dropped to the ground. Defeated in one move. Take him away. Next. Qin Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping over the others. Some were slightly startled in their hearts. This guy's speed was astonishingly fast. Let me try. The Holy Light students were naturally unwilling to accept such humiliation, and another person stepped forward to challenge Qin Feng. The battle erupted instantly and ended just as quickly. A body cultivator, relying on strength, couldn't withstand even 2 moves against Qin Feng's perfected thunder whirlwind kick and was sent flying. A so-called genius of Holy Light Martial University, reduced to a mere 9/10 of a water bottle? Victory again. Qin Feng continued to provoke. Damn it, how dare you insult Xinguang Martial University? I'm going to take you down. The crowd's anger was ignited, and one after another stepped forward to fight Qin Feng. The results were the same. 7 or 8 challengers in a row were utterly defeated, left in complete disarray. At this point, a group of Xinguang students felt a chill of fear. Qin Feng's strength was overwhelming and unfathomable. In his battles with the Xinguang students, he repeatedly used the thunder whirlwind kick to crush his opponents in one move, never failing. It must be noted that the students of Xinguang Martial University are among the top geniuses of their age group, and even ordinary geniuses must go through rigorous selection to get in. Yet his strength seemed to far surpass theirs. It was clear that his talent was monstrously exceptional. No wonder he dared to come and issue a challenge. Yi Qingtian watched Qin Feng's performance from a distance, his eyes full of approval. This kid was indeed extraordinary, exactly the person he had been searching for. A bunch of disgraceful fools, unable to defeat even a wet behind-the-ears kid. You've completely embarrassed Xinguang Martial University. Just as the crowd was feeling a bit intimidated, a shadowy figure emerged from behind. When the crowd saw this person, their eyes immediately lit up with joy, as if they had found a lifeline. They quickly made way to welcome his arrival. Senior brother Moro is here. Moro, hailed as one of the 3 heroes of Holy Light, is a leading figure at Holy Light Martial University. Moreover, he is the champion of the previous national high school competition. After 3.5 years of training, he remains undefeated at Holy Light Martial University, maintaining a winning streak. During missions, he almost always achieves excellent results, slaying beasts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Truly formidable. This is going to be good. A showdown between 2 champions is bound to be exciting. Senior brother Moro, beat him up. I've had enough of him. Senior brother Moro, you're awesome. Qin Feng is finished. At the very least, he'll have to crawl back with a broken leg. The crowd from Xinguang seemed to have already seen the outcome of the match and cheered loudly. Kid, remember this, although you're strong, as long as I'm here, you'll always be second, Moro said coldly, warning, I am your nemesis. As soon as he finished speaking, Moro kicked off with both legs, instantly springing forward as if propelled by springs. The ground where he had been standing was left with a deep pit, his explosive power terrifying to behold. Whoosh! The whistling sound pierced Qin Feng's ears as Moro shot forward, like a venomous snake, throwing a punch with overwhelming momentum. The aura of destruction spread across the arena. Many people turned pale with fear, utterly shocked. Moro's mountain-crushing fist had already reached a state of mastery. One punch like a mountain, one punch to shatter the earth. Heaven-shaking 9 fists. However, Qin Feng was not to be outdone, unleashing the heaven-shaking 9 fists. Last time, he had used his spare time to train to the 9th level, and now, with one punch, 9 fist shadows erupted. Illusory yet real, impossible to defend against. Moro, who was charging in, couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight. As the two clashed, 8 fist shadows instantly struck Moro. He had no time to dodge, as Qin Feng pursued him like a phantom, his speed far surpassing Moro's. It was a complete and utter domination. Boom! The sound of battle erupted, and as expected, Moro
Maro was utterly defeated. Even the gates of the Holy Light Martial University were smashed and completely destroyed. This scene was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, chilling them from head to toe. Defeated? Maro was actually taken down in an instant? What was going on? You are not my lifelong rival, you are my lifelong disgrace. At this moment, Shin Feng walked up to Maro and stepped on him. Among all the opponents I've defeated, you are the most laughable and the weakest. I'm even embarrassed to say I once defeated you. Fighting someone of your level is truly humiliating. Maro's face turned pale, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. His mind had already begun uncontrollably cursing Qin Feng's family. Let me give you a suggestion. Why not rename Xinguang Martial Arts University to Xinguang Seafood Farm right now? You're all useless, not a single one of you can fight. Qin Feng shouted loudly at Xinguang Martial Arts University, his words making all the Xinguang students flush with embarrassment. At this moment, the mentors and leaders of Xinguang Martial Arts University, unable to tolerate such provocation, rushed out one after another to see who was being so arrogant and overbearing. When Director Liao saw Qin Feng stepping on Maro, his gaze trembled instantly and his heart was filled with shock. Maro was one of the Xinguang three heroes, the pride of Xinguang Martial Arts University, yet he had been defeated by Qin Feng? This young man was far stronger than he had imagined. As for Maro, being humiliated by Qin Feng only fueled his burning rage. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, Qin Feng, don't be so arrogant. I can show you anytime what it means to always have someone stronger out there. Qin Feng's humiliation of Xinguang Martial Arts University was absolutely intolerable. The mentors couldn't stand Qin Feng's attitude either, feeling that he was completely disrespecting Xinguang Martial Arts University and taking advantage of his victory. Oh, really? If I bring people here, would you still dare to bully the weak with your strength? Qin Feng crossed his arms, his nose in the air, infuriating Director Liao to the point of losing his composure. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Liao. Let me show you that Xinguang Martial University is not something you can insult. Director Liao made a move as if to teach Qin Feng a lesson, trying to regain his dignity. However, at that very moment, a voice rang out from the front, who dares to bully the weak and pick on my people? You old geezer, what are you pretending to be a master for? You're nothing but a nobody. My Xinguang. Director Liao was cursing when suddenly, after seeing the old man behind Qin Feng clearly, his expression changed drastically. It was as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't even speak properly. Elder Yi. Boom. The elderly man in front of them left all the instructors utterly stunned. Elder Yi, a powerhouse from the military, held an extremely high status and position, and his strength was nothing short of terrifying. Mr. Yi, you've come. My apologies for being abrupt. Please don't take offense. Please, come inside and have a seat. Director Liao instantly turned into a meek schoolboy in front of Mr. Yi, so obedient it was almost pitiful. The Mr. Yi before him could crush him with just a flick of a finger. How could he dare to oppose him? Unless the president of Xinguang Martial Arts University himself were present, no one else would even have the qualifications to speak in Mr. Yi's presence. Mr. Yi didn't even glance at him, standing with his hands behind his back and speaking indifferently. Qin Feng has already joined the military. Before he enters the unit, I brought him here for some practice. Do you have any objections? The military. Mr. Yi personally inviting Qin Feng? Everyone with a bit of knowledge knew that Mr. Yi came from the Shanlong organization. That organization was one of the world's top combat units, typically only recruiting a handful of geniuses. Qin Feng actually joined the Shanlong organization, my goodness. Hearing this news, Director Liao hurriedly waved his hands. No objections at all. This will also broaden the horizons of our Xinguang Martial Arts University students, letting them gain some worldly experience. I also have to thank Elder Yi and Qin Feng. In his heart, however, he felt a trace of bitterness. Seriously, he actually had to thank Qin Feng. This feeling of humiliation was unbearable. If he could beat him, who would be willing to endure such disgrace? You're welcome. If I have the chance in the future, I'll come again to broaden the horizons of you geniuses. After all, I enjoy helping others. With an innocent smile, Qin Feng lightly patted Director Liao on the shoulder. By the way, Director Liao, I recorded the entire sparring session with my smart wristband. I was thinking of posting it online as a keepsake. You wouldn't mind, would you? Damn it. Director Liao cursed inwardly. Qin Feng, this guy, was obviously well prepared, even arranging for filming. What a shameless scoundrel. This was clearly an attempt to disgrace Xinguang Martial University and humiliate them publicly. Damn it, this was practically a psychological attack, absolutely despicable. But with Elder Yi present, he didn't dare to argue and could only force a smile and nod. No objection. As long as you're happy, we'll take this as a lesson. Oh, alright. By the way, do you have any paper? I'd like to ask you to deliver a letter for me. Qin Feng asked Director Liao. Upon hearing this, Director Liao's face turned sullen, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm not your errand boy. But he still put on a welcoming smile, his attitude extremely polite. Yes, I'll get it for you right away. Soon, Qin Feng wrote a few words on the paper and then said said to Director Liao, please help me deliver this to the head of the Wang family. Just say it's from Qin Feng. Don't peek, okay? The Wang family? Director Liao didn't think much of it. With Elder Yi present, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. With such a powerful figure backing him, who would dare say no? After finishing, Qin Feng kicked Moro aside, turned around, and left, muttering to himself, so this is the nation's top martial arts university, truly an eye-opener. The people from Shengwang Martial Arts University were furious but had no outlet for their anger, forced to endure Qin Feng's humiliation. After Qin Feng and Elder Yi walked away, Director Liao's face turned red as he thought to himself, Qin Feng, you brat, one day you'll face retribution. Today's humiliation, Shengwang will never forget. Not long after, the video of Shengwang Martial Arts University being defeated was uploaded online by Qin Feng. Within 10 minutes of uploading, it shot straight to the top of the trending list. Shengwang Martial University got beaten up. Isn't that Qin Feng? He took down Shengwang Martial University all by himself, and it's even in first-person view. Last year's national champion, Moro from Shengwang Martial University, got stepped on. Whoa, is he really that fierce? I heard Shengwang Martial University agreed to admit Qin Feng but went back on their word. That's probably why they were willing to get thrashed. Qin Feng is just too strong, actually defeating a Shengwang student across levels. Truly impressive. Isn't Shengwang supposed to be a mythical existence? So weak, huh? The title of seafood farm really hits the mark. I'm laughing. Shengwang previously invited Qin Feng and then backed out on the spot, humiliating him. Who would have thought they'd get slapped in the face so quickly? With a school like this, what right do they have to call themselves number one? In an instant, Shengwang Martial University became the center of attention. Countless people sent mocking comments. Director Liao, trembling with anger as he read the remarks, became even more furious when he saw the most prominent top comment. Light of the Holy claims to be number one, gets beaten up as number one. Magic Martial admits it's not as good as Light of the Holy. From Magic City Martial Arts University official. Director Liao wanted to smash his phone after reading it. There has always been a competitive relationship between Light of the Holy and Magic Martial, Manhwa, and other martial arts universities. Although they are polite, on the surface, they often take jabs at each other. Now that Light of the Holy is in trouble, Magic Martial actually stepped in to like the post, which is truly upsetting. After reading it, another popular comment popped up. Magic Martial has gone too far. We at Manhwa University have undergone professional training and generally don't mock others. By the way, at Magic City Martial Arts University, let's go to Light of the Holy for seafood sometime. I heard their seafood farming is number one. Director Liao could no longer hold back, thinking to himself that this was utterly humiliating. The reputation and honor of Light of the Holy were trampled on the ground today. From then on, Light of the Holy's Baidu encyclopedia was frequently edited by netizens. Light of the Holy Martial Arts University, world-class seafood farming base, famous for producing aquatic goods, sold globally, once had culinary master Qin Feng feast here, and everyone who has tasted it sings its praises. Subsequently, the leader of the Holy Light's expression turned grim, regretting the decision to refuse last time. Perhaps they really shouldn't have rejected Qin Feng. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, Dad, this is a letter sent to you by someone from Holy Light Martial University. They said it was left by that kid Qin Feng. The young prodigy of the third generation of the Wang family handed the letter to Wang Zhongshan. As soon as Wang Zhongshan heard this, his expression immediately became serious. Last time, he sent someone to Liangqing to call Qin Feng over, but not only did they fail to bring him back, the Wang family members were severely taught a lesson. They returned with a hospital bill instead. This made Wang Zhongshan so angry that he couldn't eat for 3 days. The Wang family had been established for so long, and it was the first time someone dared to go against him. Now Qin Feng had sent another letter. What could his intentions be? Could it be that kid wants to apologize? Wang Zhongshan thought to himself. He opened the envelope and found only a few English letters inside. After staring at it for a long time without understanding, he handed the letter to the younger generation in the family to interpret. What does this mean? Do you know what it says? I'm not too sure either. It might be some kind of internet slang. Young people nowadays like to use these trendy online phrases to communicate. So, a group of people started searching online. After reading the explanation, the Wang family members' expressions remained unsettled for a long time. Wang Zhongshan was even more furious. Qin Feng, if I don't put you in your place, I, Wang Chongyang, swear I am no man. The letter contained just a few letters, CNM and MSL. On the other side, after several hours of flight, Qin Feng arrived above the military headquarters with Elder Yi. This was a military district, and, as the plane entered the airspace, infrared scans swept across, making it feel as though they were locked onto by some kind of thermal weapon. Don't worry, it's radar scanning. Qin Feng almost wanted to jump out of the plane to fight, but Elder Yi quickly waved his hand to explain, which finally put him at ease. The military district's scanning system was highly advanced and strict. No demonic beasts or strangers could approach, or they would be instantly killed by lasers. Qin Feng personally personally witnessed a flying demonic beast that intruded being roasted into grilled meat. Soon, the base of the Shenlong military headquarters came into view. After passing through several strict checkpoints and identity verifications, Qinfeng finally arrived at the Shenlong base under the guidance of Elder Yi. Shenlong base is reputed to be one of the most mysterious units in the world, filled with high technology. Every step felt as if it was being monitored. Advanced electronic devices and instruments that Qinfeng had never seen before were everywhere, as if he had entered a third world. At this moment, Qinfeng and Yi Qingtian walked into the interior of the base. Around a simple white office roundtable, a group of men and women were talking. "Officer, is this the new recruit you mentioned? So young? This must be the youngest member of Shenlong, right? Wow, a fresh face indeed." When Yi Qingtian entered, everyone stood up. Upon seeing Qinfeng, they began to size him up, and one young man spoke in a mocking tone, seemingly questioning Qinfeng's abilities. "Let me introduce him. His name is Qinfeng." Elder Yi, with a solemn expression, introduced Qinfeng. "Hello, everyone. My name is Qinfeng." Qinfeng smiled faintly and greeted the group, but he noticed that they didn't seem very enthusiastic. "What it's called doesn't matter. Only by passing the assessment can you qualify to stay here. We're not necessarily combat partners yet." "That's right. Every month, people come to try, but 70% of them are eliminated." A woman dressed in tight leather arrogantly poured cold water on Qinfeng, and the man beside her chimed in. Clearly, they didn't think much of Qinfeng. In Shenlong, strength is the ultimate rule. "Everyone, listen to me. After consideration, Qinfeng does not need to undergo the assessment." At this moment, Yi Qingtian spoke to the crowd, causing their expressions to change drastically. "Sir, did I hear that right? This kid is officially joining us without any assessment?" The woman widened her eyes in astonishment. In the past 10 years since they joined Shenlong, this was the first time she had seen someone exempted from the assessment process. It was simply too biased. She still remembered that when they joined, they had to go through a full month of assessments, yet Qinfeng could enter directly. It felt a bit unfair, and everyone secretly rolled their eyes at him. Qinfeng smiled faintly. It seemed that Officer Ye's prestige was indeed quite effective. "Qinfeng, let your senior brothers and sisters first help you understand the information about the 10,000 races battlefield. I have some matters to attend to," Officer Yi said. "Xiaoyan, take Qinfeng to familiarize himself with the base." "Yes, officer." The leather-clad woman called Xiaoyan seemed reluctant but still nodded. After Yi Qingtian finished giving instructions, he left. At this moment, a large screen appeared out of thin air on the table, displaying various demonic beasts. Xiaoyan began, "Listen carefully. Our Shenlong's main task is to guard the Kunlun line where we are currently stationed, to prevent second mutated demonic beasts from entering our cities." "Second mutated demonic beasts?" Qinfeng asked in confusion. "Aren't demonic beasts all the same?" "Hee, I don't blame you for being inexperienced." Someone laughed, pointing at the screen. At this moment, the beast on the screen left. Qinfeng utterly astonished. A beast resembling a dinosaur was spewing flames from its mouth while tearing into its prey. The power was akin to a high-powered flamethrower, instantly charring the prey to ashes. Additionally, there were flying avian beasts, giant eels, releasing wild electricity, and icebergs spraying water that froze instantly. Various beasts, each with shocking and unique abilities. These are the mutated beasts from the depths of the battlefield of myriad races. According to scientists' research, they have undergone secondary mutations using some form of energy, Xiaoyan continued. After evolving, the beasts are much stronger than ordinary first evolution beasts. For example, the beasts in the beast forest are classified as first evolution beasts, and their power isn't that strong. Qinfeng listened and nodded. The beasts he had encountered in the beast forest before had only undergone a first evolution and weren't that ferocious. Second evolution beasts are the truly terrifying ones. Don't be surprised yet, these are merely the beasts from the 10,000 races frontline. Our real troublesome enemies are the beast clans from the 10,000 races battlefield. Xiaoyan gently swiped her finger, and various types of beasts appeared in the void. No, they were humanoid beasts. Qinfeng clearly saw a small spider fighting against a human, instantly transforming into a humanoid form. Although its head remained spider-shaped, it was almost indistinguishable from a human, except for its 6 claws. "They can transform?" Qinfeng asked in astonishment. "This is the spider clan, as well as the snake clan, tiger clan, mantis clan, and so on. All the animals on the battlefield of 10,000 clans can switch forms." A man crossed his arms and said seriously, "When they switch forms, they retain some basic characteristics. Other than that, they are quite similar to humans, even comparable in intelligence, making them extremely difficult to deal with." Shocking. Qinfeng was deeply shaken. The battlefield of 10,000 clans was truly incredible. There actually existed beast clans. This is classified information. Across the globe, many countries and regions have such beast clans. To avoid causing panic among humans, the Martial Artists Alliance has decided to remain silent about it. "By the way, Qinfeng, what are you good at?" Xiaoyan's alluring gaze turned to Qinfeng. Qinfeng looked puzzled. What? I mean, for you to join the Shenlong organization, you must have some special skills, like this, Xiaoyan said as she lightly snapped her fingers, and instantly a small flame danced on her hand. That's amazing? Xin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. Yes, everyone here has special skills. His skill is water-based, he's a psychic, her ability is to petrify enemies, so what about yours? Everyone's eyes focused on Xin Feng. Xin Feng thought for a moment and replied, I don't seem to have this kind of skill. I wonder if being strong counts. If it's strength-based, it's not very useful. Everyone immediately lost their expectations for Xin Feng, even feeling that they had overestimated him. Without any special skills, he seemed out of place here. How could he fight alongside these extraordinary warriors? I really don't know what Officer Yi sees in him. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. So what? I guess he's definitely a disciple of some prominent family, here to gain experience. When we head to the demonic beast territory, he'll only hold us back. The crowd dispersed, whispering about Xin Feng, and all these words reached Xin Feng's ears. Indeed, in a place where geniuses gather, strength is the ultimate rule, otherwise, others will only treat you with indifference. Xin Feng familiarized himself with the base a bit, wandering around for a few laps. In the afternoon, just as he finished getting acquainted with the base, an alarm suddenly sounded. Team Shenlong 1, please assemble immediately. Xin Feng, come with me. Xiaoyan led Xin Feng to the base square. At this moment, black and gold fighter jets were starting up, and the square was filled with warriors dressed in uniform combat suits. Yi, Xingqian's voice rang out in the field. A signal has been received from the front. Beasts have breached a defensive line. We must intercept and eliminate them all. Move out. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, skillfully boarding the fighter jets. At this moment, Xiaoyan turned to glance at Xin Feng and said, it's your first day here, so just stay and guard this place. Are the beasts over there very strong? Xin Feng asked. The weakest ones are at the 4th rank, and the powerful beasts have even reached the 8th rank. Do you think you can handle it? Xiaoyan clearly didn't have much faith in Xin Feng's combat abilities. Xiaoyan, you team up with Xin Feng. Xin Feng can do it, but he's a rookie. Go on, you need to trust your teammate. Yi Qingtian insisted that Xiaoyan take Xin Feng along. Although Xiaoyan was reluctant, military orders were absolute, leaving her no choice but to agree. So, Xiaoyan brought Xin Feng aboard the fighter jet. She kept muttering under her breath, later, you're just responsible for keeping watch for me. Don't do anything else, got it? The method for piloting the fighter jet is very simple. You just need to control it with your mind, like driving a car. I'll grant you access to the controls. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Xiaoyan's beautiful face turned toward him. Xin Feng shook his head. No, but I drive often. Under Xiaoyan's guidance, Xin Feng quickly mastered the art of piloting. The aircraft they were aboard was the renowned Phantom God fighter jet, a cutting-edge model that could be controlled through mental commands. Globally, this fighter jet was considered top-tier, on par with North America's Thunder fighter jet. The Phantom God jet was equipped on both sides with Gale laser guns, capable of killing a grade 4 beast with a single laser shot, boasting exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. Additionally, it featured medium-sized nuclear armor-piercing cannons and Windchaser destroyer missiles, both of which had terrifying destructive power. One shot could obliterate half an island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You are now passing through the spatial defense system. You are now activating the 5th defense system. One fighter jet after another streaked across the sky, breaking through the defense system. The spatial defense system was a defensive wall composed of special rays, designed specifically to repel flying beasts. Without flight authorization, touching it would result in instant incineration. After approximately an hour of flight, traversing the mountains and rivers of the 9 provinces, Xin Feng finally encountered the beasts undergoing secondary evolution. This region was a stretch of endless mountain ranges, and beneath the mountains, hordes of beasts were slowly advancing toward the Shenlong base. The densely packed beasts formed a line approximately 2 kilometers long. Beep 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 beep, danger approaching from the side. Watch out ahead. When Xin Feng's attention was focused below, the system issued a warning, and Xiaoyan hurriedly reminded him. In their line of sight, a massive predatory golden eagle was charging toward them from the left. Activate the Gale laser. Received the command. Chirp chirp chirp. The 5th grade predatory golden eagle had not yet approached when it was struck by hundreds of laser beams, accompanied by the sound of impacts. Before long, white smoke rose from the golden eagle's body, its tough feathers pierced by the lasers, leaving its body riddled with holes like a sieve. Bang bang bang. Boom. Unit 115 has been attacked and is descending. 115, rest assured and proceed with your landing. Unit 019 is covering you. The battle erupted, and before long, a fighter jet was shot down by a massive fire-breathing beast. Chasing Wind has locked onto the target and is firing. Boom. A fierce silver wolf was blasted into ashes by Xin Feng using the Chasing Wind destroyer. Boom. Xin Feng piloted the Phantom Godfighter, continuously firing and killing more than a dozen beasts in a short time. Over 50 fighters fired simultaneously, thick smoke billowing, mountains crumbling, and countless low-grade beasts were killed or injured. However, he was also shocked by these second evolution beasts. Massive beasts appeared, easily swatting down a fighter. The chasing wind destroyer hit the giant beast, but it had little effect. The iron-armored bull demon has appeared. Everyone be careful. Focus all firepower. Weaken its armor first. Firing now. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The appearance of the giant iron-armored bull demon drew everyone's attention. Instantly, 50 to 60 phantom god fighters aimed at it, unleashing a storm of attacks. In moments, that area turned into a dense sea of fire. However, after a barrage of bullets and shells, the armored bull demon still remained firmly in place, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. It must be noted that the medium nuclear armor-piercing cannon was specifically designed to deal with highly defensive beasts. A single shot could weaken armor, penetrate diamonds, and had enough power to destroy a 100-story skyscraper. Yet, despite all kinds of shells hitting it, they still couldn't bring it down? This defense is just insane, Qin Feng thought to himself in amazement. Xiaoyan, the armored bull demon is the most defensive beast among all, bar none. Its offensive power is equally formidable, Xiaoyan said with a serious expression. Our preliminary assessment is that its strength has reached above the 7th grade. In the past, we've faced it multiple times, but we've always been at a loss. Then what should we do? Qin Feng asked anxiously. Xiaoyan thought for a moment and replied, our ammunition is limited. We can't rely solely on firepower suppression. We must engage it in close combat, use skills to wear it down, and drive it back. At that moment, several fighter jets began to land, and a number of powerful individuals charged toward the armored bull demon. Roar! The armored bull demon appeared clumsy but was actually ferocious in nature, raising its head to continuously spew black substances into the sky. Watch out for the boulders. Qin Feng suddenly realized that the substance spewed by the armored bull demon was actually large stones, a sight that left him astonished. I told you long ago, many second evolution beasts have special abilities and must not be underestimated, he thought to himself. Despite the phantom god's extremely strong defense, the incoming boulders were instantly reduced to debris by laser fire. After a period of suppression, the ammunition supply was nearly depleted, and more beasts began to counterattack. In the sky, several unfortunate phantom god fighter jets were shot down and crashed. Fortunately, the warriors of the divine dragon were not weak. They managed to land safely and immediately engaged in close combat. Small flying beasts are about to come out. It's time for us to go down too, Xiaoyan said as their fighter jet began to descend. Not bad, Xiaoyan, you managed to land safely even with this rookie. A nearby warrior walked over and said with a smile, clearly assuming Qin Feng was a novice. Xiaoyan did not respond, but she understood in her heart that although Qin Feng was a rookie, he had remained remarkably calm, far better than she had during her first battle. At this moment, a few more teammates walked over. They were the familiar faces from the base earlier. The battle is about to begin. Let's go hunt beasts below the 6th rank. The iron-armored bull demon will be handled by Team 1. What about Qin Feng? Someone asked. Let him stay on the aircraft. It's inconvenient to bring him along for the mission. The captain thought for a moment and then said, forget it, Qin Feng, you follow me. Be careful and don't hold us back. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. We're only dealing with beasts below the 6th rank? Do you really think you can defeat the ironclad bull demon? Someone sneered. Qin Feng, don't cause trouble. Stick with us, and we guarantee you'll make it back safely. Qin Feng smiled silently, thinking to himself, a 6th grade demonic beast is no challenge at all. He noticed that, apart from some special skills, the cultivation levels of these team members weren't particularly strong. For instance, Xiaoyan was only at the high stage of the 5th grade, and the leader of the 3rd group was merely at the mid-stage of the 6th grade. The only thing certain was that they were all martial artists who had awakened their blood energy, making them far stronger than martial artists of the same level outside. Understood. The dozen or so members of the 3rd group began slaughtering the demonic beasts. At first, everyone displayed incredible bravery, slaying beasts at the front with their unique abilities, leaving no survivors. However, as more and more beasts appeared, spraying water and spitting fire, the scene turned terrifying, and their formation was broken. A 6th grade flame lion charged into the crowd, heading straight for Qin Feng, who was relatively weaker in strength. Several people couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Qin Feng, watch out. Xiaoyan unleashed a burst of flames with one hand, but unexpectedly, the blazing flame lion opened its mouth wide and spewed out even fiercer flames. In an instant, Xiaoyan was struck and sent flying, her vitality greatly depleted. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was exposed in front of the blazing flame lion, facing the imminent danger of being obliterated. Rookie, run, someone shouted loudly. It's over, this guy is too scared to move. What a disaster. Everyone thought Qin Feng had lost the ability to resist and was doomed to a fate of no burial. The blazing flame lion opened its mouth wide, ready to devour Qin Feng in one bite. At that moment, a flash of a blade streaked through. Die, an angry roar echoed. Rip! The blazing lion was instantly cut in half. Comprehend fire attribute. 2 attributes attributes dropped in front of Qin Feng, and he silently picked them up. In the base of the Divine Dragon, Yi Qingtian was observing this battle together with other leaders. Old Ji, you brought that kid in for no reason and even exempted him from the assessment. This makes it hard to convince everyone, an elder said. Yi Qingtian stroked his beard and smiled. Old Jin, you don't know this, but Qin Feng is a genius I've been secretly observing for a long time. 2 months ago, do you know how weak his strength was? How weak? Everyone couldn't help but cast curious glances at Yi Qingtian. At that time, he couldn't even reach the first rank at Liancheng No. 2 high school, so he was nothing special. Yi Qingtian said proudly, but later, he tied for first place in the Liancheng Grand Competition, with strength that was in no way inferior to that little girl from the Su family. After that, he broke through to the 5th rank in a short period of time, even crushing numerous talented peers of the same age to win the national competition championship. Everyone exchanged glances, marveling in their hearts, breaking through from a martial apprentice to the 5th rank in just 2 months. This is truly a miracle. However, there have been instances in the past where potential was rapidly unleashed, leading to a swift improvement in cultivation. We cannot let Qin Feng join Shenlong solely based on this. Some people were indifferent to this. Everyone, don't be so quick to dismiss him. I have a vague feeling that his potential is boundless. As long as we nurture him properly, he is certain to become a genius of Grandmaster level. Yi Qingtian spoke protectively, and upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. The Shenlong organization has always been known for its fairness and strictness, yet now Officer Yi had unilaterally decided to let Qin Feng join and even regarded him as a key training candidate, which seemed rather unfair. Newcomers who want to join Shenlong must possess at least one special skill, such as unlocking the gates of vital energy and understanding its flow. Otherwise, we can exercise our collective veto power to keep them out. Someone voiced opposition, unwilling to give Qin Feng the chance to take a shortcut. Let's wait and see. I trust Qin Feng, Yi Qingtian said as he opened the screen. Is there a battle happening over there? At that moment, the drone happened to capture footage of Qin Feng battling the blazing lion. The blazing lion's massive jaws were wide open, and even the saliva dripping from its mouth carried flames, as if it intended to melt Qin Feng. This kid is already scared stiff. Old Yi, it seems you've misjudged again, someone remarked upon seeing this scene, shaking their head helplessly. Qin Feng's first outing was about to end with him buried in the belly of a beast. Truly an unlucky start. What a pity for his talent. Old Ye's gaze also slightly tightened, and he couldn't help but wonder why was Qin Feng completely motionless in front of the blazing flame. Lion? What was going on? Logically, Qin Feng's combat power should be comparable to a 6th grade fighter. How could he be so frightened? Wait, it's not that simple. Elder Yi felt a faint worry in his heart, but then saw a turn of events on the screen. Qin Feng transformed into a phantom, and with a swift motion, his blade flashed, splitting the blazing lion in half in an instant. Taken down with one strike. A 6th grade blazing lion, killed in seconds by him. Wow, this guy really has some skills. I think he doesn't look like a 5th rank, but rather a 6th rank, and he might have even comprehended blade intent. The officers in the command room were amazed by Qin Feng's performance. That slash from Qin Feng just now had actually unleashed blade intent, which was undeniable. Keep watching. Everyone continued to focus on the battle footage. In the heart of the beast territory, Qin Feng effortlessly took down the blazing flame lion with a single strike, his expression calm as if he were doing something utterly ordinary. This scene left the members of Team 3 completely stunned. Wow, Qin Feng, you really have some skills. Even I can't take down the blazing flame lion in an instant, but you managed to do it. The captain of Team 3 exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, another grade 4 giant chicken beast lunged at them, and Qin Feng killed it with a backhanded strike. The way everyone looked at Qin Feng changed. This guy was nothing like the weakling they had imagined. Qin Feng, how did you do it? Xiaoyan walked over, her eyes full of confusion. Qin Feng smiled faintly. It's very simple. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of demonic beasts surged forward, coming in groups with an imposing momentum, as if the earth itself were trembling. Let's stop chatting for now and deal with them first. Be careful of the venom, don't get hit. A 5-poison toad leapt out, spraying purple venom with extremely strong corrosive properties. There was once a Shenlong team member who was unfortunately hit and ultimately had to undergo amputation. The Shenlong team members dodged one after another, seeking large trees or boulders as cover while closing in on the 5-poison toad to attack. But Qin Feng was completely unfazed, directly facing the challenge head-on. Qin Feng, are you crazy? Come back quickly. Xiaoyan saw Qin Feng swaggering toward the 5-poison toads, and her face instantly turned pale. However, Qin Feng moved extremely fast, dodging the attacks of several 5-poison toads in a flash, and the venom couldn't touch him at all. The group of 5-poison toads was also stunned. A human actually dared to act so recklessly, completely unafraid of death. Ding, strength asterisk 6000. Croak, 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 croak. Quack, quack, quack. The 5 venom toads seemed to be communicating, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this reckless human. Over here, Qin Feng transformed into a phantom, wielding a crescent moon blade, swiftly slaying the beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, Swish, swoosh. The 5 venom toads had no time to react and were instantly reduced to lifeless corpses. Strength asterisk 5000. Strength asterisk 5000. Strength asterisk 5000. Gain magic resistance asterisk 10. Gain magic resistance asterisk 10. Xin Feng was startled. There was actually a magic resistance attribute? This system was simply too perverse. Ahead, there were still a large number of monsters, various second evolution beasts stirring up chaos on the battlefield, forcing the Divine Dragon team members to retreat step by step. Bad news, a small-scale beast tide has erupted. What happened? Another iron-armored bull demon has appeared. What should we do? The beasts are increasing in number. Everyone retreat quickly. Just after dealing with the 5 venom toad, the group had no time to catch their breath before ominous news came from the front. A shockwave from a beast tide was spreading in their direction. At the forefront, the Shenlong team members were desperately resisting, with sand and stones flying everywhere. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The members of the third squad frowned deeply. The speed of the beast tide was too fast, and the frenzied onslaught of the beasts left them feeling cornered. The sudden turn of events made everyone so tense they could hardly contain themselves. This battle was likely to be more difficult and brutal than any before, leaving them no choice but to call for reinforcements from the base. Someone quickly pressed the distress button. At the base center, Yi Qingtian and the others were stunned as they watched the scene unfold. This is bad. The beasts have actually become intelligent and are ambushing us. They deliberately lured us over, and only after we landed did they trigger the beast tide to attack, intending to trap us like fish in a barrel and wipe us out in one fell swoop. Quick, get over there. Hopefully, they can hold on, otherwise, rivers of blood will flow, and Shenlong will be in grave danger. Even Yi Qingtian couldn't help but feel shaken at this moment, realizing a flaw in the decision-making. The Shenlong organization was facing an unprecedented crisis. If the Shenlong team were overrun, the defensive line at the rear would also face severe challenges, and the Xia Kingdom would be under immense threat. Shenlong cannot be annihilated. Everyone, get ready and follow me to the front lines. Yi Qingtian and the other commanders headed toward the battlefield. They had to go, otherwise, the Shenlong team would face certain doom. At this moment, Xin Feng had just picked up an attribute and discovered that the situation ahead was dire. Everyone's expressions were grim. These 5th and 6th grade warriors were doing their utmost to slay the beasts, but the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, making it impossible to repel them. The Shenlong team was being forced to retreat step by step. Xin Feng, retreat for now and wait for reinforcements. Xiao Yan said anxiously to Xin Feng. Retreat in this situation? Xin Feng rolled up his sleeves, ready to continue fighting. Don't! Xin Feng, come back quickly, don't be impulsive. Sigh, the beast tide is coming, don't go up, stop. So fierce, well done Xin Feng, that's incredible. Ignoring the warnings, Xin Feng took a step forward, unleashed his blade intent, and instantly slew a blood-sucking ant. Ding, strength 5000. Roar! Just after picking up the attribute, Xin Feng was suddenly ambushed from behind by an icy frost bear, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Caught off guard, Xin Feng was struck directly. Defense effect 100%. Counter damage effect 100%. Invalid. The frost-white bear slapped Xin Feng, but was instead repelled by a tremendous force, the entire bear flying away and instantly turning into an ice sculpture. Hitting me is equivalent to hitting yourself. Strength asterisk 6200. Ice attribute awakening. Another attribute acquired. This is great. Xin Feng was overjoyed, his morale instantly soaring as he charged toward the center of the beast tide. Sizzle sizzle. My ice. He continuously unleashed various martial techniques, storm fury slash, blaze, and ice, almost transforming into a beast harvesting machine, effortlessly slaying hundreds of beasts. The scene was utterly terrifying. Wow, what is this guy? A dual attribute powerhouse? Xin Feng tricked us, claiming he wasn't an attribute warrior, but turns out he's ice and fire attribute. That's insane. This talent is simply unparalleled. I finally understand why Officer Yi gave him special privileges. Whoa, doesn't he get tired? He's single-handedly holding back the beast tide. Unbelievable. Xiaoyan and the others were all dumbfounded. Xin Feng charged forward on his own, directly engaging in battle. He was incredibly fierce, making it seem effortless. At this moment, he was like a war god. Strength asterisk 6000. Strength asterisk 4300. Ice attribute asterisk 1. Health asterisk 100. Health asterisk 100. Defense asterisk 100. Xin Feng no longer had time to pay attention to the improvement of his attributes. These 5th and 6th grade beasts were nothing more than experience points in his eyes. There was no way to resist his attack. Don't forget, he is now at the 7th rank, and facing opponents of the 6th and 5th ranks is as easy as crushing ants. After a bout of frenzied slaughter, the beast tide gradually receded. However, 2 massive ironclad bull demons continued to roam the valley, wantonly attacking the members of the Divine Dragon Squad. A member of the Divine Dragon Squad was struck dead by the enormous tail, which was as hard as an enlarged sea-stabilizing needle, containing the force of hundreds of thousands of pounds. Even a 6th rank expert couldn't escape their fate, dying instantly from ruptured internal organs.
demons. Although the beast tide shows signs of weakening, dealing with the ironclad bull demons is not so simple. We need to maneuver around them, keep them at bay, and wait for the commander to arrive. The ironclad bull demons' defense was simply too high. Moreover, they inherently possessed the combat power of the 7th rank. The members of the Divine Dragon Squad attacked with flames, frost, and invisible wind blades, but none of it could harm them in the slightest. Some spiritual mind masters even tried to manipulate the ironclad bull demons to fight each other, but their vitality was insufficient to achieve this goal. Everyone felt helpless and could only choose to retreat. Let me give it a try. Seeing everyone retreating, Qin Feng instead charged in the opposite direction, raising his crescent moon scimitar and rushing straight ahead. Roar, screech. 2 iron-armored bull demons, as massive as small mountains, roared deafeningly upon seeing him. The two sides had clashed multiple times before, making them old rivals. The iron-armored bull demons completely disregarded the young human. One of them raised its enormous iron hoof high and stomped fiercely toward Qin Feng. Slash! Qin Feng showed no fear and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! The ferocious blade intent tore through the air and struck the iron hoof of the bull demon with force. Bang! The iron hoof emitted a loud noise, and the massive bull demon was flipped over by the immense power, landing on its back with all 4 legs in the air. However, it quickly got back up, regaining its composure, as the injury was not severe. That strike just now. Even though Qin Feng had used the full power of the Storm Frenzy Slash, the damage inflicted was limited. It only left a superficial blade mark and did not harm the bones at all. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the iron-armored bull demon's defense. It was truly abnormal. Could it be that even a slash imbued with awakened blade intent couldn't pose a threat to it? Roar! Roar! The bull demon, enraged by Qin Feng, launched another charge. While the Storm Frenzy Slash was indeed powerful for low-level warriors, its effectiveness diminished in high-level battles. Qin Feng decisively abandoned the Storm Frenzy Slash and switched to using his fists. Sky-shaking 9 punches. Buzz! The sky-shaking 9 punches relied on pure strength to break through defenses. As Qin Feng threw a punch, the muscles in his right arm swelled continuously, enhanced by the bloodline of the giant ape, carrying a tearing sensation. The furious iron-armored bull demon spat out massive rocks to attack Qin Feng, but Qin Feng shattered them with a single punch. Boom! Those hard rocks were completely smashed, and the violent force struck the iron-armored bull demon fiercely. Aoo! Only the sound of the ironclad bull demon's piercing wail could be heard as its seemingly indestructible armor began to slowly crack, covered with countless spiderweb-like fissures. Again, the punch was effective. Qin Feng instantly channeled his strength, pushing his vitality to the limit, driving his power to a frenzied state. A vast force poured down, the might of a single punch capable of splitting mountains and breaking the earth. Boom! The ironclad bull demon's hide exploded with a thunderous crack, and the agonized demon let out a shrill roar, fleeing in panic. Another ironclad bull demon, seeing its companion injured, charged forward without hesitation. Qin Feng gave it no chance to regret its decision. In a flash, he appeared above its head, delivering a crushing punch from mid-air. Boom! Crash! A whoa! The other companion also collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Burn! Without wasting words, Qin Feng, heavily drained, could not afford to delay. He immediately set them ablaze with flames. In an instant, the 2 ironclad bull demons were engulfed in fire, turning into roasted beef. Strength * 10,000. Strength * 10,000. Defense attribute has reached the evolution standard. Physique automatically evolves to golden body physique. Qin Feng's forehead was drenched in sweat, but upon seeing the rewards, his exhaustion instantly vanished, and a smile appeared on his face. His physique had evolved again. Oh my god, he won? Over here, everyone witnessed Qin Feng single-handedly defeating 2 iron-armored bull demons, utterly stunned. Everyone's mouths formed an O shape. The ironclad bull demon is the strongest defensive beast among the 7th grade monsters. Its overall combat power is even more terrifying than some 8th grade monsters. Such a troublesome creature, like a wild bull, was actually defeated by Qin Feng alone. Shock. In everyone's eyes, there was only shock. Qin Feng's strength is clearly beyond the 7th grade, truly powerful. I underestimated him. I thought he was a rookie, but it turns out the clown was me. Qin Feng is absolutely amazing. I'm speechless. Say no more. I'm going to find a hole to crawl into first. The captains of the 3rd group in Shaoyan, among others, all felt ashamed at this moment. Just now, they had looked down on Qin Feng, thinking he was just a rookie. However, Qin Feng's strength had already reached the 7th rank, and he was even a dual attribute. Special warrior who had activated his vital energy. What was even more shocking was that every one of his martial techniques was, at the perfect level, executed with ease, no less skilled than the officers at the base. What a terrifying monster of a genius. The beast tide has retreated, and the ironclad bull demon has been slain. Qin Feng is truly amazing. Qin Feng has made outstanding contributions. I am willing to call you the strongest man on the surface. Qin Feng, I misunderstood you before and judged you by your appearance. I apologize for my ignorance and foolishness. Please don't hold it against
against me. After the crisis was resolved, the proud captain of Team 3 walked over and apologized to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's fine. The fact that you can recognize your shortcomings shows that you have humility in your heart. Besides, you're quite handsome too." "Handsome?" The captain of Team 3 laughed heartily. "Brother Qin Feng, you're flattering me. How am I handsome?" Qin Feng said seriously, "I meant hasty." Captain of Team 3, "You guys chat, I have something to do." On the other side, Yi Qingtian and his team, who were speeding towards the scene in the Phantom God fighter jet, received the news at that moment. "What? Are you serious? The crisis has been resolved?" "That's right, I've already sent the footage to the database. The officers can review it any time." Yi Qingtian glanced at the screen, his eyes filled with shock. Not only Yi Qingtian, but the other officers were also exhilarated when they saw the video of Qin Feng single-handedly slaying 2 ironclad bull demons. "Hiss, what kind of monster is this?" "Old Yi, congratulations on finding a treasure." "Ha, it seems we don't need to step in." Qin Feng's performance absolutely deserves a first-class merit. In the history of Shenlong, no student has ever achieved such a great feat on their first day. Qin Feng is truly unprecedented. His talent is the most terrifying I've ever seen, without a doubt. "Let's go, wait for their triumphant return. We must celebrate him properly." Inside the fighter jet, all the officers were marveling at Qin Feng's monstrous talent. His combat ability was comparable to that of their officer-level ranks. It was truly incomprehensible. An hour later, at the base, Qin Feng, in light of your heroic performance during the operation and for saving your comrades of the Shenlong unit, the organization has decided to award you a first-class merit. Yi Qingtian held a box in his hand. "This is your reward for first-class merit. I hope you will continue to strive forward." "Thank you, Officer Yi." Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng accepted the reward. Opening the box, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that it contained an energy stone. "This is a mid-level energy stone. Take it and use it," Yi Qingtian said with a smile. Qin Feng nodded excitedly. He had originally thought the reward would be money or something similar, but he hadn't expected to receive a mid-level energy stone directly. It was truly unexpected. Countless people secretly envied Qin Feng. On his first day, he had already obtained an energy stone, which was simply astonishing. Among so many people, only a few had ever received low-level energy stones, and none had ever gotten a high-level one. After receiving the energy stone, Qin Feng returned to his personal dormitory to ponder over it. With his combat experience, Qin Feng's days in Shenlong became smooth sailing. In every battle, Qin Feng was the one who killed the most beasts, almost single-handedly wiping out the opposing side, leaving no chance for his teammates to shine. Moreover, he honed many martial techniques through combat, such as mastering the flower-shifting palm and refining the phantom shadow technique to proficiency. During battles, Qin Feng also discovered some minor issues. When using attributes, it consumed his vitality. For instance, when using the fire attribute against enemies, his vitality would deplete rapidly, much like a mana bar. This made Qin Feng cautious about using it recklessly, resorting to martial techniques only when necessary. This ability was something he absolutely could not use indiscriminately. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Qin Feng had been with Shenlong for over half a month. Finally, one day, he had the free time to refine the energy stone. Base. Qin Feng secluded himself in meditation and cultivation. The absorption principle of mid-tier energy stones was no different from that of low-tier energy stones, and Qin Feng quickly mastered it. 770,000, 780,000, 790,000. His combat power increased by nearly 10,000 each time, rising rapidly. The combat power he had accumulated earlier quickly helped Qin Feng reach the threshold for a breakthrough. Once he surpassed 800,000, he would reach the 8th rank. 1 million would mean the 9th rank. With a moment of enlightenment, Qin Feng successfully broke through to the 8th rank. The entire base was filled with a dense aura of blood and energy. The mid-tier energy stone was indeed a treasure. After 3 hours of absorption, its energy remained abundant. Qin Feng decided to continue absorbing it. Meanwhile, in the command room of the base, Yi Qingtian and others were holding a roundtable meeting. Regarding Qin Feng's performance over the past half-month, I believe everyone has seen it for themselves. He has taken the lead every time, and there is no longer any need to prove anything, Yi Qingtian said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He continued, his talent and strength are unparalleled, and no one else can compare. If he stays here, his potential will be limited. Old Yi, are you planning to? A high-ranking official asked with doubt in his heart. That's right. After careful consideration, I have decided to send Qin Feng to the battlefield of the 10,000 races for training. That is his true stage, Yi Qingtian said firmly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. A senior officer frowned and said, the battlefield of the 10,000 races is filled with beast races, fraught with danger. Qin Feng is only 17 years old, can he handle it? In the past, many young geniuses were sent to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and the results were often grim. Lacking experience, they struggled to deal with beast races that possessed equally high
intelligence. Many geniuses fell there. Later, the Shenlong organization realized this and proposed a policy: if members lacked sufficient experience and maturity, they should not be sent there recklessly. Don't forget, when Qin Feng first arrived, he didn't have much experience either, but his performance far exceeded our expectations. Yi Qingtian's expression was serious. I've already contacted friends on the 10,000 races battlefield, and they will take care of Qin Feng. I believe he will perform exceptionally well. I agree. I also support this. Keeping Qin Feng here is truly a waste of his talent. Let him quickly go to a higher martial platform to train. The implication was, if he doesn't leave soon, my disciples won't even have a chance to showcase themselves. It's truly frustrating. This proposal was unanimously approved. In the afternoon, Qin Feng's combat power directly broke through the 900,000 mark. 910,000, 930,000, 945,000, 951,000. Finally, his combat power stopped at just over 950,000. Such a pity, still over 40,000 short of the 9th grade. Qin Feng glanced at it, but he wasn't too disappointed. Increasing by 40,000 is a piece of cake for me. I'll break through next time. Raising too much at once, Qin Feng also felt it would be hard to explain to others. From the early stage of the 7th grade to almost the 9th grade, it had only taken 15 days. Many of the officers in the base were still at the 8th or 9th grade, while others cultivated like pushing a cart by hand. Qin Feng was speeding ahead like driving a sports car. It was truly unfair. Host: Qin Feng. Speed: 150 meters per second. Vitality: 4000/cal. Strength: 950/200/kg. Defense *500. Talent level LV 11. Attributes: Blade Intent, Perfect, Evolvable, Primary Sword Intent, Beginner. Bloodline: Giant Ape Bloodline, Evolvable. Physique: Golden Body Physique, Evolvable. Attributes: Fire Attribute, Ice Attribute. Martial skills: Storm Fury Slash, Perfected. Heaven Shaking 9 Fists, 6th level. Thunder Whirlwind Kick, Perfected. Giant Elephant Body Refining Technique, Perfected. Flower Shifting Palm, Advanced. Furious Emperor Slash, Beginner. Wind Breaking Strike, Beginner. Phantom Movement Technique, Proficient. Everything made Qin Feng extremely satisfied. His vitality and blood had also improved, reaching 4,000. With this, he would be able to last longer in future battles. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder about the vitality levels of other high-ranking martial artists. He decided to find a time to ask Officer Yi about it. Beep beep beep. Master, you have missed calls. Just as he stepped out of the training room, his smart wristwatch started ringing. Qin Feng immediately activated the watch and found several missed calls, all from his close brother, Old Hu. To fully concentrate, Qin Feng had turned off his smart wristwatch while in the training room. Now, he quickly called Old Hu back. Old Hu, what's wrong? Qin Feng asked. Ah, Feng, I heard you went to the military department. How's it over there? Old Hu asked with concern. It's fine, I can adapt. Qin Feng replied. Ha, let me get to the main topic. Do you still remember Su Mang from Lianchang No. 1 High School? After chatting for a while, Old Hu got to the point. She's about to get married. Did you know? What? Qin Feng was instantly shocked. Old Hu, are you serious? Explain what's going on. Xia people don't deceive Xia people. How could I joke with you? It's all true. The Su family has already made an official announcement. On the other end, Old Hu spoke in a serious tone. If you don't believe me, you can check online. Su Mang is going to marry a certain genius from the Wang family, reportedly the next generation successor of the Wang family. The wedding date is during the Spring Festival. I remember you have a good relationship with Su Mang, so I wanted to let you know. Spring Festival. Qin Feng calculated in his mind. There was still over a month until the Spring Festival, and Su Mang was about to get married. Ah, Feng, I won't chat with you much longer. I'm preparing to report to Magic Marshal. Goodbye. Alright, goodbye. The video ended, and Qin Feng went online to check. Sure enough, the martial artist website was abuzz with discussions about this matter. The Wang family of Yinjing intends to form a marriage alliance with the Su family. According to informed sources, the wedding will take place on New Year's Day. Marriage alliances between martial arts families are nothing new, but both the Wang family and the Su family are top-tier aristocratic families in Xia country, making them well-matched. In the future, the combined strength of the Wang family and the Su family will undoubtedly be even greater. Su Mang is my goddess. I heard that after she returned from Liangchang, she disappeared. I never expected that after just a few months, she would be getting married. I'm truly heartbroken. The Wang family's genius managed to surpass Qin Feng this year and successfully entered Xinguang Martial University, breaking through to the 6th rank in strength. By this calculation, they really are a perfect match, a pair made in heaven, completely worthy of Su Mang. Qin Feng scrolled through the forum content, his heart trembling uncontrollably. That night, he and Su Mang had a certain encounter, and afterward, Su Mang vanished, leaving him utterly puzzled. Now, the sudden news of her marrying the Wang family's genius was something Qin Feng found hard to accept, and an inexplicable pain surged in his heart. As he continued browsing other posts, he unexpectedly
unexpectedly came across discussions about himself. Rumor has it that the Wang family is planning to target champion Qin Feng, though the reason is unclear. Is there even a need to ask? Qin Feng killed someone from the Wang family. When he returns, he will surely face their wrath. I heard it was a note that triggered Wang Chanyang's fury. The Wang family was secretly offering a bounty to hunt him down. Seeing this rumor, Qin Feng frowned. I will never let Su Mang marry into the Wang family, he vowed in his heart. Stepping out of the training room, Qin Feng saw Elder Yi approaching him. Qin Feng, starting today, you will officially report to the battlefield of 10,000 races. The map has already been transmitted to your smart wristwatch. Elder Yi briefly explained the situation on the battlefield of 10,000 races to Qin Feng. Once you get there, go directly to join the Divine Wind Squad. Alright, I understand. Qin Feng didn't ask further questions. Here, he was no longer suited for cultivation. To become stronger, he needed to step onto a higher stage and face more intense challenges. This is exactly what a warrior should do. Be careful, and I hope that the next time you return, you'll be even stronger. Thank you, Officer Yi. Qin Feng directly boarded the fighter jet and set off in the direction indicated by the navigation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Phantom God fighter jet sped through the sky, slicing through the horizon and leaving behind a long trail of flowing clouds. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Logically, at this speed, I should have left the country long ago, but I haven't. What on earth is going on? Inside the fighter jet, Qin Feng had been flying for a full 5 hours without seeing any buildings. It should be noted that the Phantom God fighter jet is incredibly fast, capable of flying 1,000 miles per hour. In 5 hours, it should have covered at least 5,000 miles, making it easy to cross borders. Yet along the way, apart from the ethereal mountains, rivers, and snowstorms, there was nothing else to be seen. Could it be that some change unknown to ordinary people has occurred in this world? Qin Feng speculated in his heart. Boom! 10 kilometers to the finish line. Entering radar defense line. Undergoing scanning. At this moment, the Phantom God fighter jet issued a prompt, and Qin Feng finally saw the massive building complex below. It was a military base, similar to the Shenlong organization, heavily guarded with layers of checkpoints, and filled with various high-tech devices flying around, resembling a sci-fi world straight out of a novel. The fighter jet automatically docked. The second base, we've arrived. As Qin Feng disembarked from the fighter jet, a man dressed in heavy combat gear approached. Seeing the combat suit on him, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel intrigued. This set of equipment, starting at a cost of 100 million, could only be purchased through custom orders from specialized institutions, and its functionality was dozens of times superior to ordinary combat suits. The approaching man appeared to be in his 20s. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he said, "You're Qin Feng, right?" Qin Feng nodded. "Yes, Officer Yi introduced me. I am the deputy captain of the kamikaze squad. Let's go, we'll meet up with the captain and the others." "Where's the captain?" Qin Feng asked. The man turned directly around. "He's over there on the battlefield carrying out a mission. He asked me to come out and get you this morning." Qin Feng followed the man toward the vast snowy mountains outside the base. The blizzard obscured their vision, and visibility was extremely poor. Through a brief exchange, Qin Feng learned that the man's name was Manhwa. As for the kamikaze squad he had been anticipating, it turned out there were only 7 members in total. "By the way, Brother Hua, can we fly the fighter jets faster when we head out?" He was curious about this, surprised that there were so few fighter jets here. "Once we leave the 10-kilometer range of this mountain, if the fighter jets are exposed, the beast race will notice and locate our base," Wanhua said, his figure flickering as he strode ahead. "On the battlefield of myriad races, fighter jets are practically useless. If you fly one out, it won't survive more than 3 minutes before being destroyed by the beast race." Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a chill of fear. This place was so dangerous that even the base's location couldn't be easily revealed. It seemed the beast race was indeed formidable. The two continued their journey at a brisk pace, and before long, they had left the icy and snowy region. The weather gradually improved, and forests and mountains appeared before them. About 3 hours later, Wanhua let out a long breath. "This place is called White Sandslope. We're almost there." Boom! Crack! Before he finished speaking, the sound of intense fighting suddenly erupted from the road ahead. "Not good. A battle has broken out." The two wasted no time, quickening their pace. In the forest ahead, a figure was blasted out, crashing into a massive rock and shattering it. The heavy combat suit on the figure's body instantly burst apart, blood spraying wildly, as if even his internal organs were nearly coughed out. The injuries were extremely severe. "It's the captain." Huayuan's eyes widened. At this moment, Qin Feng furrowed his brows tightly, sensing a surge of overwhelming vitality and blood energy spreading toward them. Such dense vitality and blood energy indicated an exceptionally powerful enemy ahead. "Run!" The kamikaze squad's captain clutched his chest, urgently shouting, "It's an ambush! Run! Don't worry about me." The kamikaze captain's pupils were filled with terror and unwillingness, as if the enemy before him was his worst nightmare. Even with reinforcements arriving, his heart was consumed more by despair. "Run!" At that moment, a cold voice came from ahead. Leaving now, don't you think it's a bit too late? Qin Feng and Huayuanhua raised their eyes to see the source of the voice, a beast with a human body and an elephant's head. It had the head of an elephant, limbs with elephant hooves, but a body resembling that of a human. Upon seeing this creature, Huayuanhua's voice trembled instantly. It's a strong warrior of the giant elephant clan. Pathetic humans, die. The giant elephant clan warrior stomped its thick hooves on the ground, causing a slight tremor. Thud, thud. Its massive hooves rose high, releasing a fierce surge of vitality and blood energy, directly targeting the kamikaze captain. Captain, run! Don't worry about me. Huayuanhua wanted to step forward to help, but the overwhelming vitality and blood energy immobilized him. The giant elephant clan warrior's strength was at the peak of the 8th grade, and its vitality and blood energy were too powerful. The kamikaze captain, seeing the imminent strike, closed his eyes, awaiting the despair and death to come. On the battlefield of myriad races, dying in combat was all too common. Death itself was not frightening. Suddenly, a figure flickered into view, accompanied by 9 ferocious fist shadows. Boom! The heaven-shaking 9 fists, each punch carrying a force exceeding 900,000 kilograms. In an instant, the thick hooves of the powerful giant elephant clan warrior were torn open, emitting a ripping sound as the force crushed them into pieces. Ah, this is... The giant elephant clan warrior was forced back, his face twisted in shock as he realized the attacker was none other than Qin Feng. He sensed a strange familiarity in the energy emanating from this human, which was highly unusual. Qin Feng? Huayuanhua was equally astonished. A newcomer, fresh on the scene, daring to challenge a high-ranking warrior of the giant elephant clan. This was truly unexpected. Damn human, you ignore the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell. If I don't kill you, it would be an insult to your ignorance. The giant elephant clan warrior angrily swung his long trunk. He had set up this ambush to hunt more humans, and now, with 3 targets at once, the more, the better. He stomped forward, his massive hooves gathering power, and unleashed a punch with a force of 900,000 kilograms, putting all his strength into the attack. For an 8th grade human martial artist, there was no way out here but death. Relying on brute strength? I can do that too. Facing the enemy, Qin Feng charged forward, instantly unleashing the bloodline of the giant ape. His palm trembled heavily as a falling blossom palm imprint slammed toward the giant elephant beast. The palm imprint descended, carrying a withering intent. The giant elephant beast tried to dodge, but Qin Feng's phantom shadow movement technique had already reached mastery level, making his speed unmatched. Just as the giant elephant beast evaded Qin Feng's first strike, a second palm imprint came at it from behind. Falling blossom palms from all directions rained down like scattered petals, light and agile yet imbued with destructive ferocity. Such swift palm techniques. Huayuanhua and Captain Qin Feng were dumbfounded. Even the giant elephant beast was stunned. Qin Feng's attack speed was nearly twice as fast, one strike after another, leaving it completely unable to defend. After a fierce exchange, the strong warrior of the giant elephant clan was beaten to a bloody mess. Finally, Qin Feng turned his palm into a fist and smashed it fiercely onto the giant elephant warrior's head. Boom! The giant elephant warrior's head instantly exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. Strength asterisk 12,000. Defense asterisk 200. Gained the power of the giant elephant. Health asterisk 500. Qin Feng curiously examined the power of the giant elephant and discovered that it was a special ability capable of enhancing the body's explosive power for a short period. Currently, his power of the giant elephant was at the beginner level, and with further actions, it might evolve. Phew, my goodness, Qin Feng, you really scared me. At this moment, Huayuanhua's eyes were filled with admiration and shock as he scrutinized Qin Feng suspiciously, as if observing some extraordinary creature. Everyone knew that the powerful beings of the giant elephant clan were the dominant beasts in this area, naturally fierce, brutal, and terrifyingly strong. Any talented martial artist entering this place would tread cautiously, as encountering the giant elephant leader meant certain death. Captain Qin Feng had nearly lost his life here today due to an ambush. However, Qin Feng's performance completely overturned their expectations. This newcomer had actually killed the giant elephant leader? This was something even the most seasoned veterans couldn't achieve. The two began estimating Qin Feng's strength, vaguely concluding that he was above the 8th rank. Hua, you're about to drool. Qin Feng, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, reminded him, and Huayuanhua finally snapped out of it. You're the new guy, Qin Feng? The heavily injured Captain Qin Feng managed a weak smile. You're the first to defeat the giant elephant leader. Captain, you flatter me, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. In my current condition, I can't move forward. I'm afraid it will take at least a year and a half to recover. Captain Qin Feng's gaze was resolute. Once we pass Baisha Slope, we'll reach Giant Elephant Continent. Our team members are carrying out a mission there. But it seems now that the Giant Elephant clan has already set up ambushes along the way. The Qin Feng team members are likely in grave danger. Captain, what do we do now? Huayuanhua asked anxiously, his eyes wide open. A family cannot go a day without a head, and a nation
nation cannot go a day without a ruler. Qin Feng, your strength is impressive, even stronger than mine. So from now on, you will serve as the captain of the Divine Wind Squad. Me? Qin Feng was somewhat flattered, thinking to himself, I just got here, and you're making me the captain? I came here to learn, not to teach. Yes, the Divine Wind Squad will rely on you to lead them. They need you to guide them out of this. The captain of the Divine Wind Squad looked at him with a pleading gaze. Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and agreed to the request. By the way, Qin Feng, why didn't you unleash your vitality to fight just now? My vitality is relatively weak, so I don't dare to use it lightly. About 4,000 calories or so, Captain Kamikaze inquired, and Qin Feng responded accordingly. 4,000 calories, that's indeed too weak. I have 6,000 calories. Manhwa finally found an advantage he could boast about. Qin Feng silently pondered. Manhwa's strength was at most in the 6th or 7th rank, but how could his vitality be so high? Compared to him, his own vitality indeed seemed pitifully weak. Truly too feeble. When you reach Giant Elephant Continent, the Beast Clan experts there have very strong vitality. At certain moments, having a higher cultivation level doesn't necessarily guarantee victory. Always prioritize caution and be careful. I understand. Qin Feng nodded. Manhwa led Captain Kamikaze back to the base, while the new captain strode toward Giant Elephant Continent. A small village in Giant Elephant Continent. The village was in ruins, with houses destroyed everywhere, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. Inside a low thatched hut, several young men tightly held a little girl, their brows furrowed and expressions tense. One of the men lay on the ground, his legs stained with blood, his lips pale. These 5 were the members of the Kamikaze squad. Shanyo, hold on. Our captain will soon bring reinforcements to save us. One person spoke to the calf lying on the ground. The calf coughed a few times and waved his hand, urging everyone to leave. It's too late. There's no time. The Giant Elephant Clan's beast is about to arrive. You must leave immediately. At that moment, someone saw the message, and their face instantly turned as green as a plantain leaf. The captain can't make it. He was seriously injured at Baisha Slope. Now a new captain is on the way. It's said to be a rookie who was appointed in an emergency, but it will probably take a long time for them to arrive. We can't hold out much hope for reinforcements. As soon as the words were spoken, disappointment was written all over everyone's faces. From Baisha Slope to Giant Elephant Continent, it would take at least 2 hours. If it was a rookie, even making it here safely would be questionable. We can only rely on ourselves. You take the children and leave first. Don't worry about me, said Shanyo anxiously. A boy and a girl were held tightly in their arms, their bodies trembling. Their mission in coming here was to escort the villagers to safety, but they hadn't expected to encounter an attack. The villagers had been slaughtered, leaving chaos in their wake. After a fierce battle, they had finally managed to protect the 2 children. Now, everyone was injured to varying degrees, and the situation was extremely dire. If the powerful members of the Giant Elephant Clan arrived, they would face even greater danger. A short-haired woman with bangs took a deep breath. Shanyo, we won't leave you behind. If we go together. That's right. Breaking through requires someone to hold them off. I, Jin Kai, am no coward. I'll stay here with Shanyo. Brother Kai, say no more. Listen to me. If I survive, we'll reunite when you return. Take the kids and go first, the tall man named Jin Kai said firmly. A trace of moisture flickered in the eyes of the other boy and girl, but they still carried the 2 children and walked out. As long as someone lives, there is hope. Kai, why are you so foolish? The young bull sighed with a face full of sorrow. You've been like this since we were kids. Why can't you change? Besides, you're the only son in your family. Just shut up. Kai sat down beside his childhood friend. Through the hazy window lattice, a ray of sunlight fell on his face. He revealed a weary smile. You're my best brother. When we were kids, I was the one who brought you into this. Before joining the army, I promised your parents that when I achieved success and fame, I would take you back home in glory. You and I are lifelong brothers. I will fight alongside you to the end. If I go back alone, how could I face your parents? If I were to live dishonorably, it would be a disgrace to me. I can't bear such a stigma, Kai said to Xiaonyo in a brotherly tone. The 2 exchanged a glance and smiled faintly at each other. They had been childhood friends, and although their family circumstances were vastly different, their bond was incredibly deep. They had always looked out for each other since they were young. Whenever one was bullied, they would face it together. They had never backed down. Now, even in the face of despair, they still did not retreat. Brother, knowing you in this lifetime has been worth it. Same here, huh? It seems like they're coming. The 2 exchanged a smile. Cheers. Da da da. A herd of elephants came majestically from the end of the village, causing the ground to tremble. Kai supported the calf and stood firmly in front of the approaching elephant herd. Suddenly, the herd of elephants transformed into human figures and charged at the 2. Eliminate them both. Devour their flesh and blood. I seek death. Come on, if I back down today, I am unworthy of being called a member of the human race. Kai and calf fought with all their might, unleashing the last ounce of strength within them, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the Giant Elephant Clan. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Kamikaze
kamikaze squad who had just escaped the village were also ambushed in the opposite direction. The giant elephant clan had long been lying in wait, surrounding them with the intent of trapping them like fish in a barrel. Damn, we've fallen into a trap. Protect Yi and Tongtong and carve out a bloody path. Alright, let's fight them to the end. The three of them, all at the high stage of the 6th rank, faced the onslaught of the 6th ranked giant elephant clan. They had no choice but to fight their way out. The battle erupted immediately, and the clash was extraordinarily fierce. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ah, bang! The three members of the kamikaze squad fought as they retreated. Ultimately, due to exhaustion, one team member was struck hard and sent flying. Upon landing, they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, their arm fractured. Ha! Foolish humans, none of you are leaving here alive. Little brat, hand over the scarlet scale fruit, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Tongtong and Yi, the two children, were so frightened that they kept retreating, clinging tightly to the woman with bangs, not daring to lift their heads. The 5 of them were forced under a large tree. Looking around, they were surrounded by a dense crowd of giant elephant beast clan members. There were hundreds of 6th grade beasts and even several 7th grade ones. They had no way to break through. Damn it, why isn't the new captain here yet? We're doomed. At this point, you're still hoping for the new captain? No matter what, the scarlet training fruit must not fall into their hands. Otherwise, the elephant tribe will become even stronger and harder to deal with. The 3 of them resolved to fight to the death. They would rather die than let the beast tribe succeed. Tongtong, Yi, close your eyes, it will all be over soon. The woman with bangs drew out a dagger. This was the way of death she believed to be the best choice. This way, the 2 children could be spared from suffering. If the children fell into the hands of the beast tribe, what awaited them would be the even more brutal fate of being devoured alive. Okay, sister, are we going to die? I don't want to die. I want to find mom and dad. Sob sob. 2 children looked at the woman with bangs with innocent, watery eyes, their gaze full of helplessness. Close your eyes, big sister will take you to find your mom and dad right away. At this moment, the woman with bangs was filled with inner turmoil, beginning to doubt whether she could really go through with it. However, the current situation left her with no other choice. Grab them! The giant elephants didn't give them the chance to end themselves. A herd of giant elephants charged wildly. It's over, we're going to die. Despair filled the eyes of the kamikaze team members, and the children closed their eyes, their hearts full of terror. Flower shifting palm, give me the fire. At this moment, the ferocious giant elephant beasts charging forward suddenly collapsed from behind. Dong dong dong. Behind them, Qin Feng charged like lightning, unleashing various dazzling martial techniques, leaving the giant elephant clan in disarray. Power asterisk 7000. Power asterisk 7000. Die for me. Power asterisk 7000. Strength of the giant elephant asterisk 1. Strength of the giant elephant asterisk 1. The newcomer was none other than Qin Feng. He had just arrived at this place and, seeing the giant elephant clan besieging the human clan, immediately joined the battle. In less than 10 seconds, he had slain more than a dozen giant elephant clan beasts, like a killing machine. Where did this human come from? A 7th grade expert of the giant elephant clan shouted furiously. Forget about those little brats for now, take care of this human first. Attack! Minister, why don't you go first? I'll stay behind to keep watch and prevent enemy ambushes. Do you understand? Minister Elephant said naturally. Also, next time, don't question me without my permission. Yes. The elephant soldiers responded respectfully and charged forward with the main force. At this moment, seeing the unfavorable situation, Minister Elephant had already fled. Meanwhile, the elephant army collapsed, followed by various desperate screams. Minister, you betrayed us again. If subordinates aren't meant to be sacrificed, then they are meaningless. The elephant tribe has no shortage of scapegoats. Farewell. The minister of the giant elephant clan thought to himself. As the saying goes, better a friend dies than oneself. I'll take my leave first. Although he was the minister of the giant elephant clan, he was no fool. The human charging from behind could kill them in an instant with just one move. It was clear that this person was undoubtedly a strong figure among humans, likely nearing the 8th or 9th rank in power. As for himself, he was merely at the 7th rank. Staying here would be like an egg smashing against a rock, certain death. Escaping was the wisest choice. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a single slash from Qin Feng, several heads flew into the air, blood splattering across the grassland, staining the entire space almost black. Leave your lives behind. The minister, attempting to flee at full speed, ultimately could not escape Qin Feng's pursuit. With a single leap, Qin Feng shot forward, and the minister's head was split open like a watermelon. Strength asterisk 10,000. Power of the giant elephant asterisk 1. Vitality and blood asterisk 300. The power of the giant elephant automatically upgrades to intermediate. Qin Feng slew the giant elephant chief, then swept through the battlefield, earning a series of attribute rewards. The power of the giant elephant was upgraded to intermediate, with the effect of doubling one's basic explosive power for a short period. How many? What a powerful warrior. Great, we're saved, thank heavens. The 3 members of Kamikaze breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation stabilize. The woman with bangs was left speechless, stunned by Qin Feng's performance.
Brother, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been in hell by now. A member of the kamikaze team stepped forward and expressed sincere gratitude.
Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, it was just a small effort."
1 hour later. By the way, are you members of the Shinfeng team?
Yes, we came out a few days ago to carry out a mission, but we were ambushed and trapped here. Meanwhile, the captain encountered some unexpected issues and couldn't come to support us. A young man shook his head and said, but he mentioned that a new captain would come later to lead us out.
Sigh, ahai, you better not count on that new captain Qin Feng.
We haven't even seen him yet, he might already be hiding in some corner out of fear.
Yeah, if it weren't for this young man arriving in time, we'd already be dead.
We really need to properly thank this brother we've never met before.
The two of them spoke to Qin Feng.
Qin Feng's face darkened. It seems you have quite a lot of complaints about the new captain Qin Feng. The opinions are strong. I practically want to teach him a lesson. I want to ask him what right he has to replace the original captain.
Our old captain was a mid-level 7th grade expert. With him around, we felt secure. The team member named the High angrily clenched his fist.
When I see him, I must give him a show of strength and let him understand that the Divine Wind Squad is not to be trifled with.
I support a High. The woman with flowing hair also nodded lightly. At this moment, the woman raised her eyes and asked Qin Feng,
"By the way, benefactor, how should we address you?"
"Me? My name is Qin Feng."
"Brother Qin Feng, you look very young. How did you end up on the battlefield of 10,000 races? What brought you here?" The group continued chatting casually, completely unaware that something was amiss.
"I just rushed over from Baisha Slope.
Your captain was seriously injured and returned to the base, so I've been assigned as the new captain of the kamikaze squad," Qin Feng said calmly, with his hands behind his back.
"Wait, did you just say your name is Qin Feng?"
Upon hearing this, Ahai's expression instantly changed, and he felt so awkward he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his foot.
"Qin Feng, the new captain of the kamikaze squad."
He quickly apologized. "Captain, I swear those words just now were unintentional and absolutely do not reflect my true thoughts. I didn't know you were our new captain, so, Captain, I also apologize for what I said earlier. Count me in, Captain, you're the coolest." The three were utterly shocked. Just a moment ago, they were thinking of teaching him a lesson, but now things had escalated.
After all,
this time, it turned out the new captain was right in front of them, speechless. At the same time, they were deeply shaken.
Was this really their new captain? Although the old
captain had mentioned that the new captain, Qin Feng, was a rookie, they had assumed he would at least be in his 20s.
Who would have thought he was this young?
Qin Feng looked at most 18 years old, practically a prodigy, possessing such terrifying combat power at this age. This new captain seemed to truly be a force to be reckoned with.
"Alright, that's enough. Let's get down to business." Qin Feng didn't hold it against them and asked, "Didn't you say there were 5 of you here? Where are the other 2?
"They're still in the village, holding off the giant elephant beast clan to buy us time to escape."
Ahai, remembering the situation, quickly said, "Oh no.
A lot of strong ones from the giant elephant clan have arrived.
Brother Kai and little Neo definitely can't hold them off. We're doomed.
Where is the village?"
Qin Feng's expression turned serious upon hearing this.
The woman with bangs pointed in a direction. "The village is over there, but it's very dangerous."
"Captain, shouldn't we think this through first? Rushing over recklessly is very risky." "No need. You all stay here, I'll go alone." "Captain, you're going alone?"
"Yes." With that, Qin Feng turned into a shadow and swiftly headed toward the village. Within minutes, Qin Feng arrived at the village at an astonishing speed. At this moment, 2 people in the village were surrounded by a group of giant elephants, their bodies covered in blood, with more than a dozen fallen giant elephant soldiers lying on the ground.
"Huff, huff, huff. Brother Kai, it seems we won't make it out today. Dying in battle with you, I, little Neo, feel my life was worth it." "Haha, little Neo, the 2 of us brothers haven't disgraced our hometown."
The 2 laughed heartily, despite being severely exhausted, still leaning back to support each other.
"The human race, fearless in the face of death. Humans, accept your fate. You no longer have any strength left."
A minister of the giant elephant clan mocked, "I will torment you, cage your human race, turn you into slaves, and make your lives worse than death."
"Ha ha ha, enslave the human race, enslave the human race."
Other soldiers of the giant elephant clan shouted in unison, slowly closing in on the 2.
"Enslave the human race?"
Just as Kai and Little Bull were prepared to die in battle, a voice echoed in the space.
"The human race, is it something you can enslave? Who is speaking?"
The voice sounded again, and the minister of the giant elephant clan became cautious, looking up and glancing around, only to find no trace of any humans nearby.
"Ha, weak humans, hiding in the shadows, what kind of skill is that?"
"If you're so tough, come out," a small soldier of the giant elephant clan shouted,
arrogantly.
However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow flew toward him. In an instant, a trace of despair appeared in his pupils.
Swoosh, power asterisk 1000.
The small soldier had no time to react and was instantly killed.
The other small soldiers of the giant elephant clan, witnessing this scene, were so terrified
that they lost control of themselves.
At this moment, Qin Feng, holding a crescent moon blade, stood in their midst and asked calmly, "Am I not tough enough? Damn it, stop pretending. My giant elephant clan is not someone you can show off to." The minister of the giant elephant clan was furious, and a massive palm struck toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, unwilling to back down, casually countered with a palm strike. This seemingly ordinary strike actually contained the power of the giant elephant clan, instantly doubling his strength. Bang! The minister of the giant elephant clan let out a miserable cry, fell to the ground, his face filled with terror, and hurriedly asked, "Who are you? How do you possess the giant elephant clan's power?" "I am human." "No, you are simply a devil." The elephant minister clutched his trunk, despair written all over his face. He could clearly feel that Qin Feng had used the power of the giant elephant, delivering a blow that left him half paralyzed, even knocking his trunk askew. "Minions, take him down for me." The elephant minister was utterly enraged. This was the first time he had suffered such humiliation at the hands of a human. A group of elephant soldiers launched continuous attacks on Qin Feng, charging savagely, their collisions resembling those of giant elephants. Boom, boom, boom. "Ah, don't hit my face. Help. Run for your lives. Done, we've been tricked. This person is simply too strong. Let's get out of here quickly." The giant elephant soldiers had just stepped forward not long ago, only to be beaten back in disgrace. Each of them looked pale, as if they had lost their families. Qin Feng's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. A single punch could annihilate a group of people. What terrified them even more was that this human had unleashed the unique power of the giant elephant tribe, which was shockingly horrifying. So brutal. "Looks like we're saved." Kai and Little Bull shared the same expression, staring dumbfounded at Qin Feng as he slaughtered his way through like no one was there. Power asterisk 9000. Power asterisk 5000. Power asterisk 5888. Strength of the giant elephant asterisk 1. This one-sided massacre was shocking, and Qin Feng reaped a bountiful harvest. His combat power had long surpassed the 9th rank, reaching an astonishing million. A combat power of 1,000,000 is truly terrifying. The battle ended in an instant, and Kai and Little Bull stared blankly at Qin Feng, still unsatisfied. Struggling to suppress their exhaustion, they weakly said, "Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. We are deeply grateful." After speaking, they were about to kneel before Qin Feng. A life-saving grace naturally deserved the highest form of gratitude. "No need to be so formal with me." Qin Feng helped the two up, glanced at them, and said, "I am your new captain, Qin Feng. We're all on the same side, so there's no need for such courtesy." Whirlwind thunder kick. New captain? The two were utterly shocked, staring at Qin Feng as if examining a rare treasure, their gaze rudely scanning him up and down. He was so young. They were almost 20 years old, yet Qin Feng seemed to be under 20. My goodness, a high-ranking powerhouse under 20, far more extraordinary than the prodigies of martial arts families outside. Where on earth did the Shenlong organization find such a peerless genius? Finally, the 3 members of the Shinfeng squad also arrived at the scene. After explaining the situation, Kai and Xiaoniao finally accepted that Qin Feng was indeed the newly appointed temporary captain. "Captain Feng, from now on, our lives are yours. Whatever you command, we will follow without fail," Kai vowed resolutely. If it hadn't been for Qin Feng single-handedly turning the tide, they would have surely perished here today. "Ha, I already said, don't restrain yourselves. I'll treat you as brothers." Qin Feng was not accustomed to speaking to others in the tone of a superior. As the sky gradually darkened, to avoid an ambush by the giant elephant clan on the way back, the 5 members of the Divine Wind Squad, along with the 2 children, Tong Tong and Yi, headed in the opposite direction. They found a safe place, lit a fire, and settled down for the night. "Captain Feng, so you're a fire attribute warrior?" Xiaoniao, who was bandaging his wounds, curiously asked after witnessing Qin Feng start a fire with his bare hands. "Not bad, this attribute only awakened recently." Qin Feng smiled faintly and then asked, "By the way, how large is the battlefield of the myriad races? Do you know?" When he arrived, the illusory god had been flying at full speed for 5 or 6 hours and still hadn't left the country. This was truly strange. As far as we know, the battlefield of 10,000 races is an extremely vast independent space, said a girl with bangs named Wei. This space is very mysterious, with many entrances around the world that connect to it. For example, in our Xia nation, we can enter through Kunlun. Other countries can also access the battlefield of 10,000 races. We've encountered foreign martial artist teams before and even gave them a beating. That's strange? Qin Feng became even more curious upon hearing this. Yes, according to the information explored by our predecessors, we've also learned that deep within the battlefield of 10,000 races, there exists some kind of spatial rift, a sturdy man interjected. As for what's inside the spatial rift, we have no way of knowing. We at this level are still unable to access such classified information. However, what can be confirmed is that the myriad beasts on the battlefield of all races are diverse and quite formidable, not to be underestimated. Additionally, there are quite a few humans living here. Thousands of years ago, their ancestors chose to migrate to this space to escape the chaos of the outside world. However, with the rise of the beast races, the people here
here could only struggle to survive. After 1,000 years, there are still unknown humans tenaciously surviving on the battlefield of all races. So that's how it is, I understand. Qin Feng nodded to himself, gradually piecing together the true nature of the battlefield of myriad races. Vaguely, he sensed that the spatial rift might not be a good omen. This was his intuition. Only after his strength increased would he be able to delve deeper into the battlefield's core. Big brother, thank you for saving me and my sister today. I want to give you this fruit. While everyone was tending to their wounds, the little boy Tong Tong walked over and handed the fruit to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a look and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Scarlet serpent fruit? The scarlet serpent fruit before him was twice as large as the one he had received as the champion of the competition, and its color was even deeper, making it appear more mature. Yes, this is the only fruit in our village. The village chief said it's the most precious treasure of our village. Tong Tong's eyes were pure and innocent. Such a precious thing. Are you really willing to give it to me? Qin Feng gently patted Tong Tong and Yi's heads, feeling deeply moved. These two little ones seemed to remind him of how he and his sister looked when they were young. Struggling to survive, they were always messy and unkempt. Yes, I am willing. This is the principle my mom taught me. We should repay those who help us. The little girl Yi also spoke, though she tried to maintain some distance from Qin Feng, hesitating to say more. It was evident that the little girl still harbored a sense of fear toward martial artists. Alright, then I'll keep it safe for now. When you need it in the future, I'll return it to you. Qin Feng took the scarlet training fruit and carefully stored it away. A whole day of battle had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and everyone soon drifted into slumber. The night breeze was slightly cool, gently stirring the campfire. At this moment, Qin Feng consumed the scarlet training fruit nearby. Buzz! His mind trembled, and a vast surge of energy instantly poured into his body. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. His vitality suddenly surged by more than 4,000. Instantly, Qin Feng's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His flesh and blood gradually condensed, turning golden. Even his cells mutated, coated with a brilliant golden hue. The explosive increase in vitality fully unearthed Qin Feng's golden physique. If someone could see through his body, they would find golden light flickering within him at this moment, as if it were 999 purity gold, extremely hard and dazzling. Except for his eyes, every other part of him had completely evolved into a golden body, significantly enhancing his defense. The complete golden body achieved. This physique can reflect 80 to 90% of the damage from an 8th grade attack. The defensive effect is such that every strike endured results in 100% reflection, making it impossible for anyone below 9th grade to harm him. Only now did he understand the immense role of vitality. Fortunately, he discovered it early. 13,000, 15,000, 20,000 calories. Ultimately, Qin Feng's vitality increased to 20,000 calories. He wasn't sure whether this value was considered strong or weak among 9th grade practitioners. Calming his breath, he gradually opened his eyes. The scarlet training fruit had been silently absorbed by Qin Feng. With the night not yet halfway through, Qin Feng decided to rest for a while. As he prepared to close his eyes, he noticed Tong Tong trembling by the fire, even though he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Presumably disturbed by the night wind, the nighttime temperature in the wild can drop to 7 or 8 degrees. Meanwhile, Yi curled up in Tong Tong's arms, sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Qin Feng gently walked over to the two children and tenderly embraced them. Soon, Tong Tong's cold back gradually warmed up, and his body stopped trembling. The next day, the sky was still not fully bright. It was around 5 o'clock in the morning. Half asleep and half alert, Qin Feng's ears suddenly twitched. Moments later, Ah Hai from the Shinfeng squad appeared in his line of sight. He hadn't had time to ask Ah Hai what was going on when Ah Hai spoke first, softly saying, "Captain Feng, it seems something's wrong." I felt it too. With Ah Hai's reminder, Qin Feng also sensed a hint of unease. In the distance, a surge of energy and blood was approaching. The other side is a large group, including a 9th grade expert. They seem to be from the giant elephant clan, but I'm not sure if there are other beast clans accompanying them, Ah Hai cautiously analyzed. His special ability lies in his hearing. Strong energy fluctuations within a 100-mile radius are hard to escape his perception, making him almost like a living radar. Alright, understood. Let's retreat, Qin Feng said. Qin Feng also sensed something amiss, so he woke up the other members of the Divine Wind Squad and began retreating. At present, the opponent's strength was still unclear. If there were 3 or 4 experts above the 9th rank, it would be difficult to handle. If the opponent was alone, Qin Feng could naturally fight for victory. But now, with 2 children in tow, if the opponent launched an attack on the children and other team members, Qin Feng would struggle to ensure their safety. Therefore, it was better to lie low for now. Engaging in a direct confrontation without knowing the enemy's strength and numbers would be an utterly foolish move. The group kept flashing through the forest, 6 figures cautiously speeding along, their pace exceeding 80 meters per second. After several hours, dawn finally broke. The Divine Wind Squad headed north toward the giant elephant continent, having already traveled hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks, holding Tongtong and E.
Captain Feng, what's wrong? Giant elephant clan beasts are coming. Protect E and Tongtong.
Chen Kai inquired. Xin Feng set down the two children and took a step forward.
Sure enough, a group of small soldiers from the giant elephant clan appeared ahead.
However, upon seeing the kamikaze squad, they immediately displayed expressions of panic, as if they had swallowed soap.
They have an ambush. Devious humans, so devious.
Brothers, let's fight them to the death. A dozen or so small soldiers from the giant elephant clan, seemingly just finished with a battle, dragged their injured bodies and charged toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng's response was nothing but a concise and powerful punch. Take this punch of mine.
Bang!
One punch turned into 9 punches. The heaven-shaking 9 punches, dazzling and extraordinary. Take my punch, and I'll send you straight
to the heavens. You're so dishonest.
You clearly said it was 1 punch. How did it turn into 9 punches?
Despicable human, you're cheating.
Several small soldiers of the giant elephant tribe were sent flying, killed in 1 punch.
Strength * 5,000, strength * 5,000.
After wiping them out with 1 move, Xin Feng carefully analyzed and discovered that the opponents were merely a group of fleeing small soldiers.
It seemed that something ahead
was chasing these giant elephant soldiers, and they just happened to run into Xin Feng and his group.
The opponents weren't ambushing us, they were running for their lives.
Wei spoke up.
That's not important.
What's important is that they have energy stones on them.
Ahai released his thoughts and began searching the body.
Sure enough, he found 7 or 8 energy stones on the giant elephant soldier.
Low-grade energy stones. Captain Feng, these belong to you.
Ahai voluntarily handed them over without claiming credit. The enemy had been instantly killed by Xin Feng, and they had no contribution, so, naturally, the spoils belonged to Xin Feng.
Xin Feng glanced at them and said with a smile, you keep them for now, they belong to the team.
All right. The group's eyes lit up. Xin Feng didn't hog the credit, which was great. This showed that he wasn't the kind of greedy captain.
The group continued moving forward.
In many places on Elephant Continent, there were numerous statues of elephant-headed, human-bodied figures, as if it were a civilized nation.
After about half an hour
of traveling, the Divine Wind squad stopped again. On a lawn by a lakeside, the squad took a break, only to discover that another group had already set up tents there.
It's a human, said Calf. Seems like someone from Xia country.
The other party clearly bore the features of someone from Xia country. Xin Feng hadn't expected to encounter people from Xia country here. Opposite them was a group of about 10 individuals, each dressed in advanced heavy combat suits, collectively worth billions. Among them, a young girl and a hunched old man over 50 were being cared for, as if the girl was the core of the team, receiving special attention.
Stop! Who are you?
The other party noticed Xin Feng and his group, and someone immediately raised an advanced cannon, aiming it at the intruders. Let it go, they are from the military. The old man was fairly perceptive and recognized the emblem on the uniforms of the kamikaze squad.
At this moment, the blonde-haired girl walked over and asked in somewhat broken Chinese, have you seen a group of disheveled giant elephant beast clans?
The girl had a high-nose bridge and delicate features, belonging to the category of mixed-race beauties.
Her entire demeanor exuded a noble aura typical of someone from an aristocratic family.
She appeared to be around the same age as Xin Feng but seemed to have some social awkwardness, directly asking questions without even greeting anyone.
Xin Feng, I saw them. Really? That's great. Where are they? The mixed-race girl asked excitedly, gesturing animatedly.
We killed it, Xin Feng said. As soon as these words were spoken, the girl's excitement immediately stopped.
She then asked, that thing should be with you, right? Hand over the energy crystals, they belong to me. Energy crystals. Coincidentally, Xin Feng had just obtained them not long ago.
However, he had no intention of handing them over so easily, just based on the other party's 2 sentences.
What are you talking about? Do you have any evidence?
Xin Feng spread his hands and said, the things we worked so hard to obtain can't just be given to you casually.
All right, miss, don't be angry.
They're from the military, just let it go.
Just as the young woman's fury was about to erupt, the old man stepped in to mediate.
In the end, the young woman reluctantly waved her hand and said coldly, forget it, I wouldn't stoop to arguing with you. You ignorant bunch, it's just low-grade crystal.
My family has plenty of it.
It seems you inland warriors are truly dirt poor, treating this like a treasure.
She cast a
disdainful glance at Xin Feng and his group, seemingly full of contempt for the Xin Feng squad.
So, is this idiot from Hong Kong Island?
She asked every 2 steps she took. Sha No immediately caught on only warriors from Hong Kong Island would refer to the inland this way.
However, this remark was overheard by the mixed-race young woman, who instantly turned back in anger and reprimanded, what did you say? How dare you insult me?
This beautiful lady, my brother was talking about an idiot, so don't take it personally.
I suggest you take a look in the mirror and see if you qualify as one.
Xin Feng defended Xiao Niu, speaking bluntly, which made the mixed-race young woman's face flush with anger.
You really have a death wish. She was furious and ready to strike. At that moment, an elder and a group of warriors dressed in heavy combat uniforms approached.
The elder said, everyone, please don't cause trouble. After After all, we are all from the Xia Nation, there's no need to make things so tense, right? I have great respect for the military, but our Li family is absolutely not to be bullied. The Li family? The members of the kamikaze squad hesitated upon hearing the elder's words. The Li family of Hong Kong Island. This was the wealthiest and most powerful family on Hong Kong Island, also a martial arts lineage passed down for many generations. In the early years, the Li family's ancestor built their fortune through real estate, amassing immense wealth and repeatedly becoming Asia's richest person. Later, they achieved mastery in martial arts, allowing the Li family to maintain its peak for many years. Even now, they remain in a glorious phase, with rumors that the head of the Li family is also a master-level expert. Moreover, the Li family head has a gifted mixed-race granddaughter studying martial arts at Cambridge Martial Arts University in the Empire where the sun never sets. She graduated successfully with outstanding achievements. It was clear that the mixed-race woman before them was the treasured granddaughter of the Li family, a master-level lineage from a prestigious background. This woman was indeed full of pride. But in front of Qin Feng, any background was nothing more than empty words. He had no need to show her any respect. Oh, so you're the young lady of the Li family, my apologies. By the way, what exactly is the Li family? Qin Feng wore an innocent smile, feigning politeness. The mixed-race girl instantly bristled. Are you looking down on the Li family? No, I'm not looking down on the Li family, because I don't even take the Li family, the Wang family, or the Dog family seriously. Where's the talk of looking down? Ignorant brat, stop being so arrogant and apologize to my lady. The provocative tone of Qin Feng enraged a scar-faced warrior beside the mixed-race girl. Burning with anger, he suddenly swung a kick toward Qin Feng. The mixed-race girl did not stop the scar-faced warrior. In her heart, she considered herself of noble birth, a cherished daughter of her family, held in the palm of their hands and enjoying supreme glory. Wherever she went, she was a dazzling pearl held high above others. Yet today, she had been repeatedly belittled and humiliated by a blonde boy from the mainland. She felt it was necessary to teach these mainland bumpkins a lesson. Thunderbolt lightning kick. The power unleashed by the scar-faced warrior was not to be underestimated, reaching the high level of the 6th rank with surging vitality, clearly marking him as a blood energy warrior. Within the 6th rank, his strength was almost enough to flaunt his prowess without restraint. However, in the next second, he regretted his arrogance. Qin Feng stood there, arms crossed, allowing the scar-faced warrior's thunderbolt lightning kick to sweep toward him. Duong. Ah, what the? The strike landed squarely on Qin Feng, as expected, but it was the scar-faced warrior who felt the pain. Defense effect 100% counter. Damage effect 100%. The scar-faced warrior felt as if he had kicked himself, leaving him completely dumbfounded. What is going on? He thought in shock. The man before him hadn't moved an inch. How was this possible? Such defense was simply defying the heavens. The onlookers were also stunned. Qin Feng was completely unscathed. His golden body defense was now incredibly formidable, and the fact that the scar-faced warrior wasn't killed by the rebound was sheer luck. Are you here to perform a comedy routine? Trying to make me laugh? Qin Feng raised his hand lightly, and the scar-faced warrior was instantly sent flying like a fly. Body cultivator of the 7th rank or higher. The elder in the distance saw this scene, his heart shaken, and began to speculate about Qin Feng's cultivation level. He whispered to the mixed-blood girl beside him, "Miss, we shouldn't get into conflict with them. Remember the purpose of our trip." Their group dared to enter the battlefield of myriad races, so their strength was naturally formidable. But the Divine Wind Squad was equally not to be trifled with. It was better to avoid trouble. Fine, consider yourself lucky today. We're leaving, the mixed-blood girl said through gritted teeth, leading her people away. Just then, little Neo quickly ran to the scar-faced warrior's side and began to cause trouble. Hey, why are you taking my combat suit? Damn it, what are you trying to do? Everyone turned to look, only to see that the scar-faced warrior's heavy combat suit had somehow ended up on little Neo. Qin Feng asked, "What are you doing?" Little Neo replied with a face full of joy, "Captain Feng, my combat suit is damaged, and applying for a new one is too much trouble, so I just picked up a ready-made one. In that case, why don't we each get a set? I'll go beat up a few more people," Qin Feng said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to upgrade his gear. The mixed-blood girl and her group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. What was going on? First, their equipment was taken by the Beast Clan, and now humans were trying to rob them too. Bastards, don't push your luck. Miss, let's go quickly. We can't afford to waste time with them. Let them have a combat suit. We don't have much time left, and the bigger mission is more important. The elder pulled the mixed-blood girl away in a hurry. If they didn't leave now, everyone might end up losing their combat suits. Although the Li family was wealthy, a custom-made combat suit still cost billions, and it was hard not to feel the pinch. The scar-faced warrior, beaten to the point of being unable to care for himself, was carried away by others, unable even to cry. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. Half a day later, Qin Feng and the mixed-race girl crossed paths once again. This time, Qin Feng and his team planned to avoid the heavily
quickly, armed encirclement of the giant elephant clan, and ventured into a primeval forest. The vegetation here was lush, with the shortest plants towering over 2 meters high and the towering trees reaching into the clouds, their tops invisible to the naked eye. It was even more desolate than the Amazon rainforest. The Divine Wind Squad had just entered when they heard the sounds of fierce combat. Boom! A towering tree was blasted down, uprooted entirely. Crash! A burst of flames shot skyward, followed by the pungent smell of sulfur explosions. Move quickly. Protect the lady. Go first. Where's the death god cannon? Hurry up and charge it. We can't hold on. Ah! The sound of agonized screams echoed, putting the Divine Wind Squad on high alert. At that moment, a figure darted swiftly from the front, glancing back repeatedly with terror-filled eyes, as if fleeing for their life. Get out of the way! The person shouted at the Divine Wind Squad. It was the Hong Kong Island team they had encountered half a day earlier. He was fleeing in a combat suit, but in the next second he was swallowed whole by a massive mouth. Sizzle! A massive ancient green python, as thick as a barrel, swallowed the fleeing man whole, just like a gecko preying on a mosquito, without any resistance. It's the Snake Clan! Kai and the others exclaimed in panic. We've trespassed into the Snake Clan's territory. Xin Feng looked ahead and saw the heiress of the Li family from Hong Kong Island fighting with all her might to slay the giant snake beasts of the Snake Clan that were pursuing them. The strength of the old man beside her was not to be underestimated, but it was clearly a tough battle. Before long, more giant snake beasts from the Snake Clan appeared from the treetops all around. Ah, such delicious human girls, so tender and fresh. A snake transformed into human form, becoming a young man of the Snake Clan. After transforming, he retained a snake's body with a human head, his eyes eerie and chilling. Dozens of snakes from the Snake Clan also transformed into human forms, surrounding the mixed blood girl and her companions in the jungle. If they launched an attack, the group of girls from Hong Kong Island would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. So terrifying. Don't be afraid, big sister is here, and I'll protect you. Tong Tong and two little girls, were so frightened by the sight of so many giant snake beasts that they threw themselves into Wei's arms, not daring to look at the monsters anymore. Elder Zhang, what should we do now? The mixed blood girl asked through gritted teeth. Elder Zhang frowned deeply. Miss, our current situation is dire. We can only do our best to escort you out. Fortunately, the military personnel are also here. With them, our chances of survival will be slightly higher. They noticed the kamikaze squad behind them, who were currently sending out a distress signal. The mixed blood girl bit her soft lips lightly and said to Qin Feng from a distance, if we join forces, we might have a chance to get out of this alive. What alliance? Do I even know you that well? However, the response she received was unexpected. Qin Feng smiled and said, Brother Snake, I'm not with them. Feel free to kill them as you wish. No need to show me any courtesy. I promise not to interfere. You, the mixed blood girl gritted her teeth in anger. At such a critical moment, this guy still refused to unite. Humans should stand together against the beast race. Young man, don't think they'll spare you just because of this. They absolutely won't. The beast race and the human race are mortal enemies. After dealing with us, you won't escape their clutches either. At this moment, the old man respectfully said, why don't we join forces and face the external threat together? What do you think? Wait a minute, you're really overestimating yourselves here. You're so weak, yet you dare to call it a strong alliance? Shameless. Qin Feng, with an indifferent attitude, said calmly, I can crush them all by myself. Why would I need to cooperate with you? If you want to ride on someone's coattails for an easy win, at least don't be so shameless about it. Acting like you're the main contributors, I'm not doing that. Exactly. It's not like we can't win. Captain Feng can take on 100 opponents with ease, Xiao Niu chimed in, unabashedly boasting. Qin Feng raised his hand, keep it low-key, or else people will be jealous to death. On site, there were only 2 8th-grade snakeskin bosses, along with a group of mediocre extras. Qin Feng had no trouble dealing with them. The mixed-race girl and old Zhang's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but think to themselves, this guy isn't helping at such a critical moment and is still showing off here. What kind of mindset is this? Clearly enjoying the drama without caring about the chaos. The mixed-race girl said urgently, as long as you're willing to help me, I'll give you 10 billion. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, you're very rich? Name your price. She had already seen the Snake Clan approaching and said urgently, whatever amount you want, I can give it to you. Considering your immense wealth, I'll reluctantly name my price. Qin Feng extended a hand. I can help you, but my services aren't cheap. 500 low-grade energy stones to save your life. 500? This amount was shocking. Even for the wealthiest family on Hong Kong Island, it was no small sum. Oh, too little? Then I'll add 5 more mid-tier energy stones. Are you raising the price on the spot? Alright, then let's add another 100 billion in cash. Qin Feng thought to himself, might as well take what he could. At this moment, the mixed-race girl was almost furious to the point of spitting blood. Old Zhang tearfully pleaded, Miss, I beg you, please stop haggling. At this rate, even if the master sells the entire family business, it won't be enough to pay. Qin Feng finally witnessed her determination. The mixed-race girl gritted her
teeth and immediately agreed. Fine, I agree. You should have agreed earlier. Why bother raising your own value? You're really something. Qin Feng revealed a sinister smile, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to take the job. DD substitute fighter, ready to freeze his hands. Are you done talking? Do you think I don't exist? Two humans about to be devoured by the snake tribe were discussing business right in front of them, which was utterly intolerable to the snake tribe's strongman. I am, after all, a dominant ruler. In this territory, the snake tribe is under my reign. You too, go to hell. The snake tribe's strongman flicked his tongue and transformed into a massive green python, its enormous body writhing forward. Sizzle, a streak of green venom dripped from its mouth, and its sharp fangs could pierce the heavens. Be careful, don't let it bite you. Otherwise, even with anti-venom, it will be hard to save you. Elder Zhang couldn't help but remind Qin Feng. Qin Feng swung his blade. Wind-splitting slash. Boom! A hurricane formed by the blade swept forward wildly, and the Serpent Clan expert's massive mouth instantly split open, shockingly turned into a gaping snake maw by Qin Feng's single slash. Ugh, damn it. The Serpent Clan expert cursed in human profanity from the pain and suddenly lashed its tail toward Qin Feng. Bang! Its massive snake body, as thick as a tree trunk that would take 3 people to encircle, struck with immense force, enough to crush even an aircraft carrier. Yet such a powerful blow landed on Qin Feng without any effect. Duong! The sound of metal rang out. Qin Feng stood firm like an old dog and shook his head. Are you an eel? You don't even have a bit of strength. Where I come from, even female streamers wouldn't fancy you. What did you say? Damn it, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Even a strong member of the Snake Clan has dignity. This damned human actually said he was inferior to an eel. When it comes to a man's dignity, how could he endure this? The Snake Clan warrior, enraged, transformed into human form, his speed suddenly increasing. A streak of green light bloomed in his palm. Nightfall of the serpent. Hiss hiss hiss. One blob of venom after another was sprayed out, its potency 10,000 times more toxic than that of a silver-ringed snake. Anyone below the 7th rank would die upon contact. Even those above the 7th rank, though capable of resisting, would still be confused by the venom, their nervous system invaded, their body gradually fibrotic, and their breathing labored. The ultimate result would be a short-circuiting of the brain's nerves, leading to self-destruction. This was the Snake Clan's ultimate weapon. After decades of rigorous training, the venom it had painstakingly accumulated was now all unleashed upon Qin Feng. Watch out! The members of the Divine Wind Squad shouted, their hearts tense and filled with anxiety. Even though Qin Feng might be an 8th-rank powerhouse, they dared not let him take the attack head-on. Naturally, Qin Feng wasn't reckless either. Using his Phantom Shadow technique, he skillfully dodged the venom's assault and immediately swung his blade. Furious Emperor Slash. This move was one Qin Feng had never used before, deciding to test it out first. Roar! As the blade light descended, it roared like a ferocious tiger, as if an overlord had personally arrived on the battlefield. The blade light carried an endless will of the blade, fierce and domineering. So fast. Could you be the fastest man in the world? The Snake Clan expert was filled with doubt, never expecting Qin Feng to evade his attack. Bang! He was struck by Qin Feng's blade, and a massive gash instantly split open on his body, blood gushing out wildly. However, the Snake Clan expert's will was incredibly tenacious. Even as he fell to the ground, he gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of venom, hitting Qin Feng's arm directly. Even if I die, you won't live either. We'll perish together. Qin Feng was hit by its final venom. Though it wouldn't kill him, it would drive him mad. Defense effect 80%, magic defense 80%. At this moment, Qin Feng's magic resistance came into play. He had almost forgotten he possessed such attributes. His skin emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion, as if sulfuric acid had splashed onto it. It stung slightly, but for a 9th-rank powerhouse like him, it was no big deal. After all, this pain was nothing compared to the heartbreak of being betrayed by a girlfriend. Utterly insignificant. Severe warning. Do not mock the author here. Violators will be dealt with sternly. 3, 2, 1, fall. Fall already. Why aren't you falling? The Snake Clan warrior muttered, expecting Qin Feng to collapse alongside him. However, after more than 10 seconds passed, Qin Feng remained standing, showing no signs of injury. What's wrong with you? Don't you know I have magic resistance? Qin Feng swung his blade at the fallen Snake Clan warrior, the white blade entering and the red blade exiting. Boss, we're here to help you. A Snake Clan soldier, sensing the danger, launched a sneak attack on Qin Feng from behind. His movements were so agile that they dazzled the eye, and in an instant, he struck Qin Feng with his tail. Defense effect 100%, counter damage effect 100%. Bang! The attacker instantly died, inexplicably. Boss, we're out of here. At this moment, the other Snake Clan soldiers fled one after another, not daring to rescue their leader. If the boss isn't dead, who dares to take his place? Besides, this human is far too strong. Anyone who goes up is just courting death. Snake Clan warrior? Qin Feng slashed and killed the 8th-grade Snake Clan warrior, then swiftly pursued the fleeing soldiers. Stay here, all of you. Ah, spare me. Everyone, Fight him. I'll cover the retreat. Ah, don't kill me. My mom is waiting for me at home for dinner. Wait, before you kill me, can I make a last wish? Go ahead. What's your wish? Shin Feng caught up to the last remaining soldier. The Snake Clan soldier sincerely said, my last wish is, can you not kill me? Squelch. As soon as he finished speaking, he was done for. Such a request, only a fool would agree to it. If you don't uproot the weeds, they grow back with the spring breeze. On the battlefield of myriad races, mercy is not an option. Strength asterisk 12,000, strength asterisk 6,000, strength asterisk 7,000, magic resistance acquired asterisk 200, comprehended insane venom, toxicity level, intermediate speed asterisk 50. Insane venom description, enemies poisoned by it will become insane. Shin Feng couldn't help but reflect, listening to your explanation is like listening to an explanation, very clear. Next time, please don't explain again. In the end, Shin Feng single-handedly wiped out the opposing side. The scene left Zhang Lao from Hong Kong Island and the mixed blood girl utterly stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Young friend Qin was poisoned by the Snake Clan's venom and still managed to survive, truly an eye-opener for Zhang. After the battle, Zhang Lao stepped forward and praised, you were so young yet already in 8th grade. High cultivator. Truly, a prodigy among prodigies. My admiration for you flows like the endless river. Alright, cut the flattery. Pay up. Shin Feng directly extended his hand, causing Zhang Lao's expression to turn awkward. I don't have money right now, I'll pay you when we return, the mixed blood girl said. Fine, but pay some interest first. Shin Feng approached the mixed blood girl, his gaze fixed on her chest. The mixed blood girl panicked, clutching her heart and saying, what are you trying to do? We agreed on just money and energy stones. Oh, please, who cares about your pair of A's? What I want is your combat suit. Take it off. Shin Feng, you. She put on her heavy combat suit, which was quite expensive, especially this cute girl-themed set, meticulously crafted, fully functional, and worth over 10 billion. Shin Feng, this guy, actually showed interest in her combat suit, making the mixed race girl feel a bit displeased. I'm not joking with you. This is the territory of the Snake Clan. If one of their strong warriors dies, reinforcements will definitely come. If you want to get out alive, you'd better behave. Shin Feng said calmly. Alright, but before that, I want you to accompany me to the cliff ahead to retrieve something. How about it? The mixed race girl held up one finger. I'll give you an extra 10 billion. You wouldn't want to be alone with me and then try to seduce me, doing that kind of thing to trap my heart, would you? Let me tell you, no way. Shin Feng said righteously. The mixed race girl was speechless. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. The kamikaze squad would escort the mixed race girl and the others to retrieve the item ahead. Along the way, Shin Feng easily dealt with several ambushing Snake Tribe soldiers. Finally found it. This is the withered blood vine. Huh? They were right after all. Old Zhang pointed at a red-purple vine hanging on the sheer cliff, exclaiming with joy, Miss, we found it, the master can be saved. What is the withered blood vine used for? Shin Feng asked the mixed race girl. The mixed race girl answered seriously, of course, it's used to develop chi and blood pills, which can only be used by masters and above. But you're so weak, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. She always looked down on Shin Feng, this bandit. Thank you for your professional explanation. Since this thing is so useful, I'll take the withered blood vine. After saying this, Shin Feng transformed into a shadow and, taking advantage of the mixed race girl's stunned moment, quickly plucked the withered blood vine and placed it into his retractable bag. The mixed race girl was furious on the spot, thinking this guy really was a bandit. Give me back the withered blood vine. The mixed race girl couldn't bear it any longer. The ancestors had a saying, first come, first served. I got it first, so why should I give it to you? Shin Feng responded calmly. Shin Feng, we had an agreement. As long as you escorted me here, I would give you the reinforced combat suit. Are you trying to deny it now? The mixed blood girl was furious. That's where you're wrong. I only said I would escort you here. I never promised that the withered blood vine would end up in your hands. Shin Feng put away the withered blood vine. What now? Planning to snatch it? Shin Feng, I'll remember this day. The mixed blood girl's heart bled. The withered blood vine was of immense significance to her. She had traveled thousands of miles, risking her life to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races from Hong Kong Island, all for this single withered blood vine. But now, something so close at hand had been taken by someone else, leaving her seething with hatred. Elder Zhang couldn't stand it either and said to Shin Feng, young friend Shin, the withered blood vine was discovered by us first. Please do us the favor of letting us have it. Besides, even if you obtain the withered blood vine, it would be useless if you don't know the art of alchemy. It would simply be a waste of such a medicinal herb. Why not give it to me? We will surely reward you handsomely. Oh, the withered blood vine can be used for alchemy? A trace of scrutiny flashed in Shin Feng's eyes. So, does that mean you know how to refine pills? I have been learning alchemy from my father since I was young, and I know a thing or two, Elder Zhang replied. Alright, come over here, I'll show you something. Shin Feng turned around and extended a hand. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment but still leaned his head forward. Young Qin, what are you going to show me? Ah, bang! His vision went dark dark, and old Zhang felt something was wrong. The next moment, his entire body flew backward like a salted fish and passed out. Strength * 7000. Comprehend basic alchemy. Talent level, LV 13. Alchemy. This is exactly what Qin Feng needed. Qin Feng, why did you hit someone? The mixed-race girl questioned indignantly. Not only did he refuse to give her the item, but he even hit someone. She truly felt aggrieved living here. Hee, I just want to teach you all a lesson. From now on, anyone who dares to ask me for withered bloodvine will face the same fate. Qin Feng responded indifferently. Brothers, if you're short on equipment, come and take it. Grab whatever you like. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on the heavy combat suit worn by the mixed blood girl, feeling secretly pleased. You're too much. The mixed blood girl was on the verge of tears. We've already said, I brought you here, so you have to hand over your equipment to me. Otherwise, you can crawl back on your own. Before that, let me remind you, on the way back, there might be tens of thousands of giant elephant beasts from the tribe waiting for you. Without our protection, if you can make it out safely, then I'll admit defeat. Qin Feng's words carried a hint of threat and intimidation. The mixed-race girl's expression turned extremely unpleasant. A few minutes later, the members of the kamikaze squad all donned their new combat uniforms, each one beaming with joy. Even Tong Tong and Yi received one each, and the two children were so delighted that they couldn't stop smiling. Additionally, Qin Feng confiscated all the weapons of the mixed-race girl and her companions, ostensibly to prevent her from harboring thoughts of revenge, and launching a sneak attack while the kamikaze squad was resting. After thoroughly looting their belongings, the group set off on their return journey. On the way back, they occasionally encountered small soldiers of the giant elephant clan. Qin Feng unhesitatingly froze them with ice and then shattered them to eliminate them. Ice attribute. The members of the kamikaze squad were utterly astonished as they watched Qin Feng display this attribute. From the previous fire attribute to the current ice attribute, no wonder he was so extraordinary, a true genius among millions. At night, the kamikaze squad members drifted off to sleep while the mixed blood girl was assigned to stand guard. In short, all the dirty and tiring work was left to the mixed blood girls. A few days passed, and the mixed blood girl was filled with resentment. She had originally agreed with the kamikaze squad to escort her out of the battlefield of 10,000 races, but she ended up being treated like a nanny, cleaning up after the team. A dignified daughter of a prestigious family, she was tormented by Qin Feng to the point of resembling a servant. Under Ahai's guidance, Qin Feng and his team successfully avoided the siege of the giant elephant clan. Finally, 3 days later, the group returned safely to the base. Alright, this is the second base. Our mission is complete. Once you're back, remember to deliver the energy stones and money to me. Are you asking us to walk back? The mixed-race girl widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. The distance between the second base and the Shenlong first base was unimaginably far. Even though they were martial artists, it was impossible to return on foot. Oh, we have Phantom God fighter jets. If you need them, we can rent them to you. At this moment, Shinkai interjected, according to market prices, the rental fee for a Phantom God fighter jet is 10 billion per day. 10 billion? You might as well go rob someone. The mixed-race girl wasn't naive. Even traveling by spaceship wasn't this expensive. This group was clearly taking advantage of the situation. At this point, Qin Feng was also displeased and criticized Shinkai in a reproachful tone. Xiaokai, how many times have I told you? You can't be so greedy. Greed is a knife hanging over your head. Anyway, we need to return to the first base for supplies, so we might as well give you a ride. By the way, Miss Lee, since we're giving you a ride, you wouldn't mind covering an extra 10 billion for fuel and travel expenses, would you? The mixed-race girl froze. She started to feel that something was off. Qin Feng was trying to scam her again. In the end, both parties agreed to pay an additional 10 billion to send the mixed-race girl and the others away. Shinkai was stunned. When it came to business negotiations, Captain Feng was indeed impressive, extorting without batting an eye. After returning to the Shenlong base, Qin Feng said to the mixed-race girl, don't forget to prepare the energy stones and the money. I want to see them within a week. Qin Feng, you're something else. I will never forget you for the rest of my life, the mixed-race girl said angrily before turning and leaving. However, in her heart, she had no intention of keeping her promise. Once she returned to Hong Kong Island, she would still be the high and mighty princess. Even if she broke her promise, there was nothing Qin Feng could do to her, as the Li family reigned supreme on Hong Kong Island. At the Shenlong base, Qin Feng saw Huiyuanhua, who had brought him into the battlefield of the myriad races, while the former captain of the Shinfeng team had already been sent back to the city for treatment. There were still half a month left until the spring festival. In half a month, he would be able to see Su Mang. However, both the Wang family and the Su family were top-tier families in Xia country, traditional martial arts clans with countless strong individuals. For Qin Feng, meeting Su Mang was fraught with difficulties. Opposing this marriage was even more challenging. With his current strength, he was far from being qualified. Therefore, he had to elevate his strength to its peak before Su Mang and the Wang family genius's grand wedding to prevent any unforeseen events. From that point on, Qin Feng began studying the withered blood vine. Using his knowledge of alchemy alchemy, he enlisted Yi Qingtian's help to gather some usable medicinal ingredients. Although Yi Qingtian didn't understand what Qin Feng was up to, he didn't refuse. After several days of effort, leveraging his network, he mobilized a large number of herbs for refining the withered bloodvine pill from major biotech companies and had them delivered to the Shenlong base. Withered bloodvine, 9 origin grass, half-heaven thunderflower, giant 8 beast core, and a scarlet flame fruit. After inventorying all the materials, Qin Feng locked himself in his room and focused on alchemy. A few days later, as the pill furnace opened, a pungent medicinal aroma wafted out. When he held the purplish-brown withered bloodvine pill in his hands, a delighted smile appeared on his face. Unable to part with it, he directly swallowed it. It was said that the withered bloodvine pill could rejuvenate a Grandmaster-level expert, restore their combat power, and reshape their martial path. Filled with anticipation, he wondered what effects this withered bloodvine pill would bring him. The moment the pill entered his mouth, Qin Feng's eyes instantly brightened, and an aura as refreshing as a gentle breeze emanated from him. The pill entered his mouth, and Qin Feng felt refreshed, as if there were mint leaves in his mouth. Apart from that, there were no adverse reactions. Could it be ineffective? More than 10 minutes passed, and there was no change. He began to doubt whether he had failed in alchemy. But as time passed, the changes Qin Feng had been anticipating quietly arrived. Combat power, 1 million, 1,110,000, 1.2 million, 1.3 million. This time, the increase was by a staggering 100,000, extremely fierce. Such a significant boost made it almost unbelievable for him to witness. Is the vital energy and blood also strengthening? Instinctively looking at his own hands, he felt the surging power of vital energy and blood within his body. At first, it flowed like a small stream. After a few hours, the golden body suddenly broke through, and the endless power of vital energy and blood transformed into a raging torrent, erupting within his body. Even the surging vitality overflowed from the body, enveloping the entire Shenlong base in an oppressive atmosphere. Many people raised their heads, looking outside, thinking that a powerful enemy was attacking. What immense vitality! Could it be that a powerful beast from the 10,000 races battlefield has emerged? It feels more like a human aura. Which officer has broken through again? In the base, only a few people, including Officer Yi, have such strong vitality. Could it be that Officer Yi has advanced further? The warriors of Shenlong looked around. In the command room, Yi Qingtian felt the pressure, stepped outside lightly, and looked toward the sky. Many officers had already gathered here, their expressions uneasy and unclear about the situation. "Old Yi, how is it?" After a moment, a superior officer asked. Yi Qingtian withdrew his thoughts, finally locking his gaze on the base's sealed training room. "It's not an outsider. It's Qin Feng." Qin Feng? The crowd turned to look, but they could only hear the roar of blood and energy. From behind the alloy door came the sound of a gentle stream. Then, like the convergence of wind and clouds, it emitted a melodious sound. However, the oppressive force grew increasingly intense, causing many warriors to frown and retreat one after another. What terrifying energy and blood! What is Qin Feng doing? Yi Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, the solid alloy shattered, releasing an explosive aura, and a shockwave surged toward the crowd. Yi Qingtian struck with his bare hand, sending out a palm imprint. Boom! Crack! Space directly trembled with immortality, and the entire divine dragon base was on the verge of collapse, as if experiencing an earthquake. At this moment, Yi Qingtian had retreated dozens of feet, looking inside in disbelief. There, Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged. Wait, it's still rising. The spirited instructor noticed Qin Feng's change and couldn't help but twitch his face. Qin Feng's combat power and vitality unexpectedly surged simultaneously. 30,000 calories, 40,000 calories, 50,000 cards, 80,000 cards. Vitality and blood have increased fourfold compared to before. Additionally, combat power has astonishingly reached a terrifying 1.7 million. What's going on? How could he advance so quickly? Even Yi Qingtian, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but look shocked upon sensing Qin Feng's aura. Qin Feng's combat power ultimately broke through 2 million. His vitality also crossed the threshold of 100,000. Boom! Crack! This is a martial arts Grandmaster. Breaking through to Grandmaster? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Captain Feng is incredible. A Grandmaster. A monster? Not long ago, I thought he was at the 7th rank. I didn't expect it. I underestimated him. Something's off. His vitality hasn't reached the standard of a Grandmaster, yet his combat power has genuinely stepped into the Grandmaster threshold. Yes, I noticed it too. This kid's vitality seems to have some issues. Many were astonished, saying they'd never seen such a young Grandmaster. He's simply a peerless genius. But Yi Qingtian and the spiritual psychic officer noticed some of Qin Feng's shortcomings. Soon, the breakthrough was complete. As soon as Qin Feng opened his eyes, he saw everyone present staring at him in astonishment. "Everyone, my apologies for the disturbance," Qin Feng said with a faint, apologetic smile. "Qin Feng, your vitality." Yi Qingtian stepped forward, curious but hesitant to speak. Qin Feng sensed against it and felt that there was a mysterious force within his body suppressing his vitality. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng would definitely have been able to raise his vitality to 200,000 or even 300,000 calories, but it just couldn't be improved. The limbs felt a kind of chill, as if the meridians and acupoints were blocked by something.
How strange. Officer Yi, what is the standard for 9th grade vitality?
At least 50,000 calories are required for the 9th grade. Yi Qingtian explained, if you want to break through to the Grandmaster level, you need at least 200,000 calories of blood energy to stabilize your foundation and achieve true flight.
But it seems like you don't have 200,000 calories yet?
Hearing this, Qin Feng looked at the panel.
Speed, 200 meters per second.
Vitality, 100,000/cal. Strength, 180,000/kg.
Talent level LV, 13.
Attributes, blade intent, perfect, evolvable, primary sword intent, primary.
Physique, golden physique, evolvable. Attributes, fire attribute, ice attribute.
Martial skills, storm fury slash, perfect, earth-shaking 9 fists, perfect, thunder whirlwind kick, perfect, giant elephant body refining technique, perfect, flower shifting palm, perfect, furious emperor slash, beginner, wind breaking strike, beginner, phantom movement technique, proficient, insane venom, intermediate. He paused and said, indeed, it's not enough to reach 200,000. It's not just less than 200,000, it has barely reached the threshold of 100,000. This vitality, compared to the current combat strength, is somewhat holding you back. Your breakthrough is too unique. I've never seen combat strength surpass the master level first. In the past, there were only cases where vitality broke through first. Yi Qingtian said in disbelief, I'll go ask some of my master friends and see what they think.
Alright, thank you, Elder Yi.
Qin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude.
This situation indeed required consulting a big shot.
Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would be a disaster. The crowd dispersed. Qin Feng checked the time. There were only 5 days left until the spring festival.
The mission here is temporarily over. It's time to go back. Su Mang, wait for me.
Just as he boarded the private jet, suddenly, his body lost warmth, as if he had no temperature at all.
So cold.
A voice suddenly popped into his mind.
Ding, automatically cultivating, mystic ice domination. This is a magical damage skill. Please complete the cultivation as soon as possible. Qin Feng froze abruptly in place. What is this? Mystic ice domination?
He took a look, and the system actually didn't provide an explanation.
Where did this skill suddenly come from? He hadn't defeated any ice-type enemies recently. So strange.
At this point, Qin Feng unexpectedly discovered that there were traces of ice within his body, preventing the flow of his qi and blood. The qi and blood had been turned into isolated points, distributed throughout various parts of his body.
No wonder I can't raise my qi and blood.
It turns out they've truly been sealed, but I can't find a way to resolve it.
Never mind, I'll deal with it later. I won't allow Su Mang to get married, absolutely not.
The fighter jet took off, Qin Feng's expression resolute. This time returning home, it is inevitable to stir up a frenzy of battle. The clash between geniuses and martial arts families is bound to be a bloody storm.
Who will emerge victorious in the end?
Meanwhile, the Wang family has already been widely promoting in Xia Nation that their genius Wang Futian will marry the Su family's pride, Su Mang.
A century wedding is being planned.
At that time, celebrities will gather, and billions will witness this sweet and dreamy union.
P.S. Guess what? After Qin Feng returns, will he only have Grandmaster level strength? Will he be able to compete with the Wan family, the top family in Xia country?
The year-end is approaching. The streets of the Magic City are much livelier than usual, and the entire city is faintly enveloped in a festive atmosphere. At this moment, outside one of the nation's 3 major academies, the Magic Martial Academy, Qin Feng is waiting. Shortly, a sturdy figure briskly walks out of the main gate of the Magic Martial Academy. A few drops of sweat appeared on Old Hu's forehead, making him seem a bit rushed.
Ah Feng, why did you come all of a sudden without giving me a heads up?
Seeing Qin Feng, Old Hu panted heavily and said,
Ha, isn't this to give you a surprise?
Qin Feng patted Old Hu on the shoulder and gave a knowing smile. He had just come out of Kunlun, and since the fighter jet happened to pass over the Magic City, he decided to come down and visit his best friend. You look like you've had plastic surgery or something. I almost didn't recognize you, Old Hu said with a laugh as he carefully examined Qin Feng. He noticed that Qin Feng's appearance had changed quite a bit, becoming much more handsome.
The temperament is also completely different.
Approaching him gives off a feeling of profound mystery. If you're not particularly familiar with him, you wouldn't recognize that this young man in front of you is the champion Qin Feng, who once made a name for himself in the national competition.
Ha, my looks have no limits, so getting more handsome is only natural. Stop talking nonsense, let's go.
I'll take you to try some delicious food nearby. Old Hu took Qin Feng, and the two of them arrived at a private room in a restaurant. After not seeing each other for 2 months, the two missed each other greatly and immediately started drinking. After a few rounds of drinks, the two brothers chatted about everything, drank happily, and spoke freely.
Unknowingly, it was already evening.
Old Hu,
how's your cultivation going this semester at
magic martial. Qin Feng showed concern for Old Hu's progress. Upon hearing his good brother's concern, Old Hu paused, a trace of hidden loneliness flashing in his eyes. However, he still patted his chest and smiled, saying, "The mentors at Magic Martial think highly of me and let me train alongside the senior brothers from sophomore and junior years. Your brother here is doing fine, a bit stronger than before. That's good. By the way, what happened to your hand?" The sharp-eyed Qin Feng noticed that Old Hu's left hand was swollen and bruised. "Nothing, it's nothing, just an accident during training." Old Hu stammered, opening his mouth to explain. "You also know that Magic Martial is one of the 3 major academies in the country. The sparring between students is very serious, and everyone fights fiercely. These minor injuries are very common and really not a big deal." Qin Feng nodded. Old Hu was right. In Liancheng, students occasionally got injured during sparring in high school. As for top-tier academies like the 3 major academies, they gather geniuses, and competitions are bound to be very intense. The skill level and combat power are much higher than in other places. Injuries are also inevitable. If a martial artist can't even handle such minor injuries, how can they survive out there? The two continued drinking, and at this moment, Old Hu received a phone call. "Hello, senior brother Wang. Where are you going? The thing I told you to do this morning still hasn't been done." Alright, I'll head back right away." The other person was almost shouting angrily, and Old Hu quickly lowered his voice, not wanting Qin Feng to hear. After finishing the call, Old Hu smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Brother, it's getting late today. The academy has a rule that we must return before midnight, so I'll take my leave first. In a few days, I'll be on holiday and going back home for the new year. We'll get together then." "Alright, you go ahead." Qin Feng escorted Old Hu out of the private room. After a while, Qin Feng settled the bill and left. Old Hu forgot to bring his medicine. He saw a bottle of medicine on Old Hu's seat earlier, meant for treating external injuries, which should belong to Old Hu. So Qin Feng delivered the medicine to Old Hu. At Magic Martial, there is an access control system that requires card swiping. Qin Feng directly climbed over the wall to enter the campus, avoiding the usual path to save himself from the security guards' endless nagging. At this moment, the Martial Arts Club of Magic Martial. Old Hu had just returned here. "Junior brother Hu, where have you been? Hurry up and come over to clean up." A group of senior students older than Old Hu were preparing for warm-up exercises, directing Old Hu to clean up. "If you don't clean up the Martial Arts Club properly today, you'll be in trouble. Go mop the floor." "Yes." Old Hu didn't dare to argue at all. He grabbed a mop and started cleaning, being ordered around by the seniors. Before long, he was sweating profusely and sat on the ground to rest. "Junior brother Hu, you're slacking off again. Have I not disciplined you enough? Since you don't want to mop the floor, come train with me instead." A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, grabbed Hu's collar and dragged him forward like a cow. The other man was a 4th-rank expert, making Hu seem very small in comparison, like an eagle catching a chick. "No, I'm sick. My head feels a bit dizzy. I'll rest for a while before cleaning," Hu said with a horrified expression, quickly explaining. However, the other party completely ignored him. A man nearby walked over, swung his hand, and skillfully slapped Old Hu's face. Old Hu's left cheek was forcibly slapped twice, instantly turning red. "Remember this. If you don't listen to us properly, don't even think about learning anything from the Martial Arts Club in the coming years. Now, stick out your right cheek, and I'll make sure you remember this lesson." The man was still intent on teaching Old Hu a lesson. A group of people burst into laughter, clearly accustomed to bullying Old Hu. The man's palm swung up again, and Old Hu averted his gaze, bracing himself for the beating. However, just as the man's large hand was about to land on Old Hu's face, another hand stopped its descent. "Who are you?" The man from Magic Martial glared at the unexpected newcomer and asked harshly. Phone." Old Hu looked up, and suddenly his gaze froze, unable to face his good brother. The strength and goodness he had been pretending were seen through. "Brother, you've been wronged." Qin Feng had come to deliver medicine and had just witnessed everything. At this moment, Qin Feng was incredibly angry. "Who are you, kid?" Huang Jinsheng asked Qin Feng with a sidelong glance. He was the one who hit Old Hu, a senior in his 3rd year, with decent strength in martial arts. But Qin Feng had no intention of wasting words with him and directly grabbed his hand, twisting it forcefully. On the spot, Huang Jinsheng's arm bent at a 90-degree angle and broke directly. He let out a miserable scream. The people nearby saw this scene and wanted to step forward to help. At this moment, Qin Feng asked, "Your left hand also hit my brother? Who on earth are you?" Huang Jinsheng gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feng, feeling uneasy. This person seemed somewhat familiar, but he could no longer remember where he had seen him before. Qin Feng applied slight force, and Huang Jinsheng's left hand was also broken. He had no chance to resist. "Let go of Jinsheng quickly. What are you trying to do?" An older student from Mo Wu rushed forward to help. At Mo Wu, no one had ever dared to bully them. However, just as he stepped forward, he saw a violent fist coming his way. A man over 1.9 meters tall was directly smashed into the ceiling, even cracking the alloy ceiling. That person was forcibly embedded on it, like a spider. Moreover, completely paralyzed. A single punch shattered the opponent's internal organs. Zhou Wenhao is finished. I'm going. Something bad has happened. Quickly call the mentor over. The crowd was stunned, completely dumbfounded. Who is this person, so ruthless? Even if Zhou Wenhao bullied his junior, it doesn't warrant such punishment. Pick up opponent's talent. Old who? Among them, who else has bullied you? Qin Feng's gaze was as cold as a beast's, sweeping across the crowd. He would not allow his good brothers to be trampled and bullied. Whoever offended his brothers would pay a 100-fold price. A group of sophomore and junior students felt as if they were being watched by a beast. Everyone trembled with fear, not daring to move. Boom! The next second, the alloy wall of the martial arts club was smashed through, and several strong practitioners from the magic martial arts were thrown out like trash. The martial arts club was completely cleaned up by Qin Feng alone. Dozens of senior students who had long bullied old who were almost all crippled. They no longer have the possibility of practicing martial arts. Qin Feng handled this group of trash with ease. Old who? Why do they treat you like this? You haven't received any respect in the demon martial sect. Why did you hide it from me? Qin Feng stepped forward and asked Old who. Old who lowered his head, his eyes full of despair. It's all my fault, I'm too weak. I thought that by choosing magic martial, I could get a chance to shine here and close the gap between us. But I was wrong. On my first day here, they assigned me to the sophomore and junior martial arts club, saying it was to let me train with the strong. In fact, in my 2 months at magic martial, I haven't even learned the most basic courses. Every day, I was responsible for serving tea, cleaning, and taking care of chores, while also enduring beatings and scoldings. I have no face to face you, brother. Old whose eyes welled up with a trace of unwilling tears. He couldn't face his best friend. Heh, magic martial. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Just at that moment, a shout came from outside. Who dares to act recklessly at magic martial? Kneel before me. Kneel before me. A mentor from the Magic Martial Arts Academy strode in from outside, and upon seeing the martial arts club members lying on the ground screaming in pain, he was instantly furious like thunder. Mentor Kai Koen, we were just training when he barged in, started hitting people without a word, and even crippled many of our senior brothers. A well-informed freshman ran over to complain. Soon, the sounds of the fight attracted all the students from the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Everyone wanted to see what exciting event had occurred. It turned out someone dared to cause trouble at Magic Martial, alarming Kai Koen, the universally acknowledged strongest instructor of Magic Martial. Who exactly was this person? There was a faint sense of familiarity, but they couldn't recall where they had seen them before. Kid, who are you, and why did you cripple a student of the Demon Martial Academy? Kai Koen stepped forward, a fierce storm like a warrior wielding a blade, slashing toward Qin Feng. No matter who you are, kneel before me first. He intended to cripple Qin Feng's legs as a punishment for disrupting the Demon Martial Academy. Ah Feng, be careful, he is my mentor and also a 7th rank expert, Old who warned from behind. Qin Feng became even more furious upon hearing this. Those who insult his brother deserve to die. As the storm came crashing down, Qin Feng charged forward recklessly, completely ignoring the sharp wind blades piercing his body. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal rang out, and sparks continuously flew from Qin Feng's body. It worked. Ah, what kind of monstrous physique is this? Kai Koen was shocked. His 7th grade strength couldn't harm the opponent in the slightest? Aside from those two from the Wang family and the Xiao family, where else in the world could there be such a freakish genius? He had never seen anything like it. Extreme blast kill. Kai Koen's steps trembled, his palm twisted, and a storm of destruction attacked Qin Feng's face, aiming to strike Qin Feng's vital points. However, Qin Feng was like an indestructible warrior, letting the power of the 7th rank hit his body without fear. Defense effect 100%. Counter damage effect 100%. Kai Koen attacked Qin Feng, but his own palm shattered, causing him to retreat in pain. At this moment, everyone was in a state of panic, including Kai Koen himself, whose pupils were filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster are you? His throat trembled, his voice quivered, and he couldn't help but ask Qin Feng. How could the young man before him be so strong? Clearly, he hadn't made a move, yet he was counterattacked. Why? My brother left his hometown and traveled thousands of miles to study at Magic Martial, thinking he could train in martial arts at a top-tier martial arts university and improve himself. Qin Feng stared coldly at Kai Koen, his eyes as terrifying as a venomous snake. But you arranged for my good brother to do menial tasks in the senior martial arts club. Huff, huff, huff. That would have been tolerable, but you have been bullying my good brother for a long time, subjecting him to harassment. Tell me, what method should I use to make you experience 10,000 times the pain? Kai Koen wanted to refute, but turned to look at Old Hu, with a hint of threat in his tone. Hu Dali, make your friend leave immediately, or I. As soon as he started speaking, Qin Feng directly gave him a resounding slap. The entire audience was stunned. Kai Koen, the most powerful and dignified instructor of magic martial arts, was slapped in public? Even now, are you still threatening my brother? Qin Feng grabbed Kai Koen's neck with one hand. Kai Koen was unable to resist, forcibly lifted up, powerless to fight back. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and speak. You, who exactly are you? I am a mentor at Magic Martial Arts, protected by the Martial Arts Education Bureau. If you dare to harm me even slightly, I can guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. Otherwise, not only will you face the consequences, but your friend Hu Dali will also be punished by Magic Martial Arts and the Martial Arts Education Bureau. Qin Feng slapped him with his right hand. Smack! Kai Kuan's front tooth flew out. He still wanted to talk tough, but Qin Feng slapped him again with the back of his hand. This time, all of Kai Kuan's teeth fell out, and his entire face swelled up like a pig's head. The classmates were all stunned, and someone said, "Quick, get senior brother Suyu. Only senior brother Suyu might be able to make the other party show some respect." Suyu is the eldest son of the Su family, possessing not only considerable strength but also a powerful background. Usually, whenever someone causes trouble at the Martial Arts Society, it's Suyu who handles the situation. Perhaps it will work this time too. Boom! A classmate quickly went to find Suyu. "The trash of magic and martial arts, listen up. This is the consequence of offending my brother." Qin Feng unleashed a barrage on Kai Kuan. Before long, Kai Kuan collapsed to the ground, barely breathing, covered in blood, his face looking like it had been hit by a dump truck, a complete car crash scene. "Senior brother Suyu is here. Make way, make way. Senior brother Suyu, you must uphold justice for us. Someone is causing trouble." At this moment, someone saw Suyu walking over calmly from a distance, and everyone collectively placed their hopes on him. Suyu arrived, still cold and indifferent. "I want to see who dares to cause trouble at Mo Wu." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a young man stepping on Kai Kuan and humiliating him. Suyu originally intended to reprimand harshly, but the next second, he immediately wiped his eyes. When he clearly saw the young man in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "It's you?" Qin Feng didn't even bother to respond, just cast a cold glance. Suyu turned around and left, cursing under his breath without a moment's hesitation. The others were bewildered and stepped forward, saying, "Senior brother Suyu, you should stop him." "Suyu, are you crazy?" "Bystander, what do you say about this?" Suyu's face darkened. "That's F asterisk 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 ing Qin Feng. So what about Qin Feng? Is he very famous? Is he very good at fighting?" Exactly. Can he beat senior brother Suyu?" "Wait, Qin Feng? Oh, Qin Feng, then it's fine." The crowd instantly showed expressions of shock, their gazes all turning toward Qin Feng. "This is freaking Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who crushed the four greats in the national competition and trampled Wang Feng and Suyu." Suyu had long disappeared, fleeing dozens of kilometers away from Mo Wu before he finally felt relieved. Last time in the competition, he was humiliated by Qin Feng like a piece of spinach, losing face completely. He took a full 2 months to recuperate and regain his confidence. This guy is just a freak. Suyu didn't dare to provoke him anymore. "Speak, how do you want to die?" Qin Feng had no intention of letting Kai Kuan off the hook. A single question left Kai Kuan in utter despair. Qin Feng was too powerful, so powerful it was outrageous. He was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Terrified, he pleaded, "Spare me. This isn't my intention. It's all the Su family's doing. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't want to suppress your friends either, but the Su family, seeking revenge for the humiliation you caused them during the last competition, deliberately vented their anger on your friends." "The Su family?" "Yes, I was just following orders. I can't afford to offend the Su family, so..." "What a Su family? Can't deal with me, so they target my friends instead?" Qin Feng, upon learning the truth, looked even colder. He crushed several geniuses of the Su family in the grand competition and even left Suyu with a psychological shadow, bringing disgrace to the Su family. No wonder Mo Wu accepted Old Hu. It turns out all of this was part of the Su family's plan. "Trying to mess with my brother to send a message that you're not to be trifled with?" Qin Feng was already enraged, and he stomped down hard with his foot. Ah! Kai Kuan's bones emitted a cracking sound as they shattered. His internal organs suffered a blow, and he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Kai Kuan's inner thoughts: "I told the truth and you still hit me. Do you have any professional ethics?" Host: Qin Feng. Tricked. Kai Kuan exclaimed that he had been deceived. Qin Feng, magic martial is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Stop immediately. When Qin Feng abolished Kai Kuan, someone was finally enraged. He soared through the air, his blood energy surging across the sky, stirring up winds and clouds. A dazzling white radiance flashed, and a massive palm imprint descended from the sky with overwhelming force. The immense pressure forced everyone to scatter like refugees. The campus of the Magic Martial Academy seemed to have turned into the eye of a storm. Bloodline, giant ape bloodline, evolvable. It's the principal. Old Hu couldn't help but worry about Qin Feng's safety. The magic martial arts principal personally takes action to subdue Qin Feng. Qin Feng casually strikes out with a gentle palm. Boom crack. 2 surging waves clash in midair. The erupting impact unexpectedly crushed the 8-story alloy martial arts club in an instant. After a cloud of dust settled, the principal of the Magic Martial Academy, Chen Xiaoxian, showed a fleeting moment of pain on his face. On the other hand, Qin Feng across from him appeared calm and unruffled. The principal is here. Qin Feng is doomed. No matter how extraordinary Qin Feng is, he will will be crushed today. I want to see how he manages to walk out of here alive. Principal is mighty. The magic martial students seemed to foresee that Qin Feng's fate would be miserable. Causing trouble at magic martial, destroying the martial arts club, and crippling an instructor are forbidden. Touch the reverse scale of the magic and martial arts, and only death awaits. Amidst everyone's anticipation, at this moment, Chen Chao spoke first. Qin Feng, I've actually always admired your talent. Why not be friends? Can we sit down and talk? Principal, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? When he appeared, didn't they say Qin Feng wasn't allowed to do whatever he wanted in the Magic Martial Academy? What's with the sudden politeness now? Seeing the students casting confused looks at him, Chen Shaoxian felt embarrassed. He didn't want to compromise either. If it weren't for being unable to win, who would willingly be a sycophant? After a single strike, his palm and the base of his thumb split open, and at this moment, faint traces of blood were already seeping out. Having just experienced Qin Feng's strength, this guy's power was incredibly terrifying, even surpassing his by a few degrees. You must know, he is a martial arts grandmaster, a grandmaster with combat power exceeding 2 million, and Qin Feng possesses the strength to rival him, even surpassing him. It is imaginable how terrifying Qin Feng's combat power is. He hid the bleeding hand and said to Qin Feng with a faint smile, I will thoroughly investigate what happened today. The Magic Martial Academy, as a prestigious institution of genius, is a role model for society and carries the expectations of countless people. The occurrence of such incidents where teachers and students join forces to suppress a student is a disgrace and failure for Magic Martial. Qin Feng, on behalf of Mo Wu, I sincerely apologize to you and Hu Dali. Qin Feng must not become an enemy of Mo Wu. Back then, they tried to recruit Qin Feng, but he refused. The thought of losing such a genius was already painful. And now, Qin Feng has returned as a god of slaughter in just 2 short months, becoming even stronger, comparable to a grandmaster. He absolutely cannot be made an enemy. So, Chen Shaoxian first put aside his pride and showed goodwill to Qin Feng. Old Hu, you decide. At this moment, Qin Feng pulled Old Hu over. Magic City. Old Hu thought for a moment and said, Ah Feng, let it go. Mo Wu is innocent. Alright, then as you wish. Qin Feng faced Chen Shaoxian, his aura undiminished. Today, I cripple Mo Wu as a warning to you all. From now on, anyone who dares to harm my friends will face consequences far worse than just being crippled. I will make sure they have no place to rest in death. After saying this, Qin Feng stomped heavily on the ground. Kai Kuan was struck once again, coughing up fragments of his internal organs from being crushed. So miserable, Kai Kuan will find it hard to rise again in this lifetime. At this moment, he is filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have accepted the Su family's benefits to target Qin Feng's friends. A moment of greed has led to such a fate, what a loss. I hereby officially announce that Magic Martial will undergo a complete reorganization starting today. A thorough investigation will be conducted, and anyone found in violation will be expelled from the school. Chen Shaoxian spoke sternly. At the same time, we thank young friend Qin Feng for helping Magic Martial root out the parasites and sounding the alarm for Magic Martial. After his speech, Chen Shaoxian, in the name of the principal, wanted to compensate Old Hu by including him among the key trainees. However, Old Hu refused. Magic Martial was no longer the sacred place for learning in his heart. Let's go. I've even defeated the Holy Light. What's there to miss about Mo Wu? Brother, let's leave. Qin Feng, along with Old Hu, declined Chen Shaoxian's kind offer and left without looking back. As Qin Feng departed, thousands of Mo Wu students were left deeply reminiscing and admiring him. Back then, Qin Feng shone brilliantly in the national competition, exuding boundless arrogance. In the blink of an eye, not long had passed, and upon reappearing, he had already grown into a powerhouse comparable to the principal of the Magic Martial Academy. Their principal is a grandmaster, known to all. And has Qin Feng also become a grandmaster? What a terrifying breakthrough speed. Bro, has he left? After Qin Feng completely left, the two brothers, Li Sen and Li Yan, who were beaten up badly by Qin Feng last time, comically crawled out from under the dormitory bed. When they first heard Qin Feng was coming, they initially wanted to go down and watch the commotion. But as soon as they arrived, they saw Qin Feng violently beating up instructor Kai Kuan, which scared them into quickly hiding under the dormitory bed. Qin Feng is their lifelong nightmare. On a mountain outside the cool city, Qin Feng was meditating and cultivating. After returning from the Magic Martial Academy, he did not go home immediately. Instead, he noticed something unusual about himself at this moment. So cold. He started a fire with his bare hands to keep warm, his forehead covered in cold sweat. An endless icy chill emanated from within his body, and gradually, a layer of white frost appeared on Qin Feng's surface. What's going on? Could it be that I overexerted myself after the fight with Chen Shaoxian? Ever since the fight with Chen Shaoxian, Qin Feng's body had been extremely cold, as if falling into an ice cave. He was a martial artist, and his resistance to cold should have been very strong. But now, Qin Feng could not withstand this wave of cold. There was a major problem with his body. Just like that, Qin Feng kept using blazing fire to keep warm. In the middle of the night, he felt an intense hunger, not the usual kind of hunger. It seemed as if there was a huge void inside his body, craving energy. So uncomfortable, energy, I need energy. And so, Qin Feng made a phone call in the middle of the night. Miss Li, this is Qin Feng. I'll deliver the energy stone tomorrow, Qin Feng said. Hong Kong Island, the luxurious and resplendent Li family estate. Li Silo received the call and, upon hearing Qin Feng's request, couldn't help but smile. So it's you. Let me tell you, there are no energy stones. If you don't mind, I'll give you a few $100,000 to spend. Just don't bother me again. Do you want to back out? Qin Feng heard this and instantly felt displeased. Heh, so what if I do? That's it. Li Silo directly hung up. Thinking of Qin Feng, Li Silo recalled the days a few days ago when she was tormented and exploited by him. She never intended to keep her promise. Old Zhang listened on the side and said worriedly, Miss, you promised him, you can't go back on your word. Old Zhang, 500 energy stones, 5 mid-tier energy stones, that's asking me to give away 8/10 of the Li family's wealth. I can't just hand it over. Li Silo dismissed it lightly. Besides, we're in Hong Kong Island. I don't believe he can do anything to me. Who does Qin Feng think he is? Old Zhang shook his head after hearing this, only he knew how terrifying Qin Feng was. That day, Qin Feng knocked him, a high-level 7th grade expert, unconscious with a single palm strike. Could such a young and talented powerhouse not have any backing? What a fine Li family, Qin Feng muttered, not expecting Li Silo to actually renege on the debt. With no other choice, Qin Feng, in urgent need of energy stones, had to call Yi Qingtian for help. Overnight, Yi Qingtian had someone fly a fighter jet to deliver 20 low-grade energy stones and 5 mid-grade energy stones to Qin Feng. These resources were already the maximum that Yi Qingtian could provide. It almost exhausted the cultivation resources for the next few years. Smack! Qin Feng, upon receiving the energy stones, absorbed them ravenously. Gurgle gurgle. At the same time, the most luxurious Chunfeng villa in Mo, in a room adorned with festive decorations and covered in celebratory red fabric. A beautiful woman with a haggard face took out a smart wristwatch, intending to make a call. A slap came from the side, leaving a scar on Su Mang's pretty face. You wretched girl, I told you, you're forbidden from contacting that wild boy. How did you promise me? A middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing glared with fierce eyes and snatched the smart wristwatch away. 3 days from now is the day you marry the eldest son of the Wang family. If anything goes wrong, don't even think about seeing your mother. Stay put and behave yourself. The Su family owes you nothing, remember that. Faced with the scolding of the middle-aged woman, Su Mang felt hatred in her heart but had no way to retort. In her mind, the shadow of that young boy appeared. The night wind was piercing. At the mountain peak, Qin Feng used his level 13 unparalleled talent to completely absorb the energy stones. Crack! He felt that the icy points within his body were gradually dissipating and beginning to flow smoothly. Amazing, the power of a master seems to have skillfully helped me unblock certain acupoints. Qin Feng smiled. Now, the coldness within him had faded away. Instead, there was a dramatic surge in vitality and blood. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, crack, 300,000. Seeing this explosive increase, Qin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The surrounding mountain peaks were suddenly stirred by the strange energy and blood, emitting a rumbling hum. The mountains resonated and the leaves rustled. Qin Feng's vital energy and blood suddenly surged rapidly, and the fiery power of his blood dispelled the cold within his body. Bang! It was as if his Ren and Du meridians had been unblocked, leaving no trace of discomfort, only a sense of ease and unprecedented exhilaration. How amazing! He wanted to shout to express his inner feelings, but with strength still remaining, Qin Feng didn't want to miss the opportunity. As long as you keep your eyes closed and continue cultivating. After the suppressive power of the ice disappeared, Qin Feng's cultivation speed at this moment was incredibly smooth. Like a breached dam, the floodwaters surged uncontrollably. 310,000 calories, 320,000 calories, 330,000 calories. Cultivation knows no day or night. Time flies swiftly. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, it was already 2 days later. He frowned slightly, his body unknowingly covered in countless layers of frost, yet he felt no cold, not even the slightest sensation. Standing up from the ground, Qin Feng released his thoughts. Ice. In an instant, countless ice appeared wherever Qin Feng's thoughts reached, as if by magic, turning stone into ice. What a marvelous ability. Could this be the frost ice dominance? Qin Feng quickly looked at the panel. Sure enough, the frost ice dominance had been fully mastered. He let out a fierce shout and unleashed a massive ice-colored fist imprint. Boom! A fierce surge of blood energy burst from the fist, and a small mountain 500 meters high in front of him was shattered by Qin Feng's punch. Over there, countless ice formations appeared. One punch, and it turned to ice. What a terrifying fist technique. The power of the profound ice-domineering aura makes me feel as if I am divinely assisted. He inadvertently discovered that his vital energy had astonishingly reached 500,000 calories. His strength had even surpassed a terrifying 5 million. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Feng would never have believed it. The past 2 days of meditative sitting had clearly been uneventful, but the combat power
quietly, actually skyrocketed crazily by 2 times? Terrifying. Even Qin Feng found it very unbelievable. This was the strangest breakthrough he had ever experienced so far. At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. 5 million combat power, already surpassing the Grandmaster realm of transformation. Grandmasters are divided into 2 types, Grandmaster and Transformation Grandmaster. Entering the transformation realm means being able to use vital energy and blood to fly through the air. Under sufficient conditions of vital energy and blood, traveling tens of thousands of miles in a day is no problem. Today, Qin Feng stepped into the ranks of the Grandmaster of Transformation, a realm countless people could not achieve in a lifetime. How could he not be excited? Is it Chinese New Year today? Oh no, Su Mang, Qin Feng immediately opened his smart wristwatch to log into the website. Above, one headline after another appeared. This morning at 8 o'clock, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Futian, officially headed to the Magic City, piloting a fighter jet to bring the Su family's daughter, Su Mang, back to Yanjing as his bride. The wedding will take place in an hour and a half, and many renowned figures from the martial arts world are currently at the scene to congratulate the Wang family. Su Mang is hailed as the most beautiful bride in history, her classical attire reminiscent of the ancient beauty Daochan, stunningly breathtaking. Just before the wedding began, there were already over 1,000 media reporters from more than 30 countries and regions around the world live-streaming this century wedding. How is this possible? The Wang family patriarch, Wang Chongyang, appeared at the ancestral shrine. The wedding will be held at 12 o'clock. Qin Feng immediately caught this information at first glance. There were still a few hours left, so he wasted no time, immediately rising and unleashing the power of his vitality. At once, he soared into the sky like a rocket, flying through the air. Bang! In the past, he could only dash swiftly on the ground. But now, after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, Qin Feng could walk on air with unparalleled grace. In Yanjing, within another lavishly decorated luxury mansion of the Wang family, Qin Feng's figure appeared here. Who are you? This is Futian's brother's wedding room, a restricted area. Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death. Wang Shu shouted at the intruder. He was already feeling frustrated about being assigned as a bodyguard here today, and now that someone had barged in, he was ready to vent his anger on the intruder. Who are you planning to beat to death? As Qin Feng raised his head, Wang Shua's eyes suddenly trembled. Is it you? He never would have thought that the person who came would actually be Qin Feng. Before he could even express his shock, Qin Feng grabbed him by the neck with one hand. Where is Su Mang? Bah, even if you kill me, I won't tell you. I, Wang Shua, will never give in. After saying this, Qin Feng slightly exerted force with his hand, and Wang Shua was instantly choked like a dead dog, unable to breathe. There was no chance to resist at all. Smack! After a few seconds, Wang Shua's pupils turned red, and he struggled to squeeze out a few words. I'll talk, spare me. Qin Feng loosened his grip slightly, and Wang Shua said with difficulty, Su Mang is in room 206. Getting the answer, Qin Feng directly choked Wang Shua unconscious. He arrived outside room 206. At this moment, Su Mang was in the room, looking at herself in the mirror, a streak of clear tears sliding down her cheek. Why can't I control my own destiny? Is this really my fate? On her wedding day, Su Mang had nothing but endless sorrow. Qin Feng, where are you? Really? She couldn't help but utter Qin Feng's name. That night, she gave her first time to Qin Feng. This was an incredibly unforgettable memory. Nowadays, Qin Feng is nowhere to be found, and Su Mang is about to marry someone she doesn't like, becoming a bird in a cage. Smack! How could she not feel despair? Su Mang. At that moment, Qin Feng entered from outside the door. When she saw the figure appearing in the mirror, Su Mang's delicate body trembled violently, and she covered her red lips with both hands, as if witnessing a miracle. Qin Feng. Is it really you, Qin Feng? It's me. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Su Mang, like a child, couldn't help but throw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Slap slap slap. The two had little interaction before, but Qin Feng's appearance was the light in her dark world. Afterward, Su Mang explained the reason why she married Wang Futian. Apart from the alliance between the Su and Wang families, what Wang Futian truly valued was her ice-profound exquisite physique. This is a special physique. After dual cultivation between a man and a woman, it can help both awaken martial attributes, greatly enhance their power, and truly unlock the potential within their bodies. Su Mang, with tears streaming down her face, I am just a commodity, sold by my father. No one can help me, and no one will pity me. Qin Feng suddenly understood. His domineering ice aura and the terrifying progress of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm in just 2 days must be thanks to Su Mang's ice crystal exquisite body. And so on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. That day, after I woke up, you were gone. I've been looking for you ever since. Qin Feng thought of the events in the Beast Forest. Su Mang explained, I had to leave because I was afraid of causing trouble for for you. Also, because I had no choice. I understand. Qin Feng touched Su Mang's rosy, delicate face with his hand and said, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine. Su Mang gently nodded. Lightly adorned with makeup, she looked like a dream, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. Her makeup, her snow-white skin, her elegant and refined temperament, all were breathtakingly beautiful. A beauty of unparalleled grace, surpassing even a fairy. As their emotions deepened, they once again couldn't help but engage in something indescribable. The main reception hall of the Wang family's main house. Today, the hall is filled with guests. Looking around, those seated in the hall are all high-ranking officials, influential figures, and prominent personalities in the martial arts world. Among them, Wang Chongyang and the Su family head, Su Wanshan, hold the highest status. Today is the joyous occasion of the union between the Wang and Su families. The two sit as equals in the center of the hall, discussing important matters. I received news that the boy came back a few days ago and caused quite a commotion at Magic Martial. Today is my son's wedding day. I heard he had some ties with Menger in the past, and I don't want any mishaps. Wang Zhongshan stroked his beard, thinking of his thorn in the flesh, Qin Feng. Today is a day of great celebration for the Wang family, and he doesn't want any trouble. Over 50 years old, Su Wanshan waved his hand and sneered. What kind of trouble can that brat stir up? Brother Wang, you can rest assured. I've already sent someone to Liangqing to find him. Once I find him, it'll be his unlucky day. At that time, I'll hand him over to you to deal with. As a gift for our first meeting, Brother Wang. Qin Feng was also a thorn in the side of the Su family. At the beginning, Qin Feng caused the Su family geniuses to lose their martial spirit during the grand competition, disgracing the Su family, and they still hold a grudge. He has already joined the military. Brother Su, you should be more cautious. Heh, what's the big deal? It's just the military. With Mr. Fu around, even that guy surnamed Ji has to show some respect. Su Wanshan showed no fear of Qin Feng's military background. Mr. Fu is back? Wang Zhongshan's eyes lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. With that legendary figure backing us, there's nothing to worry about. Today's grand wedding will go off without a hitch. Once the Wang family and the Su family complete their marriage alliance, Qin Feng will be nothing more than an ant at their mercy. Then, revenge can be taken. Master Lu Dingyuan has arrived. Master Shao has arrived. Grandmaster Lu Jinchong has arrived. The Yi family from Jiangnan has arrived. The Wang family, surrounded by distinguished friends and honored guests. Less than an hour remains until the wedding ceremony. A host of prominent figures arrived one after another, with powerful individuals gathering like clouds. Even many rarely seen Grandmaster-level experts were present. The guests personally approached Wang Zhongshan to present their congratulatory gifts and words, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the adjacent opulent gold and red hall, there was a martial stage for the younger generation. Today's protagonist, the groom Wang Futian, is dignified and handsome, exuding a cold and striking charm as he awaits the auspicious hour. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, the most outstanding young talent in the history of the Xiao family and considered one of the two unparalleled prodigies of Xia Kingdom alongside Wang Futian, is also present, fostering a good relationship with him. Others, such as the eldest young master of the Su family, Su Yu, the young master of the Qinhuai martial arts family, and a group of super geniuses from Xinguang Martial University, have all gathered in the living room, chatting and laughing. They are building connections with one another, laying the foundation for the future expansion of their martial arts paths. Here, it has almost gathered all the young geniuses aged 20 to 30 from the Xia Kingdom, representing a certain stage of the Xia Kingdom's future. The marriage alliance between the Wang family and the Su family signifies that the power of these two families will further expand. In the future, apart from the deeply rooted Xiao family, no other family will likely be able to compete with these two. At the same time, Liang City. Today, the most grand traditional festival of the year in Xia country. The Spring Festival. Almost all Xia country people will return home on this day to reunite with their families and enjoy the happiness of family life. Except in the martial arts club of Liangcheng No. 1 High School, the spacious martial arts club. Qin Shaoling practiced diligently alone in solitude. With one punch, the strength reached 1,250 kilograms. First grade. Shaoling, it's already the new year. Give yourself a break today and stop practicing for now. Behind her, the principal of No. 1 High School, wearing reading glasses, smiled and said, "Come to my house later, let's have a meal together." Crowd? Okay, thank you, principal. Qin Shaoling nodded. The principal waved with a smile. No need to be so polite with me. I promised your brother I would take good care of you. Now, Qin Shaoling is one of the most talented prodigies in No. 1 High School, receiving focused training. Since Qin Feng joined the military, the principal of No. 1 High School had already been taking care of Qin Shaoling as if she were his own daughter. However, just as Qin Shaoling was packing her bag, preparing to go back for a meal, the figure of a hunched old man appeared at the entrance of the martial arts club. The old man, with a bent posture and a kindly face, stood there, his gaze quickly locking onto Qin Shaoling. "You must be Qin Feng's younger sister. Come with me. Who are you?" The principal of No. 1 High School became fully alert. "Unrelated individuals, please leave the school." However, the elderly man seemed not to hear the principal's words. He walked over with his back turned, his gaze gradually growing cold. Qin Shaoling and the principal of Yizhong sensed something was wrong. The visitor was likely not a good person. Shaoling, leave now, quickly, the principal of Yizhong finally shouted. However, it was already too late. The old man transformed into a shadow and instantly appeared beside Qin Shaoling, reaching out to grab her with one hand. Watch out! The principal of Yizhong stepped in front, his palm trembling as he unleashed a blast of palm wind. The sinister old man casually extended his hand, gripping the principal's wrist, followed by a cracking sound. Grandmaster! The principal's face instantly turned ashen, trembling inwardly. The two were not on the same level. With a twist of his hand, the old man broke the principal's shoulder, pinning him underfoot. Principal! Qin Shaoling, standing nearby, turned pale with fright and was about to resist, but was slapped away by the old man. With a loud bang, Qin Shaoling was directly thrown over 10 meters, heavily crashing onto the floor. Her fair forehead split open with a gash, blood flowing profusely. Come with me obediently, or I can't guarantee you'll survive, the elder said coldly. Who on earth are you? The principal curiously questioned the man's identity, wondering who could make a grandmaster personally come to Liangchang. Shaoling is under the protection of the military. Doing this, you should consider the consequences. Not your turn to speak, like an ant. Ah! The old man's expression turned cold as he forcefully stomped on the principal's back. Instantly, the principal let out a horrifying scream. His spine was shattered. For the rest of his life, he would completely lose the chance to practice martial arts, essentially becoming crippled. Unbearable pain, so intense that he fainted on the spot. I'll go with you, please, let the principal go. He's innocent. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shaoling quickly spoke through her tears, unwilling to implicate the principal. This person is ruthless, essentially a butcher. If provoked further, the principal's life might be in danger. Why didn't you say so earlier? The old man grabbed Qin Shaoling and carried her out. As for the plainclothes soldiers outside the school protecting Qin Shaoling, he paid them no mind. Yanjing, the auspicious time has arrived. Please bring out the bride. As the golden host's voice fell, Wang Futian stepped onto the main stage under the gaze of the crowd, waiting for the bride to arrive and the wedding to officially begin. Members of the Wang family headed toward the newlywed residence to escort Su Mang out. Wang Chongshan and Su Wenshan, the two grandmaster-level heads of their respective noble families, sat on the left and right sides of the high hall, smiling as they awaited the completion of the union. The important figures of both families were all present to witness the event. Su Mang still hadn't come out. At this moment, someone from the Su family ran to Su Wenshan's ear and whispered a few words. Su Wenshan's face immediately lit up with joy, and he then softly said to Wang Chongshan, "Brother Wang, I sent Lao Kuei to Liangcheng to look for him. That Qin kid turned out just as I expected, scared and hiding. However, we found his sister. Haha, that's excellent. After today, I'll make the Qin boy kneel and come to my Wang family to accept punishment. Last time, Qin Feng killed many strong members of the Wang family. Before joining the military, he even used vicious words to attack him. He still holds a grudge to this day. With Qin Feng's sister in hand, Qin Feng will definitely have to comply obediently. There's no way he won't show up." Wang Futian's wedding room. Wang Futian's mother led several members of the Wang family to the door. "My dear daughter-in-law, the auspicious time has arrived. You should come." She waited for a while and found no response for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but reach out to knock on the door. Meng, how strange. Where has everyone here gone? Wang Shua is also missing. Could something have happened? Meng, why are you rushing? We're almost done. However, what responded to her was a man's voice. This startled Wang Futian's mother and the others. This was the bride's room, and no one was allowed to approach. How could there be a man's voice? She curiously pushed the door open and entered. The scene before her made Wang Futian's mother completely lose her mind and break down. Su Mang was seen tidying up her clothes with a man, while the bed was in complete disarray. It was evident that a fierce battle had just taken place. The bride had a battle with another man in her son's wedding room, and it happened before the wedding ceremony. Boom! What are you doing? My goodness. Wang Futian's mother almost fainted. We'll head to the wedding venue right now. Let your son wait a bit, Qin Feng said with a faint smile, as if he were the master of the place. A group of Wang family extras instantly understood what was happening and rushed forward to meet their doom. Bang bang. Several people hadn't even approached Qin Feng when they were sent flying backward out of the second-floor window, resembling celestial beings descending from the heavens. The main hall of the Wang family. Why aren't they here yet? What on earth are they doing? Wang Zhongshan was starting to get impatient. "Affu, go urge them. The auspicious time has arrived. Don't let them delay." As soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from outside. "Ah, help!" Bang! A pig's head flew in, crashing directly onto the wedding stage and completely wrecking the carefully arranged setup. "Who are you?" Faced with the sudden intruder, Wang Futian asked angrily. The members of the Wang family swarmed forward. Anyone foolish enough to cause trouble at this moment must be severely punished. "Son, it's me, your mom." The middle-aged beautiful woman on the ground, bruised and battered, spoke miserably, on the verge of tears. Wang
Futian's gaze froze. He examined closely and realized that the person on the ground was indeed his mother. "Mom, who did this to you? Which bastard did this?" Everyone was stunned. Someone actually beat Wang Futian's mother so badly that even he couldn't recognize her. Who would have the audacity to do such a thing? Wife. Wang Zhongshan was burning with rage as he quickly stepped forward to help his wife. At the same time, he shouted, "Who is it? Come out." He was furious, truly furious. Today was his son's wedding day, witnessed by countless big figures and reporters. However, what arrived instead was the Wang family lady being beaten into a swollen mess and thrown inside. Losing face aside, where is his dignity? How can the Wang family continue to survive in the future? Crack, crack. Many reporters took out cameras and camcorders to shoot, with flashes filling the room. "Where is my daughter?" Su Wanshan stood up immediately and asked. Madame Wang spoke aggrievely, pointing in the direction of the main entrance. "Someone is doing that kind of thing with Su Mang in our son's bridal chamber." What? Wang Futian and Wang Zhongshan, the father and son, exploded. Cheated on? Not even married yet, and already cheated on? Who is it? Wang Zhongshan was furious, his voice loud and resonant, like a morning bell or evening drum echoing through the scene. Everyone could feel Wang Zhongshan's rage. The scene was in an uproar. Someone actually came to the Wang family and humiliated Wang Futian in his wedding room. What explosive news! Entertainment reporters and media love this kind of news, immediately recording it and quickly sending it back to headquarters for publication. "It's me." Wang Zhongshan was about to go over to investigate when, at that moment, a young figure walked in with Su Mang. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes in the room quickly fell on the young man. At a glance, he looked incredibly familiar. Su Yu saw this figure and suddenly jumped up, his voice out of control. "Qin Feng?" Even if Qin Feng turned to ashes, he would recognize him. Just a few days ago, Qin Feng caused a huge commotion at Mo, crippling an instructor and destroying the martial arts society. Su Yu remembered it vividly. Qin Feng. Boom. Everyone finally recalled the identity of the person in front of them. Qin Feng, the champion of the national high school competition. Qin Feng. Back then, Qin Feng single-handedly crushed the 4 great schools, humiliated various geniuses, and broke the championship monopoly of the 4 great schools. He instantly became famous across the world, garnering countless attention. Who would have thought that after just a few months, Qin Feng would become even more mature and handsome? "Are you Qin Feng?" Seeing Su Mang holding Qin Feng's arm, Wang Futian gritted his teeth. "Tell me, what did you do to Meng Meng? What do you think?" Qin Feng responded with a dismissive smile. Su Wanshan cast a fierce questioning look at Su Mang. "Daughter, you and him? I am truly in love with Qin Feng. I am no longer a virgin, and in this life I will marry no one but Qin Feng," Su Mang declared resolutely. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was stunned, and a wave of commotion erupted once again. The Wang family's prospective daughter-in-law openly announced that she was not a virgin. Even a fool could understand what that meant. Apparently, this peerless beauty had some kind of intimate relationship with Qin Feng. Breaking news: an unexpected situation occurred at the Wang family wedding. The Su family's daughter was found in Wang Futian's bridal chamber with her ex-boyfriend. Someone, disperse all the reporters. No coverage is needed. Get out. Wang Zhongshan lost control of his emotions and immediately sent people to clear out the reporters, media, and other unrelated individuals. This is an extraordinary humiliation for the Wang family. No one would be able to accept this. You rebellious daughter, you've completely disgraced our Su family. Su Wanshan's old face was trampled into the mud, his expression dark. You are the shame of the Su family. From today onward, you will never step out of the Su family again. Someone, seize this wastrel and confine them for life. Confined for life. Boom. Everyone was shocked. The Su family was actually going to imprison Su Mang permanently. That meant being locked in the Su family's basement, never to see the light of day again, doomed to die in solitude. Wasting Su Mang's extraordinary talent is even more painful than killing her. Su Mang, how dare you defy my orders? When we get back, I'll make sure to deal with you properly. The second madam of the Su family also looked fierce and menacing. Last time, she personally slapped Su Mang in the face, intending to give her a warning. Unexpectedly, Su Mang still hasn't learned her lesson. She is not Su Mang's biological mother, so she does not intend to show mercy to Su Mang. A member of the Su family stepped forward, ready to clean up the family. A strong Su family member approached Su Mang, surprisingly a 7th grade expert. That person stretched out his hand, about to capture Su Mang. At this moment, Qin Feng stood in front of Su Mang. If you want her, are you disregarding me? The 7th rank expert ignored Qin Feng and shouted coldly, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. Ah, you. He had just finished speaking when he realized that his throat had somehow already been gripped by Qin Feng. What an astonishing speed, he couldn't even react. Immediately, his sternum was directly shattered by Qin Feng's punch. Bang! The Su family's 7th rank expert was thrown out like trash. Everyone was stunned. A 7th rank expert, completely unable to fight back, killed in seconds. Qin Feng is so strong, much stronger than during the competition. But on site, no one believes Qin Feng can survive and leave under under this predicament? Because he is facing the Wang family and the Su family. Qin Feng, how dare you interfere in the Su family's affairs? Are you in such a hurry to die? Murderous intent flashed in Su Wenshan's eyes. Heh, you old, worthless scum. The Su family has only ever treated her as a commodity to exploit. When have you ever done right by her? Qin Feng said coldly, if it weren't for your threats, she wouldn't have had to swallow her pride and marry into this trash heap. She is mine now. If you want to touch her, go ahead and try. His words carried an overwhelming dominance. Behind him, Su Mang felt a stir in her heart. With Qin Feng around, she unexpectedly felt an unprecedented sense of security. Damn it, I originally planned to let you live a few more days. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Su Wenshan was furious. From today on, you are the enemy of the Su family. Wang Chongshan's anger also reached its peak. Qin Feng, boy, my Wang family is not a place you can come and go as you please. Let us settle both old and new grudges together. If I don't tear you to pieces, I, Wang Chongshan, swear not to be human. Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Compared to the head of the family, Wang Chongshan, the young and impetuous Wang Futian was far less good-tempered. He immediately resorted to harsh language, fully embodying the characteristics of a Zuan native, wishing he could skin Qin Feng and drink his blood on the spot. Kill that vile woman as well. The Wang family will never tolerate betrayal and mockery. A strong member of the Wang family spoke up, glaring at Su Mang with murderous intent, threatening to execute her. Today was supposed to be a day of great celebration for the Wang family, but Su Mang had brought upon them an eternal disgrace. Unforgivable. Everyone, let me handle this. Just as the great battle was about to erupt, from the direction of the Xiao family, the genius young master Xiaoyan slowly stepped out from the crowd. With his hands behind his back, calm and composed, maintaining an unflinching demeanor even in the face of great peril, it just so happens that I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. Let the younger generation present a grand gift to the Wang family by taking down this insolent fellow. Xiaoyan also intended to establish good relations with the Wang family, indicating that he could easily take down Qin Feng. Wang Chongsheng and Su Wenshan exchanged glances and had no objections. Let the peers act first, otherwise, others might mock them for bullying the weak, winning without honor, and tarnishing their reputation. There are rumors that Xiaoyan has perfected the secret ultimate technique of the Xiao family and has long since broken through to the terrifying 7th rank. His overall combat power is already incredibly profound, even more ferocious than the 7th rank expert from the Su family just now. Many of the middle-aged experts present are not as strong as this rising star, Xiaoyan. If Xiaoyan takes action, success is almost guaranteed. Xiaoyan stepped toward Qin Feng under the watchful eyes of the crowd. While maintaining a cold demeanor, he spoke, I heard you crushed Xinguang Martial University. Rumor has it that you're the most extraordinary genius this year. Today, I want to see just how capable you really are. A second-generation powerhouse of the Xiao family sat steadily on a chair, as unshakable as a mountain, his eyes full of admiration for Xiaoyan's aura. Xiaoyan is even more formidable than I am. After another year or so of honing at Xinguang, he can directly venture into the inner regions of the 10,000 races battlefield. My Xiao family will be taken to a whole new height by him in the future, and it will not fall behind the Wang family. This boy named Qin Feng in front of me is far from impressive. He cast a dismissive glance at Qin Feng. Just as Xiaoyan approached Qin Feng, a shadow flashed, and Qin Feng made his move. Xiaoyan truly deserves to be called a peerless genius. He reacted in just an instant, assuming a defensive posture. However, in the next second, his vision went black. Bang! Qin Feng struck Xiaoyan on the neck with a palm, causing his head to spin counterclockwise like a high-speed bowling ball, rotating dozens of times. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan was sent flying like lightning, crashing into a Wang family building and causing it to collapse amidst billowing dust and smoke. Just now, the powerful member of the Xiao family, who had been calmly seated, held their breath and stepped forward to check, immediately exclaiming in shock, "What, dead?" Xiaoyan, without even making a move, was struck dead by a single palm from Qin Feng. At this moment, all the members of the Xiao family were utterly horrified, as if hearing a thunderclap, feeling their hearts plunge into the depths of an abyss. Everyone was even more astonished. Xiaoyan's attempt to show off backfired disastrously. It was simply unbelievable. Xiaoyan, the most prodigious genius in the history of the Xiao family. He, alongside Wang Futian, is regarded as one of the unparalleled prodigies of the Xia kingdom, highly valued by martial arts veterans who see him as the future leader of the Xia kingdom. In the future, Xiaoyan's achievements will undoubtedly surpass the level of a super warrior. Yet, this highly anticipated super genius didn't even have a chance to make a move in front of Qin Feng. The crowd was silent, with various puzzled gazes fixed on Qin Feng, all unable to fathom him. Too extraordinary. This is what a true genius is. Qin Feng is the touchstone of genius. If it were another genius defeated in one move, it would be understandable. But for the extraordinary Xiaoyan, who had been exceptional since childhood, to be killed with one palm strike, that was too shocking, making it hard for people to believe it truly happened. The peerless duo? After killing Xiaoyan, Qin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Is there anyone else who considers themselves a genius? Come up and let's
let me warm up. Those young martial artists who originally intended to take advantage of the chaos to strike Qin Feng all retreated far away, hiding in the back. Qin Feng is simply a monster. Even Wang Futian was utterly shocked, his gaze filled with incomprehension as he sized up Qin Feng, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Qin Feng, you killed the young master of my Shao family. You deserve to die. The powerful members of the Shao family erupted in fury, unleashing the aura of the 9th rank. Meanwhile, Wang Chongshan and Su Wunshan also unleashed their blood energy at this moment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scene turned into a sea of energy, with 3 streams of blood energy rampaging through the space, making the air difficult to flow. The damn oppressive force pressed the crowd so hard they couldn't move, nearly suffocating. Irrelevant people, retreat at once. Wang Chongshan roared. Today, he would use Qin Feng as a sacrifice to the heavens. Offending the Wang family must be paid for with one's life. The crowd dispersed. The 3 major families erupted simultaneously, joining forces to deal with Qin Feng. Who would have thought Qin Feng could force Wang Zhongshan to take action personally? It seems he does have some weight. No matter how good his talent is, in front of a Grandmaster, he's just fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. If I were him, I wouldn't have come out today. When it's time to hide one's weaknesses, one should restrain themselves. There's no need to risk one's life as the price for showing off. Do you think he can hide forever? He probably realized he couldn't stay hidden, so he chose to go all out. Unfortunately, he underestimated the strength of a Grandmaster. Rumor has it that the Su family specifically invited Master Fu to oversee the situation in order to capture him. This time, not even the military can protect him. Today, Qin Feng has no way of leaving alive. Sigh, such a pity for his talent. Otherwise, he could have completely rivaled Wang Futian. A group of martial arts experts whispered privately, feeling regretful for Qin Feng. The roaring vitality stirred the winds of the space. Wait for me here, I'll be right back, Qin Feng said to Su Mang. Su Mang raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze revealing a look of concern. Don't worry, I'm very strong, nothing will happen. Finally, Su Mang nodded as if in a dream. Raising his middle finger, Qin Feng said to Wang Chongshan and the other 2, fighting here doesn't quite comply with the rules of the martial alliance. Do you dare to go outside? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Chongshan and the other 2 were completely enraged by Qin Feng, and the 3 followed Qin Feng as he soared into the sky. Flying through the air, he's a Grandmaster too? Someone below saw Qin Feng actually flying through the air and couldn't help but be utterly shocked. This requires a master-level expert, using immense vitality and blood energy, to be able to sustain it. To verify Qin Feng's strength, many martial arts experts began to follow in that direction to observe this epic-level battle. Many reporters even remotely controlled drones to conduct a live broadcast of the entire event. Boom, boom. White clouds stirred, the horizon was torn apart, and the immense sound of soaring through the sky resembled a fighter jet streaking across the heavens, causing countless residents below to look up and watch. A martial arts expert is in pursuit. Could it be that a great battle is about to erupt? After about 20 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at a mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of something breaking through the air immediately came from behind. The clouds trembled, and as they descended, the air within a 10-mile radius was displaced. The beasts below, sensing the terrifying human aura, were all startled awake and fled in a frenzy. It was as if taking one step too slow would result in being accidentally killed. No way, when gods fight, the days are tough for little demons. Have you chosen your burial place? Wang Zhongshan revealed a cold and sinister gaze, spat out a sentence, and then stepped into the void, rushing toward Qin Feng. A powerful fist blasted out, carrying an endless surging force. Thunder fist. Boom! The punch struck like a thunderclap, shaking the earth with its tremor. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Such formidable vitality, such terrifying power. Get lost. Daring not to be careless, Qin Feng activated the giant ape bloodline within him, unleashing a full-force strike. His arms were incredibly thick and immensely powerful. Boom! The 2 fists collided, causing the mountains behind them to tremble violently at the same time. Is this fist intent? Qin Feng could actually sense that Wang Chongshan's power was still in its initial stage. It was still crazily surging. The first punch was merely a test. Sure enough, a domineering intent of the fist descended, and the sky was filled with countless fist shadows. What a terrifying killing move. Space, only the tyrannical divine fist was attacking him. The power of each punch surpassed 3 million. Boom! 4 million. Boom! 4,200,000. Boom! 5 million. Each strike was earth-shattering, reaching the power of perfection, forcing Qin Feng to retreat step by step, unable to counterattack. Defense effect 60%. Defense effect 50%. Defense effect 46%. His defense alerts kept going off, and faced with the fist intent, Qin Feng couldn't think of a good way to deal with it for the moment. However, his current situation was quite okay. Wang Zhongshan wanted to kill him, but with just 5 million combat power, it was far from enough. What are you standing there for? Come at me together. Seeing that Qin Feng's defense was too solid and he couldn't be taken down for a long time, Wang Zhongshan became somewhat anxious and spoke to Su
Su Wanshan and the experts of the Xiao family. The two glanced at each other and immediately joined the battle. Sword, come! A cyan sharp sword appeared in Su Wanshan's hand. With a flick of his palm, the sword moved like a violent wind, reaching the peak of frenzy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One after another, sword intents burst forth, aiming at Qin Feng's vital points. Qin Feng dealt with Wang Zhongshan while drawing the crescent moon blade and slashed fiercely. The blade's intent erupted, a force exceeding 5 million pounds, even more ferocious. Boom! Two terrifying wills clashed. Qin Feng's figure retreated violently, and Su Wanshan was also in bad shape, retreating dozens of zheng directly, his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably. Transcendence, impossible. At this moment, he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with nothing but shock and more shock. Qin Feng, not only could he confront him, but also send him flying. This power seemed to far surpass his own. Die for me! At this moment, the ninth-grade expert of the Xiao family had already taken the opportunity to silently approach Qin Feng from behind. He unleashed a fiery blast from his palm, about to launch a sneak attack to burn Qin Feng to death. He was a fire attribute martial artist, using his vitality to activate his special attribute and deliver a fatal blow to Qin Feng. Just when the three of them thought the battle was about to end, the next second, that expert from the Xiao family suddenly trembled in his gaze, because Qin Feng countered with a swift response, and at the critical moment, an even more ferocious blaze surged skyward. Wait, something's off about you. His flames were at the level of a torch, while Qin Feng's flames were at the level of a wildfire. The experts of the Xiao family are simply not worth mentioning here. The ruthless flames instantly engulfed the Xiao family expert, causing him to scream in agony. No, no, help. You have no sense of honor. Save me quickly, brother Wang. He never expected Qin Feng to also be a fire attribute warrior. Caught off guard, he became a flaming figure in midair. He desperately cried for help, but Wang Zhongshan, not far away, was afraid of being implicated and quickly dodged aside. Who isn't afraid of death? In no time, the Xiao family expert plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground like a downed aircraft. At first glance, the once arrogant ninth-grade powerhouse of the Xiao family had turned into a pile of charcoal. Burned alive. Power asterisk 50,000. Acquire opponent's talent. Vitality asterisk 5,000. Fire attribute upgrade. Eternal flame. A series of attributes surged into Qin Feng's body. Gull, brother Wang, this kid seems really strong. Su Wanshan, who witnessed the fall of the Xiao family expert, became unsettled. He swallowed hard and expressed his anxiety to Wang Zhongshan. What are you afraid of? If we join forces, I refuse to believe we can't take him down. Don't forget, we are Grandmasters, and the name of a Grandmaster cannot be disgraced. Wang Zhongshan appeared extremely calm. This battle would not end until one of them perished. He is lacking in energy and blood. Attack together, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Wang Zhongshan seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's weakness, and was the first to charge forward. He, a body cultivator, had comprehended the essence of the body. Every strike may seem simple and unadorned, but they are all incredibly explosive. Thunderstorm whirlwind kick. Boom! With one kick, it was like a thunderbolt. The speed reached its peak, and the explosive power exceeded 5 million once again. An ordinary Grandmaster, after stimulating his vital energy, unexpectedly pushed his strength continuously to the threshold of a transcendent Grandmaster. This is already extremely terrifying. Countless people watched this battle through the lens, utterly dumbfounded. Thunderbolt? I can do it too. When Wang Zhongshan's thunder whirlwind kick came flying, Qin Feng also kicked out. Bang! This time, Qin Feng was no longer careless, channeling his energy and blood for a thunderstrike. Upon impact, Wang Zhongshan's leg, as hard as steel, was brutally broken. Qin Feng's power was unmatched, so overwhelming it exceeded his imagination. His body staggered backward, clutching his injured leg, and he fell directly onto the mountain below, causing a quarter of the massive peak to collapse. I don't believe I can't wear you down. Su Wanshan pressed forward despite the difficulty, unleashing a snow-like sword strike, with sharp sword intent slaughtering wildly. Ch. Bang bang bang. Qin Feng avoided the sharp edge, constantly dodging or using martial techniques to block. Thus, the two clashed midair, lightning bursting forth, fighting with unparalleled intensity. Two dark shadows slashed back and forth, one with a sword and the other with a blade, resembling the sound of thunder. The people in front of the camera couldn't even see the figures of the two clearly, only able to slow down the footage to savor it. I underestimated Qin Feng. His strength has definitely reached the master level. Even a 9th grade fighter was instantly defeated. He's a special attribute warrior. Wang Zhongshan and Su Wanshan might not be able to kill him in a short time. What kind of monster is this? He's only 18 now, right? Yeah, an 18-year-old Grandmaster, no problem. I usually brag about myself like this online too. Everyone was startled by Qin Feng's strength. He's already a Grandmaster, how can anyone catch up to him in the future? Looking around the world, there isn't such a near-demonic level of genius anywhere. Just like that, after a few minutes, Su Wanshan, who had been relentlessly attacking Qin Feng, finally couldn't hold on anymore. Clang! He swung his sword at Qin Feng, but the sword shattered and broke. Damn it! Su Wanshan couldn't help but not curse. He turned to look at Wang Chongshan, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, and said, "Brother Wang, didn't you say his vitality was lacking? It's been 5 damn minutes, and he can still withstand the simultaneous attacks from the two of us. What the hell is going on?" They were grandmasters, barely reaching 300,000 calories of blood and energy. But now, after fighting Qin Feng for 5 minutes, Qin Feng seemed completely at ease, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Su Wanshan, who was going all out, was panting like a dying dog, almost unable to catch his breath. You should know that he used his vital energy and blood to mobilize his entire strength, with a peak burst of around 5 million combat power. Yet, Qin Feng on the other side, who showed no signs of exertion, calmly withstood each of his attacks. This was very unusual. At this moment, after the intense and fierce battle, Su Wanshan's vital energy and blood were almost depleted, reaching the point of exhaustion. "Don't panic, I can guarantee that he's at the end of his rope, just holding on. Let's go together and kill him." Wang Chongshan truly deserves the title of a grandmaster. Even in the face of immense exhaustion, he remains composed and unshaken. Su Wanshan's eyes flickered for a moment, then he nodded. "Alright, let's go together." After speaking, Su Wanshan darted forward like an arrow and charged ahead. He held a broken sword, its sword intent soaring to the heavens. An ultimate strike, carrying the intent to shatter the sky. "You're courting death." Qin Feng's crescent moon scimitar slashed wildly, its blade intent breaking the dawn. Buzz. After the exchange, Su Wanshan's expression changed drastically, instantly showing strain. Because Qin Feng's blade intent was too powerful, several times more terrifying than his sword intent. Qin Feng forcefully used his strength to effortlessly crush Su Wanshan. Snort! With one swift strike, he shattered everything, slashing Su Wanshan's shoulder. In an instant, Su Wanshan's arm was severed, and his entire body was sent flying. It was only then that he noticed Wang Zhongshan behind him had already fled, running faster than a rabbit. "Brother Wang, you actually betrayed me, you mother." It was only then that he realized he had been played. Wang Chongshan tricked him into going up to fight, while he slipped away. Sure enough, the schemes in the city run deep. The people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. Is this even possible? The head of the Wang family betrayed his teammates without hesitation and ran off on his own? But he's a grandmaster. The head of the largest family in Xia Kingdom, could he really be so cunning and ruthless? Simply shocked netizens for a whole year. Wang Zhongshan is a smart person. Qin Feng, that monster, has defenses that are just too abnormal. If he continues fighting him, Wang Zhongshan's fate will only end up like the strong members of the Xiao family, likely reduced to a pile of ashes. So, with the mindset of better him than me, he chose to leave first. "Su Wanshan, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being foolish. You saved my life, so I will take good care of your wife in the future." Wang Chongshan felt a sense of relief in his heart, but he clearly underestimated Qin Feng's speed. Just as he had fled the battlefield and was about to take a breath, a terrifying force suddenly struck his back. What's going on? He curiously turned his head and saw a rocket shooting toward him. Whoosh! No, not a rocket, but Qin Feng. Due to his incredible speed, Qin Feng's clothes ignited from the friction with the air, and his entire body was engulfed in flames. At first glance, I thought it was a super scion. I know. Wang Chongshan felt the pressure. As a body cultivator known for his explosive power, he couldn't achieve such speed. How did Qin Feng manage to do it? Could it be that he's a grandmaster in the transformation realm? Ultimately, he came to a conclusion in his heart. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Qin Feng is a grandmaster of transformation. Boom! At that moment, Wang Zhongshan's mind went completely blank. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Qin Feng used his vital energy and blood to propel his speed, while fully utilizing the effect of acceleration, and quickly caught up with Wang Zhongshan. Transferring flower palm. Qin Feng raised his hand. Wang Chongshan, knowing he couldn't escape, gritted his teeth and directly unleashed all his strength, turning his fist into an earthy color. Boom! The fierce and unparalleled power of body cultivation was ready for a life and death clash with Qin Feng. But as he swung his fist, the temperature suddenly dropped, and the air became chillingly cold. So cold. This is... Boom! A chill, an icy fist struck, sending the bewildered Wang Zhongshan flying. As the two fists collided, his arm gradually became encased in ice, and slowly, his entire body, from the inside out, turned into an ice figure. One punch froze, then immediately shattered on the spot. Bang! It was like a balloon bursting. Wang Chongshan turned into dazzling ice fragments. Ice burial. Died even more miserably than the experts of the Xiao family. At least they could leave some ashes behind. But he left no remains, truly reduced to dust and scattered to the wind. It worked. Looking at his masterpiece, Qin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. The ice-profound domineering fist is truly formidable. It even blasted a grandmaster with a single punch. Power asterisk 60,000. Vitality asterisk 10,000. Comprehend body intent. Acquire opponent's talent. After collecting the attributes, Qin Feng returned to Su Wanshan's side. At this moment, Su Wanshan was preparing to slip away from the dense forest, but he couldn't escape Qin Feng's aura lock. Not flying anymore? Don't you find walking tiring? Qin Feng descended in front of Su Wanshan. Su Wanshan was in a wretched wretched state, his arm crippled, making it impossible for him to be a match for Qin Feng. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "The grudges between us aren't that deep. Is it necessary to go to such extremes? If you want to marry Su Mang, then go ahead. I won't oppose it. Whether I marry her or not, why should I care about your opinion?" Qin Feng's expression was as cold as snow. "You had the instructors at Magic Martial suppress my brothers. How do we settle this score? For that, I sincerely apologize." "Sorry?" Qin Feng stared at Su Wanshan, the surge of energy and blood making Su Wanshan despair. "If an apology worked, what would be the use of coffins? I said it back then, whoever dares to touch my brother, I will repay them 100-fold. Abolish your cultivation yourself, and I will spare your life." Abolish his cultivation. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Wanshan's expression instantly turned ashen. It was as if he had heard the judgment of death. One must understand, to completely destroy a martial artist, the cruelest method is not to kill him, but to cripple his cultivation, reducing him to a useless person. This sense of disparity was unbearable, especially for a Grandmaster-level figure like him. Once his cultivation is destroyed, that would truly be a fate worse than death. "Qin Feng, you'd better not push me." At this moment, Su Wanshan suddenly had a jolt in his mind, recalling something important. That is, Qin Feng's sister was in his hands. The battle just now was too intense, and he hadn't thought of it. Now, he remembered at the critical moment. Su Wanshan threatened, "You have a younger sister, right? If you don't want her to die, let me leave quietly." Shaoling. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes widened. "What did you do to her?" Qin Shaoling was his untouchable reverse scale. "Ha, are you scared? So, it turns out there are things you care about." Su Wanshan seemed to have found Qin Feng's weakness and said with a smile, "Now, not only will I walk out of here unscathed, but I also want you to cripple your own cultivation. Qin Feng, trade your cultivation for your sister's life. What do you think?" After speaking, he revealed the smirk of a crooked-mouthed war god. Turn the tables, sometimes it happens so suddenly. Qin Feng's eyes turned red. Anger. A surge of fury erupted in his eyes. Su Wanshan actually dared to lay a hand on Qin Shaoling, an absolutely unforgivable act. "If you dare to harm a single hair on my sister's head, I will slaughter everyone in the Su family." Qin Feng roared excitedly, clenching his fists, producing cracking sounds from his bones. Su Wanshan's smile was sly. "Heh, do as I say, and I'll let her go. Otherwise, even if you kill me, she will still be buried with me. Either you become a despised cripple, or she dies. You choose." In his eyes, he had long since figured out Qin Feng's weakness. Even if Qin Feng is strong, he could never disregard Qin Shaoling. This is the weakness of human nature. Just as he was threatening Qin Feng, suddenly, Qin Feng's smart wristwatch automatically popped open. A projection appeared between Qin Feng and Su Wanshan. In the screen, a mysterious figure dressed in black clothing and wearing a black hooded outfit with their face obscured appeared in front of the camera. What a strange outfit. Qin Feng was slightly surprised and puzzled. Who could this be? They actually forcibly unlocked his smart wristwatch. Could it be hacking technology? "Qin Feng, your sister is safe." The man in black spoke in a hoarse voice. Moments later, the scene shifted, showing Qin Shaoling lying on a wooden bench in a park, seemingly unconscious, but she appeared to be fine. Not far away, a hunched, long-haired old man was kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Old Kuei? Seeing this elder, Su Wanshan was alarmed. This man was the Grandmaster Old Kuei he had sent out to capture Qin Shaoling. Unexpectedly, he had been subdued by someone. Su Wanshan, as if facing a great enemy, asked the man in black fearfully, "Who exactly are you? Do you want to harm me?" "The Grandmaster-level Old Kuei has been defeated. Who on earth is the one meddling in this matter?" "Qin Feng, you owe me a favor." The man in black ignored Su Wanshan. After speaking, the projection of the smart wristwatch turned off, and Qin Feng was also filled with doubt, but at this moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The man in black didn't seem to harbor any malice toward his sister. "Qin Shaoling, are you okay?" He was furious out of shame, his god-destroying eyes fixed on Su Wanshan. Su Wanshan felt a trace of killing intent. Such cold eyes. "Qin Feng, wait, listen to me." He was scared. Qin Shaoling was beyond his control, which meant he could no longer use her to threaten Qin Feng. Now, disaster has struck. The ferocious beast has been unleashed. It's over, we've played with fire. How do you want to die?" Qin Feng took a step forward, accompanied by a storm surging out, a storm of blood and energy. The overwhelming pressure made Su Wanshan's heart tremble violently, leaving him unable to muster the strength to escape. His aura already made it clear that he would not let Su Wanshan go. Anyone who touches his sister must die. Plop. Su Wanshan's knees could not withstand Qin Feng's oppressive energy and blood, as if bearing an immense weight, and he instantly fell to his knees. His expression was extremely horrified, and he wanted to plead with Qin Feng to spare him. Just as Qin Feng was stepping closer to Su Wanshan, suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. In the sky above, a surge of energy and blood spread from a distant place. It was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, stirring up the winds and clouds. Qin Feng's energy and blood were forced back by the sudden new force. "There's a master." He looked up at the sky. "A master is coming this way. A very powerful powerful master. It's Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu has finally arrived. I don't have to die. Su Wanshan felt the familiar and powerful vitality, revealing a smile of relief after surviving a disaster. In front of the camera, everyone also looked surprised and doubtful, as another strong figure joined the battlefield. Today, the strong gather like clouds. How lively! Who could it be? In the blink of an eye, a radiant light flickered. Above the heavens, a white-haired elder walked on clouds, leisurely and carefree, resembling an immortal with a celestial aura. As soon as he appeared, everything around fell into absolute silence. It was as if time itself was under his command. Mr. Fu, I'm here. The old man's appearance brought a knowing smile to Su Wanshan's face, as if he had seen a lifeline. He quickly waved his hand. In the sky, Mr. Fu glanced at Qin Feng indifferently, then shifted his gaze away from him without much interest. He then fixed his gaze on Su Wanshan and, without any extra words, said, "Come with me. Follow me." His words are commands. Irresistible. He directly ignored Qin Feng, as if Qin Feng, in his eyes, was not worth mentioning. "Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your assistance." Su Wanshan also ignored Qin Feng and stood up to leave. However, at this moment, Qin Feng was displeased. When Su Wanshan stood up, Qin Feng unleashed his ice domination aura, instantly freezing Su Wanshan in place. Keep his body confined in place, unable to move an inch. "Want to leave? Is our matter resolved?" he said to Su Wanshan. "If Su Wanshan is not killed today, Qin Feng will feel uneasy for the rest of his life." "Kid, my surname is Fu." The celestial Mr. Fu was intrigued by Qin Feng's actions and spoke lightly. "My surname is Fu, you should show me some respect." "So what? What does your surname have to do with me?" Qin Feng didn't even glance at him. "Are you crazy? Who cares about your last name? You ignore me, I'll ignore you too. Do you think the whole world revolves around you?" Old Fu's expression twitched. He hadn't expected that someone would dare to speak to him like this. He spoke slowly. "I want to take him away. Let today's matter end here." "Fine, after I kill him, you can collect his corpse and take him away," Qin Feng said, unwilling to argue further. He transformed into a phantom and appeared in front of Su Wanshan, an icy fist, gathering immense power, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. "Boy, Su Wanshan is my junior. If you harm him, you will be making an enemy of me." Boom! As the words fell, a palm imprint descended from the void, its surging aura roaring like a divine dragon. Boom boom boom. Blood and energy surged wildly, and the violent pressure caused the surrounding mountains to collapse entirely. Then, so what? Qin Feng was completely furious. Any random person dared to step in and interfere. Was Qin Feng someone to be bullied? Boom! Using the body cultivator's willpower he had just seized, Qin Feng channeled it into his arm, causing his giant ape bloodline to expand his arm. A punch was thrown, and with the enhancement of various attributes, the explosive amplification made his strength surpass his own by several times. A palm and a fist clashed fiercely. Boom! Mountains and rivers shattered, the earth trembled, clouds quivered, and space seemed on the verge of breaking apart. One towering mountain after another was destroyed by the shockwaves, truly a scene of landslides and ground fissures. A prehistoric level confrontation. The two stared fiercely at each other, evenly matched yet mutually astonished. Above, old Fu's brows furrowed deeply. Such a young powerhouse is rarely seen. This kid's combat power has actually surpassed 10 million? Although the use of energy and blood is not outstanding, the combat power is truly astonishing. Unbelievable. This has already reached the level of a Grandmaster in the state of perfection. Su Wanshan, go to hell. Ignoring Fu Lao in the sky, Qin Feng turned around and came to stand above Su Wanshan, raising his arm. "Fu Lao, save me. Fu Lao, help." Su Wanshan panicked and cried out to Fu Lao for help. At the moment, only Fu Lao could save him. "Qin Feng, if you touch him, the consequences will be unimaginable." At this moment, old Master Fu spoke sternly, warning in his tone, "If you don't believe me, feel free to try." What would I not dare? Under the sharp gaze of the other party, Qin Feng suddenly threw a punch at Su Wanshan. Su Wanshan was dumbfounded and desperately begged for mercy. "Don't try it. If you try, I'll be done for." "Mr. Fu, stop joking." Bang! Without giving the other party a chance to regret, Qin Feng showed no mercy and directly punched Su Wanshan to death. Strength * 50,000. Acquire opponent's talent. Vitality * 20,000. Comprehend sword intent. Sword intent automatically upgrades to perfection. Laying a hand on his sister is an unforgivable cardinal sin. No matter what kind of martial arts master you are, I will crush you with a single punch. Angry and trembling with cold. In the heavens, old Master Fu gritted his teeth in fury. This brat actually killed Su Wanshan right in front of him. "Qin Feng, you defied my orders. Such ignorance." Buzz. A terrifying murderous aura erupted, and old Fu's vitality surged to dozens of times its original level. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battlefield completely turned into a meat grinder, with towering trees and massive boulders crushed into pieces at this moment. Qin Feng also realized the horror of the situation. The opponent's strength was actually beyond the transformation stage. Far, far stronger than him. He is a legendary super strongman, but as for how strong, Qin Feng has no idea. But killing is killing. There's no turning back. If there's a challenge, then bring it on. Qin Feng was ready ready for a fight to the death. His entire life had been about facing various challenges. Elder Fu gathered blue lightning, which shot explosively toward Qin Feng with a flick of his finger. Snap of thunder. Not good. Just by sensing the killing intent of this move, Qin Feng felt immense pressure. This move is so powerful. He was afraid he would have to pay an extremely heavy price for his earlier impulsiveness. He admitted to himself that he could not withstand this move. Even if the top-level defense of the entire body is used, it would still be tough. Just as Qin Feng was facing imminent disaster, a voice echoed from the void. Boom crack. A deafening explosion resounded through the space. The blue thunder strike aimed at Qin Feng was also blocked by a radiance that appeared out of nowhere. Qin Feng, only then was he able to remain safe and sound. He was just very curious about who the visitor might be. Could it be the man in black who had just conveyed the information about Qin Shouling's safety to him? In the distance, two figures were approaching through the air. Another strong individual. Officer Yi? Among them, Qin Feng recognized one, Officer Yi Qingtian of the Shenlong organization. To the left of Yi Qingtian was also an old man. Seeing this person, Elder Fu's gaze gently drew closer. Senior brother? It seems that they know each other. Junior brother, that's enough. Let today's farce end here. The elder spoke slowly. Old Fu was obviously unconvinced, but he killed my friend's son. Letting him go is too easy on him. Qin Feng dared to challenge his authority, and Old Fu felt it necessary to teach the younger generation a lesson. At this moment, Yi Qingtian said, Mr. Fu Kai, Qin Feng is one of my Shenlong people. If you go against him, it's equivalent to going against Shenlong. I think I don't need to elaborate on the consequences of opposing the military, do I? Are you using the military to pressure me? Fu Kai grew increasingly angry. It seemed that he was not afraid of the military. I will take the person away. Qin Feng is also my apprentice. At this moment, the elder in the sky spoke. Alright, senior brother, let's see how long you can protect him. The other party spoke, and Fu Kai didn't press the issue. After all, both sides knew each other well. Fighting would be disadvantageous for him. Qin Feng, you remember this. Today, you have offended me, Fu Kai. One day, you will regret what you have done. Fu Kai stared coldly at Qin Feng, his gaze like the eyes of a venomous snake. Qin Feng, however, showed no fear and responded forcefully, I, Qin Feng, do things without looking at anyone's face, and I will never regret it. Those are your words. Fu Kai leaped into the air, stepping through the void like an immortal as he left the battlefield. In front of the camera, everyone was stunned by this scene. Hundreds of millions of viewers witnessed Qin Feng single-handedly defeating the heads of the Wang and Su families and annihilating the 9th-grade powerhouse of the Xiao family. 1 against 3, yet he still managed to retreat unscathed. People couldn't help but wonder just how monstrous his talent had reached. How strong is he, really? Qin Feng is so powerful. Back then, he was just a 6th-grade martial artist, and now he can already contend with Grandmasters. Powerful is an understatement. The only word to describe him is monstrous. His progress is unbelievably fast, and he will undoubtedly grow into a force to be reckoned with. Qin Feng is amazing. Liancheng is proud of you. Qin Feng is amazing. So what if it's the #1 family in Xia country? Didn't he single-handedly bring them down today? Wang Futian and Xiao Yan used to boast about being the top geniuses, so why aren't they showing up now? Xiao Yan is dead. Oh right, I almost forgot. The so-called unparalleled duo were nothing more than stepping stones for Qin Feng. The overwhelming discussions flooded the internet. Whether it is Wang Futian or Xiao Yan, after today, they will be completely forgotten by everyone. The video of Qin Feng single-handedly battling 3 powerful opponents has also become widely known. The name Qin Feng has completely spread throughout Xia country. In the martial arts world, he has already been classified as a top-tier martial artist, an untouchable superpower. Officer Yi, thank you for your help. Otherwise, my fate would have been terrible. The battle ended. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude to Officer Yi, mocking his own weakness. Yi Qingtian's eyes kept scanning Qin Feng, and suddenly he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Qin Feng, you've broken through again? Qin Feng did not try to hide it. Far stronger than me. Yi Qingtian shook his head repeatedly, deeply shocked inside. At this moment, the way he looked at Qin Feng had changed significantly, like a confused child. You have to know, he had only just barely broken through a few days ago at Shenlong. At present, he has actually reached the level of a Grandmaster of transformation. Is this guy riding a spaceship? Even a miracle wouldn't happen this fast. Oh, by the way, this is Officer Tang Jin from our military department, one of the 9 great generals of the military, responsible for the Shenlong division. Recovering himself, Yi Qingtian introduced Tang Jin to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes immediately became respectful upon hearing this. A war general. This is a legendary martial arts powerhouse. Every war general is a figure full of legend. Rumor has it that at the level of a war general, one can split mountains and rivers with a palm, roam the void freely, and move with unparalleled grace and ease. Qin Feng had only heard of such legendary level powerhouses from others before. Now witnessing it firsthand, he felt an indescribable shock, while also sensing the opponent's abyss-like profound aura. Even if Tang Jin stood there silently. Qin Feng felt as though he was being crushed by a towering mountain, utterly uncomfortable. Qin Feng sincerely thanked Officer Tang for saving his life. No need to be polite. Tang Jin's smile was amiable. He looked at Qin Feng, seemingly seeing through Qin Feng's cards at a glance. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Ha, Qin Feng, your joining Shenlong is Shenlong's greatest honor. I have never seen such a young Grandmaster of the transformation realm. You've truly opened my eyes today. Officer Tang, you flatter me. Qin Feng still has a long way to go." Qin Feng replied humbly, not taking pride in it. Tang Jin greatly admired Qin Feng's talent. Even someone of his level of strength felt terrified by this. The three of them chatted for a while. Only then did Qin Feng learn that Fu Kai, who had just left earlier, turned out to be a warrior-level figure. At this point, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Officer Yi and the others arrived in time, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. "By the way, my sister. Do you want to go back to see your sister?" Tang Jin asked. Qin Feng nodded. "Alright, I'll take you there." Tang Jin waved lightly, and with a loud boom, it was as if they were propelled like a rocket. Speed, incredibly fast. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Feng appeared in a park in Liangchang. So fast. Qin Feng was startled by the other party's flying speed. 5 minutes, from the wilderness back to Liangchang. What kind of monstrous speed is this? If it were Qin Feng, it would take at least an hour to return. A warrior-level expert is truly different. Their vitality is overwhelmingly powerful. If I were to fight against such a level of expert, I probably wouldn't even be able to touch them. "Brother?" At this moment, Qin Shaoling groggily woke up from the chair. Qin Feng approached and hugged his sister with concern. "Shaoling, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "Yes." Qin Shaoling looked uncomfortable. "Where do you feel unwell?" Qin Feng asked nervously. Qin Shaoling said timidly, "Brother, it seems like you're pressing on my hand." Qin Feng quickly got up. This was careless. After confirming that Qin Shaoling wasn't seriously injured, Qin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Tang Jin's gaze was fixed on Qin Shaoling, whom he was meeting for the first time. He stepped forward without regard for the reaction of the Qin siblings and swiftly placed his hand on Qin Shaoling's wrist. After a moment, as if discovering a treasure, he exclaimed in surprise, "Qin Feng, may I take your sister back to Kunlun for a visit? Is there something going on?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "Can't explain it clearly now. In short, just leave her to me." Tang Jin said seriously, "This way, not only can her safety be ensured, but her potential can also be developed to the greatest extent." Qin Shaoling and Qin Feng looked at each other in confusion. What potential? Officer Yi also reassured Qin Feng at this moment. "Qin Feng, you can trust Officer Tang. If you're still uneasy, you can go along as well. In any case, it's a good thing for her. Let us think about it. We'll make a decision after the new year." Qin Feng neither agreed immediately nor rejected it on the spot. Everything still depends on Qin Shaoling's own opinion and requires careful consideration. "Alright, let me know when you've decided." Tang Jin prepared to leave. At this moment, Qin Feng voiced the question lingering in his heart. "By the way, was it you who saved my sister too? Officer Tang, was that man in black you?" "What man in black?" Tang Jin shook his head directly, not understanding what Qin Feng meant. "Oh, no, it's nothing." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng didn't bring it up again. "It seems that person really isn't Officer Tang." "Qin Feng, Happy New Year, we'll meet again." Watching Officer Yi and Tang Jin leave, Qin Feng was filled with doubt. Who exactly is that mysterious man in black who saved her sister from the Su family master? Why did the other party help him? Faced with all these mysteries, Qin Feng was utterly puzzled. Meanwhile, abroad, in a certain dark hall, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Reporting to the Duke, "Everything has been done. The girl's identity has been confirmed. She is indeed the most suitable candidate." "Very good. Pathetic and weak humans, prepare to tremble." Ha ha ha. The voice in the darkness was filled with eeriness and strangeness, as if it came from the depths of the underworld rather than from a human. At the same moment, within Qin Shaoling's body, a black entity was silently growing. A Grandmaster battle came to an end. It concluded with the fall of the heads of the Wang and Su families. After this battle, the name Qin Feng became known to everyone in the Xia kingdom. Meanwhile, the Wang family and the Su family suffered heavy losses and fell from grace. Wang Futian, the future successor of the Wang family, became the most tragic figure in this incident. Not only was his father killed, but his mother was beaten so badly her face swelled like a pig's head. On the wedding day, he was humiliated by his fiancée Su Mang in the bridal chamber, shamed in front of all the guests. Wang Futian became a complete laughingstock and was even given the nickname Little Green Giant. He and Xiaoyan, two unparalleled prodigies with countless honors, had not yet had the chance to shine in their own glory before suffering a complete defeat. Although Wang Futian narrowly escaped with his life, his martial spirit was shattered, and he was likely to remain in a state of utter despair from then on. It seems unlikely to make a comeback, because Qin Feng is the shadow of his life. However, in another prominent family, the Xiao family, they were not crushed by Qin Feng. The head of the Xiao family was filled with resentment. "Qin Feng, you may have temporarily crushed the Wang family and the Su family, but as long as my Xiao family still has breath, you will never find peace peace and stability. The Xiao family and you cannot coexist. His genius son Xiao Yan was killed by Qin Feng with a single palm strike, leaving the Xiao family indignant. That very night, the head of the Xiao family gathered a large number of experts, preparing to give Qin Feng a hard time. Even with the military present, the Xiao family was determined to try to vent their fury. However, the next day, news came from outside. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Feng stormed the Su family. He killed a Grandmaster on the spot. That Grandmaster was said to be a death guard supported by the Su family for over 50 years, with combat power exceeding 2 million, a very mysterious expert, named Lao Kuwei. Regarding this, not a single person among the 100 members of the Su family dared to make a sound. Upon hearing this news, the head of the Xiao family immediately abandoned the idea of seeking revenge and dismissed the experts within the clan. They could only wait obediently for the old master's return to make a decision. Otherwise, going there would be courting death. Qin Feng is nothing but a ruthless butcher. They are not confident enough to make a move against him. Once the pillars of our three great families return, it will be his death day. Qin Feng, I'll let you live a few more months for now, the head of the Xiao family said unwillingly. The principal of No. 1 high school suffered a crushed spine, and Qin Feng arranged for the best hospital. The most advanced medical technology was used for treatment. At the same time, Qin Feng took out 1 billion yuan to repay the principal and his family. He is someone who knows how to repay kindness. The principal of No. 1 high school ended up in this disabled state to protect his sister. This is a fatal injury for martial artists, and the sense of frustration is extremely intense. Even if it costs 10 billion, Qin Feng will repay the principal of No. 1 high school for his kindness. Money is not an issue. After everything was arranged, Qin Feng dialed the Li family's number in Hong Kong again, ready to collect the energy stone and money. He found out that he had been blacklisted by the Li family's heiress and couldn't get through at all. Trying to default on my payment, what a Li family. Qin Feng prepared to head to Hong Kong to deal with the Li family and see why they were so confident to dare hang up on him. However, on the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Feng had not yet set out when Officer Yi arrived at his home. Qin Feng, there's an urgent incident on the 10,000 races battlefield. Do you have time to return? An urgent incident? Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. Alright, I'm on my way. Director Yi personally came, so the issue must be very serious. At this moment, Qin Shaoling finally made a decision to go to the Shenlong base together and train under Tangjin. Director Yi, can my girlfriend come along? Qin Feng asked Yi Qingtian's opinion. He wanted to bring Su Mang along to train at Shenlong. Even without stepping into the battlefield of the myriad races, training for a year or so in the heart of the beast territory yields greater progress than outside. No problem, her talent is quite good as well. She was once on our list of geniuses under observation. Yi Qingtian did not decline. Qin Feng looked at Su Mang, and Su Mang gently nodded in agreement. Nowadays, he has no relatives or friends in the city, and apart from Qin Feng being his only support, she simply cannot find any reason to stay with the Su family. A group of people boarded the warplane, heading to Shenlong. The phantom god crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. White clouds stretch endlessly, and the mountains rise layer upon layer. After several hours, the Shenlong base was finally reached. Someone will make arrangements for the two of them. Qin Feng, we will head directly to the second base to prepare for entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. Qin Shaoling and Su Mang disembarked from the fighter jet, while Qin Feng and Yi Qingtian continued forward. After another 5 or 6 hours, they arrived at the second base. Today, many martial artist squads gathered in the base's square, and groups of soldiers hurriedly set off one after another toward the depths of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Qin Feng knew that things were no longer simple. Last time, there weren't many people at the base, making it seem very quiet and deserted. But today, there are at least hundreds of martial artists and warriors. Moreover, every team is composed of elite warriors from the Shenlong organization. Officer Yi, what exactly happened? Qin Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity and spoke up. The location of our base has been discovered by other races, and currently, several races' demonic beasts are attacking this way. Yi Qingtian said solemnly, but that's not the most critical issue. Our people have detected that within the myriad races of demonic beasts, a super strong beast race powerhouse is rising. This morning, Commander Tang and other warlord level powerhouses have already gone in, but so far, no news has come back, and we can't get in touch with them. Qin Feng's expression became serious. Even a formidable warrior like Commander Tang, who went there, has also disappeared without a trace and cannot be contacted. It seems the situation is indeed very serious. What kind of great terror truly exists within the battlefield of all races? What kind of unsolved mysteries lie within? Qin Feng, we currently need a Grandmaster to hold the fort outside. Leave the attacking beast tribes here to you. Yi Qingtian's gaze carried a hint of solemnity as he said, if we don't hear back within a week, immediately notify the warriors of each squad to withdraw from the battlefield of 10,000 races and abandon the second base. Everything, you take command. Responsibility. Qin Feng, at this moment, felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Officer Yi, are you heading inside? Well, those above the 9th rank must obey the order and enter the interior of the 10,000 races battlefield. Yi Qingtian did not conceal. Not just us, but also other countries and many overseas martial artists. In the past few days, numerous strong individuals have ventured into that place. This is a significant challenge for the human race. After explaining everything, he leapt forward, leading a team composed of 9th rank experts, heading toward the snow-covered direction. Xin Feng watched a figure gradually fade into the distance, his eyelids twitching incessantly. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Captain Feng, we've scouted that the giant elephant beast tribe is only a little over 2,300 kilometers away from the base. How should we handle this? The members of the Divine Wind Squad appeared behind Xin Feng, awaiting orders. Once the base is contacted by the beast tribe, its location will be exposed. At that time, the beast tribe will swarm in to invade, and the base will undoubtedly face a frenzied assault. This poses a huge challenge to the defensive line of Xiao Nation. They must absolutely not discover the entrance to Xiao Nation, or humanity will be in grave danger. Kai, Little Bull, Cannon Strong, Wei, Huiwanhua, and Ahai, all 6 of them were fully equipped in heavy combat suits, each looking in excellent spirits. Kill them, Xin Feng said. Destroy the beast clan. We will never allow them to step in even 1 foot. Damn. He led the Divine Wind Squad, moving swiftly and flickering. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Figures flickered, heading toward unknown dangers. The kamikaze squad did not know that this departure would completely rewrite the fate of several individuals. Kill, flames, burn, huff, huff, huff. The battlefield of 10,000 races, 2,000 miles away from the 2nd Divine Dragon base. The kamikaze squad arrived here and happened to encounter a team from the giant elephant clan, leading to a battle between the two sides. Before the others could even make a move, over 100 enemies from the giant elephant clan were directly burned to death by Qin Feng's flames. Damn, it's a Grandmaster level expert. Hold the line, brothers. Minister, I'm retreating first. Ah, who the hell stepped on my nose? Don't push. Can you be polite? Don't you know to respect the elderly and care for the young? Let me go first, will you? The giant elephant tribe's ranks encountered Qin Feng, this great terror, and instantly fled in disarray, completely defeated. However, in the end, none escaped. Strength asterisk 10,000. Power asterisk 8,000. Power asterisk. The gains are minimal. Nowadays, every time he kills a minion, he can only pick up attributes worth a few thousand combat power. But this is understandable. The higher his level, the less he gains from killing lower level enemies. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Feng just stay in one place, level up to the max, and then go out to fight stronger opponents, becoming invincible? The Divine Wind Squad advanced all the way, and the beast tribes they encountered along the way almost couldn't escape the fate of being instantly killed. After several days, Qin Feng and the Divine Wind Squad had slain over 2,000 beasts. This number left the surrounding martial artist teams stunned. Qin Feng's performance left all the teams dumbfounded, becoming a topic of conversation during their leisure time. This guy is simply a monstrous level powerhouse. At the same age, he behaves like a war god, almost like a dimensional reduction strike coming here. Other squads hardly had any chance to show their skills. Sometimes, when the kamikaze squad ran into other squads, team member Ahai would boast to everyone he met. These past few days, Wind Captain and I teamed up to kill thousands of giant elephant beast soldiers. Impressive, right? Impressive, you're amazing. The other party gave him a thumbs up. Inner thoughts, ha, you think I don't know? It was all thanks to your captain that the giant elephant tribe along the way was wiped out. What does it have to do with you? You're still bragging here. If my grandma teamed up with Qin Feng, she could win effortlessly too. In this situation, even a dog could win. Due to Qin Feng's outstanding performance, in the following days, Qin Feng ventured alone and separated from the Xinfeng squad for independent action. He alone can guard an entire area. On this day, after Qin Feng wiped out several squads of the giant elephant clan, the Divine Wind Squad contacted Qin Feng. Captain Feng, something terrible has happened. A beast army has appeared in the White Sand continent, and our people have suffered countless casualties. Shanyo from the Divine Wind Squad spoke hurriedly, not even finishing his sentence before abruptly hanging up the call. The situation is extremely urgent. Qin Feng immediately flew towards the location indicated on the map. Now, he had already grown into a Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, and traveling 1,000 miles a day was no longer a challenge. About half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at a flat wasteland. Below lies a massive pit, resembling a crater created by an atomic bomb. The pit is tens of meters deep. Inside the pit, human warriors and beast clans are engaged in fierce combat. The beast clans consist of more than one type of beast. In addition to the giant elephant clan and the snake clan, there were even humanoid demon beasts never seen before, also engaged in fierce battles, participating in the encirclement and killing of the human clan. Retreat! We can't retreat, it's too late. Break through the encirclement and rendezvous with Team Feng. Brother Kai, hold on, I'm coming to save you right away. Watch out for the Sky Eye. The kamikaze squad members were besieged by terrifying beasts, with blood splattering firing every second, staining the ground red. The scene was filled with overlapping screams, utterly tragic. Various corpses piled together, forming a small hill. Just as Qin Feng arrived, a dark fissure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the giant pit. Some of the fighting humans and beasts were unknowingly swallowed by the dark fissure, sucked directly inside. Xiao Wei, ahai! Big Ken and Chang, grab my hand quickly. The members of the kamikaze squad also disappeared into the rift along with the crowd, unable to escape. This scene shocked everyone, and they hurriedly rushed toward the ground. But there were too many beasts, making it nearly impossible for human warriors to escape. The people at the bottom continuously became sacrifices, swallowed by the dark fissure. Ice, crack, crack. Just as people were plunged into crisis, Qin Feng unleashed his frost domination aura, freezing all the beast clans within the giant pit. Captain Feng is here. Shan Yo showed a look of relief after surviving the ordeal. The appearance of Qin Feng made the crowd feel as if they had found a lifeline. One by one, the surviving warriors climbed out of the giant pit in a sorry state. As for those beast clans, under Qin Feng's mental control, they were all obliterated. Boom! When the ice sculpture shattered, the dark fissure at the bottom of the giant pit generated a massive pull, sucking all the corpses inside. Qin Feng was quite shocked as he looked at the giant pit. What kind of existence could this be? Could it be like a black hole, devouring everything? He could only vaguely sense a terrifying aura emanating from within. Captain Feng, our people were sucked into the rift. Xiaowei, Depeo Chang, and even Ahai and the others, they've all disappeared. Sob. Xianyo, panting heavily, reported this, and as he spoke, tears suddenly streamed down his face. It's my fault, I couldn't take care of them, it's all my fault. Chen Kai lowered his head in self-reproach, pounding the ground with his fist, his heart filled with immense pain. The kamikaze squad, who once spent their days and nights together and fought side by side, suddenly had only the two of them left. The others were all gone. Desolate. Sorry, I'm late. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression first froze, then he fell into deep thought. He stared intently at the crack, unable to see what was inside. The kamikaze squad disbanded, and he felt worse than anyone else. Because he was the captain, and now, he was still alive and well, while his team members were either dead or missing. This was a blow to him. Look, what is that? Amidst the sorrow of the crowd, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Down below, within the dark crevice, a fist-sized energy stone slowly rose. The energy stone was filled with a mysterious hue, seemingly containing an extremely abundant energy. Everyone was restless and distracted, and even Qin Feng felt waves in his heart as he prepared to step forward and explore. However, just as Qin Feng was about to make his move, a sudden surge of violent power came from behind. Get out of the way! Qin Feng shouted, turning around and throwing a punch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A terrifying blade intent transformed into a shocking tidal wave, surging with unmatched force, directly tearing through the space. Fortunately, Qin Feng's punch was powerful enough to block the blade without any danger. Otherwise, the group of people around him would have all been severed by this mysterious blade intent. Looking again, the dark figure had already appeared above the dark fissure of the giant pit. It was a demonic beast. Mantis clan. This mantis demon beast has two massive wings, resembling an elderly person hunched over, with arms and legs. However, its limbs are particularly peculiar, as if transformed into sharp blades, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent with every movement. TSK, 3 years. I've waited 3 years, and finally, I've waited long enough, ha. The Mantis clan ignored Qin Feng and the others, directly swallowing the high-grade energy stone they had obtained. His aura is so strong, his combat power surpasses that of a Grandmaster. A psychic master analyzed in terror. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. At the moment he fought with the Mantis leader, he already knew that this creature was no ordinary being. Whether in terms of speed or explosive power, it can be considered at the level of a human Grandmaster, even far surpassing a Grandmaster. Gah! When the high-grade energy stone entered its body, the next moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and a purple beam of light shot skyward from the fissure. The Mantis leader stood in the center of the beam, roaring toward the sky. Its hysterical roar made one's scalp tingle. Void Evolution Hunter, hunt to your heart's content. Buzz! As this strange voice echoed, the Mantis leader within the pillar of light suddenly erupted with immense vitality and blood energy. In the sky, the winds surged and clouds gathered. The originally gray sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. The drifting clouds dispersed, energy accumulated, and the Mantis leader was undergoing the miraculous baptism of the purple light beam. The next second, a surging energy shockwave erupted. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the Mantis leader was crazily breaking through. Transcendence? Qin Feng glanced down at the opponent, who had stepped from master-level combat power into transcendence in just 1 second. What a maddening speed of evolution. Oh no, the beast army is here. No, it's the evolved beast tribe army. Someone screamed, and around Qin Feng and the others, a massive wave of beast armies was closing in from all directions. The light beams from the giant pit's crevice continuously emitted faint rays, illuminating the approaching beast army. Divine light shines everywhere. Sizzle. Every beast warrior struck by the light is actually evolving on the spot. From 5th rank to 6th rank, 7th rank to 8th rank. All the beasts have simultaneously undergone large-scale evolution. It's over, they've temporarily evolved. This light enhances the beasts. We're doomed. Not only that, the leader of the giant elephant clan has also arrived, and the leader of the snake clan as well. Human warriors turned pale at the sight of the terrifying lineup of the beast clan. The most fatal thing was that the leader of the mantis clan was still undergoing a frenzied evolution. Today, they were doomed for sure. The crowd was in a panic, but only Qin Feng remained calm, gazing at the crack at the bottom of the giant pit. What exactly is that towering purple beam of light? What kind of energy or substance is it that it could enhance the mantis leader's strength so significantly in such a short time? And also, the eerie voice that came from the crack just now, who on earth could have spoken it? What kind of mysterious entity lies beneath the crack? Humans, are you ready to embrace the arrival of death? Bang! At this moment, the leader of the mantis tribe finally completed its evolution. A pair of dark, venomous eyes locked onto Qin Feng, as if it intended to hunt down the strongest human. We're doomed. The number of the beast army is at least 50,000. They're here to hunt us. It seems there's no escape today. Get ready to fight them. Our failure this time will signal the collapse of the human race's first line of defense. Once the base's location is exposed, they will occupy it sooner or later. By then, Kunlun will face the most severe test in its history. In the face of the massive beast army, the human side had fewer than 100 warriors left. Among them, the strongest was only at the lower 8th rank. Everyone had mentally prepared themselves for a fight to the death. This battle today was destined to leave no chance of walking out alive. Although there is Qin Feng, the super genius, here, the other side not only has the newly evolved mantis tribe leader but also other beast tribe leaders. The strength of those leaders is all above the master level, and there are at least a dozen of them. Such an astonishing force cannot be dealt with unless a warlord level human comes to help. The disparity in strength is just too great. The crowd's expressions were filled with despair. At this moment, they had little hope that the warriors would come to save them. This was because the powerful figures above the level of warriors were all inside the battlefield of the myriad races. Who could have predicted that today a massive army of beasts would gather outside to launch a large-scale attack on them? Everything happened too suddenly. Leaders of the giant elephants and the serpents, you are late. I have achieved glorious evolution. TSK TSK TSK. Will you choose to submit or to oppose me? Without paying attention to the humans immediately, the mantis leader instead turned to look at the leaders of the giant elephant and serpent clans, speaking in a hollow voice. The leader of the giant elephant swung its trunk and then said, "The giant elephant clan will henceforth follow the orders of the mantis clan." Good. And what about you? The mantis leader asked the serpent leader. The leader of the snake clan gave the same answer as the giant elephant clan. Although unwilling, they had no choice but to accept the others' enslavement for survival. The battlefield of all races is just that cruel. Whoever seizes the opportunity first can undergo the baptism of evolution and enslave other races. Good, very good. The leader of the mantis clan laughed heartily. My people, let us hunt the humans. Slaughter them all. This world will ultimately be ruled by us. Hunt the humans, rule the world. Hunt the humans, rule the world. Hunt the human race. Tens of thousands of beasts roared in unison, and one figure after another closed in on the human warriors. Qin Feng and the others were heavily surrounded. They were trapped in a dire situation. Charge! Let's fight to our heart's content. Honorable Lord Mantis, dealing with these inferior races is something we can handle. There's no need to trouble you to take action. Then let me see your loyalty. Go ahead. TSK TSK. Rumble. The beast army launched their offensive. The giant elephant leader stepped forward, causing the earth to quake and mountains to tremble, as if nothing could withstand the beast legion. The vast army made the human warriors furrow their brows tightly. Today, my life ends here, but I'll still fight them. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is a profit. I'm going all out. It's do or die. We can't let them look down on us. If we die with dignity. The mission to annihilate the beast clan is not yet complete. I hope those who come after us will face the challenge without fear. Come, hammer them. Although I don't want to die, I can't find a reason to take a step back. Being able to join the ranks of those protecting humanity, my life as Chen Kai has been worth it. Brother Kai, this time we really died on the same year, same month, and same day. As your brother, I have no regrets in death. Haha. The human warriors were prepared to face certain death. Even in battle, they would fight to the bitter end. Never compromise or surrender to the beast race. The most glorious day in a person's life is not the day of achieving fame and success. It is the day when, in the face of darkness and fear, you still have the desire and courage to challenge it. A warrior should be like this. A warrior does not fear challenges, even in death. It must be glorious and magnificent. Everyone, today, I will lead you out alive. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had come to his senses, finally spoke. He stepped forward and said, "The human race will never be enslaved. I will protect the human race from any invasion. No beast race shall cross the line by even a single step." His words were sonorous and powerful, resonating loudly, making them clearly audible within a radius of 10 miles. Everyone looked up one after another. At this this moment, Qin Feng was unleashing a terrifying force of vitality and blood. Boom! The icy dominance surged forward relentlessly, instantly freezing hundreds of the leading beasts, reducing them to ashes with a mere wave of his hand. Captain Feng, Qin Feng, well done, we'll follow your lead. Battle! Qin Feng's words ignited hope among the crowd. Ice abilities? The Mantis tribe leader's gaze turned icy cold as he observed Qin Feng's moves. Kill them! At a single command, the army swarmed forward. Tens of thousands of demonic beast troops trampled the earth, raising billowing clouds of dust. Come! Qin Feng was not polite either. With a swift step, flames erupted and burned. Ah! Fire element ability. He is a duel attribute powerhouse. Many of the rampaging beast clan members were directly burned to death by Qin Feng's flames, and for a moment, wails of agony echoed everywhere. Power asterisk 5000. Power asterisk 5000. Strength asterisk 7000. With each strike, Qin Feng gained tens of thousands or even over 100,000 in power. The rate of gain was extremely impressive. Let me do it. The giant elephant leader stepped into the void and suddenly threw a fierce punch. On the fist, an astonishing force erupted, stacking at least 3 million units of combat power. Moreover, with each step forward, the power increased rapidly. By the time the fist approached Qin Feng, the combat power of this punch had reached an astounding 5 million. Boom! Its colossal elephant strength greatly boosts combat power. Moreover, its defense is terrifyingly formidable, completely ignoring Qin Feng's flames and striking directly at the heart. Die for me! Qin Feng roared in fury, blood flowing like a river. With the giant ape's bloodline combined with the power of body cultivation, all attributes of the body have fully evolved, becoming countless times stronger than before. His casual punch surpassed 6 million combat power. With a resounding bang, the space trembled, and the massive body of the giant elephant leader was sent flying. How do you possess the power of the giant elephant? The giant elephant leader spoke in shock. Qin Feng's strength actually contained the unique power of their giant elephant clan. This is incredible. Do you believe me if I say I'm cheating? Softly uttered, Qin Feng's figure paused, and within 0 seconds, he appeared behind the leader of the giant elephant clan. Immediately, he slashed out with a blade. The crescent moon blade, with its perfect blade intent, annihilates everything. Snort! Even the leader of the giant elephant clan, with its extremely strong defense, could not escape death. Its body was directly split in half, dying with its eyes wide open. Ding! Strength asterisk 70,000. Vitality and blood asterisk 20,000. Pick up the power of the giant elephant. Gain double base amplification. Pick up the opponent's talent. Defense asterisk 500. One strike, 999. Qin Feng was astonished by the attributes revealed. They were unexpectedly abundant. Silence. Not far away, the Mantis tribe leader flying high in the sky flapped its wings silently, watching Qin Feng. This human was even more powerful than he had imagined. A master-level beast tribe leader couldn't survive more than 3 seconds in his hands, which was beyond expectation. Humans, today, you shall die. Let's enjoy a good hunt, you lowly humans. However, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he became even more exhilarated. With a shout, the Mantis tribe leader personally joined the fray, flapping its wings and producing a mechanical sound like the rotor blades of a helicopter. Speed, so fast it makes one's heart tremble. The remaining beasts were loyal to their leader, closely following and launching another dense wave of attacks. The beast army surged like a tide, with every beast possessing combat power above the 5th rank. Such a massive beast army was enough to devour 10 first-tier human cities. Don't even think about succeeding. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't surrender without a fight. He unleashed the full power of his blood and energy, releasing the domineering force of mysterious ice. Any beast soldiers who approached him were instantly frozen without exception. The world grew colder, and within a radius of 10 miles, it became a realm of ice and snow. Pure white frost descended like the arrival of winter, plunging all living beings into a frigid snowy landscape. Ka. The beast soldiers were gradually frozen, but the beast tribe seemed possessed, recklessly charging forward without fear. The orders of the beast tribe leader were absolute. They only obeyed, with no concept of retreat. Pave the way for the king. Charge, devour them. 100, 1,000, 2,000. The beast soldiers frozen by Qin Feng's frost tyrant aura kept increasing. There are some rather formidable beast soldiers who can still ride the wind in waves, with visibly strong defenses, especially the powerful ones from the Snake Clan, who, when frost covers the ground, spit venom to melt the solid ice. Die! Qin Feng raised his hand and wiped out tens of thousands of beast soldiers again. Your opponent is me. The leader of the Mantis tribe had a ferocious appearance, its strange eyes resembling starry gemstones, reflecting Qin Feng's figure. It aimed at Qin Feng and suddenly launched an attack by flapping its wings, raising its scythe-like arms to unleash a devastating wind slash. At this moment, Qin Feng had expended quite a bit of his energy and blood, but he dared not be careless. He quickly summoned his crescent blade, slashing it down in front of him. A clanging sound echoed as sparks flew in the air. The intense clash of the first strike caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. The strength of the Mantis leader was incredibly powerful. Gaga, you've also comprehended the
blade intent. I underestimated you. The mantis leader's wings moved again, and its speed suddenly more than doubled compared to before. With a whoosh, it disappeared from its original spot. Seeing this astonishing speed, Xin Feng was somewhat startled, but he still remained very confident. The mantis clan leader, who hesitated for a second, had already reached behind Xin Feng, raising the scythe of death high and revealing a white gleam. Snort! It intended to strike and sever Qin Feng's head in one blow. You think you're fast? Just as it was confidently certain of victory, Qin Feng suddenly smiled, then drew his blade and swung it backward. In an instant, surging power skyrocketed directly to 10 million. Boom! He had been waiting for a long time, just to deliver a fatal blow when the opponent let their guard down. What? The Mantis tribe leader was shocked, finally realizing that he had underestimated this human speed and explosive power. This acceleration and explosive force were terrifying. The surging vitality left the Mantis tribe leader ashen-faced, and in the next moment, the long blade struck down, shattering its scythe with a resounding crack. Clang! The Mantis tribe leader winced in pain, completely enraged. I want you dead 100 times. Really? Say that again? With a calm expression, Qin Feng abandoned the blade for his fists, flashing in front of the Mantis leader. His flower-shifting palm descended, blending illusion and reality, deceiving the eye. The leader of the Mantis clan is not to be trifled with. After evolving, its strength has become even more formidable. It swung its scythe-like claws, slashing toward Qin Feng. It was as if the sharpest blade in the world, possessing the power to cleave through everything. With a single claw strike, it surpassed tens of millions in combat power. Screech! Because he charged too far forward, Qin Feng's abdomen was slashed by the lightning-fast scythe-like claws, immediately leaving a blood-red knife wound. Defense effect 30%. Counter damage effect 16%. At this moment, his shifting flower palm showed no mercy, seizing the opportunity to strike the Mantis leader. The Mantis leader was very cunning, using its hard wings to block. Clang! Both their bodies resembled steel. However, one of the Mantis leader's wings had already caved in, clearly unable to withstand Qin Feng's full force attack. Looking at Qin Feng again, it was just a superficial wound, nothing serious at all. Damn it, what is your body made of? How is it tougher than mine? The Mantis leader couldn't help but curse at Qin Feng. This guy's speed, strength, and defense were all on par with his. Logically speaking, this absolutely shouldn't be the case. At this age, there is simply no human who can rival him. I'm not only tougher than you physically, but in every other way too. Slightly pleased with himself, Qin Feng stepped into the void and launched a frontal attack, not giving the Mantis leader a chance to rest. Finishing off the opponent as soon as possible is the most important thing. Watch me chop you down. The Mantis leader's side-like claws emitted a white glow. Both sides clashed fiercely, shattering the mountains and rivers. Bang! Qin Feng picked up a massive rock and hurled it at the Mantis leader, who effortlessly sliced it in half with its claws, as easily as cutting a watermelon. What sharp blades! In the midst of the battle, Qin Feng experienced the terror of the Mantis leader. Its scythe-like claws were the most terrifying. In the previous round, a large mountain behind Qin Feng had been leveled by them. Its strength was at least 12 million combat power. Terrifying. But Qin Feng was not a 3-year-old child, with the bloodline of the giant ape, the strength of the giant elephant, and a twofold amplification. He gritted his teeth and forcibly pushed his combat power to over 13 million, surpassing the Mantis leader by a notch. No destruction, no creation. Qin Feng utilized the maximum acceleration of the Phantom Shadow technique, surpassing the speed of sound to rush above the Mantis leader's head, then launched a rapid attack downward. The moment he threw the punch, his arm became thicker than a large tree, appearing overwhelmingly ferocious. What incredible speed! After dozens of rounds without being able to defeat Qin Feng, the Mantis leader was no longer calm. This time, as Qin Feng charged forward, its exhausted body couldn't possibly dodge in an instant and could only fight with its back against the wall. Let's go down together, you despicable human! A streak of bright light flickered on the scythe. It bent down to gather strength, then flapped its wings and shot out. Two unstoppable blade winds tore through the firmament, soaring straight to the heavens, seeking to split the heavens. Buzz! The air was directly sliced apart, and the sheer domineering sharpness tore through the sky like a tornado. Within a radius of 10 miles, all the people in Beast Tribe armies were utterly stunned. This move was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of perfection, a level of mastery beyond imagination. Boom crack! The strongest punch collides with the sharpest blade. One is domineering, the other is sharp. Ah! Die! Both are shouting, with relentless power crazily surging out from their bodies. Bang bang bang! One towering mountain after another collapsed, and 100-meter-tall giant tree after another was snapped by the shockwave. The ground trembled, mountains swayed, landslides and fissures erupted, and all humans and beast soldiers fell into chaos, scrambling to find cover and lie low, not daring to face the storm of the strong head-on. The battlefield turned into the eye of a tornado, with two forces clashing against each other, evenly matched, fighting with extraordinary intensity. Anyone who falters at this moment will face certain death. How can this kid's vitality and blood be so strong? I just don't believe it. The Mantis tribe leader looked at Qin Feng, thinking with difficulty. Qin Feng also stared at the Mantis leader. Why isn't this monster letting up? If this continues, my vitality and blood will be completely drained. His vitality and blood are a fatal problem. Nearly 600,000 calories, 7 to 8,000 calories had already been consumed during the previous beast extermination. Now, every second, the consumption of vitality exceeds several thousand calories. The rate of depletion is like a broken faucet that can't be stopped. At most, he can only hold on for another half a minute. Damn Snake Tribe leader, hurry up and help. At this moment, the Mantis Tribe leader was the first to call for reinforcements. Behind him, the Snake Tribe leader hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Oh, coming right away. By the way, my venom." The Mantis leader's words, though unintentional, immediately inspired Qin Feng. His eyes shifted, then he looked down at the Mantis Tribe leader and slowly opened his mouth. "What do you want to do?" The Mantis Tribe leader was shocked. What was this human doing? Opening his mouth at this moment, was he planning something sinister? Bah! Qin Feng didn't waste words with him and directly spat a mouthful of saliva onto the Mantis Tribe leader's face. "What the hell are you doing? Can't win, so you spit to disgust me? Isn't that a bit despicable?" The victimized Mantis Tribe leader wanted to curse. This human, so disgusting. But the next second, he was wrong, because its face emitted a sizzling corrosive sound. "Ah, my face, my face." The insane venom took effect, and even the powerful Mantis leader could not resist the damage of the terrifying magic. In less than 5 seconds, the Mantis leader began to react. His face gradually melted, as if 10,000 needles were piercing it, and his defenses instantly collapsed. Bang! After being deflated, it could no longer fight and was forcibly punched underground by Qin Feng's fist. 100 feet of dust rose into the air, resembling a nuclear explosion. The Mantis leader endured a punch from Qin Feng with a combat power of 13 million, creating a massive crater in the ground. Power asterisk 150000. Speed asterisk 500. Vitality asterisk 50,000. Acquire opponent's talent. Comprehend max level blade intent. System blade intent automatically upgrades to annihilation blade intent. Defense asterisk 10,000. A series of attributes fell to the ground, making Qin Feng even more powerful. "Leader, I'm here." At this moment, the Snake Tribe leader had just arrived to provide support, only to see Qin Feng standing on the corpse of the Mantis leader. So, he immediately turned around and ran. "Leader, I'm leaving again." Unable to win, it's better to slip away first. However, just as he started to move, a chilling blade intent came from behind. The head of the Serpent clan leader flew off just like that. One strike, instant annihilation. High above in the distant sky, 2 foreign figures gazed down indifferently, as if gods were looking down on all living beings with disdain. "Sir, everything is progressing as planned. Unfortunately, that guy with the surname Tang isn't here." "Very good. With him absent, we've avoided a lot of trouble. These ants from Xia country can all be crushed with one hand." The two moved lightly, as if celestial beings traversing the void, covering 10 miles in a single step. Power asterisk 80,000. Speed asterisk 200. Health asterisk 10,000. Acquire opponent's talent. Comprehend venom attribute. Toxicity increased 5-fold. Overestimating oneself. Qin Feng originally didn't intend to kill the Snake Tribe leader so quickly, but since the opponent came to him, he wouldn't hold back. Farming attributes is better than anything else. His vitality had recovered somewhat, and now dealing with the other beast soldiers was a piece of cake. The strongest Mantis leader at the transformation level had already been killed by him. As for the remaining beast soldiers, it's a breeze. What kind of monster is this human? The leader is dead? Oh my god, what do we do now? Someone save us. Beast clan, heed my command. From now on, I am your new leader. He is already at the end of his strength, with little energy left. Everyone, charge with me and wipe out the human clan. Amid the panic within the beast clan, a beast clan grandmaster stepped forward to rally the troops, leading nearly 10,000 soldiers to charge at Qin Feng. Charge! However, when it was halfway through the charge, it realized that it was the only one charging in the entire field. The other beast soldiers were all cowering on the ground, trembling. Whoa, damn. The beast master was instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment. What about the promised trust? "Big brother, I was just joking. Can you give me a chance?" It begged Qin Feng for mercy, claiming it was just a moment of impulse, and even swore that it would never dare to do it again, promising to behave properly and so on. But Qin Feng's response was a single slash. From a distance, one slash. The blade intent of annihilation, the kill of annihilation. Swoosh! The head of the beast clan master flew into the sky. Even in death, it never expected to be taken down by Qin Feng with a single strike from hundreds of meters away. This human, so terrifying. Your leader's ultimate move is truly effective. Qin Feng gave a slight smile to the beast tribe soldiers and waved his hand the next second. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Invisible blades of wind swept out, transforming into sharp weapons, mercilessly slaughtering within the field. Ah, what kind of move is this? Quickly, hide. Spare me, I'm just a worker. The scene was filled with screams as heads were suddenly severed without warning. Qin Feng's blade intent, capable of taking an enemy's head from a distance through sheer will, had reached perfection. Amid the chaos, some soldiers from the beast army cunningly
fled. Qin Feng, upon seeing this, used fire attributes to seal off the battlefield. The scene turned into a blazing inferno. The flames clinging to the beast soldiers could not be extinguished. Now, his fire had evolved into an inextinguishable flame. The undying flame, eternal and unextinguishable. Once it touches something, it cannot be extinguished until it turns to ashes. In half a minute, the entire beast army was annihilated. With this move, Qin Feng gained over 90 million combat power. Its own combat power, when combined, has already exceeded 100 million. Over 100 million. Terrifying. This number is astonishing. He himself did not expect to gain such a tremendous harvest. Annihilating the opponent brought me such outrageous benefits. His face was filled with ecstatic joy. I'm not sure about the combat power standards of a warlord, but now, at the level of a grandmaster in the transformation realm, there are almost no people who can defeat me. Confidence right now. Qin Feng exuded a fervent confidence. The only pity is that his combat power has soared too quickly, but his vitality is far behind. A large number of beast soldiers, due to their own weak vitality, were killed by him without dropping any vitality attributes. This has led to him gaining very little and developing unevenly. In simple terms, Qin Feng is seriously unbalanced in his abilities. Host, Qin Feng. Speed, 1500 meters per second. Vitality, 750,000/cal. Strength, 150 million/kg. Talent level, LV19. Attributes, Extinction Blade Intent, Sword Intent, Intermediate. Bloodline, Giant Ape Bloodline, Evolvable. Physique, Golden Physique, Evolvable. Attributes, Fire Attribute, Eternal Flame, Ice Attribute. Martial skills, Storm Fury Slash, Perfected. Heaven Shaking 9 Fists, Perfected. Thunder Whirlwind Kick, Perfected. Giant Elephant Body Refining Technique, Perfected. Flower Shifting Palm, Perfected. Furious Emperor Slash, Perfected. Wind Breaking Kill, Perfected. Phantom Movement Technique, Proficient. Insane Venom, Advanced. We survived. We survived. Qin Feng, well done. You are our savior. Qin Feng, please accept my salute. We held the defense line of Xia Nation. It was all thanks to Qin Feng that we managed to do it. Amazing. The martial warriors of Xia Nation, upon seeing the crisis being stopped single-handedly by Qin Feng, all embraced each other and cheered with joy. Before the great battle, their survival rate was 0.000000001%. But in this situation where there was almost no hope of survival, Qin Feng displayed unparalleled skills, single-handedly turning the tide. Moreover, he crushed the demon beast army composed of tens of thousands of demon beasts with overwhelming force. What happened today is simply a miracle. They witnessed the miracle unfold, becoming direct participants in this extraordinary event, and everyone felt incredibly excited and honored. In their later years, when they recall this experience, they will still feel their blood boil and their eyes fill with tears. The youthful struggles and unyielding spirit wrote a brilliant martial arts life. Everyone thanked Qin Feng. Nothing is more worth celebrating than surviving a catastrophe. However, just as everyone was celebrating without restraint, an unusual movement came from the dark fissure beneath the giant pit. The heavenly eye has reopened, someone shouted, and everyone stopped, looking toward the dark fissure. Qin Feng also focused intently on the giant pit. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot down from the sky, its target unmistakably the heavenly eye. Bang! As the massive smoke dissipated, the dark fissure was slowly opening. Reopened. Just now, after the Mantis tribe leader completed its evolution, Qin Feng remembered it automatically closed. But now, it's open again. Who is in the sky? The crowd collectively looked up at the sky. In the gray, hazy sky, two foreign figures appeared. Both were middle-aged men standing 2 meters tall, one around 50 years old and the other approximately 40, draped in noble white cloaks. On the cloaks, the striking golden characters Northern Alliance were engraved. It gave off an overwhelming sense of dominance befitting those long accustomed to power. North Alliance. They are people of the North Alliance. No, he. Someone's voice trembled, stammering as they revealed the other's identity. He is also Officer Carl of the North Alliance. And there's Deputy General Manning. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. Because everyone had heard these two names. Officer Carl is one of the 10 great eagles of the Northern Alliance, at the rank of Battle General. Once single-handedly annihilated 2 warlord-level giant beasts on the battlefield of myriad races, achieving remarkable military exploits and striking fear into the hearts of the Beast Clan. Deputy General Manning, deputy of the Northern Alliance military SBI organization, broke through to the Transformation Realm 10 years ago, holding the record as the youngest Transformation Realm master on Earth. Now, 2 peerless foreign powerhouses have stepped into the battlefield of myriad races in Xia country, and everyone feels immense pressure emanating from them. Sir, how should we deal with this group of ants? Business comes first. After we finish our task, we can eliminate them. Yes. The two ignored the martial artists of the Xia kingdom, clearly not taking Qin Feng and his group seriously. Officer Carl took out a purple energy stone from his body and then threw it into the void fissure within the giant pit. Soon, the fissure seemed seemed to be forcibly pulled open by some kind of power. As before, a high-grade energy stone rose from the dark rift. Immediately after, a beam of light shot toward the sky, its dense energy captivating and stirring the heart. It seems the Sky Eye, after absorbing enough human blood, can still emit a considerable amount of energy. I'll enjoy it first, and you take care of these foolish ants. Commander Carl licked the corner of his mouth and flew above the Sky Eye, ready to receive the baptism of the light beam's energy. As long as he obtains this energy, he will become twice, or even 3 times, stronger than he is now. Alright. Deputy Commander Ma Ning headed toward Qin Feng and the others, ready to kill what he saw as a group of weak ants. Was the beast army brought here by you? At this moment, Qin Feng, who had seen through the truth of the entire situation, spoke to the approaching Deputy Commander Ma Ning. The other party appeared at this moment, clearly revealing a long-planned conspiracy. Poor creatures of Xia Kingdom, sorry, we need people to blood sacrifice the Heavenly Eye, and you just happen to be here, so we're making use of local resources. Apologies for the inconvenience. Deputy General Ma Ning wore a mocking expression, completely unapologetic. Who told you to be weak trash? Speak up, how do you want to die? He asked Qin Feng, just like a professional boxer questioning a child who couldn't even truss a chicken. He regarded Qin Feng as one of the weak. In his eyes, anyone below the transcendent realm is nothing but an ant. So it turns out my brothers were all harmed by you. You are unforgivable. Also, people of the Xia Kingdom are not ants. Today, you will pay the price for your arrogant words. Thinking of the kamikaze squad being sucked into the eye of heaven, Qin Feng couldn't stay calm, and a surge of anger erupted from the depths of his heart. Deputy General Ma Ning still wore a smile on his face. Just a useless nobody like you? You don't even have the right to be angry. People of the Xia Kingdom are nothing but worthless trash for me to bully. He extended his large hand, capable of unleashing a combat power of 20 million with just a single motion. Incredibly terrifying. But Qin Feng's next counterattack left him utterly shocked, his pupils reflecting a deathly despair. Deputy General Ma Ning struck with the force of tens of millions of kilograms, his massive hand covering the sky. If it were an ordinary martial artist being struck like this, even 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. But just as he thought he could easily crush this young man from Xia country with a casual strike, suddenly, a fierce and chilling blade intent surged forth. In the blink of an eye, it severed his outstretched arm. He let out a startled scream, recoiling in shock, but it was already too late. A massive, powerful fist swiftly struck his chest. He instinctively used his other hand to block, but it was only then that he realized the gap in strength between him and Qin Feng was too vast. War General? Letting out a muffled groan in midair, Deputy Ma Ning's eyes widened in shock as he was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, above the Sky Eye, Commander Carl was preparing the prelude to absorb energy. Just as he entered the beam of light to begin absorption, he felt a tremendous force coming from behind. So he turned his head and saw Ma Ning flying over. He was sent flying by someone. He reached out with one hand, grabbed Deputy Ma Ning, and questioned, "What happened to you?" Being interrupted at this moment, Deputy Carl was very angry. Even if it was his partner, he had to give him a scolding. It was evident that Deputy General Ma Ning had blood at the corner of his mouth. Weakly pointing in that direction, he said, "It wasn't me, it was him." After saying this, Deputy General Ma Ning breathed his last. Strength * 200000, Vitality * 30,000, Defense * 1,000. Pick up opponent's talent. Master Chi burst fist. Simple attributes. Qin Feng took them into his pocket. Officer Carl's icy gaze shot over, his eyes almost splitting with rage. "Kid from Xia, so you're this strong. I thought you were just like them, all trash, but I didn't expect you to play the fool to catch the tiger. But I'll let you live 3 more minutes. After 3 minutes, I'll take your pathetic life." Right now, absorbing energy is the priority, leaving no time to deal with Qin Feng. Otherwise, missing this time period would be a complete waste of energy. This is the Heavenly Eye he had long awaited and opened after expending countless efforts. Nothing is more important than absorbing energy. Do you want to stay out of it? Qin Feng shouted coldly, wielding the crescent moon blade as he charged toward Officer Carl. The intent of annihilation, the kill of annihilation. Boom crack. A battle power exceeding 100 million surged wildly. However, the light pillar merely trembled slightly, and Officer Carl, who was bathing within the pillar, remained completely unharmed. Can't be hurt. Can't hurt the opponent at all. This energy beam is so amazing. What exactly is this substance? Qin Feng was a bit anxious. The other party stayed inside without coming out, continuously absorbing energy. Once he finished absorbing it and emerged after completing his evolution, Qin Feng would find it very difficult to deal with him, because Carl himself was already a super strong warrior at the Warlord level. If his strength increased 2 or 3 times, no one would be his match. Even if Qin Feng cheated, it would be impossible to cross such a huge level gap to kill the opponent. Ha, fool, do you think you can shatter the barrier of the Sky Eye with brute force? At this moment, Officer Carl laughed heartily. Unless you possess the blood and energy of a war god, you can't shake this barrier. Otherwise, just obediently watch me absorb it, and then I'll come out and crush you ants from Xia Nation. He was extremely smug, thinking that the warriors of Xia Nation were foolish and ignorant. When he comes out, he will mercilessly slaughter these lowly people of Xia Nation. What should we do? Even if we run now, we won't be able to escape at all. A powerful warrior can cover 10 miles in a single step. Even if we scatter and flee, we won't escape his grasp. We're doomed this time. The war generals of the Northern Alliance are so shameless, resorting to humiliating and torturing us. It's too despicable. We must leave evidence so our generals can avenge us. The warriors of the Xia Kingdom were both panicked and filled with righteous indignation. They are both of the human race, and on the battlefield of myriad races, it is an unspoken rule for all humanity to stand united against the myriad demonic beasts. However, foreign martial artists often betray martial artists from other countries for personal gain. In the martial arts world, occasional friction between both sides is normal. Usually, everyone turns a blind eye as long as the actions are not too excessive. But today, the other side brazenly came to slaughter them, using their lives as a blood sacrifice to the Heavenly Eye, thereby exploiting a special method to open the Heavenly Eye and extract energy for their own benefit. This behavior is too vile. It has already reached the level of being anti-human. What's more, Carl is a warrior. Doing such a thing is utterly disgraceful. Who wouldn't be angry? Qin Feng is no exception. He is also a person of flesh and blood. The kamikaze squad he leads consists of genius-level members. But today, the opponent set a trap, lured in a beast army, and caused the deaths of 4 kamikaze squad members as well as other warrior fighters from Xia Nation. This grievance he cannot endure. A flame of anger burned in his heart. Qin Feng stared at Carl intently, his eyes almost bleeding with hatred. What was frustrating was that he could do nothing about it. The opponent was stronger than him and was still absorbing energy. Once Carl emerged after his transformation, Qin Feng would be in grave danger, with little chance of survival. Headache. Officer Carl laughed heartily in the beam of light, smug and overjoyed. Once the time was up, all the martial artists from the Xia Kingdom would be slaughtered by him, and he might even collect their heads as trophies. This was his peculiar hobby, ruthless and nearly psychopathic. Just as Qin Feng was at his wit's end, his body suddenly trembled. It was as if there was a force ahead, guiding him forward. He was puzzled inside, but the next second, Qin Feng's mind became clear, and he tried heading toward the pillar of light. What are you trying to do? Officer Carl's eyes widened as he saw Qin Feng flying over eagerly. However, Qin Feng ignored him and barged straight in. What are you doing? You want to compete with me for energy? Haha, how naive. Officer Carl couldn't help but laugh. The energy of the sky can only be absorbed by one unit at a time. This is common knowledge for warriors. You think you can get in? Don't waste your energy, or you'll risk being killed by the rebound. Forcing your way into share it will result in a backlash and death. He had seen countless examples of this. As he was speaking, Qin Feng's body unexpectedly entered the light beam. Officer Carl was stunned. How did you do that? Get out quickly. Don't come over here, just get out. Qin Feng, how did you get in? This is too unscientific. He panicked. How did this damned Xia martial artist manage to do this? You are right. The energy of the Eye of Heaven can only be absorbed by one unit at a time, and that unit can only be me. For some reason, Qin Feng felt incredibly comfortable at this moment, his heart unusually clear, as if the pillar of energy was calling to him, born to exist for him. He stepped into the pillar of light, and the terrifying crushing force frantically tore at his body. But it's useless. Clang clang. Qin Feng's physical body was astonishingly tough, with a golden physique that emitted brilliant radiance, blocking all external damage. Within the beam of light, he was like a divine being, radiating golden brilliance. What kind of constitution is this? What kind of constitution do you have? Panicked, Carl was completely dumbfounded. Qin Feng's constitution had actually withstood the annihilation of the Heavenly Eye's energy. He squeezed in. CH. The moment he came in, all the energy that had originally been absorbed by Carl was redirected toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng seized his energy material. Carl once again showed a look of shock. What level is your talent exactly? How can it be stronger than mine? No. It must be an illusion. I must have seen it wrong. My energy, don't run away, come back quickly. Hey, don't run away. It was also the first time he discovered that energy could be taken away. That's not scientific. Qin Feng was bathed in purple energy, all the light was absorbed into Qin Feng's body, while over on Carl's side, there wasn't a single ray of light left, completely dim. Whoa, the light beam can bend? What's going on? It seems Qin Feng has the upper hand. He's succeeded. Damn, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Amazing. Qin Feng, go for it, steal his energy, take him down. All the warriors from Xia country burst into laughter. Carl had already become an energy insulator, all the energy seemed to avoid him deliberately, as if intentionally steering clear of him. Within the energy beam, the golden body was enveloped in a purple glow. Skin, pores, every part of the body, none could escape the cleansing of the Heavenly Eye's energy. Qin Feng quietly enjoyed it. In an instant, his vitality began to surge dramatically. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000. Boom. 1 million. Looking at you with just 1 million vitality, do you think you can beat me?
Even if I give you my energy and let you have one hand free, you're still no match for me. Carl noticed the change in Qin Feng's vitality and roared unwillingly. The next second, Qin Feng's vitality surged again. 1.2 million, 1,360,000, 1.5 million calories.
At most, 1.5 million calories is nothing. A warrior's vitality starts at 2 million, and the energy of the heavenly eye is almost depleted.
Your improvement won't be much. He concluded that Qin Feng's potential for further improvement was limited. Next, 1.8 million, 2 million calories, 2.5 million calories.
Qin Feng's vitality surpassed that of a warlord by a full 500,000 calories. At this point, Officer Carl's face turned ashen, sweat poured from his forehead, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, he could still force himself to stay calm. He remained stubborn. 2,500,000 calories only prove that you have the strength to stand on equal footing with me. Qin Feng could at most match him in vitality, and he might not necessarily lose. But the surge in Qin Feng's vitality that followed left Officer Carl completely petrified, frozen in place, with only two words in his mind. Hair standing on end, clothes moving without wind, Qin Feng was lifted by energy, his vitality soaring infinitely.
2.8 million calories, 3 million calories, 3.2 million calories.
Both surprised and delighted, Qin Feng had never imagined that this energy would elevate his vitality to such a terrifying level. He originally had relatively weak vitality, making him a bit of a specialist with shortcomings. Now, things were different.
His weakest aspect, vitality, had seen a tremendous boost, compensating for his only flaw. With strong vitality, speed and defense would also improve accordingly.
Qin Feng could now be said to have no weaknesses. Surprisingly, not only is the vitality rapidly increasing, but the combat power is also growing. Although not as abnormal as the vitality, the increase is still significant. Both attributes have been elevated, and Qin Feng is undergoing transformation. When Carl, the officer, sensed Qin Feng's vitality soaring to 3.5 million calories, his body began to tremble, staring at Qin Feng with a look as if he were a monster. And this is not the end.
4 million calories, 4.5 million calories, 5 million calories. Boom!
The rift in the heavenly eye emitted a vast surge of blood energy, akin to a nuclear explosion. The surrounding air was abruptly displaced, and space fell into stillness. The last drop of energy was absorbed by Qin Feng, and he revealed a greedy smile. 5 million calories of vitality.
This number was nearly 10 times higher than before.
He raised his palm, carefully feeling the surging power. It seemed as if an endless force was brewing, making Qin Feng feel as if he were basking in a spring breeze, utterly comfortable.
On the contrary, Officer Carl was completely petrified, horrified from head to toe,
as if he had witnessed the birth of the most terrifying monster in the world.
How did you do that?
He trembled as he looked at Qin Feng, but he didn't dare to meet Qin Feng's eyes directly. Today, he had come to teach the Xia martial artist a lesson, but he ended up failing miserably. In the Xia kingdom, a super genius has emerged, the likes of which he hasn't seen in his 60 or 70 years of life. This super genius defied common sense, using unfathomable talent to compete with him for energy, and in a short time, astonishingly leapt into the ranks of battle generals. He clearly felt that Qin Feng had already fully achieved the attributes of a battle general, and was far stronger than a junior battle general.
There is absolutely no doubt about it. Who starts off by breaking through to the intermediate warlord level? Kid, there's something off about you. Who exactly are you? Or are you a beast clan member disguised as a human? He began to question Qin Feng's identity as a human. Humans absolutely don't have such talent. However, how could he have known that every time Qin Feng killed a worthy opponent, he could acquire their talent?
His talent, accumulated over time, had already reached level 20 long ago. It was his outstanding talent that helped him seize the energy from Carl. Qin Feng glanced and found that his combat power had already exceeded 150 million.
The amplification was indeed astonishing. With 5 million calories of vitality, it should far surpass ordinary warlords.
Now, he has returned to his normal level. As long as he goes all out, Mom will no longer worry about me being unbalanced in my studies.
Did you just say you wanted to slaughter us from the Xia kingdom?
Cold. Qin Feng's gaze was so cold, and his words carried an unparalleled domineering tone, making Officer Carl feel immense pressure. His words were like the Grim Reaper judging a criminal.
Kid, you killed one of my Northern Alliance's deputy generals. Today, we'll call it even.
Officer Carl gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. He couldn't afford to lose his composure or the dignity of a battle commander.
Let today's events be as if they never happened. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Even? Qin Feng's voice carried authority as he said, do you think this is just any place? Do you think the people of Xia Nation are fools?
The other side had caused the deaths of Wei and Depao Chang, treated Xia Nation's warriors like livestock, and humiliated Xia Nation.
How could Qin Feng let him go? This is a matter of dignity and hatred. He would not allow the other party to simply walk away. What do you want?
You and I are both generals.
I am still an officer of the Northern Alliance.
Even your officer Tangjin has to show me some Some respect. If you dare to touch me, it would be a violation of the martial military treaty between Xia Nation and the Northern Alliance. Officer Carl spoke forcefully, escalating this to a conflict between nations is no small matter. You'd better think it over. Poof. He wanted to pressure Qin Feng, using psychological tactics to intimidate this young man. Really? If I want to kill someone, I won't care about your background. Go to hell. Qin Feng wouldn't be swayed by this. Even if the god of war came, he couldn't stop Qin Feng from killing Carl. Guilty of heinous crimes, he must die. Boom. He struck with a punch, his fist carrying layers upon layers of invisible energy. Deputy General Ma Ning's chi collapse fist? Carl was dumbfounded. When did this kid steal Ma Ning's chi collapse fist? What a freakish guy. A punch tore through the air. Carl had no choice but to muster all his energy and blood power, bracing himself to face it head-on. Thunderstrike. With a loud bang, a red lightning burst from his palm, revealing him as a lightning attribute expert. The lightning attribute is also an extremely violent and destructive type of attribute. Martial artists skilled in the lightning attribute are never weak and are rare talents on a global scale. Lightning exploded as the two fiercely clashed, their collision generating a massive shockwave that made the surrounding 100-mile radius seem as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. Boom rumble. The surrounding mountains shattered, and the ground cracked with fine turtle-like fissures. Thunder roared, and red lightning erupted with a power exceeding 130 million, but Qin Feng's chi collapse fist was even more ferocious, like the raging waves of the Yangtze River, unstoppable once unleashed. Layer upon layer of blood energy erupted from his fist, devouring the opponent's lightning with a power of 150 million, shattering Carl's defenses. With just the first punch, Carl's skin was torn and flesh split. Wait a moment, he had something to say. With the second punch, Qin Feng similarly activated his vital energy, using it to crush Carl, forcing him to remain frozen in place to face the arrival of the explosive punch. A deafening roar reverberated through the space, and Carl's physical body turned into a mist of blood, his corpse blasted into fragments. Qin Feng's vitality surpassed Carl's by more than twice, leaving the opponent without even the qualification to compete with him. The once invincible and proud powerhouse of the martial arts world couldn't last even half a minute against Qin Feng, the rising star. Now, Qin Feng's opportunities have come so suddenly and are incredibly extraordinary. Strength asterisk 300000, health asterisk 100000, speed asterisk 1000, defense asterisk 1999, acquire opponent's talent, comprehend lightning attribute, comprehend thunderclap sky-splitting poem. A series of attributes were all picked up by Qin Feng, yielding abundant rewards. Today, Qin Feng can be said to have reaped a bountiful harvest. The Mantis leader absorbed the first wave of energy, evolving into a Grandmaster-level beast, but ultimately died at Qin Feng's hands. In other words, all the energy in the heavenly eye was indirectly monopolized by Qin Feng alone. The Mantis leader and Carl were both there to work for Qin Feng. In hindsight, Qin Feng was the ultimate winner. Carl, how's everything going? Is everything still smooth? Once it's done, return to the base quickly. At that moment, a high-level military intelligent communicator on Carl's body transmitted a message. This type of communicator can also be used on the battlefield of 10,000 races. It is expensive to produce, has an extremely wide range of use, and is only equipped for warriors of commander level or above. Qin Feng picked it up, glanced at it, and located the Northern Alliance's base on the battlefield of 10,000 races. At the same time, he also found a batch of documents on Carl, which revealed classified information about Sky Eye. SS-level classified letter. The research results of Sky Eye have already been issued by headquarters. All major bases are requested to quickly assemble the 10 warlords to attend a meeting and discuss the handling plan for the Sky Eye survivors. Every word on the screen made Qin Feng's heart tremble. Sky Eye survivors? Could it be that there are cases of martial artists who were sucked into Sky Eye and managed to survive and come out? His gaze fell on the celestial eye fissure of the giant pit, where it was slowly closing and losing its pull. There was no way to conduct research on the spot. Then he thought, in that case, the kamikaze squad members who fell into the celestial eye might still have a chance of survival, and perhaps a way to save them could be found. However, military secrets on this matter are only stored at the Northern Alliance base. With a heavy heart, Qin Feng picked up Carl's navigation map, looked towards the north, and stepped into the void. Boom! His vital energy erupted, and his body instantly shot out like a rocket, tearing through the sky, reaching an astonishing speed of 5 kilometers per second. Wherever he passed through the sky, a wide trail of white clouds was left behind him, exceeding the speed of sound by more than 10 times. The Northern Alliance base, he has arrived. Qin Feng must obtain the military secrets of the Northern Alliance and uncover the secrets of Sky Eye. Additionally, he intends to annihilate the enemy completely, using slaughter to show them that warriors of Xia Nation are not to be trifled with. The battlefield of 10,000 races is vast and boundless. To this day, neither the nations nor the major alliances have provided an exact measurement of its area. It is too immense, truly difficult to fully explore, an unfathomable vastness. Therefore, in various parts of the world, there are numerous entrances to the battlefield battlefield of 10,000 races. The major alliances have also established numerous military bases in the battlefield of 10,000 races to prevent the invasion of the human world by the beast race. At this moment, one of the bases of the Northern Alliance. Qin Feng glanced at the electronic map to confirm, then slowly descended from the air. After nearly 3 hours of flying, Qin Feng finally arrived here. The battlefield of 10,000 races is truly vast. He traveled approximately hundreds of thousands of kilometers, or perhaps even farther? It's unclear. In any case, if a 5th or 6th grade martial artist were to come on foot, it would take at least several months. Even a Grandmaster would take more than 10 days to reach here, and that's assuming they don't lose their way. Hidden, the Northern Alliance's base is extremely well hidden. However, this is also a characteristic of many National Alliance bases. For safety reasons, to prevent discovery by foreign martial artists and beast clans. Identity not recognized, please stop. Infrared scan failed, please stop. If you continue to trespass, you will face devastating retaliation. This is your first warning. Beep beep beep. Qin Feng approached 5 kilometers from the base, where a white barrier appeared, emitting an electronic alert. This is the base's aerial defense system, used to prevent enemy invasions. It's not uncommon, as their Shenlong base also has a similar defense system. Qin Feng couldn't pass the system's identification. Identity authentication failed, and he was issued a warning, but he paid no attention and directly ignored the defense barrier. Warning ineffective, infrared laser locked, fire. Destruction. The electronic voice sounded again. After Qin Feng shattered the hard barrier with a single punch, the system finally launched an attack on him. A barrage of infrared laser beams shot out, sweeping in a 360-degree, all-encompassing assault. The high-temperature beams, exceeding 1,000 degrees, were enough to melt high-level experts and beasts, but such pitifully weak defensive rays were nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. Transforming into a streak of light, he charged forward. CH. Those rays hit his body without even scratching his skin. Defense effect 100%. Qin Feng's golden body was as solid as a fortress, not to mention laser rays, even missiles might not be able to kill him. Apart from strong opponents of the same level who could barely harm him, he completely disregarded other combat forces. At this moment, many guards and strong individuals had already stepped out of the Northern Alliance base, seeing the figure of the young man from Xia country descending. A middle-aged man with a white glowing long cloak erupted with a surge of energy and blood, attempting to block Qin Feng outside the base. Who goes there? Northern Alliance base, no trespassing, stop right there. Crack, crack. A cold wind rushed straight at Qin Feng, making the air turn frigid. In front of Qin Feng, an indestructible giant ice wall was erected. An ice element expert. Qin Feng abruptly stopped, paused for a moment, faced the ice wall, and then punched it. Bang! The 10-mile ice wall instantly shattered into pieces. This scene made Edward's gaze slightly tighten. The newcomer was unexpectedly strong. He had no way to stop Qin Feng from entering the base. Qin Feng landed, at which point Edward squinted and asked, "Who are you?" "This is the Northern Alliance base. You forced your way in, and I can eliminate you at any time. There aren't many strong individuals who dare to force their way into the Northern Alliance base." Qin Feng looked at Edwards and coldly asked, "There's a useless guy named Carl. Do you happen to know him?" "Carl? Kid, is Officer Carl someone you can disrespect? Do you need your mouth taught a lesson?" A powerful figure stepped forward, their surging energy revealing them to be a master-level expert, intending to intimidate Qin Feng. But Qin Feng didn't even glance at him and instead said, "Carl has harmed the martial artists of our Xia nation. I'm here to settle the score." Edwards fell into silence. He was well aware of Carl's ways, occasionally setting traps for foreign warriors, seizing their interests, and even killing them to collect their heads as trophies. But such actions were tacitly approved by the Northern Alliance, and the higher-ups generally wouldn't interfere with or stop these personal behaviors of senior officers. Edwards himself had done quite a few similar things. After all, as the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. He thought to himself that Carl's matter might have been exposed this time, caught by the warlord of the Xia kingdom, and now the other side had sent someone over to negotiate. He believed that this young man in front of him was sent by the Xia kingdom's officials to negotiate, but he was unaware that Qin Feng had come this time to massacre the Northern Alliance base. "So, you're here to negotiate, huh? Someone, bring him 10 low-grade energy stones and send him out," Edwards casually ordered. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. 10 low-grade energy stones? Is this an insult to him and Xia nation? What, you're not satisfied? Edwards unleashed the aura of a strongman. "Let me be frank with you, you people from Xia nation are only worth this much. Your lives are as insignificant as ants, and that's exactly what I mean to convey. If you don't want it, then go back and tell your senior officer that if the person is not released within 3 days, it means declaring war against the Northern Alliance." It was straightforward, directly threatening Qin Feng. He said that if Xia nation does not release Carl and Ma Ning within 3 days, the Northern Alliance will be enraged. In the eyes of the Northern Alliance people, the people of Xia nation are the lowest class of humanity, a belief ingrained from birth. The people of the Northern Alliance consider consider themselves superior and believe they are the rulers of this world. As for the Xia kingdom, just deal with them perfunctorily. After all, in their impression, the people of Xia have always been humble and timid. Even after multiple provocations and disturbances in the past, they never dared to fight back. Then let me be honest with you, that pig named Carl is already dead by my hand. At this moment, Xin Feng's voice grew even colder. Also, I don't care what kind of pig-dog alliance your Northern Alliance is, but if you offend the martial artists of Xia, you will pay a 100-fold price. Today, the Northern Alliance base will surely be a river of blood. Xin Feng's words, like the judgment of death, instantly unleashed an infinite force of vitality and blood, turning the entire base into a sea of blood and energy. The Northern Alliance warriors within it found themselves unable to breathe, as if suffocating, their faces turning pale on the spot. What a powerful youth from Xia Nation, at least a Grandmaster in the transformation realm. Too terrifying, such a young Grandmaster, there isn't another one like this in the entire world. You dare insult the Northern Alliance? Courting death. Edwards truly lived up to being a battle general, instantly unleashing his energy and blood, unable to tolerate the insolence of a young brat. Moreover, he was just a Xia national. What right did a Xia national have to show disrespect to their superior race? Freeze for me! He waved his large hand, and an icy storm surged toward Xin Feng, aiming to freeze him. Ice attribute expert? Xin Feng murmured softly, then his body erupted in flames. Boom! The icy wind instantly melted away. Very good, fire attribute, kid, but unfortunately, you knocked on the wrong door today. This is the gate of hell. Edward stomped on the ground, and countless ice blades instantly shot toward Xin Feng. The air itself carried a bone-chilling cold. Moreover, the impact force of each ice blade exceeded 100 million. He is confident he can kill Xin Feng with a single strike. Is that all? The fierce attack came coldly and ruthlessly, but Xin Feng, contrary to his usual behavior, neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he activated his golden body and charged forward. The experts of the Northern Alliance were stunned. This kid is going to rely on his physical body to withstand it? Looking for death? Under the gaze of everyone, those ice blades with combat power exceeding 1 billion all struck Xin Feng. Defense 80%. Defense 60%. The damage is minimal, with a golden body, fearless of everything, even if it breaks 1 billion. So what? As long as Xin Feng's vitality holds steady and doesn't falter, he can withstand a significant portion of the damage. Moreover, Xin Feng himself is an ice attribute martial artist. When facing ice attribute attacks, he can further reduce a large portion of the damage. This level of defense is so extraordinary that even he finds it hard to believe. In an instant, Xin Feng broke through the ice and suddenly appeared in front of Edwards at an extremely fast speed. Thunderclap, sky-splitting palm. Violet lightning flickered, like thunder exploding, turning the space into crimson lightning. The extraordinary pressure fiercely surged into Edwards' body. How is this possible? How could your physical body? Edwards' face turned ashen, his voice choked, as he hurriedly raised his hand to unleash a massive ice pillar. Boom crack! The ice pillar shattered instantly, and the lightning sent him flying directly, and the surrounding Northern Alliance warriors were tragically killed by the aftermath, with 90% dead or injured. Only Masters and Grandmasters barely managed to escape, wounded on the side, their pupils losing their usual luster. It's terrifying, dual attributes of fire and lightning. Where on earth did this freak come from? Warlord, you're a warlord. The severely injured Edwards Warlord clutched his chest in shock, residual electricity crackling on his body, uncertain whether it was direct current or alternating current. Warlord? Edwards' words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard on everyone's hearts. Xin Feng is actually a warlord. Terrifying. How could there be such a young warlord in the world? Could it be a mistake? But Edwards' embarrassed expression indicated that he hadn't seen wrong. Xin Feng was indeed a warrior, and a warrior stronger than him. The thunderclap palm just now struck him so hard that even he could barely withstand it. If he hadn't retreated quickly, he might have been done for. Everyone no longer knew how to describe their inner shock. Xin Feng had once again redefined their understanding of genius. What Xin Feng previously said about Officer Carl dying at his hands, they all thought it was just a joke. Now, everyone had no choice but to believe those words. My Northern Alliance and your side have no conflicts. We're all warriors here. How about giving me some face in making peace? Tentatively, Edwards looked at Xin Feng, testing the waters. He felt there was a bit of a gap between them and that he might not be a match for him. Can only temporarily bow down, and later regroup to find an opportunity to trouble Xia Nation. I said it, your fate today can be summed up in one word, death. Whoosh! Light as a swallow, Xin Feng moved as if lotus flowers bloomed under his feet, his speed turning him into a phantom, wielding lightning to unleash a wild barrage. Thunderclap, sky-splitting palm, a single strike tears through the void. Edwards was stunned and hurriedly channeled his energy and blood, continuously unleashing ice attacks. Icebound behemoth. Roar! The tiger formed of ice let out a resounding roar, biting at Xin Feng with a bite force exceeding 130 million. But Xin Feng's lightning was too fierce, directly shattering the ice tiger. Ice divine sword. A sword soaring to the heavens, the essence of ice sealed the space, and all around was densely packed with ice swords. Each sword exuded a chilling murderous aura, cold to the bone. He lowered the temperature to dozens of degrees below zero, and within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the space was filled solely with ice. It seemed that Edwards was the ruler of the ice world, invincible in this space. Those weaker subordinates of the Northern Alliance had long been doomed, turning into ice sculptures. Only the masters above the Grandmaster level, relying on their not-so-weak vitality, managed to build a difficult defense and escape this icy space. Lord Edwards has mobilized all his energy and blood. This battle is one that will destroy heaven and earth. Someone shivered and spoke, already running dozens of kilometers away, looking at the icy world of the base with a trembling and complex mood. Crack, crack. Qin Feng was also covered in ice and snow, but he paid no attention to it. The opponent's ice sword began its attack, launching a 360-degree assault with no blind spots. CH. One sword, two swords, three swords. More and more ice swords madly attacked Qin Feng. With each sword's icy gleam, desolation fell upon the 9 provinces. Buzz. Each sword surpassed 1 billion in combat power, wildly unparalleled. This was Edwards' ultimate killing move, the domain of ice. In this domain, Edwards was a god. He is the absolute ruler. Silence and annihilation, instant kill. The intent of ice was everywhere. The sword was everywhere. Yet as Qin Feng's blade intent rose, the annihilating blade intent intersected with the ice sword, causing the space to erupt with bursts of explosive sounds. Bang bang bang. The vast base saw its buildings shattered, explosions one after another, snow flying in the icy world, and dust soaring tens of meters into the sky. Even distant mountains were leveled into plains by the impact of the shockwaves. Even the sky started to tremble. Each punch has a power of 150 million. Who on earth are you? In the clash with Qin Feng, Edwards suddenly cried out in terror. His ice and snow domain was actually shattered by a single punch from Qin Feng. The world of ice and snow no longer exists, and he is no longer the ruler of ice and snow. What stunned him was that Qin Feng directly ignored many of his ice-based attacks, as if he were the true king of ice and snow. Remember, the one who kills you is named Qin Feng. With a cold and indifferent whisper, Qin Feng broke through the ice, unleashing 5 million calories of vitality to shatter the icy space and crush Edwards beneath his feet. Edwards' face turned ashen. Qin Feng's punch once again exceeded 150 million. Every punch could unleash extreme power. How immense must his vitality be? He could sustain the full burst of the ice and snow domain with his vitality for only about a minute, and more than half of it had already been consumed. But Qin Feng's vitality seemed endless. After 7 or 8 consecutive punches, it was particularly strenuous for him to block. Bang! Ugh! Under Qin Feng's torrential and relentless offensive, Edwards could no longer resist. His abdomen was struck by Qin Feng's punch, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, he quickly took out a high-tech smart wristwatch to call for reinforcements. Soon, a projection appeared above. In the projection was an elderly foreign man, his gaze exuding supreme authority, full of vigor. Edwards, do you have anything to report to me? Lord War God, help! The people of Xia are trying to kill us from the Northern Alliance. Edwards hurriedly cried out for help. But in the brief moment he spoke, Qin Feng had already charged toward him with immense force. The elderly man in the projection, seeing the situation clearly, immediately shouted angrily, "Boy, stop right there. I am a member of the Northern Alliance. If you dare to kill me, I will make sure you have no place to be buried." His words carried an undeniable authority. Even through the screen, Qin Feng could feel the other party's fury and dominance. Is that so? Can you kill people from the Xia kingdom as you please? Without holding back, Qin Feng's thunder palm struck directly into Edwards' chest. Boom crack. At this moment, Edwards' pupils were filled with despair as he was struck by lightning, his body exploding on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Power asterisk 300000. Speed asterisk 500. Vitality and blood asterisk 100000. Acquire opponent's talent. Ice attribute upgrade. Comprehend ice domain. You're courting death. The Northern Alliance war god in the projection was enraged by Qin Feng's actions. He had already issued a stern warning, but Qin Feng still killed his men. Not only will I kill you Northern Alliance pigs, but I will also wipe out your Northern Alliance base. This is the price of offending our Xia nation. Ignoring the other party's fury, Qin Feng spent half a minute slaughtering all the strong fighters of the Northern Alliance base. Not a single one could escape the palm of his hand. The might of a warrior cannot be desecrated. If you don't show them some strength, these Northern Alliance guys will keep oppressing you. Only by scaring them will they restrain themselves. Stopping killing with killing is the most effective method. Qin Feng has never feared anything. At worst, he'll fight another battle. Afterward, Qin Feng found the SS-level confidential files about Tianyan in the base and quickly left. Because he didn't know when the war god of the Northern Alliance would arrive, it was better to leave early, otherwise, it would be difficult to escape. When Qin Feng returned to the giant pit of Tianyan on the battlefield of all races in the Xia kingdom after a long journey, suddenly, a distant and ethereal voice came from behind. The war god has fallen. Heaven and man mourn together. All warriors observe 3 minutes of silence for the senior war god. This voice seemed to come from the heavens above, allowing the entire battlefield of myriad myriad races to hear it clearly. Qin Feng also heard it distinctly. What level of powerhouse is this, capable of defying logic to transmit sound across thousands of miles? An absolute martial arts master indeed. As the resonant and time-worn sound echoed, the sky over the battlefield of all races abruptly turned blood red. Immediately after, a downpour began. The rain, it's a rain of blood. Another war god has fallen. Ugh, I wonder which war god it was. Our Xia kingdom has lost yet another supreme powerhouse. Every war god is a priceless treasure, a peerless national hero. Now that the war god has fallen, his blood has turned into rain, nourishing the earth, returning to its roots. Farewell, war god senior, may you rest in peace on your journey. Woo woo woo. Martial artists of the Xia kingdom must strive for strength, inherit the spirit and will of the war god senior, and work hard to achieve greatness. Martial artists of the Xia kingdom hold the war god in the highest respect. Every war god is the backbone of the Xia kingdom, the pillar of the military, and the leading figure in the battlefield against the beast tribes. He is the guardian deity of billions of people in the Xia kingdom. Now that the war god has fallen, countless people feel regret, sorrow, and shed tears of grief. Watching the drizzling blood rain fall upon him, Qin Feng felt particularly heavy-hearted. It is well known that a war god-level powerhouse is dozens of times stronger than a war general. Every war god can summon wind and rain, move mountains with a wave of their hand, and possess extraordinary combat power. Destroying an aircraft carrier with a single punch is not even considered remarkable. The god of war is the true pinnacle of martial arts, standing proudly above the world. Now, the god of war has unexpectedly fallen on the battlefield of myriad races. What major event has occurred in the depths of the battlefield? Qin Feng sensed an imminent and overwhelming crisis approaching. The rain kept falling, and only after several hours did it show signs of stopping. At this moment, the sky was as eerily beautiful as blood-red twilight. Like the fiery clouds of a sunset, even the air carried a sense of sorrow and grandeur. It was as if the heavens were mourning the fall of a war god. Everyone present felt their emotions plummet to the depths. The Summer Nation had lost yet another war god. What a pity. And at that moment, in the red sky above, many figures appeared one after another, accompanied by the sound of roaring that pierced the heavens. One by one, powerful individuals emerged from the blood-colored firmament. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than Tang Jin and Yi Qingtian from Xia Nation. Commander. Greetings, Commander. The warriors of the Xia kingdom saluted one after another, a glimmer of hope appearing in their eyes. Seeing the return of the strong from the Xia kingdom, they suddenly felt a sense of relief. Tang Jin and the others walked out from the blood-red firmament, their gazes sharp and piercing. Having weathered countless hardships, their bodies bore numerous wounds. Some of the strong were even missing arms or legs, their appearances extremely tragic. Qin Feng was deeply shaken by this. Many of the strong before him were people he had never seen before. Apart from Tang Jin, there are more than a dozen who have reached the level of Warlord. More than a dozen Warlords, over 50 Grandmasters in the transformation stage. This is a formidable force, yet such a group of strong individuals ended up in this situation, returning wounded. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the enemies deep within the battlefield of the myriad races are. Cannot be underestimated. Seeing the giant pit sky-eye before them, Tang Jin and Yi Qingtian's gazes immediately fell upon it. After a brief observation, they couldn't help but speak. Sure enough, it opened here. War God Lu's prediction was correct. Fortunately, this is just the weakest sky-eye. Yi Qingtian nodded lightly with a hum. And just as Tang Jin was scanning Qin Feng, his expression suddenly froze, and he asked in surprise, Qin Feng, have you broken through again? The various powerful figures all turned to look at Qin Feng, only then realizing that this young man's vitality was actually no weaker than any of them, the war gods. Yes, a temporary breakthrough, Qin Feng did not deny it. Probably about the same as Officer Tang. Truly, the Yangtze River's waves push forward one after another, each wave surpassing the last. Even Tang Jin couldn't help but exclaim, heroes emerge in their youth. The saying is indeed true. Yi Qingtian could only shake his head, admitting his own inferiority. In just a few days, Qin Feng had advanced from the transformation realm to a battle general. Calling him a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. Among the crowd, the other returning battle generals couldn't help but express their astonishment and admiration. To think there was such a young battle general, it completely overturned their understanding of martial arts. Everyone's brows relaxed slightly at the same time. The Xia kingdom had gained yet another battle general. This is a good thing for the overall interests of Xia country, especially now, when Xia country is in a dire and urgent situation. It urgently needs combat-ready forces to join. Later, Qin Feng learned from Tang Jin and others. In the depths of the battlefield of all races, a super-ancient ape has appeared. We encountered the leader of the ancient ape clan during our operation to clear out other beast clans. That beast's combat strength has reached the advanced war god level. It was precisely because of the ancient ape clan's involvement that 12 of our comrades perished. If it weren't for Senior Lu cutting across the battlefield and buying us time to escape, we might all have fallen in that place. As Tang Jin spoke, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. The fall of the war god Senior on the battlefield battlefield is a great loss for the Xia kingdom. However, even so, the crisis is far from being resolved. An even greater threat lies ahead. It seems that the major beast clans have already caught the scent of the Xia kingdom's entrance. I'm afraid it won't be long before even stronger beast clans invade the human world. By that time, all races will gather, and countless warlords and war god level beast powerhouses will attack. With our current strength, we simply cannot resist. Everyone shook their heads inside. The real crisis is yet to come. Xin Feng's gaze was deep. Compared to the beast clans outside the battlefield of all races, it turns out that the ones inside are the true enemies. The immeasurable number of war god level beast clan powerhouses, this is truly terrifying. If an attack is launched now, the human race can only be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, left to be slaughtered, a complete catastrophe. This disaster is too immense. Then do we have no other options? Xin Feng asked. Senior Lu mentioned before that the only way to resist the beast race is to open the Heavenly Eye. Unfortunately, we've never had close contact with the Heavenly Eye before and know nothing about it. Yi Qingtian spoke helplessly. The Sky Eye has only appeared in the 10,000 races region of the Northern Alliance. Research on the Sky Eye exists only with them, but getting the Northern Alliance to cooperate with us is simply impossible. On the surface, the human race appears to work together in unity against external threats on the 10,000 races battlefield, but in private, no one would share valuable secrets. No one held out much hope. Everyone was at their wits' end. The secret of the Sky Eye? When everyone was at their wits' end, Xin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took out a document. Coincidentally, I got my hands on some classified information about Sky Eye from the Northern Alliance. I wonder if we can figure something out from it. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Tang Jin asked curiously, Xin Feng, how did you get it? This is military intelligence from the Northern Alliance. Given the Northern Alliance's usual behavior, they definitely wouldn't share it voluntarily. Everyone was curious about how Xin Feng managed to obtain it. Afterward, Xin Feng calmly recounted the sequence of events, leaving many people startled on the spot after hearing it. Xin Feng, so you're saying you forcibly took it and even killed the Northern Alliance's warrior Edwards? Yes, do you think it was a bit reckless, officers? Xin Feng said faintly. Reckless? Not at all. I've been annoyed with the Northern Alliance people for a long time. If he's dead, he's dead. As long as we got the classified information, that's what matters. Hurry up and open it to take a look. Originally, it was thought that Tang Jin would blame Xin Feng for acting recklessly, but unexpectedly, Tang Jin's emotions were even more intense than Xin Feng's. Currently, the secrets of Tianyan are the most important to them. If they can figure something out from it, Xia Nation will be saved. Offending the Northern Alliance, so what? Moreover, it was the Northern Alliance that provoked first, and Xia Nation has the moral high ground. Unlocking military secrets, the mystery of the Sky Eye, Xin Feng, and others finally gained some understanding. The Sky Eye contains immense energy beneath it and serves as a massive energy source. According to the classified records, the energy substance of the Sky Eye is different from external energy stones. It is a special energy material capable of altering human genes. To unlock the Sky Eye, it requires a warrior of the war god level to cooperate and use the Riftstone to open it. The Northern Alliance once had a team of warriors enter the Eye of Heaven for exploration, and after 3 of them returned, all advanced to war god within 2 years. Moreover, they brought back quite a few missing Northern Alliance warriors from inside. So that's how it is. The Eye of Heaven is more like a treasure trove. Obtaining the special energy inside allows for evolution and transformation. In the depths of the battlefield of 10,000 races, there have also been cases of beast races coming into contact with special energy substances and completing evolution. This Eye of Heaven seems to hold endless energy waiting to be tapped. Everyone suddenly saw the light, but the tricky part was that the other 2 war gods of the Xia kingdom were deep in the battlefield of all races, with no spare time to return. Moreover, they also lacked the so-called Riftstones, so neither condition was met. For the time being, it was impossible to open the Heavenly Eye. Tang Jin and the others could only attempt to send strong individuals back into the battlefield to contact the war gods and bring them back. A day passed, and everyone was anxious and restless. The Xia Nation base received a transmitted warning. Listen up, Xia Nation military. If you don't hand over Xin Feng and the classified information within a month, I will bathe the Xia Nation base in blood and annihilate all Xia Nation warriors to avenge the humiliation of the Northern Alliance. This voice was incomparably majestic. Tang Jin and the others frowned in unison. The war god of the Northern Alliance. It's the war god of the Northern Alliance warning us. Our killing of Edwards has enraged the Northern Alliance. So what? The Northern Alliance has a war god, and so do we. He's not outside the battlefield right now, and coming back won't be that easy. The warning from the war god of the Northern Alliance was like a warhammer, striking heavily on everyone's hearts with immense impact. But Xin Feng is a hero in the future of Xia Kingdom. They cannot hand over Xin Feng. Xin Feng knew in his heart that angering the god of war meant the other party would not let it go easily. The challenges ahead would be the most deadly. In front are the colossal beasts of all races, and behind is the god of war of the Northern Alliance. His situation is not looking good. What is infuriating interesting is that a few days after the Northern Alliance war god issued a warning declaration to the Xia Kingdom, other countries and alliances also provoked the Xia Kingdom, and the warriors of the Xia Kingdom were repeatedly challenged by warriors from other countries on the battlefield of 10,000 races. They were all testing, trying to probe whether the Xia Kingdom's current strength on paper was just a paper tiger. It must be understood that on the battlefield of 10,000 races, resources are the most important, and the warriors of the Xia Kingdom had obtained many resources. If everyone brings down the Xia Kingdom, they can enjoy these resources and make themselves stronger. As for the common enemy of the myriad races on the battlefield, the Demon Beast clan, they haven't thought that far. Self-interest always comes first. The Northern Alliance issued a death declaration, and the various nations are eager to move. There is too much that the Xia Kingdom needs to guard against. As for the impending invasion of the myriad races, the Xia Kingdom has formulated a plan to take the initiative by entering the battlefield of the myriad races and defeating the beast race one by one. Otherwise, if the beast race is allowed to unite and the myriad races launch an offensive, the Xia Kingdom's defenses will inevitably collapse completely, leaving no strength to resist. We only have 15 days. If the War God Senior cannot emerge to open the Heavenly Eye within 15 days, then we will have to venture deeper into the harsher battlefield of the myriad races to eliminate the beast race and dismantle them in advance. Tang Jin pointed to the map and said, "This battle will be closely tied to the survival of the Xia Kingdom. I will request the higher-ups to deploy experts of the 7th rank and above to join the battlefield of 10,000 races. I must remind everyone that this journey will inevitably involve sacrifices. The worst outcome is that we may all remain in that place forever." At this point, Tang Jin's tone carried a hint of sorrow. "So, take this time to return to the outside world and bid a final farewell to your family and friends, as we cannot predict what fate awaits us next." Everyone nodded in agreement. Battling fiercely against the myriad races and beasts, with their strong warriors everywhere, would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. There is always a risk of death. But for the Xia Kingdom, for the human race, they can only choose to fight. Xin Feng is no exception. As a war general, he must shoulder the responsibility of protecting his family. He returned to the second base to visit Qin Shaoling and Su Mang. Qin Shaoling and Su Mang have been here for just a week, yet they have already completed the basics that would take others 3 months to finish. After undergoing rigorous training, both of them have made significant progress in their abilities. Qin Shaoling has reached the high stage of the 1st rank. As for Su Mang, the mid-stage of the 4th rank. The progress was significant, even surprising Qin Feng a little. However, neither Qin Shaoling nor Su Mang knew that Qin Feng had already stepped into the Warlord level. If they knew, they would definitely be scared to death on the spot. After spending a few days with the two, Qin Feng left the battlefield of 10,000 races. The warplane flew out of Kunlun, heading toward a certain place. Hong Kong Island. This city, in the era of advanced martial arts, plays a very important role just like its predecessor. Martial arts thrive here, and this small island has produced countless master-level experts. Like the mainland, Hong Kong Island has a long-standing martial arts tradition, with many martial arts families boasting over a century of history. Among the many martial arts families, the Li family stands out as the most dazzling. The Li family has a legacy of nearly 1,000 years, excelling in martial arts. It is said that the current head of the Li family, Li Jiaqing, has been in the transformation stage for over 50 years, dominating Hong Kong Island. He is the absolute ruler of Hong Kong Island. Apart from Li Jiaqing himself, several Grandmasters have emerged from the 2nd generation of the Li family. Without exception, they have all become the foundation of the Li family's stronghold on Hong Kong Island. By the 3rd generation, the mixed-blood heiress of the Li family, Li Ziki, had surpassed her uncles and elders in talent. Not only did she dominate Hong Kong in her youth, but she also outshone outstanding peers from the mainland. A few years ago, Li Ziki was admitted to the Immortal Sun Nation's Cambridge Martial University as the top scorer in the global martial arts exam. Now, in her early 20s, she has already reached the 4th rank in cultivation, a testament to her extraordinary talent. In just a few years, Li Ziki is expected to ascend to higher ranks. Some even predict that she could achieve the status of a Grandmaster before the age of 40, solidifying the Li family's dominance in Hong Kong. Today happens to be the 100th birthday of the Li family patriarch. Almost all the elites and martial arts celebrities of Hong Kong Island came to the Li residence to offer their congratulations. The liveliness of the Li residence rivaled that of a state banquet. Outside, the atmosphere was festive and bustling. At this moment, Li Ziki was in her room grooming herself. As the most dazzling member of the 3rd generation of the Li family, she had to present her most beautiful side to the public. She could not bring shame to the Li family. At this moment, old Zhang hurriedly walked in from outside. "Miss, Qin Feng just called the residence. He said he wanted you to." "That annoying guy again?" Li Ziki interrupted old Zhang directly. "Ignore him. If he were capable, he wouldn't just be all talk." "But miss, you go out first, I still have things to do." Elder Zhang wanted to persuade her, but Li Ziki didn't give him a chance to speak and sent him out. After thinking seriously for a moment, Elder Zhang still went to the room of the family head head, Li Jiaqing, to try to persuade him. After all, he had personally experienced how monstrous Qin Feng was. Qin Feng was simply someone not to be provoked. If the young lady breaks her promise again, it might provoke the other party's anger. So he quickly went to the master's room to report the situation to the head of the family, Li Jiaqing. You mean a young brat from the mainland? Unexpectedly, Li Jiaqing's attitude was no different from Li Ziqi's, directly dismissing the other party. Ziqi's promise made under such circumstances doesn't count. Besides, I don't have that many energy stones at home to give him. Find someone to transfer 10 million to him, and pass along a message. If he keeps pestering us, don't blame the Li family for being rude. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may leave now. Master, Qin Feng is not someone to be trifled with. He's not that simple, Elder Zhang explained earnestly. Li Jiaqing waves dismissively, unconcerned. What kind of trouble can a kid who hasn't even grown up cause? Elder Zhang, you may leave now. He lived for 100 years and had quite a network of connections in the mainland. Which Grandmaster in the transformation realm does he not know? Even if Qin Feng has some background and knows a few Grandmasters, so what? Would they dare come to Hong Kong Island to cause trouble for him? He is the local emperor of Hong Kong Island and has never feared anyone. Old Zhang deeply understood the temperament of the family head and knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade him, it would be futile. If this matter is not taken seriously, it is bound to lead to a great disaster. He had no choice but to step back. However, after a while, Elder Zhang returned. Li Jiaqing, Elder Zhang, didn't I say to give him 10 million? Just follow my instructions. Is there anything else? No, Master. I'm here to resign. Old Zhang took out a resignation letter and submitted it. Li Jiaqing, resignation? He felt that Old Zhang was being a bit dramatic. Was it necessary? In the end, Old Zhang left without looking back, carrying his bucket and running away. He has served the Li family for over 60 years, witnessing countless storms, but when Qin Feng mentioned on the phone earlier that he would personally come to Hong Kong Island, these words gave Mr. Zhang a sense of foreboding. Only he has endured Qin Feng's blows and knows Qin Feng's strength. Therefore, he decided to slip away out of caution. Half an hour later, Li Jiaqing appeared in the Li family's reception hall, receiving congratulations from various prominent figures. Accompanying her was Li Ziqi, whose makeup was elegant and noble, and whose demeanor was graceful. The moment she appeared, she became the center of attention. Countless beautiful women at the scene were overshadowed by her aura, completely reduced to supporting roles. Li Ziqi was like a dazzling diamond, a goddess in the eyes of the public. Even a single extra glance at her felt like a form of desecration, stirring the hearts of countless young talents. Today is the grand celebration of my family's centennial. I thank everyone for honoring us with your presence at the Li residence. The banquet began, and Li Jiaqing delivered a speech as usual. However, at that moment, a fiery projectile suddenly descended from the sky. Who? A master from the Li family, sensing the danger with sharp intuition, swiftly flew out and stopped the nuclear armor-piercing shell with his bare hands. Boom! The shell exploded, turning the entire sky above the Li residence into a sea of flames. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. Everyone looked up and saw a young man piloting a black gold Phantom God warplane, heading straight for the Li residence with an air of elegance and dominance. Who dares to cause trouble? Li Jiaqing was furious. Today was his centennial birthday, yet someone had come to disrupt the occasion with a warplane. His eyes immediately filled with anger as he questioned loudly. The young man on the fighter jet was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng was incomparably composed as he slowly stepped out of the fighter jet, treading on air as he approached. When does the Li family plan to repay what they owe me? When Li Ziqi saw that the person was Qin Feng, her heart suddenly clenched. Who are you, and what does my Li family owe you? Anger erupted from Li Jiaqing, and everyone knew that this kid was doomed. To provoke the Li family would inevitably lead to a miserable end. Especially on such an important occasion, it's almost impossible not to die. Then you should ask your precious granddaughter. Over a month ago, I saved her life, and she promised to pay me 500 energy stones and 110 billion in cash. Qin Feng appeared indifferent in front of Li Jiaqing. After I returned, I reminded her twice to fulfill her promise, but she completely ignored my words and even hung up on me. Is your Li family trying to renege on our agreement? Li Jiaqing looked at Li Ziqi, whose expression was far from composed. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to actually come to Hong Kong Island, but she quickly regained her composure and said confidently, at that time, I had lost my subjective will and don't even remember making such an agreement. She couldn't possibly admit it, otherwise, everyone present would ridicule the Li family for being untrustworthy. Oh, Qin Feng took a step forward, then don't blame me for being rude. Kid, are you deliberately here to extort my Li family? Li Jiaqing waved his hand. Get out of here. Just now, Elder Zhang specifically mentioned this matter, but unexpectedly, this guy really came to collect the debt. But he still didn't take it seriously and directly unleashed a palm strike, aiming at Qin Feng. The power of the transcendent realm is overwhelming, capable of annihilating any strong individual below the level of a Grandmaster. Even if Qin Feng is at the 9th rank, he would still be crippled. Qin Feng also sensed the power of this strike and couldn't help but become furious. He came to collect collect a debt, yet the other party refused to pay and even attempted to kill him with one strike, intending to silence him. What a ruthless Li family. Everyone believed Qin Feng was doomed and felt sorry for his reckless actions. So young, why would you go and provoke the Li family? Haven't you heard that a Grandmaster cannot be insulted? It seems the outcome is already decided. A palm strike with the force of 10,000 warriors swept in, but at this moment, Qin Feng lightly flicked his hand, and that destructive level palm strike was effortlessly deflected. Li Jiaqing's aged eyes were stunned, his face full of disbelief. I originally didn't want to kill you, but you have already crossed my bottom line. Leaping into the air, Qin Feng unleashed an immense force of vitality and blood, instantly plunging the entire Li residence into absolute suffocation. This is the power of a war general. Li Jiaqing finally realized the terror of Qin Feng, his face ashen. Everyone who heard this began to tremble uncontrollably. Warlord, Qin Feng is actually a warlord. Li Jiaqing's intuition could not be wrong, as he had already come infinitely close to becoming a warlord and understood the blood and energy standards of one, at least above 2 million calories. And Qin Feng, who could summon wind and rain before him, had vitality that surpassed his by many times. An absolute warrior. You do have some awareness, but it's too late to realize it. Qin Feng's hand pressed down lightly, and an overwhelming force surged madly toward Li Jiaqing. Warrior, spare my life. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. Before the immense force descended, Li Jiaqing abandoned the dignity of a grandmaster and begged for mercy, but Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard, mercilessly striking him dead with a single palm. With a combat power exceeding 100 million, the entire Li residence was flattened in the blink of an eye. Boom! Those fortunate enough to escape turned back to look, only to see in the ruins the corpse of Li Jiaqing lying there, already crushed into a bloody pulp. Dead. The head of the most prestigious family on Hong Kong Island, just like that, is dead. No chance to fight back, crushed like an ant with a single palm strike. Power asterisk 100000. Pick up the opponent's talent. HP asterisk 5000. Comprehend the Li family's overlord fist. The members of the Li family seemed as if the sky had fallen. One by one, they appeared dazed and at a loss. Boom! The entire audience fell silent. And Li Ziqi's face had already lost its color, feeling herself surrounded by despair. How could she have imagined that Qin Feng had already broken through to the level of a warlord, becoming an absolute powerhouse in the world today? At this point, her gaze was filled with nothing but despair. Looking at Qin Feng, fear overflowed from the depths of her heart. After killing Li Jiaqing, Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened and walked toward Li Ziqi. Li Jiaqing is the overlord of Hong Kong Island to others, the pillar of the Li family, an invincible powerhouse. But in his eyes, he is nothing more than an ant. An ant challenging his bottom line must bear the corresponding consequences. Watching Qin Feng, the god of slaughter, walk toward her, Li Ziqi's legs went weak, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Senior warrior, please calm your anger. My Li family is willing to fulfill the promise previously made by Ziqi and offer all remaining resources of the Li family to you, senior warrior. Please be magnanimous and forgive our mistakes. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, a master from the second generation of the Li family stepped forward and bowed. Qin Feng glanced at him lightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "Fine, I won't bother to argue with your Li family. Do as you said." As he spoke, with a single thought, the annihilating blade intent instantly severed Li Ziqi's meridians. Blood splattered on the spot, and Li Ziqi let out a miserable scream. However, snort. Ah, this is the consequence of offending me. I may not kill you, but I won't allow you to practice martial arts anymore. From now on, you will live as an ordinary person. Qin Feng spoke condescendingly. He had destroyed Li Ziqi's meridians from a distance, rendering her incapable of cultivation for the rest of her life. Her gaze trembled, but she dared not resent Qin Feng, only regretting her actions deeply. Qin Feng should not be toyed with. If she had listened to Elder Zhang back then and paid all the family's energy stones to Qin Feng, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only did it cost her grandfather's life, but it also drained the Li family and ruined her own future. Li Ziqi hated her arrogance to death. Afterward, Qin Feng obtained more than 500 low-grade energy stones and 11 mid-grade energy stones from the Li family. Additionally, there were 50 billion in cash. At this point, the Li family's fortune had run out. Such a vast amount of resources, painstakingly accumulated over hundreds of years, was harvested by Qin Feng in an instant, truly heartbreaking. After today, they will step down from their position as the top prestigious family in Hong Kong Island. Qin Feng's name is also deeply imprinted in the heart of everyone in the martial arts world of Hong Kong Island. This guy is a peerless genius and absolutely not someone to provoke. When Qin Feng entered Hong Kong Island to destroy the Li family, news was spreading globally that the Xia nation was already at the end of its rope. Many alliances were eager to try, starting to make bold provocations against the Xia nation. Many overseas bases of the Xia kingdom have been attacked and looted by criminals, and even martial warriors have been brutally killed. The tranquil deep mountain forest. Qin Feng, having obtained the energy stone, began intensive cultivation. Holding the energy stone in his palm, Qin Feng meditated and cultivated. His talent has now reached level 20. body, and the absorption speed is dozens of times faster than before. Gurgle gurgle. When a large amount of energy poured into his body, Qin Feng's combat power began to soar rapidly. In just a few hours, it rose from 150 million to 160 million. At the level of a warlord, low-grade energy stones are no longer as effective as they were at lower levels. The energy provided does not achieve particularly astonishing effects, it requires accumulation to show noticeable results. However, mid-level energy stones are different. The energy contained in mid-level energy stones is not weak, and even for warriors, they represent a considerable fortune. Just like that, Qin Feng, focused on refining, finally absorbed all the energy stones after a day. He leisurely opened his eyes, surrounded by the hazy white mist of the mountain stream in the early morning, as if immersed in a fairyland. Felt it carefully, Qin Feng's combat power has reached 180 million. This time, the energy stone increased his combat power by 30 million. As for vitality, it also increased by over 100,000 calories, which can be considered negligible. If a low-grade martial artist absorbed all these energy stones, they might be able to rise from the 1st grade to the 7th or 8th grade. It's just a pity that low-grade martial artists cannot absorb energy stones, otherwise Qin Feng would have left a few for Su Mang and Qin Shaoling. After Qin Feng woke up, he heard various reports about the overseas bases of Xia Nation being plundered, and couldn't help but frown. The strong ones above the 7th grade in Xia Nation have all been summoned to the battlefield of 10,000 races to prepare for the fight against the myriad of beasts. The overseas nations must have realized that no one is left in the country, so they are brazenly bullying our people. Then let me intimidate you petty scoundrels a bit. He transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the border. Boom! 5 minutes later, the ASEAN base closest to Xia Kingdom released a message. The ASEAN Grandmaster's senior officer had died, the ASEAN Martial Artists' National Defense Force was completely annihilated, and 220 energy stones were lost. Fusang Nation. At the peak of Fusang Nation's highest Mount Fuji, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the hunchbacked old man in front of him holding a gleaming samurai sword. The Fusang Nation has always been an ally of the Xia Nation. Why did you destroy our Fusang martial artists' base? This is a great disrespect to the Fusang Nation, the old man said to Qin Feng in broken Xia language. The wind blew, gently stirring the hem of his clothes. To hell with you. You Fusang people know very well what you've done. Our Xia Nation's ASEAN base was invaded and plundered not long ago. Were you not involved? Qin Feng directly greeted in a small language. Baka Yaru, I have no knowledge of the military's actions. I am only responsible for eliminating those who invade my Fusang country. I've heard you are quite famous in Xia, but you really shouldn't have come to provoke me. Kamada Jiro, furious and humiliated, stepped on the snowy mountain in his wooden clogs, causing the snow to crack inch by inch. His hunched body suddenly straightened in a moment of rage, as if a withered tree had encountered spring and returned to its prime. The body suddenly grew 30 centimeters taller, and the intense vitality spread like the aroma of wine. He is the strongest sword cultivator in Fusang Nation today. The moment the katana was unsheathed, Mount Fuji was covered in fluffy snow, accompanied by a biting cold wind, as if summoning the sword god. Heaven Splitter, 9-blade style. The sharp katana fiercely slashed toward Qin Feng, and in the sky above, an illusory giant blade shadow descended. It seems the sky is like a blade that can cut through everything, unstoppable and indestructible. A raging blade falling upon Qin Feng with a howling sound. After cultivating for decades, is this all you've got? When his Sakura fatal blade fell in front of Qin Feng casually extended 2 fingers to catch the blade, shaking his head in disappointment at the other's lack of skill. Crack! Nanny! This scared Jiro Kotani out of his wits, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, utterly shocked for an entire year. He was a grandmaster of the transformation realm, a peerless blade cultivator. In terms of understanding and mastery of the blade, he had already reached a transcendent level, with few in the world stronger than him. With a casual swing of his blade, he could destroy the Empire State Building, his power unmatched. Yet now, his strongest strike was caught barehanded by a young man from Xia country. How is this possible? Jiro Katoda, who had lived for almost 100 years, couldn't believe his eyes. Let me teach you what a blade truly is. Kill. Cold. Qin Feng put down Jiro Katoda's blade, then turned and walked away. A cold and indifferent voice escaped his lips, while the stunned Jiro Katoda's pupils had already lost their light. By the time Qin Feng stepped into the void and left Mount Fuji, a deafening explosion sounded behind him. Mount Fuji, towering thousands of meters high, was split cleanly in half by a neat incision after Qin Feng departed. Boom! In an instant, Mount Fuji cracked open like a Grand Canyon. The earth trembled and the mountains quaked. And Motoda Jiro, hailed as the #1 sword cultivator in Fusang, was also engulfed in this wave of sword intent. Splitting mountains. This is Qin Feng's current sword intent. Killing invisibly amidst silence, with violent power capable of causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Power * 90,000. Comprehend 9-blade style. Acquire opponent's talent. Another day, the Undying Sun Empire. Coastal Comprehensive Martial Artist Thunder Base. Sir, there's a young man from Xia country who says he wants to see you. Xia country? The hook-nosed master officer showed suspicion. Did he say what he's here for? They had just returned from doing something bad at the Xia country base, wondering if their actions had been exposed. However, even if they were exposed, they wouldn't be afraid. Unless the other party produced evidence, they wouldn't admit it even if a snake bit them. Deny it to the death. What can you do about it? Find out what he's here for. If it's nothing important, just tell him to get lost, the master officer said impatiently. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure charged in. No need. I can tell you clearly, I'm here to take your pathetic life. As the words fell, the Grandmaster's head flew into the sky. Before his death, his gaze remained ferocious, unwilling to close his eyes in peace. He didn't even know how he died. The soldiers were all shocked, their hearts leaping into their throats. Instant kill. The officer is dead. Quick, report to the higher-ups. Damn it, who are you to dare offend our undying empire and kill our officer? Get ready to die. Ah, I was just joking, don't kill me. Hundreds of samurai warriors were about to vent their anger, only to be ruthlessly eliminated by Qin Feng. In 1 minute, the thunder base of the immortal Sun Empire was bathed in blood. After cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Feng gained several hundred energy stones. Just as he was about to leave, fighter jets suddenly appeared in the sky. Listen up, raise your hands and surrender immediately, or you will face a deadly strike. Many citizens of the Undying Empire saw the military's actions through television and became excited. This was their first time seeing fighter jets engaged in coastal combat, truly a feast for the eyes. Our Western Alliance's most advanced Falcon fighter jets are out. Who are they going to hunt down? It is said to be a warrior from the Xia Kingdom. Just now, our Thunder base was raided. The Hell Reaper cannon has also been activated. It seems the opponent is quite strong. No matter how strong they are, if they anger our immortal Sun Empire, even a Grandmaster in the transformation realm won't escape unscathed. Just wait to be blasted to death. In the sky, dozens of imposing Falcon fighter jets emerged from the depths of the clouds in a triangular formation. Each Falcon fighter jet costs hundreds of billions, with terrifying performance, equipped with SSS-class Falcon missiles capable of killing 9th-grade demonic beasts. It is the strongest fighter jet on the ground, apart from the Phantom God, more advanced than any other country's aircraft. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, one Hell Reaper turret after another rises from the depths, fully charged. The Hell Reaper cannon, powered by nuclear energy, can destroy an island with a single shot, its destructive power far surpassing that of missiles. Launch! Seeing Qin Feng leave leisurely without looking back, the officials of the Undying Sun Empire were furious and immediately ordered a bombing. Various laser shells were fired from Falcon fighter jets, and the SSS-class Falcon missiles, as large as a car, caused the aircraft to sway upon launch. Boom! 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 The first missile exploded, instantly turning the area where Qin Feng was into a sea of fire. Boom! Keep shooting! The Hell Reaper cannon, like lightning, locked onto its targets one after another, precisely blasting into the sea of fire. After continuously bombarding with thousands of shells. Knock, knock, knock. The battlefield turned into a field of fire and thunder, with flames shooting 1,000 meters into the sky. The entire Thunder base collapsed and shattered, sinking into the sea. In cities hundreds of miles away, the deafening sound of explosions could be heard clearly. Everyone watching the television footage laughed uncontrollably. A martial artist from Xia dared to recklessly intrude into the empire of the Undying Sun. This is the price he pays. Even if you are a Grandmaster of the transformation realm, so what? You still end up dying under the attack of modern weapons. The target has been destroyed. A few seconds later, the Falcon's team leader reported to the command room. But just as he finished speaking, his voice suddenly stuttered. Wait, something seems off. Amidst the blazing sea of flames, Qin Feng transformed into a dark shadow, shooting upward. Boom! Bang! With a single punch, 10 fighter jets spiraling in the sky suddenly exploded without warning. He's not dead yet. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Oh my gosh, retreat quickly. Don't! All the warriors of the Undying Sun Empire turned into lambs of despair, and the fighter jets in the sky all exploded. Effortlessly, Qin Feng wiped out the strongest Falcon Air Force squad of the Undying Sun Empire. The Undying Sun Empire no longer dared to obstruct Qin Feng and swallowed their resentment. However, this is just a microcosm of Qin Feng's global bloodbath. March 16th, Qin Feng traveled far to eliminate 5 Grandmasters of the Western Alliance, 2 of whom were transcendent experts. On March 17th, 3 major bases of the African Alliance were tragically destroyed, with thousands of martial artists and warriors killed. March 18th, Qin Feng braved a rain of missiles, twisted off the head of Australia's top commander, and simultaneously struck such fear into Australian martial artists that they dared not step out of their own country. During this period, the entire world was gripped by the fear of Qin Feng's dominance. At the mention of Qin Feng, people across the globe trembled. He was the harbinger of death who made everyone shudder in terror. From then on, no country dared to extend its hand towards Xia Nation. More than 700 low-grade energy stones, and 25 medium-grade ones as well. Not bad. Qin Feng looked at the plundered resources and couldn't help but feel satisfied. terrified. In just a few days, he would enter the depths of the 10,000 races battlefield to face various super challenges. Before that, improving his strength was crucial. As for Qin Feng's global bloodbath, the attitude from the Xia nation was that it was entirely his personal actions and had nothing to do with the government. At the same time, the martial artists of the Xia kingdom all applauded with joy. Due to their status or strength, they had always been cautious not to cause too much commotion outside. Even when provoked by the alliances of other nations, they sometimes had no choice but to swallow their anger. But Qin Feng's rise was far more formidable. The solution is straightforward and decisive. Just go straight to their door and strike. Anyone interested in Xia nation or wanting to test the waters, Qin Feng would directly show up and annihilate them. Whether they are 7th, 8th, or 9th grade experts, or grandmasters, or even transcendent grandmasters, they almost all became sacrifices to Qin Feng's warning to the world. In this way, the whole world is wary of Qin Feng. Who would dare to reach into Xia country in the future? Using the resources obtained over the past few days, Qin Feng successfully broke through the 200 million combat power threshold. His vitality has also stabilized at 5.6 million calories. Currently, his combat power is at the level of an intermediate warlord. After solidifying the foundation of the warlord, there were only a few days left before departure. Qin Feng piloted the Phantom Godfighter jet into the battlefield of 10,000 races. March 20th. The battlefield of 10,000 races was as gray as ever. The sky was gray. Xia Nation's Shenlong's second base. Here, the population is 3 times larger than usual. In the Xia Kingdom, all 7th and 8th grade martial artists have been mobilized to support the 10,000 races battlefield and defend the second baseline. As for those above 9th grade, they have joined the elite forces to venture deep into the 10,000 races battlefield and annihilate the beast race. Everyone, today is the day of departure. Only by striking first do we have a chance to survive. Tang Jin, as the commander, took the lead in the charge. For Xia Nation, for the human race, we must take the risk to seize the Riftstone, activate the Sky Eye, and simultaneously slay the beast race to delay their offensive. For Xia Nation, for the human race, charge. Figures flickered one after another, stepping through the void in an orderly advance. This time, nearly 100 people entered as a group, grand and imposing, filling the space with an air of dominance. Some warriors moved at incredible speed, taking the lead and disappearing in a flash of light. Qin Feng was also among the flashes of light. In this way, the main force advanced intermittently, covering 10,000 miles in a day. By the third day, Qin Feng and 12 other warriors finally reached the depths of the battlefield of all races. They flew nearly over 100,000 kilometers, a distance that, without exaggeration, could circle the blue planet 3 times. The sky deep within the battlefield of myriad races is different from the outside. It is grayish-yellow. This place resembles an endless desolate desert, where the wind rises, dust flies, and yellow sand fills the sky, making visibility with the naked eye extremely low. This is the territory of the ancient ape tribe. Half a month ago, the war god Senior fought a bloody battle against the ancient ape war god here, giving us a chance to escape. It's likely that the ancient ape war god was seriously injured as well. Let's see if we can destroy this place. Tang Jin instructed. According to the records, there are riftstones in the ancient ape's territory. Everyone, split up and act. If you encounter the ancient ape tribe, kill them if you can. Everyone began to act separately. Okay. In the dust-filled space, it was difficult for everyone to see, relying solely on their 5 senses and intuition to search. Qin Feng flew through the air, his eyes constantly scanning. Before long, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from ahead. So everyone stopped flying, and soon, a line of figures emerged from the yellow sand ahead. Humans? Qin Feng noticed that the other party was not from the ancient ape clan but humans. Moreover, they were all powerful warriors at the warlord level, and it seemed they were being particularly cautious upon entering this place. He's from the Western Alliance, Tang Jin said after taking a clear look. In the battlefield of myriad races, the chances of encountering humans were not very high, but today they had. Officer Tang, long time no see. The warrior from the Western Alliance on the other side clearly knew Tang Jin and took the initiative to greet him. Tang Jin frowned slightly. Tyrant, you came too. Ah, that's right. I heard your war god Lu cleared the battlefield here, so I came to pick up the leftovers. What do you mean? A war general from Xia Kingdom was furious. The other party was clearly gloating. Don't get worked up, just joking. Our goals are actually the same. We're all old friends now, so let's be honest about it. Tyrone pointed in a distant direction and said, we've already searched this area, and there's no trace of the Riftstone. Since both you and I want it, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Riftstone is most likely to be found in the Ancient Ape Palace. The Ancient Ape Palace. At the mention of this place, Tang Jin and the others fell silent. Tyrone glanced over and continued, as the military commander of the Xia Kingdom, it's impossible that you haven't heard of this place. Tang Jin did not speak. He was naturally well aware of the Ancient Ape Palace. The Ancient Ape Palace was the lair of the Ancient Ape clan, where the war god leader of the clan resided, filled with danger. We have already sent people to investigate. Ever since the Ancient Ape leader's fierce battle with your war god Lu, he has left the Ancient Ape territory and gone to another secret place place to recover from his injuries. So, this is our only good opportunity. How about we join forces? Tyrone extended an invitation to Tangjin for collaboration, saying, even without the ancient ape leader guarding them, the ancient ape clan still has over a dozen beast generals at the battle commander level, making their combat power extremely terrifying. We are not entirely confident in eliminating them. If the Xia nation is willing to cooperate with the Western Alliance, many troubles can be resolved. As for the division of the Rift Stones, we can discuss it further. Tangjin pondered for a moment. After a while, he looked at Qin Feng and asked, Qin Feng, what do you think? Qin Feng was an indispensable force within their team, and Tangjin could not ignore Qin Feng's opinion. If there's no other way, we can give it a try. Qin Feng thought carefully and then replied, the other party might be deceitful, but the longer it drags on, the worse the situation becomes for them. If the ancient ape leader recovers, then they will have to face an immensely powerful war god beast. Therefore, this is a rare and unrepeatable opportunity. Alright, we'll cooperate. Tangjin accepted Tyren's invitation. Both parties headed towards the ancient ape palace in the northwest. Several hours later, they arrived at the ancient ape palace. This was a massive palace built from giant stone blocks. The palace was constructed on an enormous scale, more than 10 times larger than the bird's nest in Xia country. Near the ancient ape palace, Qin Feng could feel its grandeur, antiquity, and eerie atmosphere from afar. The ancient ape tribe's beasts are no longer here. Could it be that they have all migrated? At this moment, they discovered that the palace surprisingly had no ancient ape tribe beast soldiers. Something feels very wrong. Everyone became cautious, constantly scanning the surroundings with their minds, but they found nothing. The beast clan migrates periodically to change territories. We might have just caught the ancient ape clan during their migration. Haha, how lucky we are. Tyron couldn't help but feel secretly delighted and was about to lead his people into the ancient ape palace to search for the sky-splitting stone. But at that moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to shake inexplicably. The vibration frequency was extremely high, comparable to a magnitude 7 earthquake. Rumble. Careful, underground. Tangjin sensed the danger approaching and shouted. At this moment, numerous holes slowly appeared on the distant ground. One giant lizard after another emerged from the ground. After coming out, the lizards transformed directly into human form and surrounded Qin Feng and the others. Lizard men. How could they be in the territory of the ancient ape clan? This is a major problem. Tangjin and Tyren exchanged a glance. The lizard men are one of the 5 major beast clans on the battlefield of 10,000 races. They possess the earth attribute, allowing them to burrow into the ground and appear unpredictably, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The tiger clan is also here. The wild lion clan has appeared on this side. The 5 great clans all have arrived. Below, various beast races emerged from the ground one after another, putting everyone on edge, each looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The 5 great beast races of the myriad races battlefield, the tiger clan, the wild lion clan, the spider clan, the lizardmen clan, and the rulers of this territory, the ancient ape clan. TSK, the ancient ape leader was right. You humans really did come back here. We've been waiting for a long time. It's not in vain that our 5 great beast clans joined forces. It was worth the wait. At this moment, the tiger-headed, human-bodied leader of the fierce tiger clan spoke excitedly, his large mouth already watering. Enough talk, let's wipe out these damned humans. The leader of the wild lion clan gave the order, and immediately, hundreds of beast warriors from the wild lion clan charged forward ferociously. The 5 great beast clans launched a terrifying offensive. Qin Feng habitually observed the situation and noticed that among the 5 great beast clans, there were actually over 100 warlord-level beasts, along with many experts above the Grandmaster level. What surprised him was that, apart from the vacant position of the ancient ape clan leader, the combat strength of the other 4 major beast clan leaders was unfathomable. This is bad. The human warriors and the beast clan powerhouses clashed, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Flames, burn. A strong member of the spider clan transformed into spider form, soaring through the air with 8 legs, lunging at Qin Feng while spitting webs. The threads were laced with deadly poison, and if entangled, the consequences would be fatal and unpredictable. Slash. Qin Feng wielded his intent, unleashing a wild blade aura that instantly sliced the attacking spider clan warrior into 2 halves. Qin Feng, watch out. As he killed the spider clan warrior, Tangjin warned him from behind. Turning around, a tiger clan war general charged at him with a roar. His massive tiger arm was strong and powerful, delivering a punch with billions of combat power to smash Qin Feng's head. Unfazed in the face of danger, Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed a thunderous bombardment, reaching the pinnacle of speed. The mighty warrior of the tiger clan was instantly devastated by the bombardment, reduced to a pulp. So, you were this strong all along? Tangjin, who was standing nearby, was stunned. Qin Feng was so powerful. A beast race warrior at the warlord level was wiped out in a single move by him. What terrifying combat strength. And he had even awakened the lightning attribute. This was truly a multi-talented path. Qin Feng's performance was formidable and monstrous, but it also consumed a considerable amount of his vitality. Any beast race warrior of the junior warlord level who came after Qin Feng was slain by him using various methods: flames, lightning, ice, venom. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng destroyed 8 beast race warlords. This display was astonishing, like a deity among men. On the human side, the combined forces of the Xia Kingdom and Western Alliance warriors amounted to nearly 30 generals. However, faced with the overwhelming strength of the Beast Clan, the humans were outmatched, and soon a human general fell in battle. "Sir, we can't hold on any longer. What should we do?" "I'll deploy a flash grenade in a moment. Use the opportunity to retreat, get as many of our people out as possible. Don't concern yourselves with the Xia Kingdom's people." Tyran gave his subordinates a meaningful glance. The Western Alliance was preparing for a desperate escape. "All right, no choice, staying here will only lead to being worn out. The 4 major leaders on the other side have yet to make a move. Dragging this out doesn't look promising. The Xia Kingdom's warriors must be sold." In battles at the warlord level, the earth shatters and the heavens collapse, with the arena constantly echoing with heart-shaking explosive sounds. Boom, boom. Terrifying waves of energy and blood swept across dozens of kilometers, causing landslides and ground fissures. Yellow sand was whipped up by the fierce wind, turning the sky into a desolate scene, as if a sandstorm had descended upon the world. From time to time, various flashes of light flickered, and the explosive energy and blood clashed against each other, shaking the space incessantly. Frenzied wind, fatal slash. Above the firmament, Tang Jin wielded the raging wind, striking with a single finger and instantly killing dozens of master-level demonic beasts. 2 lizardman warlords soared upward to challenge Tang Jin, but before long, they turned into 2 corpses falling back down. Qin Feng and Tang Jin, with their outstanding combat prowess, became 2 dazzling sights on the battlefield. Qin Feng even made a bold move, actively heading toward the 4 beast clan leaders, intending to challenge them. At that moment, a massive explosion suddenly occurred in the field. A blinding white flash burst forth in the area, overwhelming the crowd's eyes and causing temporary blindness, making it difficult to open them. Boom! A giant flashbang exploded, and at that moment, Officer Tyren shouted loudly to the crowd, "Western Alliance members, follow me." One by one, the Western Alliance warriors put on special goggles, regaining 50% of their vision under the intense white light, and fled toward a specific location. The powerful beings of the Beast Clan were also temporarily blinded in this situation, so they needed to seize the opportunity to escape and sell out the Xia Kingdom warriors. However, just as Tyren and the others had flown not far, a figure flew in from the front, blocking their path. "Move aside." Upon closer inspection, they found that the person was actually Qin Feng, prompting Tyren to shout. But Qin Feng had no intention of chatting with them and instead shouted toward the white light on the other side, "Officer Tang, quickly take the brothers inside." After speaking, Qin Feng directly transformed into a stream of light and flew into the ancient ape palace. Meanwhile, around Tyren and the others, for terrifying auras were approaching. Not good. By the time he realized it, he discovered that Qin Feng had already brought over the leaders of the 4 great beast clans. Everyone immediately fell into despair. Damn it, that kid did it on purpose. He pulled a trick to divert the trouble elsewhere. How despicable. The Western Alliance's warlords were in despair. They had planned to take the opportunity to betray the Xia Kingdom's warriors and escape, but unfortunately, Qin Feng turned the tables on them, drawing the 4 beast clan leaders instead. "What a cunning Xia Kingdom person. Do you want to leave? Stay here for me." The wild lion leader was the first to charge into the group of Shiming powerhouses, igniting the battle. On the other side, without the restraint of the 4 major leaders, under the fierce fight between Qin Feng and Tang Jin, the martial artists of the Xia Kingdom, who were originally in a desperate situation, managed to break free and flew into the massive ancient ape palace. "Don't let them escape. Surround the palace and attack together." An ancient ape warrior led the charge, swinging his massive arms wildly as he hunted the human race. As he approached the palace entrance, a giant fist appeared ahead and smashed the ape warrior's head. Energy collapse fist. 1 punch, bamboo shoot Musha. Strength asterisk 400000. Vitality and blood asterisk 100000. The dozens of ancient ape tribe warriors following behind became somewhat flustered and stopped in their tracks. "What are you afraid of? Your ancient ape tribe is at least one of the 5 major beast tribes, and yet you lack courage like this?" A warrior from the lizardman tribe sneered disdainfully, transformed into human form, and charged toward the palace gates. "Mere humans, nothing more than a dying struggle. What is there to fear?" The next second, a cloud of blood mist exploded at the palace entrance, and the lizardman tribe warrior who had rushed in died without even knowing how he had died a horrible death. At this moment, the beast race warlords who had been clamoring to charge and all fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to step forward recklessly. Whoever goes, dies. The human race has 2 mid-level or higher warlords, and whoever goes first will be instantly killed. The orc warriors do not kill. No one wants to sacrifice in vain. So, they stopped in their tracks and could only wait for their leader to arrive. Inside the palace, it was pitch dark and deep, with a damp, musty smell in the air, and moss crawling all over the walls. The generals of the Xia Kingdom entered inside. inside. At this moment, everyone looked exhausted, wearing an expression of having narrowly escaped death. If it hadn't been for Qin Feng's sharp insight just now, seeing through the West Alliance's scheme early on, they would all have perished under the Beast Tribe's siege.
The Beast Tribe's generals are about to follow in. What should we do? A general asked urgently.
They are hiding in here, but this is not a long-term solution. At most, it's like a frog being boiled in warm water. It won't last long. Once the other side finishes dealing with the Shiming strongmen, they'll focus all their efforts on attacking them. Right now, it's a situation where surviving one more second is a victory.
I'll guard the main door. You guys check if there's another exit or something.
Qin Feng said to Tang Jin, and Tang Jin nodded, immediately mobilizing everyone to search for an exit. If there was no other exit, they would truly be waiting for death. After a while, Tang Jin suddenly triggered a mechanism. With a rumbling sound, in one of the palace's rooms, a heavy stone door was unexpectedly opened. Under the stone gate, it was incomparably dark. Looking down, it unexpectedly gave a profound sense of fear.
It was as if some kind of prehistoric monster lay beneath.
This stone gate is so sturdy. Even with my full strength, I can't shake it in the slightest. If we go inside, perhaps we can buy some time.
Tang Jin unexpectedly spoke.
No choice, the Beast Clan leaders are coming soon.
We can only go in and try our luck. Qin Feng could sense that 4 powerful auras were steadily approaching the palace.
Most of the Western Alliance's people were likely already dead. For now, their only option was to enter the palace's secret chamber and hide for a while.
Otherwise, once the 4 leaders arrived, they would be completely annihilated.
Qin Feng raised the torch and was the first to step into the secret chamber. When everyone had entered, Qin Feng found the stone door mechanism inside the room and, with a loud boom, the massive stone door shut tightly. As the torchlight illuminated the space, the scene inside the stone chamber gradually came into view. The secret chamber was very spacious. It can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. Around the secret chamber are cold stone walls. Directly in front of everyone, on the ancient wall, a giant carved mural is engraved. Qin Feng stepped closer for a look and discovered it was a stone wall painting of an ancient ape. The image is vivid and lifelike, with the ancient ape raising its hand to support the heavens, as if it were the overlord of the world, reigning supreme. After staring at it for a long time, one begins to feel that the ancient ape grows increasingly domineering, as if it truly exists.
What a strange statue. Could the ancient ape inside this statue be the ancestor of the ancient ape clan?
Tang Jin examined it incredulously, while everyone else felt a sense of reverence in their hearts, as if they were in the presence of a deity. Just at this moment, a few loud banging sounds came from outside the stone door.
Humans, stop your futile resistance and come out to face your death. Let us devour you. TSK, poor humans, come out quickly. Boom! Another round of earth-shaking tremors followed as the 4 Beast Tribe leaders relentlessly struck the stone door, attempting to break in.
Fortunately, after a few minutes, the Beast Tribe ceased their attack. A harsh voice came from outside. You can hide for a while, but not forever.
When the ancient ape tribe leader returns, it will be your death. The ancient ape tribe leader.
Inside, Qin Feng and the others heard this sentence, their expressions dark as water. They currently stand almost no chance of winning against the 4 major Beast Clan leaders and nearly 100 war generals. If they force their way out, certain death awaits.
Not a single one will survive.
And if they wait for the ancient ape clan leader to return, the other side is very likely to forcibly open the stone chamber door and break in. By then, it will be their time to die.
Even if they want to hide, they can't escape. The situation is fraught with crises. Tang Jin and the others were troubled and restless, not knowing what to do.
Qin Feng was also hesitant in his heart.
Was he really going to perish here?
The 5 major beast clans joining forces in advance to ambush the human race was something they had not anticipated. Just as Qin Feng's mind was in chaos, he suddenly furrowed his brows tightly because, ahead, there was a force attracting him. This feeling was similar to when he was competing with Carl for energy in the Sky-Ite summoning. It seemed as if the energy was calling Qin Feng. No, it should be said that Qin Feng had an extraordinary sensitivity to special energy. So he stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on the ancient ape. Buzz! At that moment, his mind was suddenly struck by a powerful impact, as if a phantom of the ancient ape on the stone wall appeared, its massive hand reaching out toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly came to his senses and retreated rapidly, his actions startling Tang Jin and the others.
Tang Jin looked at Qin Feng and asked, Qin Feng, what's wrong? This ancient ape mural is not ordinary.
Qin Feng spoke directly, and when he looked at the ancient ape mural again, there was a hint of caution in his gaze. However, the scene of the ancient ape's phantom hand trying to capture him did not happen again.
Something strange? Tang Jin's gaze swept over the ancient ape.
After observing for a while, he found nothing. In the end, they stopped paying attention to it. It is very likely that during the intense battle just now, Qin Feng's excessive consumption of vitality caused hallucinations that affected his central nervous system.
Everyone, take a break and conserve your energy. If the beast tribe breaks in, we'll fight them to the death. Tang Jin absolutely did not disturb Qin Feng.
Everyone sat on the ground, but no one dared to let their guard down, because they didn't know when the leader of the ancient ape tribe would arrive to break through the gate.
In any
case, just be prepared for a fierce battle. The sound of something hitting the stone door came from outside from time to time. It seemed the beast tribe was getting restless. Qin Feng also sat down in front of the mural, his mood equally unsettled. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at the mural once again. Sure enough, this time, Qin Feng's mind was once again captivated, just like before. However, Qin Feng closed his eyes, sensing the mysteries within the ancient ape mural. Gradually, a massive phantom appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The ancient ape. This ancient ape stood tens of thousands of feet tall, towering in a primordial environment, like a war god from the ancient times of the universe's chaos. Qin Feng appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. What a vast and wondrous world. Where is this? Qin Feng, still conscious, couldn't help but ask. A dream? However, he was clear-headed. Roar! The massive ancient ape looked down, its beast-like eyes emitting a scarlet glow, like a demon from hell, staring directly at Qin Feng. Human, how are you able to come here? The ancient ape slowly spoke, questioning Qin Feng, its voice like a booming bell, almost rupturing Qin Feng's eardrums. What a terrifying ancient ape. Qin Feng firmly believed that the other party could kill him with just a flick of a finger. This ancient ape was at least at the super war god level. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, his muscles suddenly twitched, and the blood in his body abruptly began to boil. Scorching, so scorching hot. Like a thirsty fish encountering a clear spring, Qin Feng's blood unexpectedly began to surge. What is going on? He asked himself in his heart. The ancient giant ape in front of him also noticed Qin Feng's anomaly. It grabbed Qin Feng with one hand, brought him closer, and stared at him intently with unblinking eyes. It seems to see through Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought this ancient ape was going to devour him, his forehead tightly furrowed, but he was unable to resist. The abnormal changes in his body continued. Qin Feng's whole body was burning hot, and his golden body seemed to be on fire. How do you possess the bloodline of my giant ape clan? The ancient ape hesitantly opened its mouth, its eyes spinning like car wheels, thought for a moment, and then said, since you can enter this world and possess the bloodline of the great ape, it means you are destined to meet me. I'll entrust the rest of my legacy to you. From now on, when you encounter the ancient ape clan, you will be their king. Wait, are you joking? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What was going on? The great ape wanted to pass on its legacy to him? Why? Not allowing Qin Feng to speak, a red beam of light shot out from the giant ape's eyes and entered Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng only felt an unbearable pain in his eyes, so painful that he closed them tightly. But the moment Qin Feng opened his eyes, he found that he had already escaped from that illusory world and returned to the real world. Awake! All of this happened too fast. Qin Feng, is your aura increasing? At this moment, Tang Jin noticed the changes in Qin Feng and couldn't help but speak up. Qin Feng quickly focused on himself and only then realized that his combat power was indeed skyrocketing. 200 million, 250 million, 280 million. As the crimson light in his eyes gradually diminished, Qin Feng's combat power steadily soared. It's the inheritance of the giant ape. This is not a dream, but reality. He suddenly realized, unable to suppress the joy on his face. The ancient giant ape had truly passed down its inheritance to him. Could it be that it's because I carry the bloodline of the giant ape that I received the inheritance of the ancient giant ape? How fortunate. In the past, Qin Feng had slain a giant ape and obtained its bloodline, which could strengthen the muscles in his arms. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this bloodline that allowed Qin Feng to comprehend the ancient ape mural today and enter the illusory space set up by the ancient ape ancestor to receive its inheritance. Everything felt like a dream. Everyone gathered around, sensing the surging aura emanating from Qin Feng, unable to contain their ecstatic joy. As long as Qin Feng grows stronger, they will have a chance to survive. 300 million, 330 million, 350 million. The sudden divine strength of the giant ape made Qin Feng's breakthrough speed unstoppable. Senior Warlord Tang was stunned. Qin Feng's combat power was much stronger than his. What was incredible was that his combat power was still rising. At this moment, the beast tribe leader outside launched another offensive. Bang bang bang. The sturdy stone door began to loosen after 4 relentless strikes. The 4 leaders, as advanced warlords with strength close to the war god level, had grown impatient and were determined to destroy the stone door, break in, and annihilate the humans inside. The stone door won't hold much longer. What should we do? No one expected the beast race to be so furious. They were determined to annihilate them completely. Prepare for battle. Even if we die in combat, we cannot let the beast race look down on us. Tang Jin's expression changed, and with a sudden roar, his blood and energy surged wildly as he prepared to face his mortal enemy. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's breakthrough continued, and in the blink of an eye, his combat power had soared past 400 million. Moreover, his skin also emitted a golden radiance, with golden veins surfacing, appearing extremely formidable. This physical condition made everyone present envious. Qin Feng was truly extraordinary. Boom! The collisions continued to echo. The stone door had begun to loosen, and bricks from the ceiling of the stone chamber started to fall. Everyone was on edge, and the next moment, the hard stone door of the millennia-old stone chamber was finally breached. Danger arrived as expected. Ha ha ha, humans humans, now you can't escape. The Tiger Clan leader laughed uproariously, for in this stone chamber, the opponents were like fish in a barrel, at their mercy to toy with. I will devour your flesh and blood, strip your skin, and leave you with no place to rest in death. The lizard man leader extended his long tongue, saliva dripping. The 4 elite generals, nearly 100 warriors and masters, Summer Nation's martial artists, were at an absolute disadvantage in both numbers and strength. Fight them to the death. Tang Jin shouted. The arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. There was no retreat left. Everyone unleashed their vitality and charged forward. However, just as the battle was about to erupt, a majestic aura emanated from behind, stunning everyone. Boom! Vitality surged outward, and Qin Feng's figure suddenly flickered, disappearing from his original spot. When Qin Feng reappeared, he was already in front of the Tiger Clan leader, and a chilling palm imprint was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Petty humans, pretending to be gods and ghosts. Seeing that the humans dared to take the initiative to attack, the Tiger Clan leader let out a cold laugh and unleashed the power of the tiger, throwing a punch to kill Qin Feng. Boom! The scene echoed with the sound of metal clashing, but the Tiger Clan leader's expression instantly changed from smugness to shock. After the clash, a bone-chilling cold spread from his fist, and his arm, once as hard as steel, instantly turned to ice, no longer under his control. How can this damn human's combat power be so high? The Tiger Clan leader finally realized something was wrong. With his combat power exceeding 400 million, he was almost invincible among warriors. But now, the human in front of him had put him at a disadvantage, which made him feel very uneasy. What's wrong with you? Why hold back against him? If you can't handle it, let me do it. The leader of the wild lions shook his finger at the leader of the fierce tigers, disdainful of his lack of seriousness in battle, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Swish! Just as the leader of the wild lions stepped forward, suddenly, a dark shadow darted in, moving as fast as lightning, leaving him no time to react. This time, the leader of the wild lions was dumbfounded. How could this human be so fast? Could it be that his strength has already surpassed mine? While he was still in shock, a powerful thunder palm had already struck fiercely on his lion head. This palm from Qin Feng was the thunderclap sky-splitting palm, not only imbued with the power of lightning but also surpassing a combat strength of 400 million. It sent the wild lion leader flying several hundred meters before he finally stopped, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Wild lion leader, are you alright? The spider leader and the beast generals of the other 3 clans were all stunned and hurried forward to check his injuries. I'm fine, just a mere palm strike, it's nothing. I'm tough. After taking a moment on the ground, the mad lion leader patted the dust off his body and stood up, ready to rally himself. However, in the next second, with a thud, he fell face down. Collapsed. That palm strike from Qin Feng earlier had already exceeded his tolerance. After all, before this, he had always seen this group of humans as mere lambs to the slaughter. Damn it, you still dare to resist? Let's take him down together. The Tiger Clan leader, despite suffering setbacks, was still brimming with fighting spirit and urged the other 2 clan leaders to join forces against Qin Feng. Alright, men, attack. Kill the human. Avenge your lion clan leader. Charge. The beast generals of the 4 great beast clans received the order and charged at the human race, but they were too weak. For the current Qin Feng, they were as fragile as paper. Annihilation, kill. The intent of annihilation from the blade blossomed in the field. Several lizardman warlords at the forefront had no time to strike before, inexplicably being attacked by the blade's intent, instantly leaving their skin torn and flesh mangled, with blood flowing everywhere. As for the many master-level beast soldiers behind them, they didn't even have the chance to get close before being reduced to indistinct flesh and blood amidst the chaotic currents of annihilation. Qin Feng's single strike of 999 left the beast race warlords in utter misery. Despicable human, die. As Qin Feng was killing with great enthusiasm, a beast general of the spider clan finally found a rare opportunity and launched a sneak attack on Qin Feng by spitting silk from behind. Her spider silk contained deadly poison. Even an ordinary warrior caught in it would suffer greatly. It was undeniably venomous. Moreover, she succeeded. The sneak attack with the spider silk caught Qin Feng completely off guard. Qin Feng turned his head slightly. The spider warrior became smug. Tisk tsk, filthy human, do you know how to write the word death? I'll make sure you die painfully. The sinister creature kept spitting spider silk from its mouth. Hiss hiss hiss. With each additional layer of spider silk, another layer of venom was added. Killing Qin Feng with poison was only a matter of time. Are you here to be funny? However, as she was about to finish spitting out her spider silk, Qin Feng was still standing there quietly watching her, leaving the spider warrior puzzled. The human in front of me, why haven't they been poisoned to death? Qin Feng's mind. Physical defense 100%. Magical defense 100%. These poisons, Qin Feng regarded as nothing more than child's play. I'll show you what real poison is. He spat at the spider warlord, who immediately felt a wave of nausea. What do you mean by this? Ah, wait, my skin. Sizzle. She was about to start cursing, but her skin began to fester, and in just a breath, her entire body turned into a skeleton. From showing off to being poisoned to death, it took less than 2 seconds.
Such a terrifying poison? A spider clan warlord behind her panicked. Who the hell is the true king of poisons here? The spider leader was trembling all over. This human was nearly at a monstrous level in every aspect, and the poison of their spider clan had no effect on him at all. Seems pretty strong. What should we say? Didn't you say we should all attack together? Why are you only sending the small ones? I was just saying that. As a leader, it's no fun to act personally. But even though he's strong, we lizard men aren't afraid of him. That's right, we'll go together. Whoever retreats is a grandson. Grandpas, I'll take my leave first. The leader of the tiger clan nodded in agreement, and in the next second transformed into a fierce tiger, channeling all his energy and blood to escape outside as fast as possible, without looking back. Because he was the only one who had suffered Qin Feng's brutal beating and knew very well that this young human was damn near a quasi-war god. Not moving, just waiting to die? So sneaky, just ran away directly? Not even considering your teammates' feelings? Is this even possible? Rural roads are slippery, and people's hearts are too complicated. The tiger leader retreated, and the other beast clans were unwilling to continue. They were already no match for Qin Feng, and now, with the loss of a high-ranking warrior, the gap in strength widened further. We're retreating too. They weren't fools and saw no reason to let their strong warriors sacrifice themselves in vain. If we cooperate again, we're dogs. Let's go. Kill. The beast tribe retreated, and Qin Feng pursued the victory with unstoppable momentum, chasing them down. The remnants of the beast tribe who fled too slowly naturally became the souls perished under Qin Feng's blade. The annihilating blade intent, combined with a combat power exceeding 400 million, made it impossible to find a single beast tribe expert capable of rivaling Qin Feng. It is worth mentioning that Qin Feng's combat power is still on an upward trend. The inheritance of the ancient giant ape ancestor has not been fully absorbed and still has room for improvement. Qin Feng is like a raging killing machine, with screams echoing wherever he goes. The beast race was slaughtered by him to the point of utter collapse, leaving almost no room for resistance. Amid the bloody carnage, Qin Feng's combat power has already reached 480 million. Apart from the ordinary war generals of the beast tribe, the lizard man leader was also struck and sent flying by Qin Feng during the clash. Qin Feng swung his hammer, his aura dominating like a tiger swallowing the vast lands. The lizard man leader was sent flying hundreds of meters, only stopping after crashing into a rocky mountain. At a glance, the beast tribe's 100 war generals and hundreds of master-level beast soldiers were nearly annihilated. Boom! Tang Jin and the others stood behind, watching Qin Feng's godlike performance, too stunned to speak. This guy is so strong. In such a short time, he has drastically increased his combat power and single-handedly defeated the ambushing army of the beast race. What kind of move is this? A terrifying thought simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds, and they couldn't help but associate Qin Feng with those legendary predecessors. This young man is likely about to step into that ultimate realm. His future is boundless. Spider allies, save me. The heavily injured lizard man lay with his body shattered, half buried under the rubble, completely losing his ability to fight. But the spider leader was also a clever one. In response to the lizard man leader's cry for help, she didn't even turn her head, focusing solely on escaping. In the face of catastrophe, who cares about your life or death? Undying flame, burn. At the moment the lizard man lay flat, an undying flame burned through that space. With his vitality fully replenished, the current Qin Feng showed no hesitation in using martial techniques, unleashing all kinds of methods to attack these beast tribes. Don't kill me. I am willing to give you the position of the lizard man tribe leader. Can you spare my life? Surrounded by flames with no place to stand, the lizard man leader was terrified. His powerless pleas ultimately turned into nothingness as the raging fire surged forward. The lizard man tribe was gradually consumed, burned alive into ashes. Power asterisk 500000. Comprehend Earth attribute. Before him, the only thing of value was the Earth attribute. Vitality and blood asterisk 100000. Awakened another attribute. Acquire opponent's talent. Qin Feng was quite surprised. Does this mean he can burrow into the ground now? Without celebrating for long, he once again activated his vital energy and blood, transforming into a streak of light as he chased after the spider leader, the tiger leader, and other beast generals. He must eliminate them completely, otherwise, it would be troublesome if they made a comeback. Qin Feng was like a speedboat racing across the vast ocean, with drifting clouds instinctively scattering to both sides wherever he passed. In no time, he caught up with the spider clan leader. Death coil. Boom! The spider clan leader, in a desperate move, spat out venomous threads as a final act of resistance. Its venomous threads shot out from its mouth, only to be caught by Qin Feng, who had transformed into a shadow. It seemed as though the poison was of no concern to him at all. You brat, let's see how much you can handle. Zzzzz. Tens of thousands of poisonous threads wove into a massive web, enveloping Qin Feng. The venomous web was terrifyingly toxic. Any creature passing through it would be reduced to ashes, succumbing to the poison and dying instantly within a second. Magic defense 100%. Qin Feng's magic resistance was already impressive, and after chasing and killing a large number of
of spider beast generals along the way, he gained considerable magic resistance. As a result, Qin Feng's immunity to the spider leader's venom was nothing unusual. He reached out and kept pulling at the poisonous threads, while the spider leader continued spinning them. About a minute later, the spider clan leader's face turned ashen. "Stop pulling, I beg you, stop pulling, I'm almost completely drained." The poisonous silk in its body was being tugged by Qin Feng, like it had taken an endless supply of gum and couldn't stop. This was so damn painful. Was Qin Feng treating him like a web-weaving tool? Had enough fun? Then go to hell. No longer wasting time with the opponent, Qin Feng directly killed the spider leader whose body was severely overdrawn in certain aspects. Toxicity * 999. Qin Feng's venom leveled up again, further enhanced. Afterward, Qin Feng continued to hunt down the tiger clan leader who fled first. As before, Qin Feng unleashed a combat power of 480 million, completely crushing the tiger clan leader. He was violently knocked into the air. In midair, the flying tiger clan leader suddenly stopped because he had collided with a massive object. Whoa, what the? Bang! Rubbing his forehead, the tiger clan leader looked up at the object and suddenly burst into a delighted laugh. "Leader of the ancient ape clan, you have finally returned. We've been waiting for you so bitterly." He pointed at Qin Feng, who was rapidly chasing from behind, and complained, "This human brat has ransacked your old lair. Go and punish him quickly. The leader of the ancient ape clan has returned." The aura of a war god instantly made the atmosphere solemn. Qin Feng also caught up and slightly paused when he encountered the towering giant in front of him. "Ah, kid, you're out of luck today. The leader of the ancient ape clan is here. Prepare to die." The tiger leader spoke arrogantly, relying on the backing of the ancient ape clan leader. "These humans, all of them must die. Ancient ape clan." Qin Feng stopped moving forward, casually glancing at the ancient ape leader before stepping forward. "A war god, huh?" Qin Feng wanted to test the opponent's strength. The ancient ape leader scrutinized Qin Feng with terrifying eyes and roared, "Insignificant human, how dare you hunt down our beast clan? Do you know the consequences of such actions? I will punish you right now." After speaking, it raised its ape-like arm, ready to obliterate Qin Feng. "Come, let's see who dies." Facing a war god-level powerhouse, Qin Feng remained composed and elegant. He unleashed all his energy and blood. This battle was bound to be tough. He had to give it his all. Old ancestor? When the ancient ape leader sensed the blood and energy emanating from Qin Feng, he suddenly shrank his neck sharply, staring at Qin Feng in fear, muttering under his breath, his gaze instantly losing its color. It seemed as though he was deeply afraid of Qin Feng. No, to be precise, he was afraid of the bloodline within Qin Feng. Qin Feng's bloodline is actually the same type as his, and it's more advanced than his bloodline. What kind of absurdity is this? Greetings, ancestor. It was thought to be a super battle, but before the fight, the leader of the ancient ape clan actually bowed to Qin Feng with a face full of fear. Why? Can someone tell me what just happened? On the side, the leader of the tiger clan was dumbfounded, unable to make sense of it no matter how he thought about it. He had been hoping for the leader of the ancient ape clan to come out and save him, to kill the humans. But now, what's going on? This big fool actually calls Qin Feng ancestor? Brother ancient ape, what's wrong with you? He's just a human. Hurry up and kill him. Are you out of your mind, or are you deliberately messing with me? Come on, this guy is from the human race. Shut up. My ancestral bloodline is not something you can slander. The ancient ape leader shouted, causing the tiger clan leader's head to shake and dandruff to fly. Enough talk, it's time to send you on your way. Qin Feng was quite surprised by the ancient ape leader's actions. This giant beast actually bowed down and submitted to him, how unexpected. But killing the tiger clan leader was the top priority. He stepped forward in an instant, appearing right in front of the tiger clan leader, with lightning flickering in his hand. "Considering how handsome I am, could you not kill me?" The tiger clan leader was greatly shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "I hate people who lie through their teeth the most, especially someone like you who even deceives yourself. You deserve to die 100 times over." Qin Feng's words were as indifferent as the thunderbolt in his hand. Thunderclap sky-splitting poem, one strike to the crematorium. The leader of the fierce tiger clan died peacefully in his confusion. With this strike, Qin Feng gained quite a lot. Combat power of 6 to 700,000. At this moment, combined, the total combat power reached an astonishing 500 million. 500 million combat power. Without any strange fluctuations, Qin Feng broke through to the war god level just like that. Break through the god of war in battle. Tang Jin and the others could no longer find words to describe the shock in their hearts. Toward Qin Feng, they felt nothing but absolute admiration. The god of war of the ancient ape clan was also a god of war, with considerable strength. Sensing Qin Feng's aura suddenly surge, his expression turned ferocious. Reverence, what he felt toward Qin Feng was more of reverence. At this moment, Tang Jin remembered something important and stepped forward to remind Qin Feng, the Riftstone is still not in our hands. The Riftstone was crucial. If it wasn't found in the ancient ape palace, then the answer must lie with the ancient ape leader. Qin Feng nodded, with a somewhat proud expression, and addressed the ancient ape leader, "Where is the Riftstone?" "Ancestor, the Riftstone is the foundation foundation of the Beast Clan. If you hand it over to humans, our clan will fall into an abyss of eternal doom. The ancient ape leader resolutely said, for the peace of the myriad races battlefield, I ask the ancestor not to be swayed by the deceptive words of the human race. Its attitude was firm, refusing to cooperate with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was displeased. Are you planning not to give it? Though you carry the bloodline of our ancient ape ancestor, you are ultimately of human form. Today, I will not kill them. Take them and leave. Qin Feng's actions, which always considered the interests of the human race, made the ancient ape leader dissatisfied. The tone became less respectful, and he asked Qin Feng to take the human race and leave the battlefield of all races. You're nothing more than an ancient ape, yet you dare to defy my will. It seems you are in need of a lesson. Qin Feng was angry. He hadn't expected the ancient ape leader to disobey him and oppose him. This is intolerable, especially since the other party should have called him ancestor and obeyed his orders. But now they are treating his words as mere wind in their ears. Such a beast cannot be allowed to remain. I am giving you face for the sake of the ancestor's bloodline. Do not push me to anger. The Riftstone is the foundation of the Beast Clan and must not fall into the hands of the Human Clan or the Beast Clan. Since you put it that way, there's no need to be polite with you. Qin Feng's figure shifted, transforming into a streak of light. In midair, he condensed icy energy, instantly freezing a 10-mile radius. The ancient ape leader raised both arms and pounded its chest, letting out a furious roar. Get out. He opened his mouth and roared, his gaping maw more terrifying than a black hole. The breath he exhaled was filled with epic shattering power, instantly dismantling Qin Feng's domineering icy aura. Thump, thump. A thunderous palm strike came hurtling over. Seeing this, the ancient ape leader's massive arms swelled with power, and his ancient, rock-hard fist fiercely clashed with Qin Feng's palm strike. In the next moment, the ancient ape leader staggered backward several steps, as if electrocuted by a wet hand. These few steps spanned several kilometers. Damn it, you are still not the ancestor of my ancient ape clan. I can no longer hold back. The ancient ape leader was enraged. He had underestimated Qin Feng, and now, with his killing intent resolved, he became frenzied. I think you're just a loser who married a goddess, still dreaming. Qin Feng summoned a wisp of flame. By seniority, I'm your ancestor. By strength, I utterly crush you. After speaking, Qin Feng stepped on wind and fire, speeding away, as an eternal flame burned across the sky. The icy world transformed into a terrifying sea of raging fire. As if in the depths of a hellish inferno, unbearably scorching. The power of the ancient ape is something you cannot resist. The leader of the ancient ape clan let out a deep voice, unleashing pure vitality like an eternal deity or demon, with a faint yellowish glow emanating from its body. The flames burning around him could not harm him. He walked through space, each step shaking the mountains, each punch shattering the heavens and the earth. The boundless force struck directly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was slightly surprised and marveled at the immense vitality of the ancient ape clan leader. Among the many powerful opponents he had faced, this was the one with the strongest vitality. Qin Feng even felt that the ancient ape leader's vitality surpassed his own by a significant margin. He crossed his hands above his head to block, and as the punch landed, it felt as if the legendary Buzhou mountain of Zhougong was crashing down, almost causing his feet to sink into the ground. Fortunately, Qin Feng's golden physique was monstrous enough, otherwise, he would have been shattered by the opponent's punch. The pure fist of power, without any embellishment, is simply terrifying. Seeing that his punch had no effect, the ancient ape leader was slightly surprised and scrutinized Qin Feng with an incredulous gaze, but at that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, because within his sight, Qin Feng had disappeared. Fast, just a second ago, Qin Feng was still beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone? Where is it? He looked around, suddenly sensing danger above his head. Sure enough, when he spotted Qin Feng was already above him, swinging a punch downward. So fast. This punch was equally pure, without utilizing any martial techniques or attributes. Ancient ape strength. The leader of the ancient ape tribe had bulging eyes. This was the power of the ancient ape he had just used. Stunned. He was stunned. How did Qin Feng learn it? Did this guy steal his ancient ape power? In fact, Qin Feng did imitate the ancient ape leader's power of the ancient ape, because his comprehension was almost supernatural, and coupled with the ancient ape bloodline in his body, it was effortless for him to mimic it. Qin Feng discovered that the power of the ancient ape seemed tailor-made for his bloodline. Only the power of the ancient ape could unleash the full potential of the ancient ape bloodline. This was also the reason why he used this move instead of martial techniques. Damn it! The frightened ancient ape leader gritted his teeth and swung his fist in response. As the two fists collided, the winds within a 100-mile radius swept away everything like a storm. Qin Feng unleashed his full power, and the ancient ape's strength was even more advanced, unexpectedly triggering an even more terrifying force. His combat power was surging crazily. With a several-fold increase, his combat power soared to an astonishing 600 million, ruthlessly crushing the ancient ape leader. What? The ancient ape leader's face twisted with ferocity, filled with deep shock. He realized that the gap between his bloodline and Qin Feng's was immense. It was as if he were some kind of counterfeit. The violent power instantly turned the battlefield into ruins. The massive ancient ape leader knelt on the ground, crushed by the overwhelming power of the ancient ape clan, with all the bones in his body completely shattered. "Spare me, ancestor, please calm your anger." Rumble. He was terrified, realizing that this was the true ancestor. Spare you? Dream on. Shinfeng naturally couldn't let it go, throwing several punches in succession and driving it into the ground, as if pounding a wooden stake. The several hundred-meter-tall ancient ape leader was hammered into the yellow earth, creating an extremely shocking scene. In the end, Shinfeng used venom to dissolve it into a foul-smelling puddle. Power asterisk 10000000. Comprehend the ancient ape's berserk technique. Shinfeng gained quite a lot of benefits. Vitality asterisk 50,000. A combat power of 1 million, just thinking about it is exciting. Acquire opponent's talent. And the ancient ape's berserk technique, this thing is truly priceless. Can enhance one's basic combat power, extremely formidable. And after he defeated the ancient ape leader, a tower-like object appeared within his body. What is this? A system, and now a tower appears? What is this thing? You must be kidding. The suddenly appearing pagoda made Shinfeng unable to resist entering it with his mind. The pagoda towered into the clouds, crafted like the yellow crane tower, with countless layers exuding mystery. As soon as Shinfeng stepped inside, he saw a treasure chest on the staircase. So he picked up the treasure chest and opened it. The contents inside made his eyes light up. Inside the private room was a sword. A cyan-colored sword. The blade was about 3 fingers wide and over a meter long. The sword's body was cyan, somewhat resembling the lightsabers seen on TV. Shinfeng held the sword in his hand and was astonished to find that it emitted a sharp, gleaming light. It seemed to be the sharpest sword in the world, making Shinfeng reluctant to part with it. On the blade, the name of the sword was engraved, Sky Sword. Sky Sword. This sword is at least above SSS level, even better than my crescent moon scimitar. I can't even guess what material it is made of. Shinfeng only felt that this sword was incredibly powerful. Sky Sword, one strike to shatter the heavens. His crescent moon scimitar, at the war god level, could no longer play a significant role. For warriors and war gods, their combat power easily exceeds 100 million. The damage the crescent moon scimitar can inflict on enemies is already minimal. And this celestial sword came at just the right time, helping him have a weapon for self-defense even at the war god level. Who would have thought this pagoda actually hid so many treasures? Truly fortunate. Putting away the celestial sword, Shinfeng discovered there was also a red key inside the treasure chest. What is this thing? A red key? How strange. He studied it for a long time but couldn't figure it out and eventually put it away. Ding! The host has awakened the system pagoda, granting unlimited storage space. When everything was settled, the system gave Shinfeng another surprise. Infinite storage space, as the name suggests, can store unlimited items except for living beings. Surprises kept coming, and Shinfeng couldn't stop smiling. Found it, the Riftstone is here. At this moment, a voice from Tangjin caught Shinfeng's attention. On the body of the ancient ape tribe leader, they found the sky-splitting stone. The sky-splitting stone, a black stone about the size of a fist, looked very much like crystal. This item is an essential material for opening the heavenly eye. Since we've got it, that's great. Let's head back, Shinfeng said. After everyone eradicated the beast soldiers of the 5 major beast clans, they began their return journey. At present, Shinfeng's combat power had already surpassed the war god level, and he had obtained the Riftstone, which should enable him to unlock the ability of the Sky Eye. It was time to uncover the secret of the Sky Eye and see what extraordinary things lay within. Shinfeng and his team eliminated the beast clans active in the depths of the 10,000 races battlefield while making their way back. Apart from the 5 major beast clans, the strength of the other beast clans was not very formidable. However, being able to survive in the depths for many years meant they were not insignificant, and there were still plenty of warlord-level beasts among them. Unfortunately, they had the misfortune of encountering Shinfeng, who was at the level of a war god. The outcome was predictable. After several days of clearing, Shinfeng's base combat power broke through to 670 million. The combat power boost brought by the beast race warlord was indeed impressive. On the journey, Shinfeng and his group received news coming in from the outside. Yi Qingtian and his group temporarily returned. Because the war god senior brought back news, within half a month 5 heavenly eyes will gradually open in the battlefield of 10,000 races. This time marks the first occurrence in history of 5 eyes opening simultaneously. 1,000 years ago, there was a record of 3 heavenly eyes opening simultaneously, followed by the appearance of void fissures. Since then, countless beasts poured out from the void fissures into the human world. That was the first batch of beast clans to descend, which caused humanity to pay a heavy price. Numerous human warriors sacrificed themselves, and the beast clans dominated the battlefield of 10,000 races for a millennium. 1,000 years ago, human emperors jointly ventured into the battlefield of 10,000 races and worked together to seal the void fissures, which slowed the development of the beast clans and brought about the relatively peaceful situation we have today. If another void rift opens this time, we will once again face the beast horde calamity from 1,000 years ago. Tangjin read
read the transmitted message and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter sigh. Xin Feng couldn't figure it out either. They had just defeated the 5 major beast clans, eliminating the most formidable threat on this battlefield, yet immediately encountered a situation where all 5 heavenly eyes opened simultaneously. Could it be that the Void Rift is being manipulated by someone? What kind of creature is controlling the battlefield of all races behind the scenes? What is their purpose? Xin Feng was utterly puzzled. The senior also said that in other regions, war gods have been returning from that place one after another, advising us to act cautiously. He will also return in 3 days to assist us in exploring the Heavenly Eye. Tang Jin spoke, and everyone nodded slightly. The return of the war gods from that place one after another indicates that everyone is interested in the Heavenly Eye. It seems that the matter of the Void Rift reopening soon has become well known among various countries and major alliances. In order to counter the humanoid beast tribes emerging from the new wave of Void Rifts, countries around the world are eager to obtain the treasures within the Heavenly Eye to quickly grow stronger and secure their footing on the battlefield of myriad races. So next, all humans worldwide will become enemies of each other. Let's go, head back early and open the Sky Eye. Xin Feng and the others rested briefly before immediately setting off again, not daring to delay. 2 days later, outside the battlefield of all races, in the giant pit of White Sand Continent. Today, the battlefield of 10,000 races, originally belonging to the Xia Nation's territory, welcomed wave after wave of powerful forces. Strong figures from various factions traveled from afar, gathering outside the Sky Eye. Experts from the Western Alliance, Eastern Alliance, Fusang Nation, and the Undying Sun Empire have all arrived. On the Xia Nation's side, a 9th-grade martial artist murmured beside Yi Qingtian. Looking around, there were quite a few grandmasters and martial arts experts, even warlords, numbering no less than 20. Yi Qingtian's gaze slightly narrowed as his eyes swept across the scene. These people had gathered here, coveting the items inside the Heavenly Eye. Everyone, you have already crossed the line. This is the territory of Xia Nation. I kindly ask you to abide by the treaty of the battlefield of 10,000 races and leave immediately. He glanced around and then spoke to send the guests away. This is the battlefield of all races, not the outside world. Officer Yi, are you getting confused in your old age? In the battlefield of all races, there are no boundaries. Today, everyone is here for the Heavenly Eye. If you want to issue an eviction order, I'm afraid just a few of you won't be enough. Step aside. Before the Heavenly Eye's ownership is decided, it belongs to whoever is the strongest. The powerhouses from other nations showed no respect to Yi Qingtian. A 9th rank is simply insignificant in the face of warlords. They simply can't drive them away. If Officer Tang and the others were here, it would be great. Yi Qingtian shook his head helplessly. The weak have no weight in their words. Others simply don't take them seriously. At this moment, a force stepped forward from the distant sky. 2 towering and majestic figures appeared before everyone as if by a flash of light, mysterious and sudden. Feeling the overwhelming aura of these 2 presences, everyone present froze in their gaze. Northern Alliance War Gods. These are the 2 Northern Alliance elders who entered the War God realm 5 years ago. It seems the Northern Alliance places great importance on this battle for the Eye of Heaven. We're out of our league now. 2 Northern Alliance War Gods arrived, and everyone retreated 3 steps. The 2 War Gods ignored everyone and approached the Sky Eye. At this moment, one of the Northern Alliance War Gods threw a black object toward the Sky Eye. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was the extremely precious Riftstone. Subsequently, the 2 joined forces and unleashed 2 dazzling beams of light toward the Heavenly Eye. The closed Heavenly Eye slowly opened at this moment. They're trying to forcibly open the Heavenly Eye. No choice, after all, they are war gods, and they have the Riftstone. It seems we can't wait for the war god to arrive. Open. Boom. Once again, the Northern Alliance obtained the items inside. This Sky Eye is several times larger than the one they explored last time, so the treasures inside should be even more abundant. The Northern Alliance is way ahead in this regard. The Northern Alliance got there first, sigh. The other powerful forces could only watch helplessly as the Northern Alliance's war god opened the Void Rift, with no one daring to step forward to stop them. Yi Qingtian and the other strong figures from the Xia Kingdom couldn't help but step forward at this moment and say, the time for this Sky Eye to open has not yet arrived. Forcibly opening it may cause anomalies and bring disaster. We ask the 2 of you to reconsider. People of the Xia Kingdom? Hearing someone intervene, a Northern Alliance war god raised his head, a sinister smile on his lips as he said, it seems you have indeed fully grasped our secrets. Since activating the Heavenly Eye prematurely will bring disaster, we'll just have to let you experience it firsthand. As soon as these words were spoken, the Heavenly Eye below suddenly emitted a massive gravitational pull. Same as last time, the Heavenly Eye opened and absorbed all the remnants within the giant pit in one go. However, this time it was different. The Heavenly Eye held onto the items but did not swallow them inside. Instead, a whirlwind emerged from the mouth of the Heavenly Eye, shredding everything gathered there into pieces. Even the massive stones were directly pulverized and torn into powder. Huff, huff, huff. What a terrifying tearing force. The crowd was shocked and stepped back one after
after another, fearing they might be sucked in by this powerful force. However, when Yi Qingtian and the other martial artists from Xia country tried to retreat, they suddenly realized that they couldn't move. The war god's vital energy and blood had fixed them in place, rendering them immobile. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Qingtian shouted. A bad premonition emerged in their minds. TSK, of course, it's to let you experience the disaster of the Sky Eye. Your Xia nation blood-washed our base, and we of the Northern Alliance are merely giving you a little revenge. The war god of the Northern Alliance laughed like a clown. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qingtian and the others' bodies uncontrollably fell into the giant pit of the Sky Eye. "Damn it, he's trying to trap and kill us. Beast of the Northern Alliance, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Ah, how annoying. Among the martial artists of Xia nation, those of the 7th and 8th rank were instantly drawn to the mouth of the Heavenly Eye, turning into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye. The powerful tearing force left them unable to resist. Yi Qingtian's face was full of unwillingness as he erupted with energy and blood, attempting to escape the giant pit. However, just as he was about to climb out, he was slapped back in by two war gods of the Northern Alliance. The immense oppressive force filled Yi Qingtian and the others with despair. "Northern Alliance beasts, Xia nation will never coexist with you." Yi Qingtian let out an angry roar. Boom! Finally, the body was ground into powder, like a pulverizer. The second in command of the Xia nation's Divine Dragon Organization, Yi Qingtian, died today at the hands of the Northern Alliance's war god. Thus ended his legendary life. People from other nations who witnessed the scene of Yi Qingtian and the Xia nation's martial artists being slaughtered were all shocked to their core. The god of war killing the weak of other nations is forbidden. This has already violated the martial artist treaty and the ethical guidelines of the battlefield. However, in the world of martial arts, strength is revered. The wrath of the strong leads to rivers of blood, while the weak, being mediocre, are bullied by others. Even if the Northern Alliance's god of war were to rush over now and destroy the Summer Nation's base, they wouldn't dare voice any objections to criticize him. TSK, the little mice of Xia country can't even last 30 seconds. So weak. I wonder where that kid named Qin Feng is hiding now. Before we came out, Senior Allen specifically instructed us to make sure to drag that kid out alive. Don't die so quickly, alright? Ants of Xia country, did you see that? Your officers are completely useless. The two war gods chatted leisurely, feeling satisfied with their handiwork, while not forgetting to mock some of the weaker martial artists from Xia country nearby. "Damn it, Northern Alliance, you are all beasts. Our Xia nation will never bow to you. I'll fight you to the death with everything I've got, never waiting to die. Brothers, let's fight them. Better to die standing than to be toyed with and wait for death." On the Xia nation's side, there were still some martial artists. At this moment, everyone was filled with rage, watching helplessly as their officers and seniors were ambushed and killed. How powerless this was. They refused to yield and prepared to fight to the death. Truly ignorant of their own mortality, a group of ants dares to challenge us. Where does their courage come from? The Northern Alliance war god raised his mighty hand, ready to suppress the warriors of the Summer Nation. One palm strike would be enough to kill them all. Then, just as he made his move, a streak of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing right in front of the Xia Kingdom warrior. The palm strike of the Northern Alliance war god fell, only to be blasted apart by a single punch from the streak of light. The Northern Alliance war god staggered backward, and this scene left everyone in shock and disbelief. The embarrassed Northern Alliance war god couldn't help but look at the figure, discovering it was an extremely young boy. "Qin Feng, you're finally back. Officer Yi and the seniors, they, bang." Seeing that it was Qin Feng, the martial artists of Xia were overjoyed, as if they had found their pillar of support. Everyone stepped forward to complain. Who? Officer Yi was pushed into the Sky Eye and killed by them. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the slowly opening Sky Eye, sensing the familiar aura. Officer Yi's aura disappeared. Back then, it was Yi Qingtian who brought Qin Feng into the battlefield of all races, allowing Qin Feng to achieve a qualitative leap. Silence. Yi Qingtian had a relationship with him that was both mentor and friend, and he was also the pillar of the military in Xia Nation. Now, gone, Yi Qingtian's presence vanished from this world. North Alliance scoundrels, you're courting death. Qin Feng could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. He directly surged his energy and blood, flashing toward the two North Alliance war gods. "Very well, I was just looking for you. Since you've delivered yourself, then go to hell." The two great Northern Alliance war gods remained calm. Qin Feng had arrived, and it was the perfect opportunity to capture him alive. Boom! But what they didn't know was that Qin Feng had already surpassed the war god realm, reaching a level comparable to theirs. "Are you Qin Feng? Cross-forbidden killing technique." One of the Northern Alliance war gods clasped his hands together, forming a cross-shaped radiance between his fingers, and pressed it toward the charging Qin Feng. The cross-prohibition technique, sharp and unparalleled, as sharp as a blade. But before his cross-imprint could touch Qin Feng, it was blasted away by Qin Feng's sword. The cold and indifferent sword intent descended. Any martial technique was futile before the celestial sword. This sword, which cuts through iron like mud, carried supreme killing intent. With one strike, it obliterated the cross, and the terrifying sword momentum venom slashed toward the two like lightning. Air shield, block, boom. Another war god, seeing his companion's cross broken, immediately erected an air shield in front of him. The defense of a war god is as solid as a fortress, capable of blocking everything. Yet under Qin Feng's sword, the air shield shattered in an instant. The terrifying sword light descended from the heavens, beneath the nine skies. Who can stand against me? With one sword strike, a Northern Alliance war god was fiercely slashed and sent flying. Terrifying energy and blood poured into his body through the wound on his shoulder, causing a continuous sensation of corrosion. This sword is poisoned? The Northern Alliance war god was shocked. It was bad enough that Qin Feng's sword was powerful, but it also carried magical damage. Wasn't this like cheating? Sizzle. Boom. The pain intensified. As the corrosive sensation grew stronger, the Northern Alliance war god's shoulder hurt more and more. Helplessly, he had no choice but to curse loudly and painfully part with it, directly blasting half of his shoulder to pieces. He crippled his own shoulder. Only then was the venom's invasion stopped. Furious, the Northern Alliance war god was very angry, staring at Qin Feng. I will make you die a horrible death. Bang! It was the first time he had encountered an opponent as young as Qin Feng. Being young was one thing, but this young man had also cost him half a shoulder. This hatred was comparable to the pain of having one's wife taken away. However, just as the words left his mouth, his brow suddenly furrowed, because Qin Feng was already charging at him with his sword again. Fast, very fast. This speed is faster than riding a roller coaster, even astonishing the two great war gods of the Northern Alliance. I'll cut you down. Boom. A sword carrying a storm of sword intent, advanced sword intent obliterating the heavens. Under Qin Feng's top-tier explosive power, his combat strength directly doubled. The Northern Alliance war god couldn't dodge in time and countered with the cross-forbidden killing technique. The cross mark was even larger than the cross of Jesus, but it was to no avail, crushed by Qin Feng's absolute power. Bang! Crack! A Northern Alliance war god was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Another, in a panic, decided to fight Qin Feng to the death in close combat. He gathered a powerful flame technique in his hands, forcefully shoving a fireball toward Qin Feng. The enraged Qin Feng was brimming with battle intent. The fire attribute had little effect on him. Under his golden body, no amount of flashy tricks mattered. He emerged through the flames, wielding the sky sword that pierced the heavens, striking with a blade that dominated the skies. The Northern Alliance was scared out of their wits. What kind of physical constitution was this, to withstand his flames head-on? This defied logic. Get lost. It must be noted that although he was a newly promoted junior war god, his vitality was already formidable. Even war gods of the same level wouldn't dare to take his flames head-on. This kid, his strength actually defeated the god of war, and his extraordinary physical qualities are truly astonishing. What the heck? Everything is unbelievable. In the moment of his shock, a sword light slashed down from his forehead. He unleashed his full power, surging with energy and blood, and through a fierce punch, blazing fist burns the sky. However, he underestimated Qin Feng's strength. With a twofold increase, Qin Feng's explosive combat power had already exceeded 1 billion. Although brief, one sword strike was enough. The sword's radiance covered a radius of 10 miles, and the Northern Alliance war god vanished within this strike. Snort! Power asterisk 2000000. Vitality asterisk 80,000. Fire attribute upgraded to Heaven Scorching Flame. Qin Feng's gains were quite substantial. With one sword strike, he killed the Northern Alliance war god. Even Qin Feng found it somewhat unbelievable. Acquire opponent's talent. Just died like that? He thought there would be a fierce battle. Another injured Northern Alliance war god, upon seeing this, turned and fled. He transformed into a stream of light and sped away madly. Stay right there. Qin Feng moved even faster, grabbing his pants, no, his sword, and chased after him. Boom! I admit you're impressive, but as a fellow god of war, I refuse to believe you can stop me. He glanced back and found no trace of Qin Feng behind him. The Northern Alliance war god thought to himself with a sense of relief that even a war god couldn't stop him if he wanted to leave. However, just as he exhaled in relief, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path, forcing him to brake abruptly. When he looked closely, his expression instantly twisted. Where did you come from? Qin Feng had somehow appeared in front of him. This was unbelievably eerie. He didn't know that Qin Feng's speed in accumulating kills had long surpassed that of a junior war god. However, Qin Feng wasn't here for small talk. Wielding his sword, he charged forward to attack. The sword struck like divine lightning hitting stone, reaching in extreme speed. The Northern Alliance war god let out a loud shout, sending an invisible air palm strike toward Qin Feng. With barely over 6 billion combat power, this strike could destroy any mountain it hit. Break! Qin Feng shouted fiercely. The sword god descended, his combat power exceeding 7 billion, mercilessly destroying the opponent's air palm. The next second, he darted in front of the Northern Alliance's war god, scaring the war god into hurriedly waving his hands. I am the war god of the Northern Alliance. If you dare to kill me, your Xia nation will be committing a grave crime. In history, no nation has ever dared to put the other side's war god to death. Even battles between generals are rare. If Qin Feng kills him, the consequences would be unimaginable and would definitely spark a conflict between the two nations.
You killed people of my Xia kingdom. Did you never think this moment would come?
The judgment of death descended. Qin Feng coldly uttered a sentence, then swung his longsword furiously. The power of one strike left the Northern Alliance's war god with no escape, consumed by utter despair, and cleaved into two.
One strike to finish. Comprehend remote attribute.
Strength * 200000. Speed * 2000. Many attributes burst out, yet they couldn't bring Qin Feng the slightest bit of joy. He returned to the giant pit of the sky eye, looking at the tiny fragments of debris within it, his heart filled with mixed emotions, but mostly sorrow. Yi Qingtian had sacrificed himself. Vitality and blood * 100000.
Acquire opponent's talent.
He had considered that on the battlefield of the myriad races, anyone could sacrifice themselves at any moment.
He just hadn't expected Yi Qingtian's day to come so soon.
Officer Yi, sorry, I'm late. Qin Feng gently closed his eyes. All around, many powerful figures from various countries were shocked to see Qin Feng return covered in blood.
Killed? The two war gods of the Northern Alliance both died at his hands?
Thinking of this, everyone gasped in shock, marveling at how monstrous Qin Feng must be.
One person single-handedly defeated two war gods. Who exactly is he?
Previously, they had never heard of the name Qin Feng. Since when did a super genius powerhouse rise in Xia Nation? At this moment, another group of powerful figures arrived in the sky. These people were the battle generals of the Northern Alliance, following behind the two war gods. However, their speed was not as fast as the war gods, so they only arrived now.
Seeing the heavenly eye below gradually opening, one of the Northern Alliance generals glanced at Qin Feng and said, "A person from Xia Nation? Kindly step aside. This is the Northern Alliance's heavenly eye."
He spoke, and suddenly his eyes froze. His entire body stiffened in place, because behind him, an invisible blade intent had already torn through. The invisible blade intent pierced straight through his chest and heart. The warrior stared fixedly at Qin Feng, not even knowing how he had died. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, the Northern Alliance warriors nearby scattered like a tide, each cautiously measuring Qin Feng, only to see air swirling.
No, it was a blade. An invisible blade. Run!
What weapon? What kind of method is this?
Heads fell one after another from the sky.
Qin Feng, with his back to them, remained motionless, yet he slaughtered the Northern Alliance's war generals effortlessly.
Ah! The crowd was utterly horrified, their teeth chilled to the bone. This guy is truly a war god.
Splurt! The Northern Alliance's warlords were filled with regret. They had angered a war god and paid the price with their lives.
Terrifying.
5 or 6 warlords, more than 10 grandmasters, and 30 to 40 high-ranking experts of the Northern Alliance died without knowing why.
Too terrifying. Not a single one was left alive.
This was Qin Feng's stance. If you kill the martial artists of my Xia kingdom, I will kill your war god and slaughter all your Northern Alliance experts.
Kill until the battlefield of all races trembles.
After clearing everything, at this moment, the heavenly eye finally fully opens.
A massive black entrance opens, exuding the mysterious aura of the abyss. The heavenly eye has opened.
Everyone shifted their attention from the battlefield scene just now and focused on the entrance to the sky eye. In the past, there were instances of human race warriors stepping into the sky eye, but it seems that only the Northern Alliance has recorded detailed accounts of it. Other nations only have superficial knowledge. Of course, this excludes the human war gods from that particular place. The heavenly eye is indeed tempting, but no one in the crowd dared to act recklessly because Qin Feng was present. With this god of slaughter, Qin Feng, here, they couldn't make a move, otherwise, their fate would be a miserable death.
You stay here and wait.
If Officer Tang and the others return, just tell them I've entered the heavenly eye.
No one will dare to harm you anymore.
Turning around, Qin Feng spoke to the martial artists of Xia Nation. The group of Xia Kingdom warriors nodded one after another. With Qin Feng's words, they felt safe. After speaking, Qin Feng mustered his courage and flew into the sky eye. The black sky eye, as mysterious as a summer night's starry sky, was filled with an enigmatic aura. However, Qin Feng had a gut feeling that he would not lose his life because of it. He was the first Xia Kingdom warrior to face the unknown directly, but to achieve something significant, he had to press forward without hesitation. As long as you're bold, even a sow won't scare you. A black starry tunnel, extremely deep and mysterious, Qin Feng stepped into the void and walked inside, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. Moreover, he could feel that the deeper he went, the more overwhelming the pressure became. It felt as if a powerful being was hammering his body with a heavy mallet. This tearing force is enough to directly annihilate anyone below the level of a war general. However, Qin Feng's golden physique was so powerful that he feared no tearing or crushing. Very quickly, he adapted to this sensation. After several minutes of flight, Qin Feng reappeared on a mountain.
Mountain?
It's just a mountain, with nothing but soil and rocks.
There isn't even a single plant. Just like Mars. As far as the eye can see, it's all the same.
What a strange world, with gray skies and clouds.
Yet there are no plants.
It feels desolate, as if there are no signs of life.
Is this the eye of heaven? It's not quite what he imagined.
Qin Feng thought he could just come down down, grab energy materials with a sack and leave once he was full. The reality was completely the opposite. Other than desolate, there were no words to describe the scene before him. Let's take a look first. Qin Feng comforted himself in this way and began to fly. However, as soon as he started, he froze, because his speed had slowed down significantly. Even when pushing his blood energy to the maximum, Qin Feng found that his fastest speed was only a few hundred meters per second. Is this area speed limited? This world is so strange. Qin Feng explored for a while and discovered that the gravity here is vastly different from the outside world. The world of Tianyan is full of wonders. It's so bizarre. What the heck? The god of war travels hundreds of meters per second. Can you believe it? This speed has been reduced by nearly 10,000 times. What a damn strange world. He memorized the location of the entrance, then continued flying forward. At the same time, on the battlefield of myriad races, three terrifying presences arrived above the Tianyan of Baisha continent. The war gods of the Western Alliance? When the strong ones of the Western Alliance saw these three individuals, they immediately revealed joyful smiles. The war god seniors of the Western Alliance had emerged. The Western Alliance would not miss this opportunity to compete for the Tianyan. Where is Qin Feng? At this moment, a West Alliance war god spoke decisively. A nearby West Alliance martial arts expert replied, "He has already entered the Sky Eye." "Senior, are you looking for him for something?" "Humph, they ambushed and killed our people in the ancient ape palace. We came out specifically to kill him." "Let's go, we'll go in too." The three great war gods of the Western Alliance headed toward the Sky Eye. Upon hearing this, everyone shrank back abruptly. The Western Alliance was also here to cause trouble for Qin Feng. Now this is getting interesting. Moreover, they learned that these three war gods of the Western Alliance were not like the war god of the Northern Alliance earlier, who only had beginner-level strength. These three had long been famous, belonging to the intermediate war god level, with extremely terrifying combat power. Qin Feng was likely in grave danger. The boundary. When Qin Feng was flying, a group of people wearing earth-colored armor suddenly appeared ahead. That's right, people. This group of people looked exactly like humans, and judging by their appearance, they seemed to be Westerners because they had hooked noses. Most importantly, Qin Feng could smell their body odor from a great distance. Warning, unverified human detected. Requesting capture, requesting capture. Received, proceeding to capture the target. These people resembled soldiers of this world, wielding swords and guns as they charged toward Qin Feng. Unexpectedly captured Qin Feng. What the heck? Qin Feng asked a question, but the other party did not respond. Their expressions and movements were extremely stiff, like robots. This is even stranger. However, the local forces wanted to capture Qin Feng, but Qin Feng wasn't foolish enough to let them catch him and directly threw a punch. With one punch, he wiped out an entire squad. In the end, only one soldier was left alive. "I'll ask you a question, answer me honestly, and I might let you go." Qin Feng originally intended to interrogate him to learn more about this world. Boom crack. The other party's eyes were lifeless. "What is this place called? Where is your base?" or something like that. The other party remained as unresponsive as a block of wood. Qin Feng asked a few questions, but the other party was tight-lipped, making Qin Feng feel like he was talking to a block of wood. Finally unable to bear such humiliation, Qin Feng punched the other party to pieces. However, Qin Feng did not come away empty-handed. He found a map on the other party. The map contained a description of this world. It turns out this space is called the Netherworld, and they are low-ranking patrol soldiers of the Netherworld. Qin Feng was also surprised to discover that these soldiers were actually modified humans. They have flesh and blood, everything a human should have, except for personal consciousness. It feels as if someone has set some kind of configuration on them like a chain. Who modified them? Or could it be that the substances here have affected their brain nerves, leading to mechanization? Qin Feng's mind pondered various reasons, and curiosity drove him to move toward the red dot location on the map. There, that should be the base camp, right? After flying for several hours, Qin Feng noticed that the sky here had only one color, and that was eternal gray. He arrived in front of a massive mine. He discovered that there were tens of thousands of territorial soldiers here, digging into the mine. These mines appear to be extremely solid. The border soldiers continuously use weapons to chisel, with clear division of labor and each performing their duties. With his sharp eyes, Qin Feng immediately noticed the shiny black substance on the cart below. It looked like an energy crystal, but it was different from an energy crystal. Without a second thought, Qin Feng directly flashed over. These soldiers from the underworld were ones Qin Feng had encountered before. Their strength was very weak, at most around the 7th or 8th rank, and they could be killed with a single punch. Unverified human detected. Initiating capture. Target capture initiated. Qin Feng's intrusion caught the attention of the underworld soldiers. One by one, the soldiers stopped what they were doing and began launching attacks on the intruder. Get lost. Qin Feng moved as if in an uninhabited land, effortlessly eliminating over 100 soldiers in no time. He quickly claimed a small pile of energy materials from the battle vehicle as his own. Through examination, he discovered that these energy materials were far superior to high-grade energy stones. The energy energy contained within seemed incredibly abundant. Good baby. Alright, it's time to go. See if there are any other mines we can harvest. After succeeding, Qin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly. Above the sky, three powerful auras of blood energy surrounded from different directions of the horizon. Instinct told Qin Feng that the other party was definitely a great terror. However, what was strange was that this blood energy did not belong to humans. Blood energy that does not belong to humans. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, and before long, three figures appeared in the scene. These three people had appearances identical to those of Blue Star humans. Their aura was terrifying to the extreme. Who could it be? Once again, it's you Blue Star humans. However, since you've entered here, you are now our experimental lab rats. Welcome to the Underworld family. A figure spoke with a smile, and as they spoke, all the Underworld soldiers obeyed their commands. Qin Feng remained silent, intentionally probing the strength of the other party. He unexpectedly discovered that these three were all at the level of war god at the very least. Three war gods of the Underworld. It's getting tricky. He just snatched a bit of energy material. Who would have thought the other side would send three war gods to corner him all at once? This is a big problem. Everyone, I was just messing around. Your resources are so abundant. Giving me a little to take back won't hurt, right? How about we become friends? Qin Feng spoke as he began to retreat. Our territory's energy meteorite took months to mine just this little bit, and now you're telling me to take a little back? Do you think we're idiots? The war god of the territory coldly spat out a sentence, and in the next moment, transformed into a phantom and appeared in front of Qin Feng. He struck at Qin Feng barehanded, with a sheen of protection on his arm. Qin Feng quickly summoned an air shield to block. With a loud bang, Qin Feng's air shield shattered, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! At this moment, he couldn't help but feel shocked and doubtful. This combat power is so strong. Intermediate war god, not weaker than him at all. Three figures simultaneously exerted their strength, charging toward Qin Feng. In a flash, brilliance radiated, and a battle axe appeared above Qin Feng's head. The black battle axe carried immense power, as if it were a creation of the heavens. Qin Feng drew the sky sword and slashed, sparks flying as the surging force made his palms tremble uncontrollably. Prepare to die. As soon as he caught his breath, the other two appeared on Qin Feng's left and right sides. Left and right as men? Qin Feng instinctively became cautious. Two terrifying white gales swept toward him, and he swung his sword sharply to block. Clang! The long sword kept trembling. The three forces were truly overwhelming.